Run. With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the power fan is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning and welcome, trainers, to the Pokemon Championship Series here in Charlotte, North Carolina. I am Alphaphoebe, and I'm joined here by Home Slice Henry. This is our second time paired together, and I am so excited to get on with this event. How are you feeling this morning, Home Slice Henry?
I'm feeling incredible. I had a ton of fun in Portland. Portland was an absolute blast, and I cannot wait to see, after all of these amazing regionals we've had so far this year, where we go from here in Charlotte.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at that event schedule. So we were just in Portland, but moving forward, we have Knoxville, Vancouver before EUIC and London, and all roads lead to Honolulu. I've made this joke so many times before. I'm going to make it again. Roads don't go to Hawaii.
They definitely do not, except maybe in Pokemon Go. Now, the question is, you want to go to Worlds, how do you get there? That, of course, is going to be through championship points. Pokemon Go does have the championship point system this season. Placing first at a regional gets you 200 championship points, and they cascade from there. Qualifying for Worlds in the US and Canada, 500 championship points, 400 for Europe, 300 for Latin America and Oceania, and 200 for the Middle East and South Africa.
And you can't forget that first place players also automatically qualify. And speaking of first place players and qualifying, let's go ahead and listen to maybe a familiar voice talk about the Portland Regional recap.
Hey Pokemon trainers, Homeslice Henry here to take you through the 2024 Pokemon Go Portland Regional Championship. The eyes of the Pokemon Go world tuned into Portland as its Axon and Rubik's Master, both 2023 Portland Regional and Worlds finalists, returned to compete. Gligar led the usage charts at 52%, Medicham continued its fall from relevance as other counter users like Poliwrath and Vigoroth rose to fill its place. On Championship Sunday, Abhinav continued his stellar tournament run, taking down Leo Geo and Kobe Coupland in close series to make it to the grand finals. In the losers bracket, Caleb Peng put together an impressive run, defeating seasoned competitors on his way to a losers finals victory over Kobe Coupland. The stage was set for the grand finals between Abhinav and Caleb Peng. Abhinav used masterful play with Charjabug and Gligar to win game number 1, but Caleb was able to force a bracket reset with his trusty Bastiodon in the 3-2 series. In the bracket reset, Abhinav relied on his Whiscash and with the neutral play it provided, was able to secure the 3-0 series victory and become the Portland Regional Champion. It's not too late to get in on the action this season and begin your road to Worlds. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Well, thank you so much, Henry, for that wonderful recap. Let's go ahead and take a look at these winners. So we have first place Abhinav, second place Caleb Peng, third place Kobe Coupland. These are the teams. Walk us through them, Henry.
Absolutely. So Abhinav definitely relied on that Vigoroth plus Whiscash core to carry him to victory. It proved to be an extremely flexible core. However, there is a new meta contender just allowed for this Charlotte Regional that may prove to be a bit of a challenge for that regional winning Vigoroth.
And honestly, I think I'd do quite well against Caleb's team as well. Lickitung as well as Bastiodon and Poliwrath. It's going to be able to beat all three of those Pokemon, but we'll get more to that later.
Absolutely. And speaking of Portland, let's talk about the usage, because the usage charts were quite interesting. At the top, flying high in the Portland skies, was the Gligar at 52.2% as an anti-fighter, and we had another anti-fighter surging in popularity, the Cresselia, at over 41%.
And you can see the effects of that. Medicham dropping down from what it had previously been up in the 80%, 86, 87, almost every single regional, down to just a measly 15.6%. Basically, doubled in usage is Poliwrath up at 30.
Unbelievable stuff from what was once the king of competitive Pokemon Go in Medicham. Now, the usage charts, as it shifted to day 2, changed quite a bit, with Whiscash sitting at 75% there on 6 of the top 8 teams. And we definitely had a lot of water types here, with Azumarill at number 2 and Poliwrath sitting at number 6 at 37.5%.
You know, be a bit curious to see if we see any grass type users raise up in usage here to counter those top 2 water type bulky Pokemon. I think that's going to be, we're going to have to wait a bit to see how that plays out here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And speaking of rising up, what is a regional championship without a regional champion? Let's talk about it. Starting off the season with Pittsburgh Wadage, then following up with some amazing performances by King Alexander, Elite, J-Jan, Dunebug with the Skeledurge in San Antonio, and most recently Abhinav in Portland.
So we'll have to see who adds their name to this list here in Charlotte, but just winning a regional is not the only way to qualify. We also have this leaderboard, and we see so many great names here rise to occasion. Dunebug, Nighttime Clasher, who might be joining us in a slightly different fashion than he's used to this event here. Arrow, J-Jan, Upancho, Wadage, Flying Pizza. A lot of these names who are people who have qualified because they have won an event, unsurprisingly, are also near the top of the CP leaderboard.
And I'm seeing quite a few names on this list who are competing here in Charlotte today. So we're going to have an amazing competition ahead of us. We've seen the regional champions from North America. Let's hop across the pond, so to speak, and let's take a look at the European champions. We started off the season with Zweilous' win in Barcelona, followed by Galaxica Bolton and his Leaf Tornado Superior in Lille, Patoman in Gdansk, and Colin taking the win in Stuttgart.
And looking forward, Liverpool is not that far away as well, so we do have that to look forward to as well. Taking a look at the EU Championship leaderboard, we have Aminjo, Patoman, Colin, names who are all there because they have done really well at a regional. They have all won regional, so unsurprising they're at the top of the leaderboard, followed by Nabil, JBG, Tomahawk. Really great names. Tothon Batuz, last year's EUIC champion, able to pull up there as well, getting really close to qualifying at that 400 CP mark.
Absolutely, and we see a lot of names, as you mentioned, who have not won a regional, who are taking advantage of the fact that we have championship points this season and are very close to getting that ticket to Worlds. Next up, of course, we're going to have to talk about some of these meta trends that we've been seeing, because we've been seeing some very interesting Pokemon surge in usage. The first, of course, it was #1 in day 1 usage at Portland, that, of course, being Gligar, the ground and flying type Pokemon. And for the moveset, people have been running Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, and Dig.
I just want to call out this description here. This Pokemon hangs onto the face of its foe using its clawed hind legs and the large pincers on its forelegs, then injects the prey with its poison barb. That sounds very vicious and very scary.
Absolutely. Hey, I mean, it is #1 in usage for a reason, Phoebe. That is without a doubt. And another Pokemon that is trending upwards that really does not like seeing Gligar is the Charjabug, the bug and electric type. And people are typically running the Legacy Volt Switch with X-Scissor and Discharge. And if you're able to avoid those ground-type Pokemon, Charjabug has amazing coverage into just about anything you can see. With the electric-type coverage, it does well into basically every flyer that isn't Gligar, and due to that bug subtyping, it can hit some of these bulkier options, Umbreon, Cresselia, but also resisting counter, which is really nice when going up against those fighters.
And we've hinted at it a little bit, a fighter in particular. We do have Annihilate, who has just been released. We do have this wonderful graphic. Look at that Raging Fist Pokemon, the evolution up from the Pig Monkey Pokemon of Primeape, which did so well in a regional 2 years ago in Illinois.
And we do see Annihilate. It is the ghost and fighting type Pokemon. We've seen Medicham do well previously as a psychic fighter, a fighting type that beats other fighters, but Annihilate beats basically every other fighter in the format. For the recommended charge attacks, Counter, Ice Punch, and Shadow Ball, it is a truly terrific moveset with amazing coverage. And as it says there, it gets that double resistance from opposing counter users due to the fact that it does have that ghost subtyping. So that kind of makes it the king of the fighters. And it's day 1 for Annihilate, Phoebe.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how Annihilate changes the meta. We've seen the impact of Medicham, which was the previous king of fighting types, you know, having that psychic subtyping, single resisting fighting types, fast attacks as well as charge attacks. Now we have double resistances, but that ghost subtyping provides potential different weaknesses. If you think about something like Umbreon, which Medicham usually was pretty neutral against, we're going to probably expect, again, a more neutral matchup, but Medicham has significantly more bulk than Annihilate does, so maybe that matchup, that fighting versus dark type matchup, leans maybe a little more towards the Umbreon in that specific instance.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out this weekend in Charlotte, but this regional championship is not the only thing going on this weekend, Phoebe. We also have a Community Day Classic with Porygon. Now, Porygon, you can evolve this weekend between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. local, and you're going to be able to get the Porygon Z that has Tri-Attack. Tri-Attack, a pretty decent charge attack here. I mean, 65 base damage and a 50% chance to lower the opponent's attack and defense.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very fun community day because Porygon Z with Tri-Attack is able to charge to those Tri-Attacks so quickly. They are extremely spammy. You have great coverage moves as well. I believe it has access to Zap Cannon, which is another move that has potential debuff options. So you go for the spammy, pretty hard-hitting Tri-Attack or potentially the hard-hitting nuke of Zap Cannon. A lot of different options, a lot of fun play. Maybe not the best Pokemon, but maybe one of the more fun Pokemon.
I definitely agree with that one, Phoebe. Definitely a lot of fun to be had, and there's going to be a lot of fun to have this weekend as well. Who is going to be able to add their name to that pantheon of regional champions? And we have the world's qualifiers here, and this is an unbelievable list. LNDS Steiner, Zardy, LNDS Rarjeff, Iomero, Galaxica Bolton rise to the occasion. Every single one of these names we've seen absolutely dominate at regional championships.
And a couple of these trainers here who have already qualified, Arrow and Dunebug, we're going to have to watch out for them this weekend because they are here participating. Even though they've already qualified here in Charlotte, it's going to be great to see how these trainers are able to do. Let's go ahead and take a look at these additional players that we have to watch. We have Valor Ash, Mamaclimbs, House Stark 93. All three battlers have been well established within the Pokemon Go PvP community. They've all been around for a while. They've all participated in these events before, and they have participated and done quite well.
Most definitely. We've seen Mamaclimbs, I believe, recently make a top cut. House Stark, previous regional champion, and Valor Ash has been very consistent in his performances here in these regional championships. I mean, you kind of alluded to it earlier. We have a little bit of a rivalry from a previous regional returning here in Charlotte, and that, of course, is going to be Arrow versus Dunebug.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the accolades of these two trainers. First up, we have Arrow, who is the 2024 San Antonio Regional Finalist, the 2023 Fort Wayne Regional Finalist, and also got top 8 in Arlington of 2023. I think the big question for Arrow here is, will he be able to pull out his first win?
Most definitely. He has made it so close. He's top cut time and time again. But we see the person who was the San Antonio Regional Champion, Dunebug, also the 2023 Arlington Regional Champion, Baltimore, top 4, Hartford, top 8, and that team might look a bit familiar to some of the trainers watching here today, and that's because he is actually running it back with the San Antonio Regional Championship winning team.
That's really interesting because there's been this huge change to the meta, supposedly, theoretically. that's what we're expecting because Annihilate is going to be this really powerful, really impactful Pokemon, really great typing, really great moves. So we'll have to see if that team's able to remain consistent even in the face of this new meta Pokemon.
And speaking of the new meta, we have our caster predictions. So let's take a look at that here. We have the 4 of us, and we see a bit of a common theme there. From your prediction, my prediction, and for Stephanie's as well, we are all thinking that Annihilate, newly added to this competitive format, is going to be performing quite well.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Eric, Nighttime Clasher, is going to regret not choosing Annihilate and going maybe a little bit against the crowd. We see Altaria on a handful of teams, caster predictions as well. I think Altaria is in a really interesting spot because it's going to do really well into Gligar. It has that Dragon Breath pressure. It, of course, does not want to take an Ice Punch from Annihilate or Medicham or anything else that runs Ice Punch, but I think it's slotted to do quite well. I think we've talked about Altaria versus Skeledirge as well, and Skeledirge is able to win the 2-shield matchup, even though it's typically doing a lot of its damage with that Incinerate fast attack, which is going to be resisted by the Dragon type typing of Altaria.
Skeledirge, I mean, we have talked about it at length. The coverage it has is absolutely unbelievable. One final trend in those caster predictions that I do want to talk about is going to be the water flying types. We saw 2 different picks. We had the Mantine and the Pelipper, and considering that we have, as I would say, kind of the more traditional fighters like Medicham, Poliwrath, it can do well into those, but it also does very well into Annihilate. Pelipper, more offensively focused. Mantine, definitely more bulk oriented, so it can tank hits better, doesn't quite have the damage output, but it'll be interesting to see if we do see those water flying types, and if so, which of those 2 is going to emerge as the dominant water flyer.
So you've heard from us about our predictions. Let's go ahead and hear from you about maybe your prediction this weekend. Go ahead and talk to us on socials at PlayPokemon, #PlayPokemon on X. Follow all the action as well on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, and make sure to follow us on our socials. That's the best way to get all of the action here in Charlotte, or, you know, back in time if you want to go watch the VOD for Portland. All of the action here in these regional events.
And definitely make sure that you are following along with the Twitch channel, with the YouTube channel if you're watching there as well. As you mentioned, we have an amazing broadcast for you guys today. We have an amazing pair of co-casters as well. Joining us, we're going to have DeFi Stephanie and Eric.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and throw it over to them so they can take it away, and we'll see you later.
Thanks, Nick and John. I'm Eric, or Nighttime Clousher. You've seen me on a lot of the regionals, and I'm joined by Stephanie today. We are swinging into the new meta with the introduction of Annihilate yesterday, and we're going to be going into our first match very soon here, so stay tuned. It's going to be a great day of battles here in the Queen City.
I am so looking forward to how Annihilate is going to shake these matches up, and I think we're going to be seeing one pretty soon. But first things first, let's go ahead and take a look at what the format is going to be for these battles here today.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thank you to O'Butters for that explanation of the format of the video. And he does such a great job hyping up Honolulu, Hawaii. Worlds tickets are on the line. But that's not the only thing that people are looking out here for. There are so many prizes that you can win at these regional tournaments. Eric, what do you see here? What are these players vying for today?
Not only are they competing for a cash prize, which can go a long way towards traveling towards Hawaii, but players are also going to be rewarded with booster packs of the latest set. I think we're looking at Paradox Rift, or it's from the Scarlet and Violet set. So a lot of great prizes here, but of course, the most important thing, the first place winner of this tournament is going to be invited automatically to Hawaii, no matter how many points they have.
Yes, and then even if you don't take first place, you can still earn a mountain of championship points at these regional tournaments. And of course, Eric, people are out there for the glory to have their name be remembered. I am so excited to see who is going to put their name down in the history books here today. And we have a battler that is very much interested in that we've seen him here before. We are going to be looking at Lyall Jeffs over on the left-hand side of the screen. You will see him. We've seen him time and time again at tournaments, coming down from Canada, I believe, to play in this regional tournament.
All the way coming down from Toronto, Canada to play in our Charlotte Regional Championships. Lyall Jeffs is no stranger to America, though. He was able to place second at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and in his hometown, Toronto, Canada, did achieve 33rd place. So a very, very strong battler today, actually going with a more tried and true team you're going to see soon, but it's going to look pretty similar to some of the teams you saw from last weekend in Portland.
Let's take a look and see how the Pokemon from last week are going to compare to today. This is the top 12 Pokemon from Charlotte. Earlier, we saw the top 12 from Portland. I see Annihilate there on 1/3 of teams, Eric. People are excited for the Rage Monkey Pokemon.
Yeah, our trainers are going bananas this weekend, and it already has made its way into the top 6 usage. But of course, at number 1 and 2 are going to be some of the best answers to Annihilate. Gligar obviously able to deal super effective damage with not only the wing attacks, but the Aerial Ace, and then the Azumarill able to resist those counters and put up super effective play rough. Also just having significantly stronger bulk than that Rage Monkey Pokemon.
Yes, these are going to be fantastic picks. A lot of these were on our predictions. Let's go ahead and see how these next 2 battlers, how their teams match up against the day 1 usage of Charlotte. We previewed it already. We're going to be heading down to the stage to see Lyall Jeffs versus Pop, who I am very excited to see. And I believe we might see some Annihilate action early on here.
Yeah, Pop at his first regional ever facing off against one of the Titans of North America, Lyall Jeffs III, on the left-hand side of your screen. Lyall Jeffs is running back Abhinav's team from the Portland Regional Championship. Has actually played it in quite a few cups in the Toronto area, able to win a cup, I believe, last weekend. Pop, of course, is using Lurantis, which was one of my picks earlier in that caster prediction.
Lurantis is such a fun Pokemon. It uses Fury Cutter. It has that superpower. It can fight back, kind of like that's a pseudo fighter in a way, being able to leverage that fighting type charged attack. I'm really interested that is Abhinav's team with the Vigoroth that Lyall Jeffs is using. Vigoroth was actually going to be one of my caster predictions. However, when Annihilate entered the meta, it kind of took us by surprise. I was very interested. I just couldn't believe in Vigoroth anymore as a normal type with that Body Slam and Rock Slide coverage. It could do nothing to Annihilate.
Yeah, Lyall with this squad, it's actually only broken by a couple of Pokemon. And one of those Pokemon is Lurantis, able to deal with the Vigoroth, the Whiscash, the Lickitung, and the Azumarill. Charjabug being a pretty solid answer alongside Shadow Gligar. Lyall Jeffs running mostly standard movesets here. Of course, Azumarill, there is that decision between Ice Beam, Play Rough, or Hydro Pump, but it looks to be a very similar team to what we've seen a lot of trainers like Abhinav use at previous regionals.
Yeah, and Lyall Jeffs really likes to use that Charjabug and that Gligar in Go Battle League. I've seen time and time again, those Pokemon tend to show up. Who also showed up today is Pop, bringing the Annihilate, and I want to see that Annihilate pop off today. Counter Shadow Ball and Ice Punch, definitely a great moveset for the Rage Monkey Pokemon. Also bringing that Charjabug, a personal favorite of mine, with that Lurantis you mentioned. Whiscash, though, has been really turning into the mud boy of choice. Swampert who?
Yeah, absolutely. Whiscash, of course, is able to debuff with Scald, which is a very polarizing topic within the community, but it is a very fun move to play as it allows for a lot more dynamic and reactional play from both trainers. Both trainers are now locking into their teams, and let's take a look at our first match. It is a great lead for Pop and Bubbles here with the Skarmory onto the Gligar.
Yes, so that Skarmory, we're gonna see it could do really well against the Gligar, so Lyall Jeffs makes an immediate pivot into the Lickitung. And you might question that, but Lickitung actually has a pretty solid matchup against the Skarmory. The Lick damage tends to do quite a bit, and just getting that Body Slam chip damage, it can really stand on its own. So we see that swap into the Lurantis, Eric.
An immediate swap into the Lurantis after debuffing the defense of the Skarmory. Now the Lurantis is actually going to have to eat up a lot of these charge moves from this Lickitung. Those Body Slams are going to be putting huge pressure on Pop and Bubbles to probably put up a shield, but no, opting to no shield and probably just go for a couple of superpowers here.
And there is the Body Slam connects, takes Lurantis down into the red. Can it get to 2 charge moves? I think it can. Going for the Leaf Blade first. Will Lyall Jeffs use a shield? He does. Can Lurantis get to the superpower in time? It's low on health. No, it just gets to the next Leaf Blade, which is still going to do quite a bit of damage.
I love this call from Pop and Bubbles, just playing safe here and going for the Leaf Blade, not getting too greedy with the superpower, and now this does give Pop and Bubbles the opportunity to not only farm out down this Lickitung, but also have that Whiscash in the back, which is just a beautiful answer to both the Gligar and the Charjabug.
Yeah, Skarmory looks really good here, getting a ton of energy with that Steel Wing buff that we saw this season, really bringing Skarmory back into the meta. But Lickitung definitely doing its job here. What Lyall Jeffs really wanted it to do was to just chip away, make the Skarmory a little weaker.
The shiny Lickitung putting in absolute work as the Licks and Body Slams actually push through the Skarmory to take it into the red health. Now here we go, Skarmory throwing out the Brave Bird at the Charjabug, but there is no more Protect Shields left remaining for Lyall Jeffs. This is going to do huge damage to the Charjabug, and now we're going to see an immediate pivot into the Whiscash to most likely close out this Charjabug here, and Lyall Jeffs only has that Gligar in the back to face off against a Water type.
That is rough. These X-Scissors tend to do okay against a Whiscash. You can get some nice neutral damage, and there is a catch for Lyall Jeffs on to the Shadow Gligar, so catching the ground move, it is very much resisted. So Gligar going to be trying to do some work here, but those Scalds are super effective. And as a Shadow Gligar, Gligar is going to have a really hard time tanking this move. Just a little bit of health left.
Yeah, Lyall Jeffs will be able to get off this dig, which is going to do full damage as there was no Scald debuff applied to that Whiscash. Does Poppin' Bubbles opt to shield this move? Poppin' Bubbles actually no shields this move. What an interesting call here. We'll go straight for the Mud Bomb, denying Lyall Jeffs from getting to an Air Lace to take on this Whiscash. And it's looking here that the Whiscash should be able to finish off the Charge Bug with that one Protect Shield still on the side of Poppin' Bubbles.
Yep, so one Volt Switch takes out the Skarmory. However, Poppin' Bubbles still has a shield on the side of the field, and there is that last Mud Bomb. Lyall Jeffs actually making that quite a bit of a close battle. I think he did just about everything he could to try to wrestle the momentum away from Poppin' Bubbles. But Poppin' Bubbles had just such a strong start that made it really tough for Lyall Jeffs to really take victory there.
Right, Lyall Jeffs tried to claw that game back just like a Gligar would, but unfortunately, the Gligar just wasn't enough against the Whiscash being down 2 Protect Shields, trying to fight back for that switch advantage. As we move into this next game, Lyall Jeffs was ABA weak to that Skarmory. And now, if you're Poppin' Bubbles, do you make that call again, that Lyall Jeffs will play weak to the Skarmory again? Or do you prepare more, assuming Lyall Jeffs will now play strong to the Skarmory, and you go for counters to those counters?
I'm not sure, but I definitely think that Lickitung needs to be showing up. It can do so, it works so well against Poppin' Bubbles team, so I think that Lickitung is going to be a staple. We can see it here on the side of Lyall Jeffs, using the shields, protecting the Lickitung, and here we see that Leaf Blade and moving into the next one with the Skarmory.
Yeah, here we go. The players have readied up. Let's take a look at the leads, though. It is Charge-a-Bug on Charge-a-Bug action to start us off here. This is a very interesting matchup because both Charge-a-Bugs can only go for X-Scissors that are neutral and Volt Switches that are resisted. Being a 4-turn move, Volt Switch makes it very easy for either trainer to make a catch onto one of their Pokemon in the back to catch resisted damage if needed.
Yes, and we still see Poppin' Bubbles brought the Skarmory again, and we will have to see how Lyall Jeffs is going to play against it this time. Poppin' Bubbles going for the next X-Scissor, so the health on these 2 Charge Bugs is going to be the same. Neither trainer opting for a shield quite yet.
Realistically, this is an amazing situation for Poppin' Bubbles, as Charge-a-Bug is very strong against his backline, but Poppin' Bubbles is seeing it on the lead, able to get it so low with these X-Scissors. If you're Lyall Jeffs, do you read that those Pokemon in the back are weak to the Charge-a-Bug? And he does, shielding up the Charge-a-Bug, and now does he look for a pivot to try to save that Charge-a-Bug for later? And he does, into the Lickitung.
Yeah, like you said, on a 4-turn fast move, it is so easy to make a catch as the opposing player. So Lyall Jeffs absorbing the energy, and it looks like Poppin' Bubbles opting to stay in here. Is going to be trying to throw a little bit more energy. Oh, keeps the charge move for later. I think that's a really good call.
I absolutely love the plays that Poppin' Bubbles is making, knowing that those X-Scissors are going to be enough to take down the opposing Charge-a-Bug from Lyall Jeffs in the end game, and now just opting to soak up this energy onto the Skarmory. Of course, the body slams aren't what's threatening from the Lickitung. It's those neutral licks that are doing 2 damage each to the Skarmory over time. Goes for a bit of an undercharge here, and I really like the high-level plays here from Poppin' Bubbles again, knowing you resist those moves and just need to come out with moves to threaten that Charge-a-Bug.
Yeah, so there is the body slam. Like you said, not a huge threat, but these do add up over time. Lyall's just looking to get one more body slam just as the Lickitung is fading away, is able to throw one more charge move. This will put the Skarmory down really into the red, so just a little bit of health left. But here comes the Charge-a-Bug. Lyall's just not wanting to take any chances and throws a resisted X-Scissor which should be just enough to knock the Skarmory out of the sky, and then the Poppin' Bubbles brings in their own weak Charge-a-Bug.
The Charge-a-Bug now onto the Charge-a-Bug. Lyall Jeffs opts to shield potentially reading that Lurantis in the back. Lurantis coming right in to fight this Charger Bug. Will most likely need to shield up this super effective X-Scissor, but as soon as this Charger Bug is down, the Lurantis will run free in the back with only an Azumarill to deal with.
Yes, but there are no shields remaining, and that Azumarill is running Ice Beam, so a super effective move. Can Lyall's Jeff weasel out of this? The Charge Bug does not stay around, so Azumarill is there, and that Lickitung could potentially serve as kind of another shield, a sacrificial swap. That Lurantis has one Leaf Blade, almost two. How much is this Ice Beam going to do? It is non-same type attack bonus. It is not stab, so let's see what this Ice Beam connects. It gets the Lurantis so low. The Lurantis has a Leaf Blade, almost one more. The Lickitung is low on health. Can Lyall Jeffs take this away, or will Poppin' Bubbles walk away with the victory here?
Decision time for Lyall Jeffs. Is he able to be? He does. He waits the turn and catches perfectly onto the Lickitung, taking this game away from Poppin' Bubbles most likely, as now the Charger Bug, or the Azumarill should be able to farm down this Lurantis. The Charger Bug in the back. Is it enough to deal with this Azumarill? It just needs to make it to a move, but Lyall Jeffs pulling out the only win condition that he saw available, making the perfect wait a turn and catch onto the Azumarill. You can see him just breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that was so close. I was on the edge of my seat. But Lyall Jeffs evens up the series 1-1. I definitely agree that waiting that microsecond of a moment and being able to catch the move and use that Lickitung kind of as another shield, make the catch, let the Lickitung go down, that was the key moment that brought Lyall Jeffs that victory.
Absolutely, what a wonderful play. And we saw there, Lyall Jeffs' heart is written on his sleeve. We can see him breathing heavily after this match. And on the other hand, Poppin' Bubbles not looking too affected by the results of that match. Calm and collected, which is very impressive considering this is his first regional ever.
Yeah, so I think we're probably going to see. So here is that Leaf Blade, brings the Azumarill really, really low, and then just waiting that quick moment for the catch. That was beautiful, beautiful gameplay from Lyall Jeffs. But Poppin' Bubbles is not out yet. We still have a decisive game 3 to play.
Yeah, let's take a look at, we'll be taking a look at what the trainers eventually ready up into. But if I were to predict, I think that the Skarmory has been looking really strong from Poppin' Bubbles throughout these matches. And on the other hand, Lyall Jeffs, the only real response I would say is that Charger Bug. Of course, the Lickitung is able to neutrally play through that matchup for the most part, but we'll have to see if Lyall Jeffs is able to make the correct alignment here for the game 3.
Yeah, I'm disappointed to not see the Annihilate yet, but let's see what we have here. We have on the left, Lyall Jeffs bringing that Lickitung to every single game, and here's that Purified Whiscash on the right.
Yeah, Purified Whiscash needs to get off as many skulls as possible to put this Lickitung into basically an attack range where a Power Whip can potentially not be as threatening as it would have been before. Skull number 1 coming down from Poppin' Bubbles. Lyall Jeffs will continue to build up to this Power Whip, and eventually no debuff, and this is going to be great news for Lyall Jeffs as this Power Up does threaten to one-hit KO the Whiscash.
Yes, Power Whip is going to do quite a bit of damage, but Poppin' Bubbles shields it, opting to keep the Whiscash around. So Lickitung has to try to get another Power Whip, but these skulls do quite a bit of damage. Does Lyall Jeffs want to fight here? No. Lets the skull go. Lickitung can tank it, but can he get to the Power Whip? Oh, tries to make a catch here on the Lurantis, so Lyall Jeffs is able to exit with a move and brings in that Gligar, which is a great counter to the Lurantis.
While Gligar is able to do super effective damage to the Lurantis, being a ground and flying type Pokemon, Poppin' Bubbles is actually able to apply quite a bit of pressure with those Leaf Blades and with those Leafages. So now, Poppin' Bubbles has a decision to make. Do you shield this Lurantis? You do, and try to make it to another Leaf Blade, potentially get a couple of those shields off of Lyall Jeffs in the mid game here.
All right, let's see. We see the Leaf Blade shielded. It would be resisted, but would still do quite a bit of damage to the Gligar, enough to knock it out. So we see the Gligar getting a couple of extra wing attacks before firing the charged attack to knock out the Lurantis.
And now Poppin' Bubbles can opt to bring in the Skarmory here to farm down this Gligar for some extra energy in that next matchup. But of course, Whiscash wouldn't be able to mud shot down this Skarmory very effectively. Lyall Jeffs now has the alignment that he desires got that Charger Bug in the back to face off against Poppin' Bubbles as Skarmory. This is going to be quite decisive to finish this game off if Poppin' Bubbles can land a Brave Bird at some point.
And there is the Power Whip with no shields left behind. That is going to connect against the Whiscash, and goodbye. It is just the Skarmory left on the side of Poppin' Bubbles, and now it's like a reverse of that first match. Now Lyall Jeffs is the one with a healthy Pokemon and a shield who can take... I do not see a way this is Lyall Jeffs' game to lose. This looks really good for him right now.
Yeah, as long as Lyall Jeffs can make it to a discharge, he should be securing this game. Of course, Brave Bird could come down from the Skarmory, but it wouldn't be enough to knock out that Charger Bug anyway. Lyall Jeffs with a relatively convincing Game 3 after the first two seemed very close and almost in the favor of Poppin' Bubbles.
Yes, congratulations to Lyall Jeffs for taking winners round 2 of Group D. Of course, that is not the end of the road for Poppin' Bubbles because this is a double elimination style tournament. So Poppin' Bubbles will go down to the loser's side of the bracket. There was no Annihilate in that matchup, Eric.
It would be very difficult to bring an Annihilate into a Gligar, a Charger Bug, and a Lickitung. Unfortunately, Poppin' Bubbles not wanting to take the risk, and will hopefully get a little bit more use out of that Rage Fist Monkey in the lower bracket, where he tries to climb his way back up to the top of this tournament.
You know, I haven't seen enough of that battle yet. Let's go ahead and take a look at the match highlights. I want to see some of those games again, especially taking a look at this Game 1. Poppin' Bubbles had such a strong victory here. That was a great catch from Lyall Jeffs, but Poppin' Bubbles did end up winning that first match.
Yeah, a great first match from Poppin' Bubbles, of course, was able to get all the alignment that he needed. The second one, it felt like he had it in his hands through the mid game, through the end game, and even the lead. But unfortunately, due to a wonderful catch from Lyall Jeffs, was not able to bring it home. I can't wait to see more from these trainers, as for a first couple of rounds match, this was very, very high level, and I'm very excited again for Poppin' Bubbles to make the way out of the bracket and show us more of the Rage Fist Monkey and the Lorantis.
Yes, these are definitely fantastic battles. We see that Charger Bug mirror swapping in to the Lorantis. And here we are going to see the Lorantis knock out the Charger Bug. This game came down so close, that second game, because here we see the Leaf Blade. This was the moment, waiting a turn, catching on the Lickitung, and that was Lyall Jeffs' key to victory here in Charlotte for this winners round 2.
Yeah, and in our next matches, I feel like Charger Bug still has such a solid place in the meta because, of course, you have basically play into every single Pokemon inside of the central meta, as we saw earlier from Nick and Henry. And of course, Charger Bug, the main problem is Gligar, which is why we see Gligar at the absolute top of the meta there. We see why Gligar is so strong in this last game, able to go through the Lorantis and even do a lot of damage to a Whiscash, which typically you would think would do a great job against Gligar, having those super effective water type charge moves.
And here we're going to see the Boom knocking out the Whiscash, and Lyall Jeffs here definitely had the win. The Charger Bug was ready to go, doing so much damage to the Skarmory, just took out one charge move, and we kind of see Lyall Jeffs have that moment of victory here.
Yeah, a great win again. Just showing trainers how important it is to stay disciplined, stay patient, and be able to make those game-defining calls like catching charge moves, as we saw just there.
I know, those were incredible battles. I really loved seeing Lyall Jeffs bring that Charger Bug. It used to be not a very popular Pokemon, but ever since it had its community day, it got Volt Switch, X-Scissor got a little better. It has really shown just how powerful it is. I'm all on the Charger Bug bus.
Yeah, compared to most Pokemon in the meta, Charger Bug is one of the quickest to reach its charge moves. Of course, being able to reach that first X-Scissor in 3 Volt Switches, and the second one and only 2, this incredible pacing is allowing it to dominate throughout most of its matchups neutrally because it can apply so much charge move pressure and charge moves that honestly do a pretty solid amount of damage.
They really do. It's not really expected. I don't think people see this little green bug and are expecting to be so afraid of it. And there's actually going to be another little green bug. We're going to see some more Charger Bug action, hopefully on the field in our next round of battles that our opponents are setting up, that our next 2 challengers are setting up right now. But we are starting this so strong, Eric. That was such a phenomenal way to start off here in Charlotte. What phenomenal matches.
and knowing that it can only get better from here is very, very exciting. But of course, I hope to look a bit more at the effect of the new Annihilate on the meta. Of course, being able to have it into matches with like Charger Bug and Gligar on the same team are obviously not favorable, but I'm more curious to see how it plays through neutral matchups. Let's say like Lickitung, for example, which is pretty neutral. Skarmory as well, pretty favored for, could be favored for either side really. And seeing how Annihilate can just use those Ice Punches or Night Slashes to bait through and land those hard-hitting chargers like Close Combat or Shadow Ball.
Yes, we can take a look. We can see our next two battlers getting set up and ready to go. We have Bubble Mouse on the left, and she will be facing the Matt for Real on the right. And we can see their teams down on the bottom of the screen. So we have another shot at Annihilate. Will Annihilate fare any better here into the Matt for Real's team? There's no Charge Bug, but there is that Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, Shadow Gligar is going to be a wonderful Pokemon from Matt for Real to deal with Bubble Mouse's Charger Bug. Most likely will be very solid against the Registeel as well, the Annihilate. And again, Gligar basically has no real responses to it outside of, I would say, Skarmory and just Ice types. Because usually you would think Flying types and be like, okay, Electric is going to do really strong against this, or Rock type. But Gligar with the ground part typing alongside the Flying typing is going to allow us to not only resist the Rock type fast attacks or charge attacks, but also double resist the electric attacks, which become single resist after the flying typing.
All right, let's dive deeper into Bubble Mouse's team. She's got the Annihilate running that counter Ice Punch Shadow Ball moveset. Definitely the good one there for Bubble Mouse. I'm really excited to see it. Also bring the Altaria and Registeel. Both trainers actually bringing the Registeel. We haven't been seeing as much of it. I'm interested to see how that Registeel is going to play.
Registeel, it feels like it's fallen out of favor slightly because of the prevalence of Pokemon like Gligar. We would see Charge Bug, which of course resists all the charge moves from Registeel, and the newest Mon, Annihilate, just annihilates Registeel, is able to put so much pressure with the counters, and of course being able to survive the Zap Cannon. Double resist to Focus Blast just makes it such a favorable matchup, but Registeel paired alongside Altaria to deal with those flyers like Gligar and deal with the fighters is a wonderful bulky core that I hope to see Bubble Mouse really push to its furthest potential in this match.
I would agree. We should probably take a little bit more of a look at the Matt for Real's team. How is the Matt for Real going to be able to counter that Annihilate, bringing the Azumarill, the Registeel, the Shadow Gligar, Medicham, Lickitung, and Cresselia? I really like Cresselia as a Pokemon. We haven't seen, I believe it was Dunebug who did really, really well with Cresselia, but he used Moonblast on his. And we've been seeing a lot of trainers use that Future Sight instead, because we haven't really seen a lot of Pokemon that you're trying to use that Moonblast on. It doesn't really have as many targets, Eric.
Yeah, previously Cresselia was used with Moonblast to provide counterplay against dark types that Cresselia typically feared, say Sableye, Mandibuzz, or Umbreon, but those Pokemon have fallen more out of favor in the current meta due to just dark typing not being that useful, as ghost typing is not used as much. So of course, Cresselia with the Future Sight is able to put huge pressure on Pokemon like Gligar, for example, where it can threaten to one-hit KO that Shadow Gligar, of course, alongside the Psycho Cut damage. We're going to be looking at this first match in a couple of seconds now as our trainers lock in their final picks. We're going to be going into a game one here with Lickitung leading off against Registeel.
Yeah, this is not where Lickitung wants to be, Eric. Lickitung is probably going to be making a swift exit, and are we going to see the Annihilate? No, Bubble Mouse actually opting to stay in. The lick damage is going to be doing a bit more than those lock-ons are going to be doing, and I think just gonna maybe try to force the alignment she's looking for later, or maybe doing some chip damage. What do you think the benefit for staying in with Lickitung is here?
Yeah, I mean, Bubble Mouse has presented a team which is ABA weak to Lickitung, meaning it is not only weak to Registeel, which means that Bubble Mouse is weak to Registeel in the front and the back line, because swapping in the best response to Registeel, Annihilate, would mean that the Registeel runs free against your back line. So has to stay in here and hopefully counter down the Lickitung with that Annihilate in the mid game.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot for Bubble Mouse, just having to kind of get some damage on the Registeel. And Lickitung's, you know, it got some of it. It did. It's trying its best. It's doing its very best out there on the battlefield. But Lickitung going down, and then we're gonna see it. There is the Rage Monkey Pokemon, a shiny one at that. And then we're gonna see the Altaria come in to counter the Gligar.
I really like this swap from the Matt for real, because knowing that he has two responses to the Annihilape in the back, being Gligar and Azumarill, just swapping the Gligar and now saving the Registeel for this Altaria. The Azumarill will now fight the Annihilape in the back end of this game. Really nice alignment plays here.
Yeah, so this is going to be really tough for Bubble Mouse to wrestle away victory here. She is going to have to use a lot of shields. I think maybe putting it all on the back of the Annihilape and hoping Annihilape can take out the Registeel and whatever that third Pokemon is in the back. The Matt for Real has not revealed the Azumarill yet.
Yeah, Azumarill just so strong against this lineup now that the Lickitung is out of the way. Registeel going for an extremely aggressive lock-on down, but not before Bubble Mouse makes it to a critical Moonblast here. Will it be able to take out the Registeel? I don't believe so. So Matt for Real should be able to exit this with a Zap Cannon loaded, but opts to just throw the Focus Blast here, thinking that maybe the lock-ons had already taken down the Altaria.
Perhaps. So that all that energy really just kind of going to waste there on the Altaria. But here is the Azumarill. I think Bubble Mouse was hoping to see something else in the back, maybe the Cresselia that the Annihilape could hit with that super effective Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball is still going to do a lot. I'm excited to see Annihilape takes it all the way down to half health, but I just think that this Azumarill is just going to outplay it here. I'm also very interested in the Matt for Real's Azumarill moveset using the Ice Beam and the Hydro Pump.
This is actually looking to be closer than I think we expected due to not shielding that first Shadow Ball from the Azumarill. The Matt for Real is now going to have to shield up resisted Ice Punches onto the Azumarill, which doesn't feel too ideal, but should be able to just continue Ice Beaming and eventually take down this Annihilape.
All right, we will have to see how this pans out. Bubble Mouse throwing that Ice Punch again. The Matt for Real again. That feels so bad to shield a resisted move here, but the Azumarill just needs to get rid of Bubble Mouse's final shield. And there it is. So as long as the Matt for Real can get to another charge move before the Annihilape can knock it out, let's see how this plays out. And it does. Azumarill gets to that final Ice Beam. I do think Bubble Mouse definitely played to her win conditions there. She saw that it was a really rough lead matchup with that Lickitung on the Registeel, and I think she played that really the only way you could have.
I think she played that matchup, again, to the fullest extent. Of course, Annihilape there was trying its best against the Azumarill, landed a Shadow Ball, and then was actually able to get both shields down with the Ice Punches, but just unfortunately not able to reach a second Shadow Ball to deal with the remaining Azumarill from the Matt for Real. And again, this showed how important it is to be able to make those correct line reads at the start. The Registeel onto the Lickitung was just beautiful alignment from the Matt for Real, and we'll see if he can continue to make these calls on Bubble Mouse's lines throughout this game. But of course, Bubble Mouse, huge props really for making that as close as it was.
Yeah, I really thought when the Matt for Real threw that Focus Blast that maybe there would be some kind of win condition here for Bubble Mouse. And again, cannot emphasize enough how strong and smart that gameplay was on her side, making it a very close game despite such a difficult start.
And that's what it's all about. Pokemon Go is a game where it is very dynamic, relies on split-second intuition and decisions, basically. And the Matt for Real was able to clinch that game there, despite making maybe a silly mistake there, throwing the Focus Blast on the 1 HP Altaria, clinch it at the end with those Ice Beams.
All right, why do you think the Matt for Real went with Ice Beam, Hydro Pump on the Azumarill? A lot of times we see that Ice Beam play rough from Azumarill in the official championship tournaments.
Yeah, that's a great point. Here I think that it looks a little bit weak to Skarmory, so maybe you want the Hydro Pump for that coverage. But of course, the Matt for Real has the Azumarill in the back here, but has the Gligar to deal with the Registeel in the lead. A great lead matchup due to being able to put out super effective digs onto that big, bulky Steel type.
Yes, Gligar loves this matchup because it resists the Focus Blast, it resists the Zap Cannon. So Gligar really is happy to see see the mint green Registeel here in the lead. Gonna use a Zap Cannon. It will be resisted, but it still does a fair amount of damage, especially due to this being a Shadow Gligar. Gets the attack drop right away, but we're gonna see another dig come through. Gligar vastly outpacing the Registeel here to its charge moves.
Such a hard-hitting move, Dig is. Let's take a look at how much it does to this Registeel, despite being one stage debuff. Now Bubble Mouse will reach into another Zap Cannon and can now begin to pressure the shield off of the mat for real, because this is going to be doing enough to basically take out the Gligar here or leave it into lock-on down range. Both trainers still staying in, but now goes for a catch onto the Whiscash. Does the mat for real opt to switch into the Azumarill and just play this matchup out neutrally and outbulk the Whiscash?
Yeah, Azumarill especially. Azumarill used to be really bulky. Back in the day, Eric, Azumarill was a very bulky Pokemon, and once we hit level 50, Azumarill became even more bulky of a Pokemon, so it certainly can outbulk just about anything here in the meta, but Bubble Mouse's Whiscash is certainly going to be trying to chip away at it, throwing lots and lots of Mud Bombs. It's also really important for Bubble Mouse to be throwing on really good timing here against the bubbles. Generally with a Whiscash, you're running a 2-turn charge move of 2-turn fast move into Bubble, which is Azumarill's 3-turn fast move, so you want to throw after either 1 Mud Shot or after 4.
We see her doing exactly just that, putting out the next Mud Bomb onto this Azumarill, and while this long neutral matchup plays out, it leads us to consider, where is the map for real's Registeel going to go in the back, because now it only has basically the Annihilate to deal with, or a low health Registeel, which will outpace it to a Focus Blast. This becomes very awkward despite the initially good alignment that the map for real did have.
Oh, and a catch! Using the Shadow, or the shiny Registeel to catch the Ice Beam from the Azumarill. Fantastic play from Bubble Mouse, and we see perhaps maybe an attempt at a catch. However, the Registeel here is going to be able to throw a Focus Blast with just about 1 or 2 HP remaining. The map for real is forced to use a shield here. Not exactly what he had in mind with that play.
Yeah, now this Registeel having expend the shield leaves the Gligar in a precarious situation, as the Gligar won't have any way to deal with the super effective Ice Punch that the Annihilate will eventually have, because of course it can counter through this Registeel.
Yeah, Whiscash opting for the Mud Bomb, gets there a little faster than the shield and is going to be doing that, the Scald, and then doing a bit of super effective damage to a Registeel. That Annihilate is looking really good, especially since it has a shield yet to hide behind. Bubble Mouse letting the Whiscash go, and here we go. We're gonna see it, Annihilate popping off.
Yeah, Annihilate against the world. All 3 of the map for real's Pokemon still on the battlefield, but can this Annihilate deny the charge move from the Registeel? It cannot. This Zap Cannon does huge damage to Annihilate, but I think Bubble Mouse needs to make the call that this is going to do more damage than the super effective Air Lace from the Gligar later on in the game.
Ooh, and an Azumarill also gets a charge move off. Can Annihilate withstand? There's the Azumarill with the Ice Beam, takes it down close to half health. The Annihilate's got a ton of energy. The map for real's got to make a decision. What Pokemon is going to come in? Are we going to see a bit of a peekaboo play? Waiting out that switch clock, getting as much time as he can. And Annihilate going for the fast move down, knowing Registeel's not quite at a move. And then Annihilate gets to throw the charge move first. Here we have it, the very first official tournament circuit win for Annihilate. Congratulations to Bubble Mouse for evening up the series 1-1.
Yeah, honestly, at the end there, Bubble Mouse made a wonderful call to be very patient, not throw the energy onto the Registeel. The map for real, because he did have the Aerial Ace loaded, would basically force Bubble Mouse to try to throw that move immediately to try to get the charge attack priority and not take super effective Aerial Ace damage. So being patient there and anticipating the opponent is going to allow Bubble Mouse to take it to a game number 3 up against the map for real.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at more. Let's take a look at some of that match again. Really love this catch from Bubble Mouse on to the Registeel, allowing her to throw this Focus Blast. The map for real thought he was in a better situation than that. Bubble Mouse really turning the tables here.
Absolutely, and in this third match, I think we would expect the Mad for Real to maybe not bring the Registeel, considering it just was so out of place there. Was unable to deal with the Annihilate, unable to deal with the Whiscash, and unable to deal with the opposing Registeel with an energy advantage. So if you're the Mad for Real, do you just say, well, I'll just bring the Registeel again, because that seems unexpected. Bubble Mouse would maybe go a little softer to the Registeel now, despite that first and second game. And on Bubble Mouse's side, that leaves another decision to be made as well. So a huge mind game here going into game number 3.
Yeah, so we will have to see what are these trainers going to bring to the table. Matt has relied on the same line of 3 both times. The first game led the Registeel, the second game led the Shadow Gligar, but still using those same 3 Pokemon, with the Azumarill being the third. Bubble Mouse has really shown all of her Pokemon. Only the Charjabug has stayed on the bench so far, but really getting to utilize more of her team.
Yeah, and I think if we can see the Annihilate come out again, it would be pretty likely, because there is that Registeel and the Lickitung as huge targets for that Annihilate to latch onto. First match, we are going to absolutely see that matchup, as the Annihilate is now aligned with the Mad for Real's Registeel.
And let's kick it off. We are going to get to see the resisted lock-ons just not doing very much to that Annihilate at all. Annihilate using those super effective counters. Registeel almost down to half health before the Annihilate even throws its first charge move. There's the Shadow Ball. Registeel is only going to get to throw 1 charge move in this matchup, and it is going to be a Zap Cannon. Let's go ahead and see how much damage is this going to do to Annihilate. Takes it down very low, and then we see a swap out actually into the Azumarill, and now we have Lickitung versus Azumarill. So that Registeel is low health and has low energy. So I'm not sure how Matt for Real may be hoping to use that as like a sacrificial swap later on.
Not only could it be a great sacrificial swap, it could be a great way to get off another move against an Altaria or a Registeel, where those fast moves don't put a lot of pressure on this still low health Registeel, or will allow it to get to another charge move. As we play through this matchup here, it is nice to note that Lickitung can put super effective power ups onto the Azumarill, but the Azumarill is just so bulky, takes it like a champ, and after landing a Hydro Pump, it becomes quite comfortable just to Ice Beam down this Lickitung.
And there is the Body Slam connecting, and then we are going to see the Ice Beam come through. Bubble Mouse says, Lickitung, you have done your job. You've drawn out the Azumarill. The Azumarill is low on health. I'm going to use one of my other Pokemon, but Lickitung actually tanks it, and we see a little, we call that a snipe from the Shadow Gligar to knock it out.
And now things are looking precarious for Bubble Mouse. No Ice Punch on the Annihilate. Maybe came in thinking there was an Ice Punch loaded, but now the Registeel has to face off against a Gligar with almost 2 digs loaded. Has to shield up the first move, hoping to get a debuff before the Mad for Real is able to land a dig at all.
And the Registeel is getting to its next charge move, going for that Zap Cannon. Not nearly enough to knock out the Shadow Gligar, but hoping to get that debuff. The Mad for Real lets it come through. Will there be an attack drop? There is. Registeel very good at gets that. I believe it's 2 out of 3 times it will land that attack drop.
Yeah, of course, shielding up another dig because you want to shield it up before you debuff, of course. Can the Registeel try to just lock on down this Gligar from here? Needing to make 3 Zap Cannons is a very tall task to ask from a Registeel, so may have to resort to other win conditions here. The Mad for Real, though, is looking to be in the driver's seat of this game as those 2 shields. Oh, and just a beautiful catch. The Mad for Real probably didn't need that catch, but it is a very fancy play to most likely end off this game.
Yeah, the Mad for Real using the same 3 Pokemon, even now here in the 3rd game, just knowing and putting trust into this line of 3, knowing that it was going to work. Bubble Mouse tries to make a catch, trying to salvage it, but there is the Gligar. Bubble Mouse has used all of her shield, and this victory is going to go to the Mad for Real.
Yeah, and despite a very solid lead from Bubble Mouse, the Mad for Real being able to use this strategy to keep his Gligar safe in the back was ultimately an extremely strong win condition here. And I like a lot of these switch decisions that come in from both these trainers throughout this match. Congratulations again to the Mad for Real.
Yes, I am really excited to rewatch a little bit of that mid-game from Game 3. Like you said, lots of little switch, lots of playing around, being very mobile with their team. I also in the loser side of the bracket. It is double elimination, so she can still continue her tournament journey.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at some of the replays from this game. We saw the Registeel throwing the Focus Blast here when we thought this was actually potentially a win con for Bubble Mouse, but as we see this matchup play out, the Azumarill with that extraordinary bulk is proving why it's one of the top pick Pokemon inside of this tournament here. Big Shadow Ball damage from Annihilate, and I don't think this is going to be the last that we see from the Rage Monkey. Is it, DeFi?
No, I was on 1/3 of teams today, so I think we're going to see plenty of the Rage Monkey throughout the tournament here today. We see that catch, and here it is again from the second game. A little bit of that Registeel play, and the Registeel using a Focus Blast to knock out the Whiscash, and then Annihilate and a Shield. I really enjoyed this middle game because it was kind of Annihilate versus the world, having to take out all 3 Pokemon in the end, having to face the Azumarill, the Registeel, and the Gligar. I think Bubble Mouse really leveraged her Annihilate beautifully here.
Yeah, inside of the meta, there is not one single Pokemon that is able to resist the counter, the Ice Punch, and the Shadow Ball from the Annihilate. So essentially, Annihilate up energy is threatening against any Pokemon, no matter what the circumstance is. And we saw Bubble Mouse just piloting to it a perfection in these replays, trying to get as much Shadow Ball value out of the Pokemon as, of course, with that stab, same type attack bonus, and Ice Punch for that general coverage against Flyers as well. I'm very excited to see where it goes from here, because we have a very solid chance of Annihilate winning this entire tournament, as 33% of the trainers again have brought it in their teams.
All right, so very congratulations to the Mat for real. I want to talk more about Annihilate. We got to see it in the first 2 games here in Charlotte in the official tournament series, the first 2 games that it's ever been featured in. We didn't really get to see it in the first game, but it was on a team, but we got to see Bubble Mouse leverage it in the middle in the games here today. How do you think Annihilate is going to be affecting the meta?
Annihilate, of course, because it has great play into the counters. We would see that Gligar is one of the top responses to Annihilate, but the fact that Ice Punch threatens to one-hit KO a Shadow Gligar makes you think twice about bringing a Gligar into an Annihilate with energy. Of course, it looks like a good matchup on paper, but if you're down shields or you're down energy, it can easily be flipped by the Annihilate, and that's what makes it so scary right now.
It is certainly terrifying, and if you want to get your own Annihilate, make sure that you are out catching those Mankeys. We have an event in Pokemon Go that is coming up, the Raging Battles event. How do you get an Annihilate if I want one? If I have a Mankey that I know can evolve low enough to still be in the Great League, or I actually have a Hundo that I'm going to be using and building for the Master League. It's my buddy right now, but what do I need to do?
Yeah, so an Annihilate at rank 1 is level 17. A 100% or 100% Mankey at level 17 is roughly 560 or 580 combat power. So any Mankey under that combat power will be eligible to evolve to an Annihilate, essentially. So you simply evolve that Mankey to a Primate, put it as your buddy, and then defeat 30 Psychic or Ghost type Pokemon while you have it as your buddy, and voila, you will have your Annihilate ready for the Great League.
All right, we are going to go cut over to John, who is going to be interviewing the Mat for real, who could maybe let us know, how did it feel to go up against the Annihilate for the first time in the official championship series? John, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I'm here with the Mat for real, fresh off a 2-1 victory. Kind of the theme of the day so far definitely has been the choice of counter user. We, of course, saw Annihilate from your opponent in that match, but you opted for a more traditional choice of Medicham. So talk me through the process there of deciding on Medicham as opposed to some of those other counter user options.
I mean, I saw Vigoroth did really well in Portland, so I definitely considered it. Poliwrath, I mean, I love in the right matchup, but just the time it takes to get to its moves makes it a little less desirable for me, and some of its matchups are just not great. I went with Medi because I figured there'd be a ton of Poly and Vigoroth, and Medi wins those matchups, as well as it does well against like Cash. It can beat Shadow Gligar in the one shields, which is cool. So I thought a lot of people would just be sleeping on Medicham and thought I'd bring it.
That's very fair. And speaking of Shadow Gligar, it definitely felt like it was a bit of your ace in this series, specifically in that game 3, opting to give up switch advantage and go for an aggressive switch into the Shadow Gligar, being able to snipe the last little bit of health off of that Lickitung, and then setting your Gligar up for success in the end game. So talk me through that thought process there.
I knew Annihilate was like one wing attack away. I didn't think it had a move, and I didn't know what was in the back yet. So I figured Energy Lead would be my win con if I needed it. It ended up being Reggie, so that's great for Gligar. I did not need the Energy Lead, but it doesn't hurt to have.
Very fair. And one final question here is, you did bring Azumarill, which is a very good check to a lot of those fighters, and we saw it do pretty well into that Annihilate, although Annihilate made it surprisingly close there in the 2-shield. But talk me through the moveset choice there. Is obviously 3 pretty good charge attacks. Ice Beam, Play Rough, Hydro Pump, opting to go for the non-same type attack bonus, Ice Beam, and then the Hydro Pump moveset.
So I knew everybody would have Steel. Play Rough is great in GBL, but I feel like in this meta, or at least here at Regionals, everybody only has one fighter. There's only so much you can Play Rough, and a lot of things you Play Rough, you can just Ice Beam anyway. So I figured Hydro Cannon would give me at least some leverage against the Steels in the meta.
Nice. And I mean, as we saw, especially with the increased bubble damage that we get this season, the bubbles were able to add up quite a bit on the Annihilate. So again, big congrats to the Matt for real on the 2-1 victory here. And I hope the rest of your day goes well, and we'll see you back up here soon, okay?
Thank you.
All right, and thank you so much for joining me, and we'll send it back to the casters here of Eric and Stephanie.
Thank you, John, for that interview. I love that we have been interviewing players now after the battles. That I love getting to know these players and starting to build up their stories and getting to know a little bit behind their thought processes.
Yeah, and if you're some of the potential opponents that the Map for Real might have to go through in the future rounds, does that give you a little bit of information now on how to better play against his playstyle now that he has maybe given a little bit of the sauce out to all of our viewers out here?
And we are going to be having a trainer here. You're going to be on the left-hand side of the screen that you're going to, I hope everybody here is going to know, and that is going to be Abhinav. Tell me a little bit about Abhinav's accomplishments, Eric.
In the early days, one of the strongest Indian grassroots tournament battlers, and coming to America here, has played a couple of regionals at San Antonio, has just finished off one of the best runs we've ever seen at Portland, being able to take it all against Caleb Peng in the grand finals with his tried and true team, with that Vigoroth and Whiscash core that we've seen so many trainers actually try to bring today to replicate the success that he's had at the previous regional.
Yes, and I am excited to dig into Abhinav's team because it is different this time. I believe it is a little bit different this time. So we are going to have to see how Abhinav is going to be leveraging a slightly different team.
Yeah, it looks like Skarmory has come in to replace the Vigoroth, which to me makes quite a bit of sense, as Vigoroth was previously not great against Annihilate, and now we have Skarmory, which is still not that great against Skarmory, but no, it's not that great against Annihilate, but has more neutral play and is able to hit for super effective with those Sky attacks and the Brave Birds. So just making the team slightly adjusted for this new meta.
Yeah, let's go ahead and dig a little bit more into Abhinav's team down on the stage. We are going to be taking a look at Abhinav, who is running today that Shadow Gligar, Azumarill, Whiscash, that Skarmory that we brought up, a little bit of an adjustment from Portland, and then Lickitung and Charjabug. Really excited to see how this Skarmory is going to play, especially against K-Sean's team. And again, I'm loving all this Charjabug action. People have been bringing it to, we've been seeing so many here just in these first couple of battles here in Charlotte today. But another Pokemon that I'm going to be very excited to see is actually on the other side of the screen, and that is Frostlass. Eric, you and I were talking a little bit about Frostlass and how it just looks so good on paper, but I don't know, Skarmory looks real good too.
While Frostlass is great on paper, it is also made of paper, as it cannot really take a hit. But of course, Frostlass is one of the best answers to Annihilate, because of course, you resist the counters, you resist the Ice Punch, and you pace the Shadow Ball just one turn before Annihilate is able to reach their own Shadow Ball. So Frostlass essentially can win all shield scenarios against opposing Annihilates, and is going to show why it is such a great Pokemon here.
I hope so. And then we see the Poliwrath from Kayshawn as well. Poliwrath was the sauce. It was the counter user of choice, and now the spotlight has been stolen by Annihilate. No Annihilate in this matchup. Instead, we have no counter users on the side of Abhinav, and then the Poliwrath from Kayshawn.
Yeah, and I think Poliwrath not being the central fighter is pretty healthy for the meta. Of course, we don't really want to go back to a time where meta champ is used on 90% of teams, so Poliwrath being able to share the spot is great, as both these players are fighters that, like Poliwrath, have hit top 250 on the GBL leaderboard respectively. I believe Kayshawn did this in Season 15, and Abhinav more likely in the most recent season.
I am looking forward to seeing how these two titans of the Go Battle League are going to fare here on the stage. Let's go down and take a look. We have a Skarmory into Abhinav's Shadow Gligar.
The last thing Gligar wants to see, can Abhinav dig his feet into this matchup? No, will have to go straight into the Whiscash, as those Scalds will be trying to debuff the Skarmory before the Skarmory can get off the charge move of its own.
Yeah, Kayshawn deciding to stay in with the Skarmory, maybe taking a Scald, seeing if it's going to debuff. Ooh, it is, but still going to maybe throw a Brave Bird before dipping out. Having also a little bit of energy for when the Skarmory comes back in later. Abhinav choosing to shield, knowing that it's likely the Brave Bird and not the Sky Attack. And there she is with her wailing cry coming onto the stage. That is Frostlass. I love using her as a safe swap. People have heard me talk about it time and time again. But you bring Frostlass in, give her a couple of Powder Snow energy advantage, and she can do such great work.
Absolutely, even into the worst of matchups, even against a Skarmory potentially, which we do see Abhinav have in the back, being able to put up such charge move pressure with not only the Avalanche, but the Shadow Ball is just way too strong, as Abhinav will elect to no-shield this and must bring in a Pokemon from the backline to soak up this energy from the Frostlass.
And that Pokemon to soak up energy has to be Skarmory. Skarmory is going to be taking a lot of neutral damage here from this Shadow Ball. Frostlass having such a high attack stat in the game. It's just such an attack-weighted Pokemon, but the Steel Wings from Skarmory will eventually take it out. Both trainers still have one shield in play. It is going to be very crucial how these trainers decide to use it. Kayshawn waiting out the timer and then bringing in the Gligar. These Steel Wings doing quite a bit of damage. The Skarmory has a Brave Bird. Is Kayshawn going to use that last shield here? Does he want to preserve the energy that's on this Gligar? Yes.
What a great shield call from Kayshawn to shield that Brave Bird, and now Gligar on Gligar. Abhinav has to respect these Aerial Aces as they do so much damage to this Shadow Gligar, and a second Aerial Ace plus these wing attacks will threaten to knockout. Does Kayshawn go for a charge attack priority? He does not. Switch it into the Skarmory to eat up these moves, which will now be resisted. Abhinav throwing off the dig, which seems like a strange play because it's a flying type, but actually it is only single resisted due to the steel typing from that Skarmory.
Yeah, it is. When you have two choices between resisted moves, you gotta go for the dig there. Kayshawn going to be throwing a move into the Gligar. It is that Sky Attack, knocks the Gligar out. However, we still have a Skarmory on the side of Abhinav. The difference is Abhinav's is a little bit healthier, maybe by just one Steel Wing, and has a shield. So Abhinav is going to be able to throw the Sky Attack into the Skarmory and knock it out and maybe take game one. Will it be able to, it needs to get to the Brave Bird first though, right?
Yeah, I think Kayshawn should have this. He is at the back-to-back Aerial Ace. First Aerial Ace, grabbing the shield from Abhinav, and the second Aerial Ace is now coming down to on the charge attack priority. Abhinav just losing by a turn there, as Kayshawn showing that his GBL expertise has gone far into the Play Pokemon series.
I thought Abhinav had that. I was prepared to call it for Abhinav, but Kayshawn you're right, it's one turn. The one turn that Kayshawn had, being able to throw those charge moves back to back, because Shadow Gligar wins that charge attack priority, able to take the victory against the Portland Regional Champion.
Yeah, and now Abhinav is on his back foot, but this is a trainer who we've seen time and time again claw out of bad situations in the Portland Regional Championships, in the Grand Finals, was reset by Caleb Pang, and was able to just come back and go with a 3-1 victory to close out the regional. And this is going to be the same situation here. Abhinav needs to win the next 2 games to stay in the winner side of the bracket, and we're going to see if he can adapt to that powerful Frostlass.
Yeah, and here is that end game where I really thought Abhinav had it. Just had to throw the 1 charge move to knock out the Shadow Gligar. But again, Shadow Gligar winning that charge attack priority is able to knock out the Skarmory. Incredibly close game. Really does not get much closer than that.
Absolutely. One thing we didn't actually see in that game was the Charger Bug, and I'm guessing that had something to do with both of the trainers having Gligar on their teams made Charger Bug feel a little bit uncomfortable to bring into that first game.
Yeah, but maybe it has an opportunity now. Charger Bug still looks really good. If you take a look at K-Sean's team, you can hit the Frostlass with those Volt switches, do quite a bit of damage. You can attack the Poliwrath, the Skarmory, the Mirror. You can do quite a bit of damage to the Lickitung as well. That ends up being a neutral matchup. Charger Bug, I think, has play, but I think Abhinav is going to be relying on some other team members here to battle against K-Sean.
Yeah, and we're going to see in our lead matchup, Lickitung into Whiscash. On paper, this looks like a great matchup for Lickitung, but if Abhinav is able to make the right calls, shield up the power-ups as needed, K-Sean can be put on the back foot as those Scalds will have debuffed Lickitung even into a lower attack than it already has.
All right, and we see K-Sean bringing the Frostlass back again. I'm excited to see again. We talked about Frostlass looks good on paper, but made of paper it is as well. It is so glassy. Gonna save it for the back, and there is the Charge Bug. K-Sean actually bringing it, and it looks really good here against the Azumarill. K-Sean really choosing the best time to use that Charge Bug. This is its best matchup.
As this plays out, though, maybe this is what Abhinav wanted, as having this Charge Bug to fight the Azumarill frees up the Skarmory in the back to clean up that Frostlass and the Lickitung potentially.
Yeah, so Charge Bug is out of the way. Maybe Abhinav has a little bit of a chance here. We see this is kind of awkward timing when you're trying to time your charge move. Bubble is a 3-turn fast move. Volt Switch is a 4-turn fast move. So it can be really awkward with the charge attack throwing here. We see the Azumarill go down and bringing in the Whiscash.
Yeah, Whiscash, of course, resists these Volt Switches, but it doesn't resist the X-Scissor, which forces Abhinav to put out that Mud Bomb immediately before K-Sean is able to potentially charge attack priority him. Now, if you're K-Sean, I think bringing the Lickitung makes this very difficult, as now this, actually a swap from Abhinav allows you to align that Frostlass onto the Whiscash in the back. This is exactly what you want if you're K-Sean right now.
Yeah, K-Sean's looking pretty good here, even though we've talked about looking at Lickitung against the Skarmory. It doesn't feel that, it doesn't seem like on paper it would be that great, but Lickitung can do a lot of damage. With that lick damage, chipping away with Body Slam, getting to them very quickly, you can put a lot of damage onto Skarmory, believe it or not.
Yeah, I mean, just for context, you make it to 4 body slams when the Skarmory can only make it to 3 sky attacks. So that's just a sign of how quickly it does pace to these charge moves. As this matchup plays out, Lickitung shielding this up would be very awkward because it's just a sky attack, but you feel pressure to as you have Frostlass in the back.
Yeah, so really have to get this Skarmory out of here. Skarmory is going to be throwing another charge move, but now K-Sean knows Abhinav doesn't have any energy left. So this was the last little bit of energy. It is completely energy dry. So only going to be using the super effective fast moves, but those Steel Wings do a ton of damage to Frostlass. Frostlass has a massive attack stat. The Shadow Balls, the Avalanches, they are all going to sting.
But with a massive attack stat comes a massive mountain to climb, as down 2 shields, this Whiscash should be able to just scald right through this Frostlass in the end game. And Abhinav looks to be taking us to a game number 3 here. Avalanche gets shielded by the Whiscash, and now this Mud Bomb actually opts to not go for a Scald, because maybe a Scald wouldn't knock out, but needs 2 Mud Bombs here.
Yeah, got playing a little bit safer here, throwing the mud bomb, and then just needs to get to the second one. Abhinav preserving the shield that able to protect against the Frostlass, because if any of those moves would hit the Whiscash at this point, it would be knocked out. So here we see a decisive game 3 coming from Abhinav. I am very excited to see how is the Portland Regional Champion going to play this match out. Will he proceed in the winner's side of the bracket, or will he take an early loss and have to fight his way through the loser side of the bracket? We'll have to see.
Yeah, and now the thing here is Frostlass looks so good for Kayshawn in game number 1. Honestly, it felt like quite dominant against not only the Gligar, but also able to put up fights against the Whiscash with energy. But with no Gligar on the field, game 2 has made Frostlass actually a liability for Kayshawn here. As we look at these matchups, got the Charge Bug onto Azumarill, but unfortunately, with the Charge Bug lured out, the Skarmory was able to make a clean sweep in the back. Abhinav playing an ABB line to perfection.
Yes, I know you're saying Frostlass is a liability, but I want to see it lined up against like the Gligar on the side of Abhinav. It would just tear through it with those Powder Snows and Avalanches. I can't help it. Frostlass is just such a personal favorite Pokemon of mine.
Absolutely, Frostlass just being a fan favorite, so good against Gligar, so good against Annihilate, but Abhinav, if he doesn't bring out either of these Pokemon in this next game, then the Frostlass is not going to be too good. Lickitung, of course, from Abhinav, the Azumarill, everything just kind of outbooks it if they can take those neutral moves.
Yes, and our trainers are locking in, ready to go. We have a decisive game 3 here. The Portland Regional Champion against Kayshawn, both of whom Go Battle League legends. Let's take a look and see what we have, and it is Azumarill versus the Skarmory. How is this matchup going to play out if both trainers opt to stay in, Eric?
Of course, Abhinav has access to neutral bubbles and neutral ice beams, but without Hydro Pump, it makes it quite awkward because Ice Beam not being a same type attack bonus move doesn't have as much of an oomph as it goes onto the Skarmory here. Skarmory, of course, has all same type attack bonus moves in the Sky Attack, in the Brave Bird, and the Steel Wing. Just is probably going to be able to force its way through this matchup at the end of the day.
And here we have the Sky Attack going to connect. Azumarill is just so bulky, they'll only take it to about half health. But we did see Bubble get a little bit better in this season, so you're going to be noticing those bubbles do a lot of damage compared to what we used to see.
Yeah, what a sight to see. A Steel type actually struggling against a Fairy type here up in our lead matchup here. Kayshawn now goes for the Sky Attack. This will put the Azumarill into Steel Wing range. I love that play as he is perfectly able to farm down the Azumarill, and it's awkward here because the Whiscash might not be able to farm it down before Kayshawn reaches a move.
And no, the Whiscash can't quite do it. So we are going to see Kayshawn being able to throw a move. Abhinav needs to use a shield, but now the Whiscash can comfortably come out of this matchup with a move. So at the cost of a shield, but now you still lose that the switch advantage. So Kayshawn able to put the Lickitung here, which is going to be able to threaten with those Power Whips.
And Kayshawn's now shaking his head. I think he's anticipating a Gligar in the back, which is why he seems to be upset as his Charge Bug in the back. It's going to be a very awkward situation. This power being caught onto Lickitung is just going to make things easier for Abhinav as this game goes longer.
Yes, this is a very long matchup that we have ahead of us if both trainers are going to stay in, as the normal type Lickitung uses a ghost type fast move of Lick. Looks like Kayshawn maybe trying to make a swap or just banking a lot of energy, maybe trying to make a catch there, but Abhinav going to be going for these body slams. The Lickitung has so much energy, but Charge Bug can fight back quite a bit here. The X-Scissors, like we mentioned, do more damage than one might anticipate, and you can see how much those Volt Switches are doing as well.
Yeah, Charge Bug really eating this like a champ. 2 body slams in, and Charge Bug will now be in the red health, but it has 2 X-Scissors ready to go. X-Scissor number 1 is going to most likely land on this Lickitung. Abhinav knows there's no reason to shield because Kayshawn has 2 here. Number 2 does threaten for the knockout. Interesting, Kayshawn goes for another move there and actually lets Abhinav get off this X-Scissor. But of course, while those Volt Switches are resisted against the Whiscash in the back, the X-Scissors are not.
So this X-Scissor is going to connect 4 neutral damage against the Whiscash and takes it down under half health, but the Whiscash has so many charge moves. Build it, Abhinav getting as much energy as possible on this Whiscash before throwing the Mud Bomb, gets a shield. Is the Charge Bug at a move yet? It is, so able to throw an X-Scissor. I think Abhinav has to shield this.
Yeah, if this goes no shielded, the Whiscash may be knocked out. No, it lives on 1 HP. Can the Lickitung catch the move? Lickitung, maybe not exactly a catch, but has to absorb this Scald here. And if it can lick down this Whiscash and get those body slams down on the Lickitung, this might be a win for Kayshawn.
We'll have to see. It did get the attack drop. Abhinav does have a shield remaining, but here is that body slam. Abhinav is going to use the shield to protect against the body slam, but Kayshawn already at another one. And the Portland Regional Champion takes an early loss here in this double elimination style tournament.
And if this is just a way to say how stacked this entire tournament is, Kayshawn kind of coming out of nowhere with only GBL experience, going right into the Play Pokemon series and taking a huge win here in winners round 2 of Group G, proving how anyone can do it as long as you practice enough and have the right skill set to play in these tournaments.
Yeah, your experience in Go Battle League, a lot of it translates. The main thing that if you're gonna do a Show 6 format tournament is being able to read your opponent's team, where in Go Battle League, it kind of feels like the Wild West. You're coming up against opponents and you have no idea what you are gonna face. But here, you are able to see the selection of 6 Pokemon that your opponent is going to bring, and having that little extra set of mind games.
Yeah, again, this could be you at the next regional, so don't be afraid to train your skills in the Go Battle League. It is Go Battle Week, so you have up to 10 sets every day to hone those skills, maybe with the new Annihilate or with the tried and true like Gligar and Charjabug.
Let's take a look at the Charjabug and the Gligar and all of those Pokemon that we've been chatting up here in the game highlights. Taking a look back at game 1, we have the Frostlass. Didn't do as well for Kayshawn here. As you know, I was kind of hoping it would. Frostlass just not finding that matchup with the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, of course, the Shadow Gligar struggled to find its way onto any Charjabugs in this best of 3 here, but the Shadow Gligar unfortunately did get onto a couple of Skarmories. Of course, Kayshawn at the end of the day there, the Lickitung was absolutely instrumental in pulling away those wins, being able to neutral its way through literally everything on Abhinav's team, showing why Bulk is maybe the preferred option to Glass Cannons, which is a bit of a controversial opinion in this community, depending on who you speak to, but Kayshawn, definitely a battler to watch out for as we proceed throughout day 1 of Charlotte.
Yeah, Lickitung coming to the second 2 matchups for Kayshawn. Abhinav only bringing his Lickitung to the final match, but it just wasn't enough. Lickitung, such a safe and bulky pick. We're bringing those really, the Glass Cannons. It's a little more risky. Sometimes the risk can pay off, but here Kayshawn using those bulkier picks. We can see Abhinav catching the Power Whip here. And we're going to see as well, there is another catch onto the Whiscash, but Whiscash having to absorb that X-Scissor damage ended up not being good for it.
Yeah, despite not being able to find the correct alignment that the Whiscash wanted there for Abhinav, he was able to try to make every catch in the world to pull that game out. But at the end of the day, those fancy tricks don't work when your opponent's Lickitung just has a ton of HP.
Yes, and if anybody can make a run through the loser side of the bracket, I think it is our Portland Regional Champion, Abhinav. He is down, but he is not out, Eric.
Yeah, of course, he's already qualified for Honolulu later this year, but still wants to earn championship points to qualify for the Travel Award, which is what a lot of our already Worlds qualified players are doing here.
It is, and that was 3 battles for us. Can you believe it, Eric? We have already casted 3 battles here in Charlotte.
Yeah, 3 battles in, and we have seen what all these trainers have to offer. A little bit of Annihilate, a little bit of Gligar, and honestly, a lot of Azumarill.
A lot of Azumarill, a lot of Lickitung, a lot of those bulky picks. Remember, if you at home, you want to let us know, what do you think is going to be successful here in Charlotte? Be sure you are using those hashtags. You go on social media. Let us know what you think of this tournament here in the Queen City of Charlotte. We are ready here for an interview. We are going to toss it over to Nick, who is going to be interviewing Kayshawn.
All right, thank you so much, Stephanie. I'm here with Kayshawn after a incredible round 2 victory against the previous regional champion, Abhinav. How are you feeling after that win?
Good. Got to get my heart rate down a little bit. Obviously, Abhinav's a great battler. This is my first time being at a regional, first battle there on stream against the guy who won the last one. So wasn't feeling great going into it, but had some good alignment, made some good plays, and lucky to get the 3-2-1 win.
And as your first regional, what actually brought you to this as your first regional? We've had the series for quite a while, and you know it's always great to get new players into the scene. So I'd love to hear from you a bit about that.
Yeah, so I live in the Charlotte area, so obviously this one was convenient to go to. Last year I had something going on that weekend, so couldn't make it. But definitely wanted to come this time. Had some friends who were coming down for the weekend. Bada Bill, he's here. He won his first match, but here, so I had some people I know from his community, so I wanted to come out and see how I did against everyone else.
It's awesome. Community is great, of course. Neither you nor your opponent had Annihilate on your team. Talk to me about how you feel about your team going into that new meta Pokemon.
I was really happy Abhinav did not have it, because I didn't play any GBL yesterday, so I haven't seen it in battle. I didn't unfortunately have the time to get one yesterday. I was worried about it. You know, it's obviously really strong. That's why it's a big deal, and a lot of people have brought it. I'm just glad that I didn't have to go up against it. I'm sure I will, maybe next round or other rounds. So I'm trying to look at the matchup, see how it does against my team, and hope for the best, really.
Yeah, you'll definitely need to take some time to prepare. You have some time before your next round. Before we go back to a break, any people that you'd like to shout out? Any people that you held practice with, or maybe friends here at the venue?
Yeah, like I said, Battle Bill, been part of his community for about a year now. He was the only person I scrimmed with beforehand, did a couple days the last couple weeks. His girlfriend, Mary Galaxy's here as well. So they're really people who brought me here today. So shout out to them for making me come out.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the interview. Thank you for your time, and good luck with the rest of the tournament. Hope you have some more success in your first event. We're going to get some more trainer tips, but this time from Portland, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute, and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just trying to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot, because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone, as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially, is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best, basically, with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really, I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Hey Pokemon trainers, Home Slice Henry here to take you through the 2024 Pokemon Go Portland Regional Championship. The eyes of the Pokemon Go world tuned into Portland as It's Axon and Rubik's Master, both 2023 Portland Regional and Worlds finalists, return to compete. Gligar led the usage charts at 52%, Medicham continued its fall from relevance as other counter users like Poliwrath and Vigoroth rose to fill its place. On Championship Sunday, Abhinav continued his stellar tournament run, taking down Lyall Jeffs and Kobe Coupland in close series to make it to the grand finals. In the losers bracket, Caleb Peng put together an impressive run, defeating seasoned competitors on his way to a losers finals victory over Kobe Coupland. The stage was set for the grand finals between Abhinav and Caleb Peng. Abhinav used masterful play with Charjabug and Gligar to win game number 1, but Caleb was able to force a bracket reset with his trusty Bastiodon in the 3-2 series. In the bracket reset, Abhinav relied on his Whiscash, and with the neutral play it provided, was able to secure the 3-0 series victory and become the Portland Regional Champion. It's not too late to get in on the action this season and begin your road to Worlds. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
I started playing Pokemon probably when I was like 3 or 4 years old. I loved collecting the trading cards as a kid, got into the Game Boy games a little bit later, and got hooked on the video game championships in 2010, so I've been playing pretty long. I remember reading an official Pokemon magazine that was recounting some of the results of the 2009 Video Game World Championships, seeing some of these Pokemon on top like Empoleon and Abomasnow. It really got me curious about, you know, what went into the doubles format and why it was different from maybe the singles that I'd been playing before. My favorite Pokemon is Drifloon from Sinnoh. I think Drifloon's just the cutest Pokemon. When I first saw it, I loved its like simplistic but really cute design. I love its evolution. I just loved it since I first saw it. Look up to in the community, Aaron Traylor is somebody that I have an awful lot of respect for. You know, a number of different regional titles, somebody who's like really helped me try and understand maybe some of the things to approach in the game, some of the stuff like kind of outside of just playing the game that you need to do to become a better player, like mental, for instance. I'd love to fight the current world champion, Zine again. We had a chance to play at the 2022 World Championships, and I think we've both improved so much since then. Now that he's the reigning world champion, that's somebody that I'd love to fight. I think I might have to go with Umbreon. I really love the ring design as a kid. I grew up when Gold and Silver and the Pokemon in them were still kind of hot and new, and Umbreon and Espeon just have such timeless designs. For the people I get to hang out with, I have friends all over the country and people that I might not get to see otherwise. You know, being able to see my friends and travel to somewhere new is just such a really unique experience. I don't think anything else except Pokemon would be able to do that for me. No, I just don't think sweet and savory mix. Those are two different things. I'll eat it if it's in front of me, but I'm more of a vegetable pie kind of guy. I'd have to go with my father. He's just been there for me the whole way through my video game championship journey. Just been incredibly supportive. He started out by taking me on the bus to go to events. Now that I'm an adult, he hasn't come to an event for a bit, but I'm sure he would be delighted to learn that I'd won the World Championships. I like Mew. It's just like cute and mysterious. It's hard to get in the main series of games, and that's something that I've always loved in Pokemon. I love the ones that are a little bit hard to get, like Hydreigon, Garchomp, Pokemon nestled away in some rare kind of cave. Not that Mewtwo's not one of those, but Mew's nestled in a cave, and you have to go to an event for it. It's just unique.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Henry, joined by the one and only Alphaphoebe here in Charlotte for these regional championships. We've seen some amazing games so far, and we have seen that brand new Pokemon in the world of Pokemon Go, Annihilate, make its presence felt.
Yeah, and it's a great start to the day. Maybe not for some trainers, but I think it's really incredible that we've already seen the top player, the top finisher from the past regional already get knocked down to the losers bracket.
But that is the very nice thing about a double elimination style tournament, is even though he did unfortunately not secure the win in that last round, he's still not out of the tournament, and we learned a very valuable lesson in San Antonio, Phoebe, and that is, if you get knocked down to that losers bracket, it doesn't mean you're out. Dune, of course, round one of that tournament getting knocked down to the losers bracket, and then ended up holding that trophy as the San Antonio Regional Champion.
And we talked about it before, but it is a possibility here again that maybe Dune matches up against Arrow. It would be a repeat of that grand finals, and it's something that we definitely want to look forward to if we get that this weekend.
Most definitely. As we've discussed, this tournament is absolutely packed with amazing trainers. As we've already seen, we've seen Abhinav. There are many previous regional champions, many previous Worlds qualifiers looking to make a name for themselves here to see who is going to lift that trophy at the end of Sunday.
We got two more of them up on stage, locked and loaded. It is CEO is a Beast versus Mamaclimbs. Both of these trainers have been to a number of events before. I think both of them looking to get their first top cut. Mamaclimbs definitely a bit of a community favorite who's looking to secure her first top cut. Oh wait, second I think. I think she very recently got her first.
That is fantastic. And as we take a look at the teams here, what do we see, Phoebe? We do see Annihilate on the side of CO is a beast. CO is a beast with the Annihilate, the Gligar, the Umbreon, the Charjabug, the Cresselia, and the Registeel.
And on the other side of the table, it's going to be Skeledirge, which I know both of us dropped Skeledirge from the from our caster picks, but it's great to see it again. Lickitung, Azumarill, Shadow Venusaur, Gligar, and Umbreon. Actually, Shadow Venusaur was something I was thinking about putting on my caster predictions because I want to see a grass type rise up, help defeat those Azumarills, Whiscashes, Poliwraths that are so prominent in the meta right now. It's great to see it. We'll have to see how much use Mamaclimbs thinks it has against CO is a Beast's team.
And we have talked about the prevalence of the water types, but we don't see any water types on CO is a Beast team. We do see Umbreon, an interesting choice here, opting for the slightly harder hitting Dark Pulse instead of the Foul Play. Gligar on the standard moveset. Annihilate running that Ice Punch and Shadow Ball. And we do see Cresselia running Grass Knot and opting for Future Sight instead of Moonblast, which, as we take a look at Mamaclimbs' team, that choice of Future Sight may provide some interesting benefits and some interesting, let's say, less than ideal matchups.
Some pitfalls potentially against a Pokemon where it likes to have some counterplay. So that would be Mamaclimbs' Umbreon, which Umbreon, Snarl last result in Fall Play, able to do a lot of damage and have very similar bulk to that Cresselia, but has super effective damage, whereas Cresselia only has resisted or neutral damage because it's not running that Moonblast.
We do see, however, one matchup where that Future Sight could be very helpful against that Shadow Venusaur, opting for the standard moveset, the legacy move, Frenzy Plant, and Sludge Bomb. We do see the Azumarill running Ice Beam and Play Rough. I know you mentioned in the previous broadcast that you were a fan of Hydro Pump. We do not see Hydro Pump on this Azumarill, and an Umbreon opting for Foul Play. So both trainers bringing the Umbreon, but a slight variance in moveset. Umbreon with Foul Play, slightly faster pacing, but the Dark Pulse on the side of CO is a Beast is going to be slightly more efficient in terms of damage per energy and do slightly more damage. All right, and as we take a look at these matchups here, this is definitely going to be an interesting matchup for the Annihilate, as we do see there are some very strong checks to it on the side of Mamaclimbs. Of course, the Skeledirge is going to be able to put in quite a lot of work, as it does hit for super effective damage with both of its charge attacks. The Azumarill, as we've seen, does have the ability to put in some decent play against that, even though Annihilate can make it somewhat close.
And something interesting coming from CO is a Beast's team. No water types, so nothing to resist that fire type damage. And we see how impactful Incinerate can be. Even against something that maybe resists that damage, it does a lot, even while resisted. So having no resistances and having two Pokemon that are weak to it is going to mean that Skeledirge is going to be able to come out and play.
I definitely agree with that. And as we take a look at Pokemon that could potentially be counters for that Skeledirge, which would be the Umbreon and the Gligar, the Gligar is still taking neutral damage, and the Umbreon is taking super effective damage from the Disarming Voice. So a bit of a meta trend that it feels like Dune was able to help identify and help him win in San Antonio is that amazing coverage from Skeledirge, and Skeledirge is looking virtually unchecked into CO is a Beast team. So CO is a Beast, definitely it is definitely going to be a bit of a difficult matchup here going up against that Skeledirge, but Umbreon, if it's up energy, does have play. The Gligar does have a pacing advantage as well, and hey, even if you get that Annihilate up energy, that Shadow Ball will definitely make its presence felt.
All right, well, it looks like our trainers are ready to battle. Here we go into game number one. It's going to be Umbreon versus Gligar, a very neutral matchup for both of these trainers, and I think they'll be pretty happy to see that. I know when I'm up on the table, I always prefer to see a nice neutral lead so that I don't have to worry too much about having to get RPS'd maybe later in the battle.
This is a very neutral lead, but the backlines are a bit polarizing. So which trainer decides to make a play for switch advantage could be game impacting. We do see CO is a Beast firing off the Dark Pulse, as we had mentioned, does hit slightly harder than Foul Play at the expense of slightly more expensive pacing.
So that Dark Pulse takes that Gligar just above the yellow, so slightly more than 50% health. The next one's already coming out. Great timing by CO is a Beast to not allow Mamaclimbs to get a free wing attack. You see the Gligar is able to very handily hold on, is looking to reach for another dig here before a third Dark Pulse comes out.
This dig will be no shielded by CO as a Beast, as it will not be enough to knock out. The question is, can Gligar make it to the aerial ace? It can, but choosing to make a switch, catching that Dark Pulse onto the Azumarill and saving a lot of energy on the Gligar.
And because of the exact timing of those moves, we actually see a full bubble going through from Mamaclimbs. Seeing the Charge Bug answer, and it's been interesting, she was actually ABA strong to Charge Bug, and unfortunately for her, it's going to be her weakest Pokemon that goes up against it, but the Skeledirge with shields is still looking really, really strong in the back, even against something that has ground-type coverage like a Gligar.
And we do see CO as a Beast opting to use the first Protect Shield of the match, keeping that Charge Bug very healthy as it fires off the discharge. This is super effective damage into the Azumarill, but the Azumarill too bulky, able to withstand that damage and make it to the last second play rough.
Great knowledge there from Mamaclimbs. You know, some trainers might have been feeling like, oh, I need to press Ice Beam, it's a cheaper move, but knowing that you get to the Ice Beam and the play rough at the same pacing on the second time is great there. Does a little bit more damage than the Ice Beam would have done because of same type attack bonus. And again, Mamaclimbs coming in with the Gligar, knowing that she can get off this threatening aerial ace. We actually see the second shield come up from CO as a Beast.
CO as a Beast is going to switch into his own Gligar, and in comes the Skeledirge. This is normally a difficult matchup for the Skeledirge as the Incinerate sneaks through. That is 20 free energy for Mamaclimbs.
Yeah, it's always tough coming in off of a switch to know exactly when you should throw your charge attack against Incinerate. It's a bit of a win-lose situation because it's so much free energy if you give it through, but it's really awkward to use, and you see just how much damage that Shadow Ball does. One more Incinerate's actually able to take out the Gligar.
CO as a Beast has energy everywhere, going to be firing off the discharge, but a discharge will not be enough to knock out the Skeledirge from Mamaclimbs. Mamaclimbs is going to use a Protect Shield here. Mamaclimbs, we now see the switch into the Umbreon, but the Skeledirge just looked inevitable in this endgame, so close to the back-to-back Disarming Voices. Disarming Voice number 1 KOs the Umbreon. All that's left in the back is the Charge-a-Bug. Oh, but that already got KO'd, Phoebe.
Yeah, it just goes to show you how much damage that Incinerate does. I also was unsure if it was still around, but it did faint from the Incinerate that snuck through when that discharge was thrown. And the Umbreon not having any energy as well, great knowledge by Mamaclimbs, is willing to use that shield in a position where maybe it would have been a little bit less effective, but it didn't matter. There was no energy left on that Umbreon. Going back into the replays, we see that dig in that lead matchup and the great catch of the Dark Pulse into the Azumarill, really neutralizing CO is a Beast's energy.
And the timing of that catch as well, getting that free bubble through on the catch, did allow Mamaclimbs to make it to this last second play rough. Without the very precise timing there, would not have been able to make the play rough. He sends in the Gligar, in comes the Skeledirge, and the Skeledirge, I apparently need to stop underestimating the Skeledirge, Phoebe, because Skeledirge, that Incinerate KOs the Charge-a-Bug, denying its energy.
And we're already locked and ready to go into game number 2. It's the same exact leads, Umbreon into the Gligar, and I believe it's the exact same teams overall.
It is both trainers liking the way that their teams worked in game number 1, but for CO as a Beast, maybe just looking to make some alterations as to how he ended up playing.
Yeah, I think going into game number 2 with the same line, CO as a Beast has to be a bit more cognizant of the catch of that final Dark Pulse into the Azumarill, because I think that was probably what gave Mamaclimbs the massive advantage in the end. Maybe a little more careful about shield usage as well, because Mamaclimbs was in a very strong position, given that she had 2 shields remaining for Skeledirge.
And we do see Gligar able to withstand that charge attack, continuing to farm, going for the dig. We know this will not be enough to knock out. CO as a Beast is choosing to let this go, so not committing to the matchup. This is previously where Mamaclimbs made a catch. Does she go for a catch? Again, she tries to go for the catch, but this time the patience by CO as a Beast, saving that energy for later and sending in the Charge-a-Bug.
That energy is going to be really impactful, because you remember in the end game, he did not have energy on the Umbreon, and now he does have energy on the Umbreon. He's going to be able to very comfortably be able to handle switch advantage here here. Discharge coming through. We're going to see a first play rough reached by Mamaclimbs, but CO as a Beast should know this is not Hydro Pump. It's not going to threaten a knockout. Mamaclimbs has not used her shield yet. I do not want to use mine yet either.
And that is the advantage of open team sheets. You are aware exactly what your opponent's moves have, so he knows he's going to be able to withstand the damage, fire off the discharge, pick up the knockout, and with energy stored, and now this is an even shield situation, whereas in that first game with the 2-0 shield advantage, that Skeledirge was looking extremely deadly, but now in even shields, it's a lot more favorable for the Gligar.
And the Gligar is going to potentially get a nice farm down here, except I believe the switch clock just comes up, so Mamaclimbs is going to be able to switch out if she likes. Stores the Aerial Ace. I really like that because the Aerial Ace might be impactful if it's able to get thrown into that Umbreon before. And I see you grimacing another near a full Incinerate able to sneak through there.
That is 20 free energy, Phoebe, and you do not want to give Skeledirge free energy. Skeledirge firing off Disarming Voice. We see the shield from CO is a beast, and Mamaclimbs correctly shielding that dig plus this free energy. She went into this matchup down energy, but now it's suddenly looking a lot more neutral.
We see the next Disarming Voice coming out at the same time as a dig. I think this is going to threaten the last shield from Mamaclimbs, and then if we recall, there is a Dark Pulse stored on that Umbreon, so the question all becomes, where does that Dark Pulse land? Is it going to be caught, or will it be threatening a knockout? We actually don't see a switch available. The immediate swap, a full Incinerate goes through, but this Dark Pulse is going to do so much super effective damage against this not so bulky Skeledirge, and not quite able to pick up the knockout.
The Skeledirge hangs on, the Incinerate gets it low, the switch into the Gligar. Gligar firing off the Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace will pick up the knockout. Now the question is for Mamaclimbs, is there a charge attack ready on that Skeledirge? Back in comes the Gligar. CO is a beast, is going to get the farm down. Does Mamaclimbs have a move? In comes the Skeledirge. It has the Disarming Voice. Is this going to be enough to KO Phoebe?
It's going to be a really close. Gligar's very bulky, but Disarming Voice is a decent move. Not quite enough to pick up the knockout, and the Aerial Ace comes through and is going to secure game number 2 for CO as a Beast, tying the series 1-1.
What a close end game there, my goodness. You see the battlers' reaction on the stage. Oh my, just right down to the wire there, but the Gligar able to withstand the Disarming Voice, and a very impactful adjustment by CO is a Beast. You made a great call there, where they ran the exact same teams again. CO is a Beast liked his team, but just thought that he didn't make the plays needed. He makes the adjustments in game 2, doesn't let the energy be caught, saves the shields, and as we see here in the recap, up 2 shields, with 2 shields instead of being down 2 shields, it was in a much better spot.
Yeah, even though Skeledirge patience to those Disarming Voices quite quickly, it just wasn't quite enough to knock out the Gligar. Disarming Voice is about the same damage as Foul Play. It doesn't have the same type of attack bonus, but the dig is pulling the shields earlier. The Aerial Ace is coming through after that super effective Dark Pulse was enough to pick up the knockout. I was actually a little bit surprised that the Dark Pulse didn't get it closer to a knockout. There was still like 3 or 4 snarls worth of health left. I think maybe CO as a Beast could have optimized a little bit on that final charged attack. But here we go into a decisive game number 3. Red alert. It's going to be Registeel into Gligar.
What a lead for Mamaclimbs. This is a dominant lead, and as we take a look at the back, CO is a Beast, has that Charge-a-Bug in the back, which also doesn't want to see the Gligar. Opting for a strategy, running ABA weak to the Gligar. The Gligar's on the lead feed. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, and it's non-shadow as well, so it can hold on against these Zap Cannons a little bit more easily. I think it takes 3 for the non-shadow, whereas 2 plus lock-ons might be enough for a shadow variant, but an attempted catch on the dig, and now we see Mamaclimbs is in a bit of an interesting position. She could switch in her Skeledirge, but the Charge-a-Bug's up energy, so I'm not sure she's quite wanting to yet. Also, the Skeledirge has a really great matchup against Registeel, so she could just stay in as well.
In comes the Skeledirge. These Incinerates absolutely shredding through the health bar of the Charjabug. Charjabug will fire off the Discharge. Discharge not going to be enough to knock out. CO is a beast, trying to make it to another Discharge, but it does not get there. The Skeledirge continues its fiery rampage in this series.
In comes the Umbreon, and now we see the first Disarming Voice. Remember, this is now super effective damage going into a Dark type. To see just how much more damage it will do, it actually does a little bit less than a third of that Umbreon's health, but look at how much damage those Incinerates do. Umbreon almost down into the yellow.
For being a quote-unquote bad matchup for you, Skeledirge is putting up a fight. The Dark Pulse will pick up the KO, but the Umbreon is not going to like what Mamaclimbs has available as her final Pokemon here. In comes the Azumarill. The switch timer not yet up for Mamaclimbs, but CO is a beast, opting not to send in the Registeel.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough spot here because Registeel would have really loved to be paired up against this Azumarill. An attempted catch on the play rough, but Mamaclimbs extremely patient there, not throwing her move, knowing that she's not threatened by anything that Umbreon can throw in return. Shielding the dig is the correct choice by CO's a beast, but he needs to get to another two other charge attacks here because Mamaclimbs still has 2 shields. The first time coming through, not pulling the debuff, but she's gonna pace to this next dig very fast. And honestly, Aerial Ace might be enough damage soon after these wing attacks.
The pacing is so tough for Registeel in this matchup. The Gligar almost to the red health, but the Registeel with Lock On has no fast move pressure. It has no way to remove it from the field. In comes the Umbreon, but at this point, Mamaclimbs can save the shield for the Azumarill. The Azumarill did not fall for the switch into the Registeel earlier. It has so much energy, and this is just looking like a game win for Mamaclimbs.
Yeah, with nearly 2 play roughs loaded, and we were talking earlier about how the Disarming Voice did nearly a third. I think this will be enough to knock out play rough, being a little bit more damaged. Same type attack bonus, although Azumarill's attack is a lot lower than Skeledirge. Mamaclimbs very well easily able to clean up game number 3 and push her way through winners round through here.
And what do you know, Phoebe? Skeledirge, it's back. Honestly, it might have taken the fact that we took it off our caster predictions personally in that game. Skeledirge showing why it won the San Antonio Regionals, and Skeledirge honestly felt like it was very nice bench pressure into preventing that Annihilate from being brought, because Skeledirge has the pacing advantage, and you're able to hit for heavy neutral damage with the Incinerate, and I mean, we saw it. It put in so much work in all 3 of those games in that series.
Yeah, and you don't actually have to go for Shadow Ball, which is nice for the Skeledirge, whereas the Annihilate, in order to threaten any damage, needs to go for the Shadow Ball. You can't throw Ice Punch because your counters are resisted, double resisted even. And so you're not adding up any really meaningful damage there, and you're not threatening to knock out with a resisted Ice Punch ever.
You know what, Phoebe? Let's actually take a look at the highlights from that Skeledirge. I need to see this again. All right. As we take a look at the highlights, we have the Gligar leading into the Umbreon in game 1, and the decision by Mamaclimbs to get the catch, get the bubble sneaking through as well, throwing 1 wing attack and the switch, catching that Dark Pulse, and then the energy from sneaking that bubble ends up coming in clutch as Mamaclimbs is able to make it to the last second play rough just before that Volt Switch is able to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, doing great neutral damage into that Charjabug, and here we see 2 shielded Skeledirge, how much pressure it's able to force. A full Incinerate through there, able to go now into game number 2. We see the same exact, but no catch from Mamaclimbs this time, so that energy from the Umbreon is lurking in the back.
And we got to see in real time here a really nice adjustment in showcasing how these battlers can improve from one game to the next. 2 games, identical teams, but a switch in strategy by CO is a beast, and able to get a much better outcome in game number 2, saving that Dark Pulse, and Mamaclimbs saving the Disarming Voice, getting the combo play with the Gligar, but in the end, it's CO is a beast Gligar able to hang on, and that's where sometimes having that 5-turn move can be a bit unfortunate, as Gligar is so low, but the Skeledirge cannot take the win.
Yeah, maybe if it was running something like Dragon Breath, it could have snuck in a little damage there, but not Incinerate. As we go into game number 3, we see that Farm Down not quite able to get to that Discharge there as the damage does apply. Unable to win switch advantage, the Gligar gets rematched up against the Registeel, and then in the back, for the end, it's Umbreon versus Azumarill, and as an Umbreon lover myself, that's a matchup I never like to see.
Hey, well, unfortunately, Umbreon was on both sides. So, and Umbreon did win, Phoebe. And Umbreon did win. And we got to see Skeledirge put on an absolute clinic there. Skeledirge, again, with that coverage being up energy, extremely threatening into just about anything you can encounter.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about how Poliwrath almost seems like the new meta champ with how much it's gotten pushed down. I think that really helps Skeledirge a lot. I think we're going to still see a lot of Wish Cash, so Skeledirge is going to have to contend with that Water Ground type still. But I think the switch from Poliwrath to Annihilate, a fighter that's no longer resisting those Incinerates, will prove to be impactful for its play here in Charlotte.
Speaking of Skeledirge, I believe we are going to have an interview here coming up with the user of the Skeledirge herself, Mamaclimbs. So I'm definitely excited to hear more about this Skeledirge. Skeledirge almost feels like it may have been a bit of an afterthought, but Mamaclimbs showing that is definitely not the case.
Yeah, I was sad to not see it as prominently in Portland as you and I might have liked. But I mean, we got Latios, Shadow Latios, excuse me. We got Vigoroth showing up for its best performance at a regional to date. So lots of great stuff back in Portland. We have a lot of great stuff here in Charlotte. I think Annihilate's really showing that it is here to make a name for itself in its first ever regional event.
Absolutely, and it sounds like we actually have the interview ready to go. Looks like we have Stephanie interviewing Mamaclimbs after that 2-1 series victory.
Thank you, John. I am here with game winner Mamaclimbs. I am so excited to hear from you with that most recent win. And first, we have to talk about Skeledirge. That went on a rampage. What led to you bringing that in your team?
Well, Skeledirge, obviously inspired by Dune, who won back in San Antonio with Skeledirge. And it's just a very flexible Pokemon. Like, Incinerate generates energy really quickly, and, you know, if you get it ramped up, you can hit a lot of things for neutral or super effective, so.
Another Pokemon we've seen you bring a lot is Umbreon. I think you've brought it to every game this season, every tournament you've been to. Why is Umbreon such a safe pick here in the meta right now?
So I obviously didn't bring it to the previous matchup, but I think Umbreon is generally, like, it's a bulk monster, right? It can stand a lot of things. It's also one of Licky's hardest counters, which we see a lot of everywhere. So that's why I can't get rid of Umbreon. I love it too much.
Umbreon is a fantastic pick. Another Pokemon we didn't see in this matchup, but I'm really curious on your team, is that Shadow Venusaur. We are in a Gligar meta. Where is your Shadow Venusaur fitting in on your team?
We are in a Gligar meta, and that's obviously not its most best matchup, but we also see a lot of water everywhere. And I don't think a lot of people are forgetting about grass types. They still exist, and Shadow Venusaur can do a lot of damage there, obviously, so.
Exactly. We've been seeing a lot of our grass damage come in from Pokemon like Lickitung, like Cresselia, who have it as a charge move but lack that same type attack bonus. So bringing in something that can really pack a punch with grass. I'm really excited, and hopefully we'll get to see you more on stream today. Is there anyone you want to shout out or any last thoughts here for our interview before we kick it back?
So many people. Thank you to Legends United, my team, for always being there and helping out with scrims. And of course, my boyfriend Mason for always helping me out with team building and so forth.
Yes, you two are adorable with your Latios and Latias pins. We are looking forward to seeing more from Mamaclimbs, but we have more battles, so take it away, Nick and John.
All right, well, thank you, Stephanie, for that wonderful interview. It's great to hear that there's another Umbreon lover out there, so appreciate the fellow love for Umbreon Mamaclimbs.
I definitely agree there. I would say less of a fan of Umbreon, but it's still a Pokemon that I definitely enjoy running. And we did actually get to see the Umbreon there, the one running Foul Play, actually ended up winning over the one running Dark Pulse. So I guess we have a bit of an answer there as to which ends up being preferred.
At least for that matchup, the choice between Foul Play and Dark Pulse goes back and forth. Depends on what's in the meta. I think Dark Pulse is liked against a lot of the steals, but we don't see a lot of Galarian Stunfisk in the meta. There was Registeel there, but honestly, the Registeel matchup's really, really tough as Umbreon as well. They're both so bulky, but having super effective Focus Blast, and because it's very similar to Licky. 2 charge attacks are necessary, so you typically go Zap Cannon into Focus Blast, and the Dark Pulses, the Foul Plays don't really add up against Registeel, and the bulk is a lot less impactful.
I agree, and on the team from CO is a Beast, we did not see Azumarill, which allows the Umbreon to form a very nice core with something like the Skeledirge and the Gligar, which can help protect against that Registeel. So that's something where we did see Azumarill doing pretty decently on the usage charts, but not seeing it on that team. That's a very nice choice there in these battles, is you can kind of tailor your specific strategies to the opponents that you're going up against, whereas against an Azumarill team, that might be a bit riskier of a strategy, but a team without Azumarill, that's a lot safer.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at some of these tweets we have from you at home talking about what we have going on here. We have a Charizard and a Mega Charizard there. I'm not going to try to guess which one it is. X maybe. I'm not the best at my Megas, unfortunately. Let's have a champion time hashtag play Pokemon loaded up here, locked in, ready to go for what looks like some VGC.
Terrific stuff. And next, we have a meme from Jeremy saying this weekend is going to be insane. Hashtag play Pokemon. Say this baby can hold so many Pokemon trainers. That is absolutely terrific stuff.
Yeah, Charlotte being one of the largest venues, one of the largest turnouts that we've seen this season. Jeremy Jellin, one of the TCG casters, putting an absolute banger of a meme up there. Next up, we have hello Pokemon fans. I'm from Serena. I'm so excited to watch the regional championships today and would love to draw some more fans. If you'd like your own drawing, feel free to comment a reference of your favorite Pokemon, hashtag play Pokemon, hashtag Pokemon. Well, Serena, if you're watching, I would appreciate a picture of me and Umbreon, if that's something that you'd be willing to do. But there's a good chance that this person might be watching one of the other streams as well, so we'll have to see.
And we do see a tweet from Nady here saying, about to start Squirtle Watch, always goes hard. Let's see if we can make a run today. First ever regional for me, so super excited to be out here. Major thanks to my boys, Nicholas and Luca, for helping me out. You got to admit, Phoebe, that is a heck of a watch right there. That is beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I saw the Fossil and Pokemon collab a few months ago, and I was like, dang. If I wore watches, I would definitely buy one of those, but I don't like things on my wrist. It just feels unnatural to me, so I have not opted to buy one, but they are very nice, they are very classy, and you can pick from a wide variety of Pokemon. I don't think there's every single Pokemon, but you can try to figure out which one of yours is your favorite. Looks like we have some battlers up on stage already, some names that we've seen before. Bosox guy versus Sushi Must Right. We'll give him a few minutes to get set up before we get into the teams, but I'm very excited for this matchup. It's a bit of a Boston versus Atlanta matchup here.
That is good stuff. And Bosox previously was a Worlds competitor. He, of course, did very well at a previous Orlando regional, ended up placing second and qualifying for Worlds. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Phoebe, that this might be his first tournament of this 2024 championship cycle. So Bosox, of course, did very well in a previous season, but it's a new season now, Phoebe, and he has a lot to prove as he aims to try and make the climb back to Worlds.
You know, he's got a few championship points under his belt. He's turned out to some of the Boston locals that I've attended as well, and he's done quite well. It'll be curious to see how many championship points he might be able to garner here at his first regional event, as these are able to pack a whopping 130, I believe, points for second place. Someone will have to fact check me there, but it's 200 for first place. I should have just gone for the number that I knew very well.
I believe it goes 200, 160.
160.
And then it cascades in there. But either way, like those local tournaments, as you mentioned, are a great way to get some of these championship points. So even if for a particular weekend you aren't able to travel to one of these in-person events, doing those locals, continuing to build the local battling community, getting to meet local trainers, and getting championship points as you get closer and closer to Worlds. And then, as we see Bosox guy now doing here, getting to compete in these regional championships for a chance at a lot of championship points up for grabs.
Yeah, and Sushi Must Right is no stranger to the battlefield as well. She's attended a number of regional events. I think her best performance last year was in Charlotte as well. She got top 17, so she'll be looking to repeat that strong performance here again. Top 17, not garnering an invite last year, but getting a decent sized number of championship points here that will help her potentially earn an invite to Honolulu later this year.
And speaking of invites, as we mentioned, there he is, Bosox, and we have the teams. And look what I see, Phoebe. it's Annihilate.
And we're going to see a lot of them today, 33% usage. So I think we will be happy team after team after team as we continue to see the Annihilate showing, making a strong showing here in Charlotte.
And Mandibuzz opting for Snarl, Dark Pulse, and Aerial Ace. The Azumarill opting for the Ice Beam Play Rough, so the no Hydro Pump moveset. And Annihilate running the counter Ice Punch Shadow Ball. Honestly, it feels a bit premature to say that this is the standard Annihilate moveset, as of course the Pokemon has not been available for a long time, but so far that we've seen, it seems like a lot of people are liking that Ice Punch and Shadow Ball moveset.
Yeah, it's such great coverage. It's such great coverage. And you see, both of these teams actually have Mandibuzz as well. And they are both on the same set, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah, both on Dark Pulse as well as Aerial Ace. So it'll be a really interesting matchup against that Annihilate. We have a little bit better coverage for that Mandibuzz on Sushi's team with that Lantern as well, Spark, Surf, Thunderbolt, and opting for Skarmory as a pairing of flyers against Bosox team. So I think a little bit in a tougher spot for that Skarmory because there's that Registeel it needs to avoid as well. But with the lack of the Steel Wing resist from Poliwrath, it'll be interesting to see. We were talking before about how, like, it's funny how Poliwrath is going to be a really great answer to one of the flyers in the meta, but because it's no longer running Air Slash, it's running Steel Wing most prominently, it's able to resist those fast attacks and do a lot of meaningful neutral damage with counter.
And those Steel Wings definitely add up on a Pokemon like Annihilate. So Annihilate is going to want a Protect Shield or two if it does have to go up against that Skarmory, because Annihilate, we've seen it can output some damage, but it is definitely not a fan of super effective Sky attacks. And it looks like the battlers have locked in here. Bosox Sky, Sushi, must write. Game number 1. We see lock-ins, Whiscash versus Lickitung.
This is a great lead for Sushi, but there's still play for Bosox Sky. We actually saw this lead matchup a number of times in Portland, and typically the way it plays out is that the Whiscash will throw a Scald, and the Lickitung will no-shield, and the Whiscash will try to maybe catch the Power Whip somewhere else. We'll see a switch out actually before the Power Whip is reached, and now Sushi has a choice to make. How do I want to get rid of Bosox Sky's Lickitung? I did not bring my Mandibuzz, my best answer for it, and I don't really want to switch in either of my water types because Power Whip will be super or double super effective.
Sushi has 3 very good checks here to the Lickitung, the Mandibuzz, the Skarmory, and the Annihilate, but none of the 3 were brought. So now Sushi's best answer to Lickitung is her own Lickitung, and for Bosox Sky, this honestly works out very nicely because that way your Whiscash is going to avoid that double super effective Power Whip as we see all this energy being thrown into the bulky Lickitung.
And the great thing for Bosox Sky is because of that initial Scald, I think he's actually poised to win this mirror matchup. However, I actually think that it's going to be a bit interesting. If Sushi Must Write brings in the Whiscash herself, Bosox Sky might mirror, and then the Lantern would be up against the Mandibuzz. The nice thing that Sushi has going for her here, I guess I should say, is that her Pokemon line of 3 has not been revealed at all. So Bosox Sky has no idea what she has in the back. This Body Slam coming through won't quite pick up the knockout, but the health advantage from that Scald means that Bosox Sky is able to win switch advantage. In comes the Whiscash. What will Bosox Sky bring in afterwards?
Bosox going for the Body Slam. Now, this Lickitung is throwing a lot of energy here. Sushi, trust the counts. That is a beautiful no-shield there. Very nicely done by Sushi. Perfect energy awareness. And Bosox, he sends in the Mandibuzz, making the read that Whiscash will be valuable in the back.
Yeah, that's a great call from Bosox Sky, and I think that is going to be a very dominating position for him because Whiscash really loves to go up against Lantern. It paces to those Mud Bombs so quickly, and this matchup is extremely neutral. We see the swap out into Lantern. Sushi Must Write trying to limit the ability of this Mandibuzz, but she's going to be met by that Whiscash in the back from Bosox Sky, and those Mud Bombs are going to do so much super effective damage.
And after the Dark Pulse landing, I mean, this Lantern, after a Mud Bomb, It's going to be very low on health. Sushi Must Right has 2 shields remaining, going to use the first one here, trying to protect the Lantern, as the Lantern is going to be the most efficient way to get rid of that Mandibuzz.
I think she's feeling a little bit frustrated here because the pacing of Surf from Lantern is going to be slower than the pacing of Mud Bomb from the Whiscash, so she knows that if I get to this next Surf here, it's going to be at the same time, and the Surf is not going to really threaten a knockout. I think it's tough to play this out. Does she want to prioritize the health on this Lantern so that it can match up against the Mandibuzz at some later point, or does she want to save shields for her own Whiscash?
The switch timers are slightly misaligned here. Sushi has the ability to shield and switch if she does decide it, and Bosox is unable to switch, and we see the switch here into the Whiscash, firing off the Scald, putting pressure on the shield of Bosox Guy, taking advantage of the fact that Bosox Guy stayed in to go for a Dark Pulse.
And it's great knowledge from Sushi on the misalignment of those switch timers. In comes Bosox Guy's Scald, actually using this energy and making it so that potentially if Lantern comes out with a charge attack, might be very impactful. He did not store a charge attack. That's very important. In comes the Scald. A debuff here into the Mandibuzz will be very, very helpful for Sushi going into this endgame.
And the Scald does get the debuff. Can Mandibuzz get the farm down? It cannot. Mandibuzz forced to fire off energy. And now the question is, can Lantern get a Spark down and leave with a charge attack? Because Whiscash, from what you mentioned, does not have one banked. In comes the Lantern. It's being hit with the Dark Pulse, and this is going to get the Lantern low.
I think she also can just bank 2 Surf. She doesn't actually need to get a full Spark down. If she's able to reach a second Surf before another Dark Pulse, it looks like actually gets the Spark down. So close to the next Dark Pulse. In comes the Surf. This is neutral damage. You see a smile on her face. She's going to be able to pick up the knockout here. And even though she did not win, oh, not quite. Oh, it's a timeout.
It's a timeout game, and Sushi Must Right able to take game 1. The alignment was not in her favor, but taking advantage of the opportunity that Bosox Guy provided. Bosox Guy, when she switched in the Lantern, did not immediately switch. The throwing of the Dark Pulse there ended up giving Sushi Must Right a tiny little bit of leverage to take advantage of the desynced switch timers and win what looked to be in the mid-game an unwinnable game.
And this game is just trying to make fun of me. That Whiscash staying alive with just a few HP. Let's go ahead and look at the replay and see just all the mistakes I made in that cast. Lickitung mirror matchup. I did correctly call that the Scald was super impactful. It allowed Bosox Guy to get the lick down in the end, actually getting a body slam off. Sushi Must Right really great on her counts, recognizing that is not a power whip.
And the sending in of the Lantern and understanding that Lantern can commit to the farm down. The Dark Pulse is not threatening. Lantern is very bulky, able to withstand the damage. Look for the farm down as the timer expires, making it to the Dark Pulse, but the Dark Pulse cannot be reached. The Surf leaves the Whiscash on 1 HP, and in a timer game, when both trainers have the same amount of Pokemon, it goes to total health remaining. The Lantern healthier than the Whiscash, so that's a game 1 win for Sushi.
It'd have been a little bit interesting to see if that game had maybe an extra 30 seconds on it. I think the Lantern still would have outpaced to a secondary serve. I don't think the Spark would have... It would have been really close to knocking out there at the end. The Whiscash had so few health left, and although it is single resisted, double resisted by the ground, super effective against the water typing, it may or may not have knocked out. There was the buff to the damage recently, so I don't know all these damage calculations exactly in my head. We'll have to see how these two trainers pivot into game number 2. Neither Pokemon trainer brought the Annihilate to game number 1. I know both you and I are maybe a little bit disappointed by that, but it's a bit tricky to bring it when there are so many flying types flying around here.
And we have the Mandibuzz on both sides here from these trainers, and Mandibuzz can do pretty well into Annihilate. Aerial Ace, of course, hitting for super effective damage. Annihilate, however, can return the favor with super effective ice punches. So this will be very interesting to see as the battlers look to try and make adjustments here in game number 2. For Bosox, the Lickitung proved to be incredibly useful, but unfortunately not being able to leverage that into a win due to those misaligned switch timers.
And I'm looking at these teams that are getting locked in, and this is absolutely hilarious. We see a full mirror match here. Mandibuzz into Mandibuzz and both trainers, although they are switched in their positions. Lickitung and Whiscash in the back.
These mirror matches are always interesting because the question is who is going to potentially win charge attack priority, who decides to shield, who makes a play for switch, who goes for energy. But as we take a look at these back lines here, both trainers have Lickitung and Whiscash, and that means that whoever wins the Mandibuzz lead, the other two Pokemon in the back for the opponent have absolutely zero fast move pressure into potentially trying to farm down the Mandibuzz. It's Lick, which is not going to do a lot of damage, and the double resisted Mud Shot.
Yeah, and as we saw there, the interaction at that first charge attack tie, Bosox guy does win the charge attack priority, so that will potentially prove impactful if a Aerial Ace is able to knock out later in the game. Sushi Musrate still has a few options there. Of course, she could try to catch it on a Lickitung or a Whiscash. Both are very bulky Pokemon, and Aerial Ace is not a very impactful move, nor is it super effective. So I think she still has a lot of options, even though she's missing that crucial key of winning that interaction.
And the question will be, we already saw game one go to the timer. With two bulky Pokemon like this is going to take up a lot of the match timer, and we see the two Lickitungs in the back. So the question is as well is, does either trainer decide to try and make a play for keeping all three Pokemon alive and trying to win on a potential timeout game? Because I'll be honest, Phoebe, the way this is going so far, this could come down to the timer.
I'll be honest with you, Henry. I have to imagine the trainer that loses switch advantage here will bring in Lickitung afterwards. We see the charge attack tie, Bosox guy winning it as he did earlier. Will this Aerial Ace knock out? If it does, that will be very detrimental to Sushi. It does not knock out. That's really good for her because now she does not need to lick down all of that health with the Lickitung. The Aerial Ace will bring it deep into the red. They're probably going to snarl down, and it will come down to exactly the stats that each one has. No, it looks like another potential tie. Sushi recognizing, I'm not going to win this one. I will go for another snarl because it doesn't really matter. Aerial Ace coming through. She's likely going to bring in the Lickitung. Honestly, both Pokemon are look fine. Bosox actually opting to switch in immediately with the Lickitung as well. We have another mirror match here, opting for another one in the back, and I see that you're pointing out there's three Pokemon alive or, that are not knocked out for Bosox guy.
Bosox, exactly what we were talking about, understanding this could come down to the timer. So if he saves that Mandibuzz on 1 HP, that counts as a Pokemon alive, no matter the health. So understanding a Mandibuzz mirror, they're very bulky. A Lickitung mirror, they're very bulky. A lot of charge attacks thrown. Every charge attack that is thrown, we see more and more time tick down in the match. So Bosox hedging his bets here, basically saying, if this goes to a timer, I want to have more Pokemon alive.
And both Mandibuzz and Lickitung are able to pace to these charge attacks very quickly. It's not something super slow like Registeel. So we're going to see probably, I've already lost count of the number in the Mandibuzz mirror matchup. The Aerial Ace system, probably like 10 total. I imagine we're going to get another 4 or 5 body slams from each Lickitung here, each of those chewing out about 10 seconds of the game timer. The next body slam going through, pushing Bosox guy into the red. This body slam from Bosox guy will not threaten the knockout onto Sushi. The question is, will his second body slam threaten a knockout?
This will be close. Bosox able to make it to the body slam. This body slam, it's going to be real close. I think it will barely knock out here, and it does. So now Bosox is in a position where, as we see again, he's saving that Pokemon. He's switching into the mirror. So we have mirror teams, but Bosox choosing to preserve all 3 of his Pokemon alive in case it goes to timer, going for the Scald. It gets the shield. Does it get the debuff? And it does get the debuff.
That's one thing that Sushi has going for her. Because she lost switch advantage, she's going to be able to reach for the first Scald. And we actually, the Whiscashes have their full health pools left. The clock is almost run out already. There are 3 Pokemon left alive for Bosox guy, and Sushi only has the Whiscash left, and it's going to be game here. look at the amount of health those two Pokemon have.
Those Whiscash were still full health, Phoebe. And we see, as we identified in the beginning, game 1 went to timer, adjusting the strategy to make sure if it goes to timer that you have more Pokemon left alive. That's exactly what Bosox does, and it's plays like these where we see that regional championship experience from Bosox as he's previously played at Worlds, and now he's looking to qualify for another one, keeping the Mandibuzz alive, keeping the Lickitung alive. And Sushi still has a full health Whiscash, but it does not matter as Bosox preserved all 3 Pokemon and wins on timeout.
Going back into the replay here, we're seeing the Lickitung mirror after that Mandibuzz. As you mentioned, the Mandibuzz is still there in the back with a sliver of HP left. The Lickitung mirror matchup still not going in the favor of Sushi. Knocked out here. Bosox guy, switch clock is up, recognizes Whiscash versus Whiscash is fine. Both of the players chuckle, and it's actually after this first Scald that the timer pops up. We see it there. That was the second Scald, excuse me. 0 seconds there. It did not matter. Shield or no shield there, it would have not threatened to knock out. And even if it did knock out that Whiscash, there were still 2 Pokemon left on Bosox guy's side, which would have won him the game nonetheless.
Honestly, Phoebe, I just feel like a lucky man in this moment. I got to see extra body slams in the Lickitung mirror on that replay. Beautiful stuff. As we move into game number 3, we've seen 2 games go to timer. These trainers both opting for extremely bulky strategies. Neither one has brought the Annihilate yet. Annihilate outputs a lot of damage, but it does not have a lot of bulk. So both of these trainers opting for extremely bulky strategies, and we'll have to see, does one of them decide to make the switch and try and go for a more attack-oriented approach?
I would have loved to see Sushi's Annihilate in that last game. It would have done so well in the end game against the Lickitung as well as the Whiscash. I think knowing how the Lickitung mirror and the Mandibuzz mirror played out, I hope that is something that she keys into here, is that she needs to switch it up, bring maybe a Pokemon that isn't one of those two because of the way that those 2 matchups played out for her.
And these adjustments here, the battlers are making final preparations for this game number 3. Feels like we've had a decent amount of game number 3 so far here today in Charlotte, which is always nice because we get to see more entertaining battles. And it looks like we are close. We have 1 battle locked in, Phoebe, and the second one making final alterations.
Yeah, so they have locked in their teams, and it's a bit of an interesting lead matchup, one that we hadn't seen yet. And thankfully for us, it is not a mirror. It's going to be Lantern into Registeel. The interesting thing here is that the change to the fast attack here for Lantern, the extra damage it does really starts to add up, and it's able to pace, I love this from Sushi, able to pace to the first Surf, get this extra damage before a potential Zap Cannon debuff.
As we take a peek at the backlines here, that Mandibuzz is looking extremely threatening for Bosox if Sushi does not choose to protect the Lantern. And we're going to see a no Protect Shield used as the Zap Cannon connects. And just like that, half of Lantern's health disappears.
No attack drop from the Zap Cannon. We're going to reach a Thunderbolt here. I don't think this quite threatens a knockout. Registeel loves 0 shield matchups. It's typically able to knock out most Pokemon with 2 charge attacks. Now the question is, does Sushi want switch advantage, or does she want to have a potential farm down for the Whiscash later? I think Whiscash energy will be really nice. Opting for switch advantage, shielding up the second Zap Cannon. Attack fall does occur, but able to get a massive farm down, come out with more than 1 Thunderbolt.
And we do see Bosox sending in his Whiscash, and Sushi immediately pivoting into her own. Bosox firing off the Scald. Only 1 Protect Shield left for Sushi. Sushi not going to use it here. The Scald connects into the Whiscash, and it does get the debuff.
I really like this play from Sushi because she's recognized that the best Pokemon Bosox guy has against that Lantern, or excuse me, that Lickitung, besides the Registeel, is going to be the Mandibuzz. So saving that Lantern in the back will be very impactful for getting rid of that Mandibuzz later. This Whiscash mirror match in the middle is not super important exactly how it plays out. She's actually using a shield here, which I'm a bit surprised by, given that she is unfortunately now 2 stages debuffed in attack. I think this is going to be a lost matchup no matter what. Maybe saving the shields for the Lantern so it can do some work against the Mandibuzz later in the game would have been a little more impactful.
The one benefit to using that shield, however, she does not get a lot of damage in this matchup, but it helps so that her switch clock will be up sooner. So now, once the Mandibuzz comes in, she has the ability to send in the Lantern, and the Lantern reset the Zap Cannon debuff and has quite a bit of energy.
I think the question will be at this end game is how much health does that Lantern have? And this is an absolute just debuff after debuff fest. We were talking about how they weren't happening very much in Charlotte. This is the exact opposite of that coin here in Portland. In Charlotte now. Charlotte, we're seeing debuff after debuff. In comes the Lickitung, met by the Mandibuzz, a quick switch into the Lantern, and this is a very tricky bait coming from Sushi. A shield comes up from Bosox Sky. Sushi's gonna be very happy to see that. Will she be able to reach a Thunderbolt before she is knocked out? Unfortunately, the Dark Pulse is reached, and she recognizes this is not a foul play. This is not going to be an aerial ace. It's a Dark Pulse, and it does pick the knockout, unable to get to a super effective Thunderbolt.
Oh my, that was by the tiniest of margins. It picks up the knockout, and now Mandibuzz is in one of its most dominating matchups here against Lickitung. Lickitung so reliant on the fact that its ghost-type fast move of Lick is very neutral in a lot of matchups, but Mandibuzz, very bulky, and having the dark subtyping means that Lickitung has no fast move pressure here, so Mandibuzz will fly high in this matchup.
I'll go back to the point I made earlier. I still think that saving a shield for the Lantern would have been really nice because we saw the bait, we saw that the Dark Pulse was reached. If she still had a shield, she would have been able to potentially get a Thunderbolt onto that Mandibuzz. I'm not sure if Bosox Sky's switch clock was up in time, but if it was, maybe 2 surfs, maybe a surf to knock out. I think unfortunately for Sushi here, it's just, this Mandibuzz is too much to overcome. This Body Slam is very good neutral damage into the Mandibuzz, but Mandibuzz is just so bulky. It's able to get to these Dark Pulses so quickly, and there's still the Whiz Cash in the back. So it looks like Bosox Sky has locked in game number 3 here.
The Dark Pulse will connect onto the Lickitung, will not pick up the KO. We see the switch into the Whiz Cash. There's the timer again, Phoebe, and we do see the Mud Bomb reached. That's got to be a play Pokemon first. All 3 games in a set, the timer hitting 0.
At the very end there as well, just barely before the final screens popped up. Congratulations to Bosox Sky there. That was a really well fought set of 3 battles by both of those trainers in just round 3. We're barely getting into this tournament. We're not even at the end of the group stages yet. It's impressive to see how strong the competition here is in Charlotte.
And we saw in that game number 1, the counting by Sushi, understanding Lickitung was just short of the Power Whip and being able to take advantage of those misaligned switch timers to be able to pull off a game 1 win that honestly looked very difficult in the mid game. And then in game number 2, Bosox with the equalizer there, able to play out of a mirror match. Just unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and look at those battles as they did happen. That was a wonderful recap, but we'll have a visual recap for those of you at home who are visual learners. Game number 1 here, as you had mentioned, the misaligned switch clock was everything here. Able to get the Lantern here back onto the Mandibuzz. The Mandibuzz, the Dark Pulse, not doing enough damage to the Lantern. It has a little too much health here. Actually able to reach that Spark Down. We see that the timer is there running, but the Dark Pulse just not able to be reached. And the Surf coming through to pick up the knockout, or not quite the knockout, excuse me. I made the same mistake in the original cast as well, and going into game number 2 here.
And the decision by Bosox, he saves that 1 HP Mandibuzz, sends in the Lickitung, understanding that with Mandibuzz out of the way, Lickitung is very strong into the team. And then being able to pick up the knockout with the Body Slam. And what does Bosox do? Once again, he saves that Pokemon, understanding he has 3 Pokemon alive, and Sushi only has 1 remaining. And this matchup ends up coming down to the timer with both Whiscash basically still at full health as we do see the timer begin, and Bosox gets the equalizer.
Going into game number 3 here, it was the lead matchup that meant a lot. Able to win switch advantage here, switch in her own Whiscash, but the Scalds coming out so frequently from Bosox Sky, and it pulled Sushi's shield. I really do think that saving a shield for that Lantern would have been everything here. Able to land, and we see the Switchcock was actually not up for Bosox guy, so that Thunderbolt would not have been able to be caught. Dark Pulse coming into the Lickitung. The Lickitung going into that Whiz Cash for the end game, but it's just not enough damage. The clock's coming up for the 3rd time in a row, and that is going to be game number 3 again for Bosox guy.
Well, hey, Phoebe, we definitely got our full money's worth in those 3 games. All 3 games to the timer. What a series. And I really liked the high-level play, in my view, that was demonstrated there. The very precise counting by Sushi in game number 1, taking advantage of the misaligned switch timers. She did not have switch advantage in that first game. She had very unfortunate alignment, but was able to take advantage of the fact that Bosox stayed in to throw a Dark Pulse to be able to pull off a win condition where at first it really didn't seem likely.
And she wasn't able to use that switch misalignment in game number 2 at all, right? The switches were always at the same time because it was a complete mirror match, and that meant that she didn't have that piece of leverage to use against Bosox guy like she did in game number 1. She did have that same piece of leverage in game number 3, but I don't think she used it to her utmost ability there, kind of maybe thinking that the Whiz Cash mirror was the most important thing, but in reality it was that lantern that needed to be saved for the Mandibuzz. Otherwise, the Mandibuzz was just able to take over the game in game number 3. The Lickitung not quite having enough play.
And that Dark Pulse, so close, but just enough damage to knock out that Lantern there. And I do really want to speak again on the adjustment by Bosox in game number 2, understanding both competitors are favoring bulky Pokemon. You can win games of Pokemon Go by timer and adjusting the strategy. That switch out of the Mandibuzz and the switch out of the Lickitung were very intentional plays by Bosox there, and it pays off in a massive way as he's able to get the equalizer with still 2 full health Whiz Cash on the field.
It was a great call by you to call that at the very beginning of the game of how important that was there. So our event is continuing to move forward, but we do have an event coming up in just, I believe, about an hour and a half, if my time is correct. It is going to be Porygon Community Day very shortly. It is the Community Day Classic, so this is the 2nd time we've had Porygon Community Day, and it's going to be learning that featured attack, Tri-Attack, when you evolve to Porygon Z.
And Tri-Attack, 65 base damage, and has a 50% chance of lowering the opponent's attack and defense. And with Porygon Z's Fast Attack Lock-On, you're going to be getting to a lot of Tri-Attacks. Now, Porygon and its family, Porygon 2 and Porygon Z, have not seen a lot of play in the competitive series, but they are very fun Pokemon to run if you are looking to run some sets of Go Battle League this weekend, Phoebe.
Now, if you want to be really spicy, I challenge you trainers at home to run the not so often thought of triple Porygon team. Maybe a little bit weak to fighters, but you can run Porygon, Porygon 2, and Porygon Z in the Open Great League. It is a legal team. I would love to see some people maybe try to use it. Use that that hashtag #PlayPokemon @PlayPokemon, and maybe we'd get it shown here on stream. That would be something I'd love to see.
And also, while we're here, make sure to tag Phoebe on X if you're able to win with a triple Porygon, because that would definitely be some good stuff, that's for sure.
All right, well, it looks like we have some amazing trainers getting ready on stage. I was saying earlier that we're just getting into this tournament. It looks like it's in the winners semis already, which is a great way into the tournament already, and it's a amazing matchup. It's going to be Elam versus J-Jan, and this is a matchup we could see in winners finals. It's a matchup we could see in day 2. It's tough. You know, we've made the adjustments to the way that we set up the bracket, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to face anyone good in the early half of your matchups, right? And this is going to be round 4 of their tournament run, so they've already made their way through a lot of it. So you have to really start focusing up, facing some really talented trainers, and it's tough. It's tough. You have to beat the best to be the best.
Agreed, and it's only going to get more difficult from here. J-Jan, of course, we saw in the intro, is one of our regional champions from this year, making a return. And let's take a moment before this battle to take a look at the journey J-Jan has gone on.
I've been playing Pokemon since the first games came out. People at school were playing it just to start, like the red, blue, yellow games. So I was playing that with some older kids. I played for a little bit and then, took a break. And then once Go came out, I was like, I gotta play this game. Like, to become your own Pokemon trainer, going out and catching Pokemon, that was the whole dream of the series.
J-Jan is known for competing a lot in his local tournament scene in the Midwest.
Once the Go Battle League came out is when I really got into PvP. Just the convenience of being able to play from your home was really nice. You can battle anyone from anywhere.
Can J-Jan put the pieces together for the first time and make top cut at a regional championship? We're going to find out.
At tournaments, it's pretty cool because you interact with a lot of people online, but you don't really get to know them. At the tournament setting, you get to, interact with everyone, get to really know them. So that's kind of the main part of going to the tournaments. It's amazing that Pokemon goes in the circuit for Play Pokemon. It's a really exciting product to watch. The glory of becoming a champion is really cool to aspire for.
We talk about J-Jan being very experienced. Currently the number 10 ranked player in North America, and that number is definitely moving up after this tournament.
I guess my favorite moment's when I won today. But other than that, I actually attended Japan as a spectator last year. And so a few of my friends had actually qualified, so it was just amazing to be able to hang out with them in Japan. I'd never been to Japan before. Get to see a few sites with them. And just Japan was an amazing experience to see how passionate they are for Pokemon. I really look up to the top battlers. How can I become better at my game? I would say Wadaj and Elite are two of the best that I've seen play. And then even at this tournament, that boy Jay makes some really insane undercharges on his charge moves. He has such a great knowledge of the game. It just makes you want to learn it quite at that level. If I was a Pokemon typing, I'd probably be normal type, pretty basic guy, basic activities and stuff. I don't know.
Well, that was a great little insight into one of our regional champions, J-Jan. I think he's not giving himself enough credit. I don't know if I'd put him as a basic normal type. I think he's proved himself to be just a bit more than that.
Agreed. Honestly, seeing how well he is at battling, I might honestly call him a fighting type because we have seen him win quite a bit of battles here. As of course, he is a regional champion from this season and he's back. And we do take a look at the team. We see another Mandibuzz. It definitely feels like Mandibuzz is a bit of a meta trend. We saw in Portland, Kobe, 3rd place in the interview mentioning Mandibuzz was the MVP, and we're seeing it everywhere here in Charlotte.
Yeah, and the Cresselia opting for Moonblast, so a little bit quicker pacing against the fighters, but unfortunately that moveset would be completely walled by a fire type. However, if we look at the other side of the side, I don't see any fire types for Elam. Here's going to be Elam's team. It is Whiscash, Chargebug, Vigoroth, Azumarill, Shadow Gligar, Lickitung, bringing 2 normal types. Maybe Elam's a normal type himself.
It's definitely possible. And if this team does look familiar to you, that is by no accident. This is actually the team that Abhinav piloted to reaching his title as the Portland Regional Champion. So Elam saw the team, even with the addition of Annihilate to the meta, deciding to run it back here as he attempts to qualify for the World Championships.
And you commented that Elam's running Abhinav's team, but J-Jan's actually running a team that's very similar to Dunebug's team. The exceptions being he's running Mandibuzz and Azumarill instead of Altaria plus Gligar. I think Gligar probably has very similar matchups, but I like the addition of Azumarill because it's going to be doing so much better against the fighters than Altaria. And that feels very silly to say almost, but it's because Ice Punch is double super effective against Altaria, and the Dragon Breath pressure, because Altaria is very bulky, it doesn't have a very high attack value. it just doesn't put out the damage as quickly as something like Shadow Dragonair, or I guess it's pretty comparable to Guzzlord, even though I'm just a huge Guzzlord lover. But
definitely
the interplay between Dragon Breath and Dragon Tail is very interesting, because how much damage and how impactful a Snuck Dragon Tail can be. And here we go into game number 1, J-Jan versus Elam.
And we see the Shadow Gligar into the Whiscash. Whiscash is able to make the Scald before the dig is reached. Farming up, going for the Scald right away. This will not pick up a knockout, but it does massive super effective damage. Elam going to commit an early shield. J-Jan looking for that attack drop and does not get it.
Does not get it, and the Gligar is going to reach 2 Aerial Aces here, building up to almost 100 energy. Elam looking extremely calm here in this maybe not so positive match. J-Jan making an impressive call, a bit of surprise on Elam's side, and it is going to be a charge attack tie. It's going to be the Gligar throwing the next Aerial Ace before this could be a dig. J-Jan making another no shield call, recognizing that it's not going to knock out Elam. Just absolutely devastated at that. 2 shields invested here. Will this next Scald get an attack drop? And it does not again. J-Jan's starting to look a little bit like Abhinav.
And Elam, my goodness, went for the bait. It does not pay off. We're going to see a save switch into the Whiscash as Azumarill is brought to the field. Whiscash having the pacing advantage here, and Elam going for the Scald. We see the no shield by J-Jan. This is resisted damage, but Elam is looking for that 50% attack drop.
J-Jan not having access to Hydro Pump will be a little bit unfortunate for him, because he would have really loved that strong neutral damage. PLF still being pretty solid. I think it is going to be just out of 2 knocking out, but the additional bubble damage might put that second Play Rough just in range.
This is a bit of an interesting spot. J-Jan has that Skeledirge in the back, does not want to switch it into a Whiscash with energy, so he is forced to stay in this matchup, and that does allow Gligar, with the energy that it has, to basically remain unchecked once the Azumarill is off the field.
The interesting thing for Elam, J-Jan saved 2 shields for Skeledirge. Azumarill is going to be one of the best checks for that in the back. He's actually got a very healthy Gligar and a very healthy Azumarill. Both the Gligar's wing attacks won't be doing that much fast attack damage, but the bubbles will start to add up. You can see that the Skeledirge is at about 75% health, maybe 60% health now, and it's a bit awkward. You see a near full bubble going through here. The Shadow Ball I don't think will be able to knock out the Azumarill, and the bubble damage is really starting to add up.
And Elam thought about going for a switch, decides against it, going for the Play Rough as we see 4 turns of Incinerate connect for free. The Play Rough is resisted, but the Skeledirge, it's running out of HP. It commits the shield. It's going for the Shadow Ball. Is this going to be enough to knock out?
I think it might just be enough, or maybe just shy. It's really close, just shy. 1 more Incinerate coming through, but the Play Rough is able to be reached because 3 turns plus a charge attack is less than 5 turns. The damage will not apply. Going for a potential undercharge there. It's going to be really amazing. We just saw that video about undercharging, getting this Gligar extra energy going into this Azumarill matchup, and Azumarill will only need 1 Ice Beam. However, if Elam's able to reach a dig plus actually, maybe just 2 digs here would be enough. 1 to pull the shield and 1 to get the heavy-hitting neutral attack. Elam shaking his head, not sure about the pacing. 1, 2, 3 wing attacks. It's a charge attack tie. It's coming at the same time. Will this dig be enough damage?
This is going to be so close, Phoebe. It's a Shadow Dig, but Azumarill is very bulky. The dig into the Azumarill does pick up the KO, and Elam going down 2 shields early, able to fight back and win game 1 on charged attack priority. What a game.
A huge sigh of relief there from Elam. He was feeling like he was behind the entire game from that lead matchup, having thrown 2 baits into the Whiscash, neither of them being shielded, put him so far back. He was so frustrated in how that happened, and he's got so much to do. He needs to beat the Toronto Regional Champion here. This is an incredible matchup between these 2 battlers.
I agree, and we saw Skeledirge, unfortunately, go up against some pretty tough Pokemon for it, and we saw J-Jan calling the bait, grabbing both shields early. Skeledirge with the shields, but you can't shield fast attacks, Phoebe, and we do see those bubbles continuing to add up more and more.
Elam shaking his face. He accidentally threw 2 bubbles there instead of just 1 bubble, giving significantly more free energy to JJ. However, the end game, back-to-back digs, able to pick up the victory here. Shadow Gligar doing just enough damage in a sigh of relief as he secures game number 1.
What I want to talk about, Phoebe, is do you know what won Elam that game? Undercharging that move versus the Skeledirge. He needed every little bit of energy on that Gligar to make it to a second dig, and by undercharging, getting that 1 wing attack, that is what gave him that win condition where he did not have to go for a bait. Unbelievable game awareness by Elam.
Yeah, JJ was talking about how that boy Jay had done so many significant undercharges in order to give himself advantages. He just needs to look across the table and see someone to take inspirations from. Elam pulling off a masterful understanding of how much energy he needed to take into that final matchup. I'll be honest though, I don't know Elam too well, but I would be surprised if he was like, oh, I need exactly 1 wing attack, but it worked out so perfectly. The recognition that more energy was needed is great, but if he knew it was exactly 1, I'd maybe be a bit surprised. That just seems like an impossible calculation to me to make at that late of a game.
But that is the level of competition that we're looking at here. Understanding exactly what the win conditions are. Where is my opponent's energy? Where is mine? How much energy do I need? We have lock-ins here. It's game number 2. It's Mandibuzz, and it's leading into Whiscash.
This is a significantly better matchup for Elam than the previous leads. Getting the Gligar out of the way of the potential Whiscash would have been great if it was a mirror lead. Instead, that Whiscash is lurking in the back. I do think with the drop of Blizzard from Whiscash's move pool, this is going to be a bit of a favorable matchup for Mandibuzz because it just has so much bulk, its moves are so good, and it paces so quickly.
And we see a very interesting play there by Jjan. Jjan choosing to throw the Dark Pulse as soon as he gets it, throwing that charge attack on alignment, giving a free mud shot, but there's a very important reason why he did that. He lands that Dark Pulse before a debuff from a Scald connects. He's debuffed once, and now he's debuffed twice. So now he's going to be doing significantly less damage, but he was already able to land 1 Dark Pulse without any debuffs on it, and that Whiscash took quite a bit of damage.
I think this matchup has just been flipped because two debuffs there is going to provide Whiscash the ability to threaten enough damage. I think he's still out of range of that doubly debuffed Dark Pulse. This Scald will not pick up a knockout, but a Mud Bomb will, and it's going to be really close. 2 debuffs. Dark Pulse is a very solid move. It is neutral damage into the bulky Whiscash, and it does not quite pick up the knockout, and 1 Snarl actually picks up the knockout. If it was 2 Snarls, a Mud Bomb would have been reached, and Elam would have been able to win that switch advantage. However, 2 wing attacks able to knock out. He does have a slight energy advantage here, and look at the backline. We do see a reasonably good check for that Skeledirge in the back with Lickitung.
Lickitung able to apply a lot of pressure onto the Skeledirge with the fast attacks, but the charge attacks for Lickitung are completely walled. Gligar full sends the dig. We do see the shield by Jjan. Jjan so far in the Gligar Whiscash matchup making all the correct reads so far in game number 1 and game number 2.
Scald coming through. It's going to be shielded. No drop there. I think Elam's probably going to play out this matchup until a Scald debuff lands, then probably pivot into the Lickitung in order to maximize his energy efficiency of his charge attacks. The second dig coming through, pulling that second shield. In comes an additional Scald and another shield. All 4 shields have been used in this mid game.
Jjan looking for that Scald debuff. The Scald debuff does connect. This means 1 dig will not be enough to knock out here. We see an attempted catch by Elam, but the patience of Jjan, he sends in the Skeledirge. Skeledirge able to apply significant neutral damage in this matchup. Lickitung has a lot of energy, but this energy doesn't do much of anything into the Skeledirge.
Yeah, with all shields off the table at this point, it's going to be a bit tough. The one thing that Elam does have going for him is that Gligar, I think, has got so much health. I think it should be able to survive a charge attack from the Skeledirge. The power-up coming through, it is resisted, but it is going to put that Skeledirge potentially in lickdown range if Jjan does not throw a charge attack.
J-Jan firing off the Disarming Voice. Disarming Voice is going to be able to pick up the knockout here on the Lickitung. Back in comes the Gligar. Gligar looking for the farm down. It cannot get the farm down. The Disarming Voice's reach. These will not be enough to knock out. So this could come down to charged attack priority here. The clock not up. We do see he waits there to make sure that the Skeledirge did not get knocked out. And now it's going to be a Shadow Dig into the Whiscash. Is this going to be enough to KO?
It's going to be really close. Whiscash just under 40 health. It is not quite enough to pick up the knockout, and it looks like another charge attack coming through here. The Aerial Ace landing onto the Whiscash.
This is going to pick up the win for Elam. Elam able to take it. Looks like the competitors are discussing this matchup here, as unfortunately J-Jan did have that Scald loaded, but ended up not being able to use it.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to look into that a bit, as theoretically the charge attack should have come out at the same time for the first time around. But we'll let the judges talk about it, give them some time to think and decide its impact on the way that the game played out. But man, that end game, the farm, it was really great patience from Ealing, waiting to see if J-Jan could switch out. It would have been really interesting to me, I think, if both of the players waited until J-Jan's switch clock came up. Unfortunately, I think J-Jan was trying to switch to the Whiscash. The switch clock wasn't up, and because you tap on the area that the Whiscash is, I think it technically counts as a tap for a fast attack, and it will use a fast attack even though you're trying to switch if it's not up.
And we do have confirmation the match is going to be under review. As you had mentioned, I really liked the demonstrated patience by both the trainers. Elam trying to catch the Scald onto the Lickitung. J-Jan holding on to that energy, not letting that happen. And that Scald is, of course, very valuable damage into a potential Gligar in the endgame. And the patience from Elam, as the wing attack that went through as the Disarming Voice was fired, came very close to KOing. He waits to see, did that KO? If the Skeledirge is still on the field, I can wait because it's a 5-turn Incinerate. That damage will not register for quite some time, so I can safely wait a couple turns, go for a wing attack, and pick up the knockout there, and be in a spot where I have a dig. But as we saw, the dig just barely not enough to knock out there. As Whiscash, I mean, there's a reason why Abhinav was able to pilot it so successfully in Portland. Not only is it incredibly powerful at just tanking charge attacks, it's very, very bulky, but it can also almost improve that bulk, so to speak, by getting those Scald debuffs.
Yeah, it's interesting. We talk about, and here we go, actually going to look at that event there at the end of the game. We see J-Jan a bit frustrated that he did not get that charge attack tie on that first go around Elam. Throwing the Aerial Ace, able to pick up that knockout. We'll have to see exactly what our judges think of what happened there at the end of the game. I want to talk a little bit about water and ground types, because Whiscash has not been the king of water ground types, or as we love to call them here, mud boys. It was typically Swampert for the longest time, and we've seen that Swampert really has not shown up to these events lately. It's because of the addition of Scald. Swampert used to outperform Whiscash because Whiscash would have to run Mud Bomb and Blizzard. And although Blizzard is neutral and Mud Bomb is Blizzard into Swampert, Swampert's Hydro Cannon was providing so much more pressure. Even though Swampert is significantly less bulky than a Whiscash. However, now with the addition of Scald into the moveset pool, Scald kind of shores up that moveset mismatch enough so that bulk becomes the winning factor here. I still think that something like Shadow Swampert has play in the meta because it is just so potent. That those Shadow Hydro Cannons are so potent into so many neutral matchups.
The Shadow Hydro Cannons are no joke. There was a reason why in previous seasons, as we had discussed, Shadow Swampert won many regionals. I believe it was the Shadow Swampert Shadow Alolan Ninetales core from a season or two back. I believe it was Rise who won at a previous Knoxville using that core because it was just incredibly threatening. But that's where the addition of Scald and the buff to Scald for Whiscash is so impactful. Mud Bomb, it's a pretty solid move, but you don't really want to rely on Mud Bomb in like neutral situations. And having something like Scald that has very good damage for energy, that 50% chance chance to debuff, and we already know from Swampert the power of that typing. The typing, of course, has one massive weakness. You've kind of been wondering where the grass types have gone. Whiscash, very happy they're not here, as we're able to see Whiscash pretty much used very effectively as a safe switch due to the complete vanishing of grass types. And that's the main thing that people could use outside of something like an Altaria to really punish the Whiscash.
It's so funny that you bring up that core, that old core of Shadow Swampert and Shadow Alola Ninetales, because it was actually at last year's Charlotte Regional event that I had been talking about it for a long time. I had been hyping it up, and I thought Shadow Politoed was the great core breaker of that core, and I brought it to Charlotte, and it honestly didn't perform as well as I would have liked it to.
Oh no.
So it is what it is. That was actually, so you called it out, Mud Bomb's not something you want to use too much. So a year ago in Charlotte, Mud Bomb was actually in its previous form. It was not doing quite as much damage as it does now. That was more than, I think it was 2 updates ago that we got the change to Mud Bomb where it's doing more damage. And it's really interesting. I think the community was really excited about the addition of Shadow Ball to Toxicroak, but we haven't seen that much Toxicroak usage as well, even though we've seen its biggest contender in the meta of Metacham being kind of knocked out. The bad news for Toxicroak is that there's another really tough meta answer for it, and that is going to be Annihilate. And Mud Bomb not going to be doing enough damage. Sludge Bomb going to be resisted by the Ghost typing, and Shadow Ball, it's super effective, but Annihilate has Shadow Ball, and it has same type attack bonus on it. So I guess you are kind of trading off super effective damage for same type attack bonus. However, I just don't think Toxicroak has what it takes to overcome that typing matchup, because we talked about it before. Metacham, single resisting counters. Toxicroak, single resisting counters. Annihilate, double resisting
counters. I definitely agree, and the typing for Toxicroak is a very interesting one, of course, being the poison and fighting, but that does come with certain weaknesses. Whereas the ghost fighting, I feel, cover each other's weaknesses a little bit better on something like Annihilate, whereas adding that poison subtyping, you of course are only taking neutral from something like a fairy type attack, but you're opening up additional weaknesses, including ground. And there are, I would say, a couple good ground types in this meta right now. The Gligar, the Whiscash, you know, just fringe picks no one ever uses. So.
Yeah, and honestly, both of those Pokemon are just so strong against Toxicroak, basically completely walling it. And we do have word from our judge. It is going to be that rematch, and that final interaction between those 2 charge attacks was deemed impactful enough to cause this. So our players are going to reset, going back into game number 2, and we'll have to see how they adjust. I think J-Jan has to feel happy about how he maneuvered around that late game, dancing around with Whiscash, conserving energy for that final interaction there. And Elam will have to try to figure out how to deal with J-Jan's Whiscash. Maybe he had left off the Azumarill for Lickitung. I think maybe because of a threat of Cresselia. Maybe he thought Cresselia was going to come into that game. Think about other Pokemon that do really well into Azumarill, and I think of Registeel, but Registeel also does really well into Lickitung, so it must not have been Registeel pressure that Elam was fearing.
I agree there, and it'll be interesting to see what adjustments specifically Elam makes. As you had mentioned, that Whiscash, it's real, like, its energy is incredibly impactful into every Pokemon on Elam's team. Elam only has 1 Pokemon that resists water, and even the Azumarill, you can still hit with Mud Bomb, and something that Elam has done versus the Azu is you can also go for a Scald. It's resistant, but if you get that attack drop, we've seen a couple matches in this series so far where those attack drops can be extremely impactful, where your damage output is, I mean, after 1, it's cut a little bit, but after 2, feels like it's been cut in half, and you have half the Pokemon that you did a couple seconds ago.
Another Pokemon I'd like to see Elam bring potentially is Vigoroth. We look at Jayjan's side, and he does not have a fighting type on his side. So Vigoroth feeling a little bit more free. Of course, you still have to worry a little bit about something like Cresselia walling it, or if you're down on energy, Skeledirge will do quite well. Or if you're down completely on shield, something like Registeel will do really well. So I think it has a lot of play. It does really well into Azumarill with its pacing not taking super effective damage from Play Rough. Mandibuzz not taking super effective damage from those Aerial Aces also feels very comfortable. So I think Vigoroth has interesting play here and could potentially be one of the answers that he could bring for Elam's Whiscash.
I agree. Also, Vigoroth, its ability to, as we saw Abhinav use, pairs so well with that core of Whiscash. We have lock-ins. Game number 2, Azumarill leads into that Vigoroth.
So this is going to be a matchup where Vigoroth feels very comfortable. You pace to the Body Slam so much quicker than Azumarill can pace to either of its charge moves. It's not even riding Hydro Pump. You see great timing by Elam throwing the Body Slam before Elam throws his first charge attack, and we're going to have to see Jayjan throw another bubble here likely, go nearly to cap energy, and Elam actually interrupting that opportunity, throwing a secondary Body Slam.
Very nice charge attack timing here by Elam. Jayjan trying to throw on good charge attack timing, and he has to farm just shy of 100 energy there as he fires off this Play Rough into the Vigoroth. Elam is going to no shield because, again, this is not a fighting type. It runs counter, but it is not weak to that move. We see a switch into the Skeledirge. Skeledirge going to be answered with the Whiscash.
This is an interesting team composition from Jayjan. It looks like his play here is try to pull out the Whiscash so that Registeel roams free. We look in the back, it actually could have been really impactful if Elam had also brought Gligar, but with the potency of Jayjan's Whiscash in games number 1 and the previous rematch, it makes a lot of sense for Elam to leave the Gligar on the bench.
The Scald fired off by Elam. We are going to see the shield by Jayjan. Do we see the attack drop? We do see the attack drop. Firing off the Shadow Ball, but this Shadow Ball is now significantly less threatening due to that attack drop from the Scald. So Elam, very comfortable no shield here as the Shadow Ball is going to be survived by the Whiscash.
Elam gave a little bit of a stare to the camera there, maybe a bit frustrated with himself missing the counts of Shadow Ball there. However, he's still able to very handily win this matchup, and he's looking to potentially pivot, but the switch clock is not up yet. He still could land a Mud Bomb, and Elam, frustrated again, losing track of the energy, potentially lost in this sauce that Jayjan is cooking up.
In comes the Lickitung in the back. It's Registeel. Now, Registeel has this Vigoroth low, but here's the thing. Lock-on only does 1 damage per turn. So this Vigoroth is low, but it's going to be able to get a lot of value for Elam as he fires off Body Slam after Body Slam. And this, oh my goodness, it is so much energy. I think it's even to get to a 3rd Body Slam feed.
How many Body Slams does it take to get to the center of a Registeel? And the answer is probably at, well, the counters are making this hard for me to actually make this joke work, but it's going to be put into the deep red here. And the issue for Jayjan is that Lickitung's damage into Registeel mostly comes from the lick attacks. And you see Elam actually kind of happy with how this is played out. Zap Cannon coming through, gets the shield. Fingers crossed from Elam that he does not drop the attack so that the licks can still do good damage. The attack does fall. A little bit of a frown into the camera. I love Elam. He's doing so great. Another Body Slam, not actually being thrown. More frustration, losing track of the energy. However, I think honestly, if I was Elam, I would just try to go for the lick down at this point.
And the Focus Blast, oh my, so much damage trying to make it to the double Body Slam, but he does not get there. The shield from Jayjan, and Jayjan should have this Ice Beam loaded. The attack drop, and he goes for the Play Rough. That's gonna be game over as Jayjan gets the equalizer there. But the attack drop, oh my goodness, he was hoping he could get that farm down, but it was not to be.
Yeah, and it's a great call by Jayjan to switch out at the end there to not provide Elam an opportunity to build up to 2 Body Slams against the Azumarill. With the attack drop, it maybe would have not quite picked the knockup. I think with the without the attack drop, it would have been. but Zap Cannon getting that attack drop and able to provide a little more wiggle room for JJan to feel comfortable in that end game. So it was a great turnaround from JJan from game number 1 going into game number 2 here. Going into game number 3, I think Ilm's going to have to think a little bit more carefully about how to use Gligar, because JJan did a really great job of forcing it away in game number 2. How does JJan kind of react to that push and pull of Whiscash Gligar here into game number 3?
That Gligar, it has so many neutral to positive matchups across the board, but if you get stuck against the Whiscash or the Azumarill, it is not a fun time to be the Gligar whatsoever. So, but that is the almost mental calculus that these battlers have to do, is they run lines to try and entice an opponent to try and entice an opponent to run a certain Pokemon, and then to maybe try and counter it later on and stuff like that. So it's all about the dance, so to speak, of what they are going to run here in this third game.
Are we talking about Calc AB, Calc BC, or maybe Calc ABB? A little bit of a math and Pokemon Go joke there for you at home if you enjoy some calculus, or maybe you all don't like calculus and you're tired of hearing me make these really corny jokes. But hey, that's why I'm here. It's what I gotta do.
Honestly, I was a math major, so I love it, Phoebe. So you at least have a one fan here, that is for sure. So,
and it looks like actually the match is under review. We got that lower third popping up. I was just about to call that out. It looks like there was maybe some issue in the middle game, and it's going to be we're gonna have to have the judges look into that and see how impactful it was into that late game. Maybe about that interaction with Lickitung versus Registeel. If that charge attack had gone into the Registeel to prevent that secondary charge attack from going off without it would have required JJan to shield there to get that off, and then he would have not had a shield for the Azumarill in the end game. So I think that's maybe the argument that Elam is making here, but we'll have to see what the judges think, and maybe we could get a peer back into that interaction again if we have that opportunity with our replay here.
That's one thing that I do enjoy, is the ability to watch that match back and determine where exactly is the moment of the match that is under review. So we can take a look, kind of have a little bit of an inside look here to see what that interaction was. We see here, goes for the body slam, clicks it, and then we see there the bit of the reaction there from Elam as unfortunately that body slam does not register, was looking to try and force that final shield from the Registeel, as you had mentioned, as the body slam was reached one turn before that focus blast. So charge attack priority would not have been a factor.
Yeah, you can see it on his face, the immediate frustration of, oh, what I wanted to happen didn't quite happen. So we'll have to leave it up to our judges to see what they think about the impact that might have had on the rest of the game. Skeledirge. Will it be able to make it out of this matchup? We'll have to see.
I mean, to be honest, it has performed pretty well so far. It seems like a lot of people have been adjusting their strategies a little bit, trying to almost over-prepare for, let's say, something like Annihilate, which we have seen on teams, but we've seen a lot of the time almost as bench pressure, so to speak. Like, we have seen it brought a couple times, but especially in that Bosox and Sushi matchup, they both had it. They both ran the 3 bulkiest Pokemon they had, and we had timer game, timer game, timer game. If you're running Annihilate, Phoebe, I don't think you're going to be seeing a lot of those timer games.
Another way to get around that, we talked about it before, is grass typings. And one thing that I'm looking into and I'm curious about is JJan doesn't have a pure grass type on his team, but he does have access to that Cresselia, and he hasn't quite utilized it in pairing with that Skeledirge to get a grass fire core, which is a core that we see very frequently in the Go scene. We actually see it in the VGC scene as well. Typically, it's more than just a grass fire. It's a grass fire water, so they can get all sides of the triangle to be able to cover each other quite well. But We can do that as well in the Go scene, but it's not quite as common because if you run Grass, Fire, Water, then you're leaving yourself weak to Dragon, or depending on which exact Pokemon you're working with, maybe Steel if you are if you're avoiding that Fire matchup and your Water type is something like maybe a Azumarill, which doesn't have a lot of pressure against Registeel.
And we did see from our caster predictions, speaking of dragons, a couple of us were thinking about Altaria as speaking of dragons to break up those fire, water, grass cores. Altaria, we haven't seen a lot of it today, but we have seen, I believe it was on the Mamaclimbs team, she didn't end up bringing the Venusaur for those games, but had the Shadow Venusaur and Skeledirge core, so along that same line of, they can cover each other's weaknesses fit very nicely, whereas the Skeledirge can do well into, with its coverage, into a wide variety of things, and if you run into something like one of those pesky Whiscashes, the Poliwrath, something like that, you have that Venusaur with, of course, the Community Day move of Frenzy Plant, which can put in a lot of work there. Now, speaking of Community Days, though, I just want to take a moment to appreciate the fact that Skeledirge hasn't even had its Community Day yet, Phoebe, and it's already doing so well in this competitive scene. Like the moveset, the coverage, it doesn't even have, like a lot of the fire starters get access to Blast Burn. It doesn't have Blast Burn, and here it is, and it's performing amazingly.
I got a question for you, Henry.
Okay.
If Skeledirge is going to win a regional championship, it gets a belt, right? Where does it wear that belt?
Oh, that is the toughest thing I've had to deal with all day. Where does it wear that belt?
It's like, how does a horse wear pants if it wears pants? Does it wear it this way or this way?
Is it like yeah, oh man, I think it wears it like
around the stomach, probably,
yeah,
right?
Around the stomach.
I think the other way would be way too weird for it. it's a bit of a long boy. It kind of stretches out. It's kind of laying out on all fours. Quite a long alligator.
Although a lot of the top placers do get access to medals, so that's definitely something the Skeledirge could wear into battle. Is they do get like second place, third place, even a fourth place medal, which rings a bell slightly. So
yeah, I think we've had some very prominent and loud speaking fourth place players in the past. I don't know who we're talking about, but maybe we're talking about someone.
Name escapes me, but
yeah. So we're going to give our judges some more time as they continue to talk about this. Maybe we'll see a head judge pop up on stage if they need a little bit of help with this review. It is definitely tough to see. The games are really fast. We do have the option to slow down in the reviews, which is honestly great. I think it's one of the great things to see about exactly the order of events that happen, because the thing about Pokemon Go is it's half a second. Every turn is a half of a second, so it's a lot to take in as it goes. It's really fast. There's not much of a break. You don't have time. You don't have time to sit and think, as it happens half a second after each other.
And at this high level, even 1/2 of a second can be the difference in these games. So it comes down to the wire, just unbelievably close.
And we just got word that match is going to stand. So J-Jan moving ahead into a 1-1. We still have game number 3 here to play. And as we were kind of talking about a little bit earlier, we need to figure out how to move, or how each player needs to move forward. Elam needs to figure out, do I want to bring Gligar into game number 3, or am I still afraid of that Azumarill Whiscash core?
It is definitely going to be tough, especially with this series here. Like, these are two very experienced competitors, and they've had a couple matches already to kind of get a feel for what Pokemon the opponent likes to bring, their play style, stuff like that. And that last match just coming down to the wire there. Unfortunately, as you had mentioned, not being able to get the body slam, but in that end game, would have needed to make a power whip versus the Azumarill and was not able to get there. So even if the body slam was thrown, you're still able to shield, land the focus blast, and then Azumarill makes the ice beam. So in that end game, to me, it does make sense that the call stands as is, and that's why we have this amazing group of judges. Is they're able to sit down, as you mentioned, go through these battles like slow down as much as needed, because again, as you mentioned, these are half seconds we're talking about here, and being able to identify the win cons there and end up letting the match stand.
Another thing I want to talk about as we wait for these players to get ready for game number 3 is the spawns that we have here at the event. I'm looking at the player's screen. We have a slightly different view back here behind the desk than you do at home, and we can see that there are Mankeys aplenty. So make sure that if you are here in the venue, you are catching those Mankeys, because that is what you need in order to be able to evolve it not once, but twice into that new Annihilate, and it's a great way to be able to get those ones with those stat distributions that you want. You need it to be small enough to be able to work in the Great League, right? Because you are evolving it twice. You can't have it be too high of a CP, otherwise it will be too high. It'll be above 1500 CP for the Great League.
And I believe I see a Carbink there as well. Carbink hasn't seen as much play this season, and a Lickitung just spawned as well. And I'll be honest with you, we've seen a lot of Lickitung today. We have seen a lot of Lickitung. So definitely, if you get the chance to make it to one of these regionals, whether you're traveling from afar, some people even travel across oceans to make it to these regionals, or if it just happens to be the one closest to you, whether you're going as a competitor, as in our case, a caster, or even just as a spectator. These events are an amazing experience. I believe they often have double Stardust at the venue as well, which can stack if it's a community day for Stardust. I believe it was in Portland where they had the triple dust, and it was 6 times Stardust at the venue. So even if you're saying, you know what, maybe I'm not feeling quite up to competing yet, going as a spectator, it's a truly amazing environment. Getting to meet a lot of these people who also share a love for Pokemon Go at a competitive level, and also just getting all these rewards, getting the Stardust, getting these meta Pokemon that are spawning.
And I want to speak a little bit about spectating. I actually had a friend, his name's Shund, he's out in the crowd. He was originally planning on coming here spectating, and he eventually opted to participate, which is great because I think he and a few others might have been the people who pushed us over 128 players here to get us to this amazing size event that we have. Game number 3 is ready. We see the Vigoroth coming in from Elam up against the Whiscash, and it's going to be the Scald coming first at the same time as the Body Slam. Great counting and recognition from Elam.
We see the no shield by JJ, and the body slam connects. That does some solid damage, but again, we've talked about this again and again. The bulk of Whiscash, able to withstand that damage, no problem. Fire up the Scald. We see the no protect shield by Elam. The Scald connects, and it does get the debuff, and there's an immediate save switch into the Azumarill. In comes the Lickitung, but this means the Lickitung is going to avoid that Mandibuzz in the endgame.
I'm curious, I think JJ might have been able to win switch advantage from that lead matchup because of the debuff and the next body slam not threatening a knockout. However, switching in the Azumarill, pulling out the Lickitung, but that's not great for the Mandibuzz in the back. The Mandibuzz would have loved to see this matchup. Power Whip coming through. This is not going to threaten a knockout yet. A Power Whip plus a second, honestly, it would take so many licks plus a body slam to knock out at this range, but it might be how Elam decides to play this because this play rough's not going to threaten a knockout, and it's going to be a long, long time before the next one is ready.
The Lickitung getting low on HP here, but will be able to overfarm quite a bit. And if you get yourself as low as possible, then there's, of course, less farm for whatever Pokemon JJ decides to bring in. Opting to go for your strategy that you mentioned, going for a whole lot of licks, going for the body slam, and the licks do take it. The calculation by Elam. In comes the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz immediately met with the body slam.
And great patience there from Elam. He actually threw a few more licks instead of throwing the body slam immediately, because if that Whiscash came back in, it would have been really impactful to throw a Power Whip. Elam denying J-Jan a farm down there, switching into the Whiscash, shielding up the first Dark Pulse, because Scald debuffs will mean that this Dark Pulse would do the most damage. J-Jan still has his Switch Clock, though. He did not Switch Lock himself, and the reason is that there's a Vigoroth in the back, and the Vigoroth is okay into either one of these Pokemon, so he's probably going to wait until the first Scald debuff lands before opting to switch out.
And the Scald does not get the debuff. I did really like the overfarm by Elam there, choosing to go for 4 mud shots and his charge attack. So still maintaining very principled fundamentals here, but with quite a lot of energy here. As you're going to see, he's going to do this again. It makes it a lot more difficult for J-Jan to switch in the Wizcash, because the Wizcash will be at an energy deficit. So a very nice job maximizing as much energy as possible from Elam as the Scald connects, but the Mandibuzz refuses to get KO'd and refuses to be debuffed.
It would have been a possible play for Elam to go for the Mud Bomb there. It might have caught J-Jan off guard if he was not completely aware of the counts, but Elam now recognizing Mud Bomb's not going to be enough to knock out. Mandibuzz is super bulky and double resisted damage will not do enough. Scald coming through enough to knock out. It's opting to switch there instead of staying in. I would have maybe preferred for him to stay in to try to get a Mud Bomb off to pull a shield, but it would have put him at a disadvantage in the sense that J-Jan would have been able to completely farm down with Mud Shots.
These counters are very valuable for Elam, as Elam still has pretty good fast move pressure into J-Jan. J-Jan needs to rely on knocking out with charge attacks. And we're going to see here Elam continuing to apply pressure onto the Wizcash. Wizcash forced to burn the final shield, and now a very careful calculation for J-Jan begins. Do you choose to overfarm and get extra energy, but take extra fast attacks? He chooses to overfarm by 1, taking 1 additional counter, but hoping that extra energy is going to allow him to outpace Elam in this endgame.
Elam will need to go into his own Wizcash. The Lickitung is just free energy for J-Jan's Wizcash. The question is, does he survive the Mud Shots in order to get to his own Mud Bomb first? It looks like he is up on energy, and he is going to be able to reach the Mud Bomb there, and J-Jan is going to be losing this game.
Unbelievable by Elam there, as he's able to take it. J-Jan, the overfarm we talked about, you have to make a decision. Do I decide to overfarm more and take more counters? He overfarms by 1, but it turns out he may have needed to do a second Mud Shot there, take a second counter as he loses charge attack priority there. Unfortunately, it looked like training his Wizcash more in bulk than in attack, and Elam, against all odds, able to take down a regional champion here early in Charlotte.
Yeah, that was a great performance, honestly, by both of those trainers. And it was a tough spot for J-Jan in the end because he did not have the option to try to catch that charge attack either. So he's really forced into that position where he needed to go for the Mud Bomb just immediately, and unfortunately not able to win that tie, and unfortunately taking that game number 3 loss, and will be knocked down into the losers bracket. But it's not the end of the road for him. He still has plenty of time left to kind of push his way into potentially day number 2. He does have, I believe he does have a slight bit of a slog. He is in only round 4, so he has to get, I think, 2 or 3 more wins in order to make sure that he gets a invite into day number 2, which is definitely possible. It's not the hardest route we've ever seen into day number 2. Let's go ahead and watch these replays here. Here's game number 1, that super impactful charge attack tie there. The shadow bonus on the Gligar doing just enough damage so that this dig is able to get that knockout and get victory for Elam in game number 1.
And in game number 2, the Shadow Ball connecting, dealing very meaningful damage, going for the Scald, and the strategy by J-Jan to use the Skeledirge to bait out the potential ground type, whether it be the Gligar or the Wizcash. And then in game, we see the body slams here again and again and again in game number 2. The Lickitung trying to make it to the move. Lickitung going to be hit with the Focus Blast there, but the Azumarill still having energy, and the body slam that could have been thrown at the Ready Steel just gets shielded up here, and we see Lickitung short of the Power Whip needed to get that KO, and J-Jan able to get the equalizer.
Yeah, so that was a really close game number 2. It came down to that debuff into game number 3. Body Slam coming in, not able to pick the knockout. The lick down, Mandibuzz coming in, but great awareness by Elam to get off this Body Slam and then prevent further farm for J-Jan on his Mandibuzz.
And then the aggressive pivot into the Wizcash, saving that Lickitung, trying for potential debuffs, but unfortunately, the Mandibuzz just refuses to get debuffed, and in the end game here, it's a race. Mud Bomb simultaneously, but charge attack priority. Elam able to take an incredibly close 2-1 series and advance.
And the game's tricking me again. So I had called out that it was Elam going to outpace by 1, but it was because they were on different cycles. So he had slightly different energy residuals, and it ended up being that charge attack tie in the end, which was the game-deciding moment there for Elam.
And that is another thing that is very tricky about Pokemon Go at this high level is sometimes the amount of energy that you generate from your fast move does not cleanly add up to your charge move, so you end up with a certain amount residual. It's how we see with certain Pokemon, like, let's say, for example, something like a Frostlass with Powder Snow to Avalanche, 6 to the first, 6 to the second, and then 5 to the third. That 5 cycle can be tricky because those Powder Stones generate energy pretty quickly, but that's some of the knowledge that these competitors have, is understanding what cycle is my opponent on? How quickly are they going to be getting to these charge attacks? It's an absolutely staggering amount of mental math and calculations all being done in real time in a game where half seconds make the difference between holding up a trophy at the end of the day and falling in second place, so close yet so far. On the surface, it can just look like a game where you're tapping your phone feet, but there's an unbelievable amount of mental calculations, awareness, and reaction time required to play this at a high level.
And we'll have to hear from the man himself. Elam is ready. See how impactful he thought that final charge attack priority, if he even recognized if it was a charge attack tie there at the end. Take it away, Eric.
All right, so I'm, are we live? Okay, I'm Nighttime Clasher, joined by Elam here after winning the semis of Group B. Congratulations. How's it feel?
It feels good. The series wasn't very clean, but I'm happy that I pulled it off, luckily.
Yeah, so you brought Abhi's team from the Portland Regional Championships. How is it working today despite the introduction of Annihilate?
Well, I think the team is still very good. I think it's still very neutral, and I still haven't faced any Annihilate, even though I think it's like 30% usage. But yeah, the team is performing pretty well. Whiscash especially is a very strong pick, and yeah, I think the team is performing pretty well so far.
Yeah, against JJ, do you feel like you had any problems with the Cresselia? Were you afraid that he would bring it?
I was pretty worried that he would bring it, but I also know that he was worried about my Charger Bug. That's why he kept going AVA or AVB strong against my Charger Bug, because his only two, he has 2 strong answers to it, but the rest of his team struggle against it. So I kind of expected him not to bring it, but at some point maybe he would bring it like a surprise pick. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. Congratulations on the win. Good luck on the rest of the tournament. We'll now be throwing to a break where we take a look at King Alexander's run in the Peoria Regional Championships.
My brother and mom actually used to play Pokemon, and so they reached out and were talking about it with me and told me to get back into it. So I started doing some PvP casually because of that, and then being the competitive person that I am, I just got more and more into that PvP scene. I started watching Twitch streams, started getting more and more involved in the community, and it's really just grown from there into a love for battling. So I started battling probably about 2 years ago in 2021, and then I went to 2 other regionals in the last circuit. And in both of those regionals, I fell a little bit short of where I would have liked to have landed. And I felt like I was very close to making a breakthrough. So I just kind of kept learning, kept trying to figure things out and make a difference. And all of that practice and that experience really helped me get to this regionals and just play the way that I did. My drive to compete's really come from when I was in college. I did a lot of intramural sports with a bunch of college friends. And then kind of after college, I was looking for something to kind of fill that competitive drive and that competitive feeling. And slowly I shifted into that Pokemon Go PvP scene and realized that it was kind of what I was looking for. And the more that I've played it, the more that I've loved it and the more I've loved competing. In the competitive scene, I really started by watching content from creators like Caleb Pang, Rise to Occasion, and a lot of these battlers that have just inspired me to be the battler that I am. And I've learned so much from those 2 battlers and many, many others that really helped me to get to the point where I could even be standing here today. I just want to keep getting better. And that's kind of always been my mentality, is I want to just keep progressing and do the best that I can. But the big thing I wanted was something competitive for myself to do, for something for myself to push for. You know, it'll be Worlds, it'll be World Champion, it'll be doing more. And I'm going to keep pushing for more and more from here. And I'm just going to enjoy the fact that I get to play this game and I get to have fun competing every day.
I started playing competitively in Pokemon Go in the official format from the very first tournament, the 2022 Liverpool Regional Championships, which I won. Prior to that, I've been playing grassroots tournaments ever since PvP was introduced into Pokemon Go around December 2018. I've been a very, very avid competitor ever since. My favorite partner Pokemon from the main series games, I would have to say Piplup. Just really love the little cute blue penguin. But for PvP, my partner Pokemon is and always will be Cresselia. It's changed over the years with different updates to the game, different changes to the meta. I'm a massive fan of playing Cresselia. My favorite team of all time that I've ever played is Cresselia, Sirfetch'd, and Scrafty. 3 massively underrated Pokemon that should not work together, but somehow pull through. I am a very competitive person by nature. I always have been. But really, for me, these tournaments is an opportunity to hang out with friends, to meet some people that I've been chatting online with for years through our grassroots tournaments, just to share some laughs and create some memories. No, not really. I'm maybe one of the only players that can say they've beaten both world champions at the World Championships. So it's less looking up to these players and more wanting to have another opportunity to show my stuff against the best of the best.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the pop-up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living dream today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
And we are back here in Charlotte for the Pokemon Go Regional Championships. Joining you again, I am Stephanie Christine, and I'm here with Eric.
Yeah, so our next matchup is a great one. We've got Out of Pocket and a Silent Beast for Out of Pocket, of course, one of the very well-known trainers inside of North America, is making his way to trying to win another regional championship this year after Peoria in the 2023 season. So really looking forward to him.
Yes, he is a 2-time regional championship qualifier. He was in the seniors when we had the seniors division. That is how he qualified in the 2022 season, and then qualifying in 2023 as well. He's going to be looking to take on Silent Beast coming here to the stage very shortly.
Yeah, and Silent Beast, probably pretty silent, because if you haven't heard of him this season, it's because he hasn't played yet this season, but has had success in the 2023 Baltimore Regional Championships, where he was able to make a top 4 appearance in a day 2, bringing his trusty Sirfetch'd every single time.
Yes, and that Surfetched is going to make an appearance again. Will
Surfetched, it's a very niche Pokemon. Of course, it has access to fighting type coverage in counter, and also has grass type coverage in Leaf Blade. One of the strongest charge attacks in the game. Of course, you can opt for Night Slash or Brave Bird as your second move, and I believe Silent Beast here will be opting for the Brave Bird. Of course, that gives you great coverage against other fighters and grass types.
Yes, and you do not want to get hit by a Brave Bird from a Surfetched. Surfetched is such an attack-weighted Pokemon. It will decimate every opponent with that Brave Bird. We can see the teams now on the stage. Out of Pocket running Double Flyer, very different Double Flyer than you would typically imagine, running both Altaria and Skarmory. Actually, Triple Flyer with the Gligar. Three flyers, Eric. Not just one, not two, but three.
Yeah, Hot Pocket looks to be trying to fly his way into the finals here in this matchup. And of course, if you're Silent Beast, that means that your Surfetched might not look as good as you would have wished it to look, because of course Gligar is able to do super effective wing attack and aerial ace. Skarmory probably just outbulks you and is able to land a sky attack and knock you out pretty easily. So Silent Beast has a lot of things to be cautious of, as again, his team is also not that great against Charjabug. Speaking of a Pokemon that you love.
I know, I love that Charjabug. Let's see if it'll come into play. Out of Pocket leads the Skarmory. Surfetched, Silent Beast bringing it anyway. We just said it's got lots of counters on the other side of the field, but going to be bringing it anyway. Since Skarmory is running that Steel Wing charge move, then we see Surfetched building up to the Brave Bird, but not throwing a move yet. I'm very interested to see. Silent Beast is staying in. That could mean, is he very weak to the Skarmory in the back?
And hey, who at home knows how much a Brave Bird does to a Skarmory? Let's find out. If this Leaf Blade goes shielded, maybe Silent Beast will make it to a Brave Bird and be able to KO the Skarmory. Out of Pocket shields a double resisted Leaf Blade, and now this Brave Bird could connect. Is it possible that Surfetched actually wins the one shield scenario against Skarmory?
Well, not if Out of Pocket is going to shield and then tries to make a swap, but actually, or is looking to make a swap as soon as the next Pokemon comes in, but decides against it. Decides is going to stay in with the Skarmory and throw a Sky Attack before dipping out.
I really like this play to try to throw a Sky Attack instead of Brave Bird, because of course, I think Out of Pocket should be able to make it to another Sky Attack. He does. Goes down with the Brave Bird, and you can see very frustrated with that decision, as now this Lickitung is chock full of energy, and this Gligar is not going to appreciate these body slams.
No, it is not. We see the first one come through here and knock into the Gligar. Out of Pocket has no shields left in play. Silent Beast still has a Lickitung and a very bulky Cresselia in the back. The Cresselia on the side of Silent Beast running that Grass Knot Future Sight combination.
And if you're out of Pocket here, how do you deal with this Cresselia? That Grass Knot is just going to take this Whiscash into the red health, and even though you can apply those Skulls, apply those debuffs, this Whiscash is already in critical condition.
It is going to be heading back to the Pokeball very shortly, but not before it throws a Scald, perhaps looking to get a bit of a debuff on the Cresselia, but not one to be found. The Cresselia already at another Grass Knot, but the Whiscash is going to get to throw its charged attack first.
Yeah, of course, Whiscash wins charge attack priority against a very bulky Cresselia, but that's not going to save it, as this Grass Knot is more than enough to take the Whiscash back to the Pokeball. Now, at the end here, we'll have a Lickitung up against the Gligar. The Gligar has a lot of room to get through all these Pokemon, has the shield available for the Cresselia, but opts to not go for it. A very, very nice call, allowing Silent Beast to stay in the game here with the Cresselia and threaten the Grass Knot.
Yeah, and the Grass Knot is going to connect with the Gligar. Out of Pocket had so much energy on the Gligar, but lets it go, and that is going to be an early win here for Silent Beast, taking the first game of the series. We were talking right at the beginning, where is Surfetched going to go? It doesn't have any room to play, and Silent Beast brought it in the lead anyway. I was really surprised to see how that lead matchup turned out.
Yeah, honestly, I had never seen Steel Wings do so much damage neutrally, but then I had also never seen counters do that much to a Skarmory. Silent Beast clearly knows his Surfetch better than all of us here and all of us at home, most likely, and maybe he will continue to use these advantages to push through into this game too.
Yes, I'm also really interested in the Skeledirge on the side of Silent Beast. I think that might have some really good play coming up. We're taking a look at the looking at the Skarmory, looking at the Charjabug. It has good play into the Dugong as well. I think there's a lot of room for that Skeledirge. Very interested to see how Out of Pocket is going to make a comeback here.
Yeah, in the other game, Out of Pocket really went kind of with no checks to the Cresselia in the backline. And is Silent Beast going to take advantage of that again in this next game? Because again, Out of Pocket does have access to the Charjabug and the Skarmory, which are pretty hard answers to the Cresselia. But of course, if you don't get that right alignment, your Whiscash could also eat a Grass Knot.
Ooh, and we are gonna see a very strong lead for Silent Beast. We have the Incinerate user Skeledirge, and we're gonna see a quick swap. Whiscash versus the Surfetch. Whiscash is going to get to its charge move first, but those Leaf Blades are going to decimate the water ground type Pokemon of Whiscash.
This is a nightmare for Out of Pocket. This Leaf Blade will threaten to one-hit KO the Whiscash. Can I even say one-hit KO because the Whiscash is already in half health from counters alone?
Yes, Surfetch really utilizing its attack stat. It is so attack weighted that all of those counters, these Leaf Blades, just do so much more damage. Whiscash throwing a Mud Bomb, taking another shield. Silent Beast really wanting to utilize this. Surfetch is already at a Leaf Blade, almost at another Leaf Blade. Is Out of Pocket going to let the Whiscash go? No, he shields it, but it is almost at, the Surfetch is at another Leaf Blade now, so Silent Beast shields up this Mud Bomb, and then we're going to see, is the Leaf Blade going to come through?
And now, comes in with the Charjabug to try to make a quick work of that Surfetch, but Silent Beast hangs onto the energy, goes into the Skeledirge, and now this is a disaster for the Charjabug, as this Discharge won't be doing enough to take it out, and the Shadow Ball or Disarming Voice are more than enough for the opposing Charjabug. Wisely over-farming by one Incinerate to throw in good timing, and Silent Beast will be Disarming Voice on this Charjabug. Now the awkward thing is here that you can't bring in the Altaria necessarily because you will have to eat a Disarming Voice. But the Whiscash, you still need it to deal with that Surfetch so you don't get like hit by a Brave Bird potentially.
So deciding to bring in the Whiscash and throwing a Mud Bomb before Skeledirge is able to throw a charge move. So this will take out the Skeledirge, but then you still have that Surfetch in the back that has a lot of energy and a full health Lickitung. And it is difficult at the end of a game to try to take out a Lickitung.
And actually, this is starting to look a lot better for Out of Pocket. Able to get the Scald onto the Lickitung, and now I believe that the Altaria can clean this game up. I'm not sure if Silent Beast has a Brave Bird or not, but if he does not, this is going to look pretty bad, as the Altaria should be able to Moonblast this Lickitung after getting those Dragon Breaths applied.
Out of Pocket trying to flip the script here. The Altaria is going to be applying a lot of pressure with its Dragon Breath. Actually goes for a Sky attack rather than the Moonblast, trying to get this Lickitung down in health, trying to prevent. Is there going to be a quick swap? Silent Beast, his charge move, his switch timer is up already. He can make a swap. Out of Pocket cannot. So are we going to see some quick mobility here with these Pokemon?
Yeah, the thing is, he needs this Body Slam and just goes down with the Body Slam in hand. Is this Leaf Blade enough? Honestly, it's double resisted, but it's from a Surfetch, and Leaf Blade's a pretty good move. I think even if Out of Pocket doesn't, oh yeah, that's more than not enough. And Out of Pocket really flipping the script there, as you said, and able to take back game 2 when all things look lost.
Yeah, that was really rough for Out of Pocket. That looked really bad, especially coming from that lead scenario. I'm really looking forward to watching the replay of this match. Pocket, again, in that last match, bringing the Altaria, the Whiscash, and the Charjabug. He brought the Charjabug in the lead, and it was met with the Skeledirge from Silent Beast. That is a disastrous lead matchup, but Pocket able to switch it up right towards the end of the game, able to set himself up for a win.
Yeah, and now if you're Silent Beast, are you really committing to this Surf Fetch for all 3 games? I feel like if you're out of pocket, that feels very, very predictable. And Silent Beast, it's up to him to make these calls into team reads and hopefully secure an upset for him, really, against one of the best trainers in NA.
Yeah, I am really interested. I think that Skeledirge was a really good pick from Silent Beast. I think it has a lot of play here. You just really have to watch out for that Whiscash. But Whiscash still doesn't really want to get hit by a Shadow Ball from Skeledirge. It can certainly tank one, but you can still kind of fight back as the Skeledirge. It just has such really good play here. But I agree, I'm not 100% sold on the Surfetched. We will have to see if that is what call these two trainers are going to make.
Yeah, and let's take a look at our lead matchup. It is a Skeledirge into an Altaria to kick things off. And while this looks like a pretty solid lead for the Altaria, you have to keep in mind, Skeledirge has access to moves like Disarming Voice, which are super effective. Of course, Silent Beast not wanting to actually deal with that matchup, thinking that the Skeledirge might be better for something in the back line, goes right into the Lickitung and is now applying as much body slam pressure as possible.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Altaria stay in the matchup, actually going to go for the Moonblast. Will we see that rare debuff chance of a Moonblast? It's a powerful move with a small chance, and it is!
My goodness!
Out of pocket gets the attack drop, flipping the script from Peoria years ago. That really messed him up. The Whiscash taking a shield from the body slam.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want if you're if you're out of pocket, able to get those debuffs without even needing to utilize the Scald from the Whiscash. Now, if you're Silent Beast, do you shield this? No, trying to call a Mud Bomb, but it looks like just not wanting to hang on to this Lickitung that is already so deeply debuffed. Brings in the Azumarill, and this will be able to absorb all these Mud Bombs pretty easily. And I kind of like where the Skeledirge is placed in the back now.
I do too. I was just thinking about that. Skeledirge in the back will be able to incinerate through a Charge Bug, and if it can get a lot of energy, use quite a few Disarming Voices. Out of pocket's Altaria is already pretty low on health. It sustained a lot of damage in that opening matchup.
Yeah, Altaria being in range of one Disarming Voice to KO it is going to be a problem for out of pocket. If he can keep this Whiscash still up and running, he does have play against the Skeledirge in the back, but that's got to be a call that out of pocket needs to make. Mud Bomb, number 4 or 5 at this point, onto the Azumarill. Will not be able to tank this play rough, but can take an Ice Beam and actually no shields this. Great call, probably needing to rely on the Altaria now to push through the rest of this game.
Yeah, I don't think the Charge Bug is going to be very impactful on the side of out of pocket. As much as I personally have an affinity for that Pokemon, it's just not quite in the right spot. We see the Whiscash connect the Mud Bomb to the Azumarill, and there is the Incinerate, and we're going to start to see all of this damage, and the Skeledirge is going to ramp up. Already at a Disarming Voice, out of pocket, if he wants to preserve this Altaria, has to use a Protect Shield here, and does. Last moment makes the choice to use a Protect Shield, preserve the Altaria. Altaria is at a charge move, but so is Skeledirge. Out of pocket, waiting just before Skeledirge can throw the charge move to throw the Sky Attack. But here is the move from Skeledirge. After one more Incinerate, we're going to see the Disarming Voice go off.
I love the call to farm up one more Disarming Voice, because Silent Beast knows that even if it's a Charge Bug in the back or anything, fast moves that are from any of these other Pokemon that are not Altaria are really not threatening to the Skeledirge. Just needs energy and just needs the steam from those Shadow Balls to push through the back end of this match.
Ooh, and out of pocket does not have he cannot make a switch. He can't switch for the Whiscash quite yet. So this Shadow Ball is going to connect on the Charge Bug. Will it knock it out?
I believe this will be putting it into one Incinerate's range. Swap into the Whiscash. Can it make a Mud Bomb? Oh my goodness, Silent Beast goes down with the move, and he realizes he's made a critical mistake, as now out of pocket is able to flip the matchup, I believe, if he can get these moves on from the Charge Bug.
You could see it on Silent Beast's face. He realized the mistake he made. Silent Beast throwing the Play Rough on a 1 HP Whiscash, where out of pocket still has that Charge Bug in the back, and Azumarill is gonna go down to a Volt Switch. We can see actually out of pocket throws the Discharge to end the game.
Yeah, through and through this match, we thought that Silent Beast had the upper hand for most of it, but Out of Pocket made extremely clutch plays at the end every single time and ends up the winner of this winter semi.
Yeah, being able to bob and weave his way out of these matchups with a lot of switching, with a lot of careful calculations. Out of Pocket able to continue on through the winner's semis in Group E.
Yeah, great match for him, but of course we still want to see more from Silent Beast. Someone who's that committed to the Surf Edge in a meta like this where Annihilate was just released, I have nothing but respect for that.
I do. Sometimes you just got to try to win with your favorites, and I definitely respect the commitment to a singular Pokemon, saying this is the Pokemon that I am going to feature and have on the grand stage. So thank you, Silent Beast, for the battle. Best of luck on the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, now let's take a look at some of the replays from this extremely exciting match. I think most of them are going to probably come from those dynamic Skelders plays, as we see here. SkyTech #1 onto the Lickitung, and he reaches for the Brave Bird, gets a bit greedy, and then goes down there. This was a great moment to be Silent Beast, as he was just powering through these matches with his Cresselia and able to get rid of the Gligar here and the Whiscash earlier. And at this point, I felt like the Cresselia looked so strong, which is mostly why Out of Pocket kept bringing that Charger Bug in the future games. And then Silent Beast made the adjustment with Skelders. Just really smart plays from both sides at the end of the day. Both players trying to anticipate the anticipation, really.
Yes, and we're going to see here the Lickitung and Altaria matchup from that second game, that middle match. This was one that Out of Pocket ends up winning in the end. The Leaf Blade is double resisted, as Altaria is a dragon and a flying type. So the Leaf Blade not going to be enough to knock out. He needed the Brave Bird, so with one last puff of breath, able to knock the Surf Edge out. And then finally we have the Altaria and Lickitung matchup from the final game.
Yeah, honestly, the attack debuff from the Cresselia, or no, the Altaria Moonblast, that was unbelievable. As that made the Lickitung basically forced to go down there against the Whiscash, as those Power Whips wouldn't be threatening to knock out any longer. In our next matches, we are still going to be looking at more of the winners round 4 and more semifinals from the lower groups. I think next up we've got Beach 7 versus Valor Ash.
Those are going to be some really exciting matchups, just as exciting as this Whiscash knocking out the Skeledirge in the end. And I love the facial expressions of these battlers. That moment when Hot Pocket went down with energy, you could just see the look on his face. Silent Beast when he realized that critical mistake in the last game. Those were all fantastic battles. And again, we appreciate bringing the Surf Edge consistently on the side of Silent Beast. But Pocket really bringing that Whiscash and Charger Bug consistently as well, made up a really good core for him throughout that series of battles.
Yeah, you always want to watch the underdog take a victory, but Hot Pocket is honestly a family favorite. Everybody enjoys watching Out of Pocket at home and just watching him tear through people, always celebrating or giving these funny facial expressions on camera. It's a lot of fun to watch him.
Yes, it is. And what is going to be really fun to watch as well are our next two battlers. Like you mentioned, we have Beach versus Valor Ash. Two very well-known battlers in the community. We've seen them at plenty of official tournaments in the past, and I'm excited to see them play again today.
These are players that really had a lot of success in their earlier days of playing Pokemon Go, and it's really exciting to see them still trying to play the game at the highest level and get back to their former states. Valor Ash, of course, was able to do that in San Antonio successfully after making a top cut. Beach was very, very close at Portland, but fell a little bit short to Caleb Pang in the losers bracket.
Yes, so I believe we have the teams ready for these two battlers. I'm excited to go ahead down to the stage to take a look at the teams that these players are using. But before that, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the social media. We want to see some of the hype that these trainers have been bringing. We have Eric Ridgway of TCG. Good luck to everyone competing in Charlotte this weekend. I hope that you don't run as cold as it is outside. See, I'm a Midwest girl. I'm used to the cold. Charlotte just feels warm to me, but I know it's cold for everyone else here today.
Yeah, the weather looks pretty good outside, honestly. Would be a great day to go outside actually for a community day later today, which is actually just happening in 5 minutes if you're in Eastern time.
Yes, also we have AB at Charlotte Abhinav, husband and wife regional round 2 with just a few more friends. The line to get in is electric. Let's do this. We've been seeing quite a lot of electricity with all those charger bugs running around in our tournament as well. Have fun at Abhinav, husband and wife regional.
Yeah, and Annihilate, of course, must talk about this Pokemon as Melgood, one of the Play Pokemon directors. Everyone, good luck to everyone competing in Charlotte this weekend. And of course, there is the Annihilate ready to take some names in its debut regional. We have seen it on quite a good bit of teams on stage. Maybe not really finding the presence or the power that we thought it really would. In this next matchup, though, I have to be I have to be honest. There's no Annihilate on either sides. Both players are going with the Gligar, though, potentially trying to counterplay what they think would be the meta this weekend.
Let's take a look at these teams. So Beach is running the Whiscash, Skarmory, Gligar, Charjabug, Lickitung, and Azumarill. So a pretty standard team, I would say, that double flyer, Skarmory, Gligar core that we've kind of come to expect. What I'm interested in on the side of Valor Ash is using that Superior. For the most part, we've been seeing trainers getting charge move pressure from something like a Lickitung or a Cresselia, something that has a non-stab, non-same type attack bonus charge move. But Valor Ash running an actual grass type Pokemon. We saw Superior a lot in the previous season, but not as much now. Where do you think that Superior is going to fall?
Yeah, Superior is not very strong right now, in my opinion, because of, again, we see Gligar and Skarmory on the side of Beach's team. Charjabug as well. Those are just three things that your Superior never wants to go up against. Of course, it has a dominant matchup against Azumarill, Whiscash, and Lickitung, but now this is a very difficult call for Beach because you have to see, are you willing to play weak to the Superior or strong against it? Because there's so many ways that Valor Ash could try to pick his lines here as we take a look at his team on the left-hand side.
Yes, and I also want to dig into that Talonflame choice. Certainly a great counter to something like a Charjabug. Those Incinerates are really going to power through, but Charjabug is going to be able to throw Volt Switches into it as well. So I'm going to be very interested to see. Otherwise, the picks from Valor Ash, Whiscash, Azumarill, Gligar, Lickitung, that's come to be pretty standard fare for what we see at these tournaments. But the Talonflame Superior, definitely interesting choices. I'm really excited to see how he decides to leverage those choices here in the tournament, here in this game against Beach.
Yeah, of course, Talonflame is Valor Ash's signature Pokemon, so he definitely brings it to every single regional, despite its place in the meta. I think here is pretty solid because Lantern has really fallen out of favor. The new water type is, of course, Azumarill or Whiscash. Whiscash does pretty okay into Talonflame, but of course, Scald not being able to knock out in one is very awkward. Here we go, Talonflame onto Skarmory action on your screen.
Yeah, I think Beach is going to be making a pretty quick exit into the Shadow Gligar as a safe swap, but Valor Ash has a plan with Azumarill, actually bringing two water types. Beach is as well, both bringing the Azumarill, both bringing the Whiscash on their teams of 6 today. This Gligar going to be going for those aerial aces to try to just chip away at the Azumarill, but the Azumarill is going to be able to fire these Ice Beams that will knock out the Gligar if they connect. Beach deciding to preserve the Gligar for a little bit longer instead of
bait from Beach, which is a great call, and now shielding up the dig. Valor Ash is playing this to a perfection so far as he looks to Ice Beam this Gligar before Beach makes to another dig. Right as Beach gets to the dig, here comes the Ice Beam. Will he go for a shield? No, shields the Gligar, and now probably going to bring in the Charjabug to farm it down and get an energy advantage for the Skarmory coming later.
Yeah, Charjabug looks really solid here on the side of Beach, but actually bringing in the Skarmory instead, using that Steel Wing fast attack to chip down, and is actually going to be absorbing this Ice Beam. I think the Charjabug in the back, it's going to be able to get energy off this Azumarill potentially, or get energy, maybe tackle the Lickitung matchup. Those Volt Switches are going to do a lot to the Talonflame. I don't know, maybe Beach is looking to put it all on Charjabug.
Yeah, Sky Attack coming down from Beach. Valor Ash is more than happy to no-shield this. Azumarill has done its work for this game and probably for the rest of the match at this point, as the Talonflame comes in, looking to get big Incinerate damage down onto Beach. Beach could throw one more Steel Wing there, but just opts to play it safe and get off this Brave Bird as soon as possible. Now, that's going to do big damage, but if you're Valor Ash, you can simply go for the Flame Charge here, dip into the Lickitung, and you will be having a great back-end matchup.
There it is. Flame Charge will be shielded. The Talonflame is out. Valor Ash on his final Pokemon, and with this shield advantage especially, this Lickitung is in a much more favorable position.
Yeah, body slams do a ton of damage on their Charger Bug, despite not being from a very high attacking Pokemon. 2 body slams should be enough at this point, so Valor Ash not going to throw immediately, just builds up until he's ready with 2. These X-Scissors are doing a lot of neutral damage, but of course Valor Ash still trying to hang on to that last shield.
Yes, and then we see the Charger Bug getting almost to that X-Scissor, but here is that Body Slam. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to knock out the Charger Bug, but a few licks afterwards should do it.
Yeah, X-Scissor coming out from Beach. This is basically a must shield from Valor Ash, as this is his last Pokemon that would knock out. Now, can Valor Ash lick down this Charger Bug and come out with tons of energy to deal with the Skarmory? I think Beach is recognizing that it is going to be licked down, so needs to bring in the Skarmory, but it's too little, too late, as this Body Slam will threaten the Skarmory, and the next Body Slam will be enough for the Charger Bug.
Did Charger Bug? I don't think Charger Bug left with a move. It's 1 Volt Switch short. That is one of the big disadvantages of running those long, slow, fast moves that are just heavy, like Incinerate, like Volt Switch. Sometimes you just end up being that 1 fast move shy. So we see Valor Ash take game 1 with that signature Pokemon of Talonflame.
Yeah, and Talonflame got a great lead, and I think Talonflame's main target on this team is probably the Skarmory, so a very nice read from Valor Ash there, of course. I think Beach, this first game, was playing triple strong against the Superior, maybe expecting it to come out from the opposition, and now if you're Valor Ash, you think, okay, well, Beach has already revealed his 3 Superior answers. Will he play weak to it now, as he was trying to pressure it away?
And here we have the replays from this first game, and we see the Skarmory coming in, but the Lickitung is going to be able to knock it out with a Body Slam, and we'll be able to kind of start setting the stage here for Valor Ash to take the victory. And then we have that the Body Slam in the end. So very, very well played by Valor Ash. Very good execution of the end game.
Yeah, and if you're Valor Ash here, you can use the Lickitung as either a lead or a safe swap and basically force switch in any scenario against any of Beach's Pokemon. Lickitung is just way too safe into this team, and Valor Ash knows it. Brought Lickitung game 1, and it was just cleaning up every single Pokemon from Beach.
Yes. So I think we're going to see the Lickitung again. I think that Azumarill looked really good as well on the side of Valor Ash. I think it has a lot of utility here as long as it can avoid the Charger Bug. I think it's going to do quite well. Here we have the Shadow Gligar into the Lickitung. Let's see how these trainers are going to decide to play this out. How would you envision this lead matchup going, Eric?
Yeah, so usually Lickitung is able to win this matchup against a rank 1 top bulk Shadow Gligar. But if Shadow Gligar has a little bit of attack, it is able to get a wing attack breakpoint where it does slightly more damage per wing attack and can overpower the Lickitung.
All right, we will have to see how these trainers have raised their Pokemon. Is it with more attack or not? And then we see Beach using that dig with that Shadow boost of 20%. That dig does so much more damage and going right for the Aerial Ace. This should not be enough to lock out, and I believe Valor Ash's Lickitung had a charge move or was close to it.
Yeah, here we go. Body Slam, thrown on the charge attack priority. Valor Ash will be able to get this out on the Gligar with no shield coming down from Beach. And now this makes a very difficult situation because if you try to lick down with the Lickitung, there's a risk that Valor Ash can make it to another move. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see here.
Oh, but yeah, cannot quite make it. So Valor Ash is going to get to throw a Body Slam as a parting gift before being knocked out, before that last lick goes through. So Beach now has energy on his own Lickitung. The Lickitung has a little bit lower health now. So Valor Ash really thinking, how am I going to adjust here?
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation because both of these Pokemon are not good into a Lickitung with energy, and Valor Ash really thought about that for a while, maybe even thought about bringing in the Azumarill because now you risk the Azumarill being lined up against the Charger Bug, which is exactly what we're going to see here. Azumarill in the back versus Beach's Charger Bug in the back.
Yes, that is what I see in the back as well. Charger Bug is going to have a good time with the Azumarill matchup. Those Volt Switches doing so much damage, just as the fast move alone followed up by by discharge. But in the meantime, we have here the Lickitung and Shadow Gligar matchup. Beach deciding not to shield the dig, actually. Beach has 2 shields, and Valor Ash makes a catch on the Azumarill. Valor Ash trying to do everything he can in this matchup.
Yeah, really when it seemed like Beach had this game pretty much locked up, he has let it slip and kind of giving Valor Ash a win condition here, throwing a discharge on Strange Alignment as well, and giving Valor Ash a free bubble. And it's just these kinds of small mistakes that are going to allow Valor Ash to potentially overcome bad alignment.
Yeah, however, Beach does have 2 shields where Valor Ash has none, so that shield advantage could still come into play. We'll have to see how it plays out, but I agree. It is so awkward, the 4-turn fast move Volt Switch versus the 3-turn fast move Bubble. It is really awkward to make that timing. Here it is, Charge Bug, here is the Azumarill, is going to get knocked out. Valor Ash still has that Shadow Gligar, but it's certainly not fresh anymore. Does not knock out. Does not knock out, Eric.
This is such a challenging position for Beach now. I don't think you can afford to shield that, because if you do, these digs from the Gligar are going to be very threatening, and in the end game, must shield up this aerial ace. And now the Charger Bug needs to get the 2 moves up against Valor Ash's Gligar, and it cannot climb this tall task as he's almost at the aerial ace.
All right, this X Scissor, we're gonna have to see how much does it do. Is it gonna be enough to knock out? It is resisted. The Gligar, I think, no. Beach does manage to take the win here. Very, very close though. I agree with you that there was a moment there where Valor Ash could have found a win condition to take that game.
Yeah, actually, Beach was talking with him earlier, and he said, how do you scrim? Implying that he might not practice as much as Valor Ash has been, and that's where you really wish you had all the practice going into this regional that will allow you to finish out this game.
Yeah, I agree. Very interested to see now, can Beach make this comeback? Can he take a 2-win streak here? Let's take a look at a bit of the game highlights if we can. But before we do, let's take a look at some of these game highlights.
Yeah, and here we saw a critical dig landing onto the Lickitung, which and they'll catch onto the Azumarill with that body slam. And this is where we thought Valor Ash might have a little bit left to breathe here, living on 1 HP. This was actually looking pretty good for him still at this point, but then the X Scissor actually did just enough damage to that Gligar, taking it out at the last second and winning the game for Beach. Game number 3, though.
Yes. So here is game number 3. We have the Azumarill lead into Valor Ash's Whiscash. Valor Ash bringing that Talonflame in the back. Looks very, very solid against what Beach has brought in the back line with the Skarmory and the Charger Bug. Those 2 Pokemon are in for a nasty surprise later.
Yeah, now if you are able to give these 2 shields to the Talonflame and let it incinerate through the Charger Bug, come out with flame charges for days, the backline of Beach is looking very, very precarious.
It is. So taking a look here, we have the Mud Bomb. Valor Ash making a bit of a head shake. I think he knew he threw that charge move on suboptimal timing, but the Mud Bomb's still going to connect, still going to do a bit of damage to the Azumarill.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think that the Mud Bomb damage here is too impactful, as the Azumarill will need to come in after this lead matchup and try to clean up regardless and have to throw a move.
All right, this Azumarill has energy for days, is ready to throw an Ice Beam. Does Valor Ash shield the Whiscash or let it go? Decides to let it go here and is going to be coming in with the Talonflame? With the Talonflame, Eric.
Wow, this is a very, very interesting call from Valor Ash. Maybe trying to incinerate all the way down here against the Azumarill and just come out with flame charges for the backline of Beach. If you're Beach, you actually need to be a little bit concerned now, as this Talonflame has been doing way too much damage through the incinerates and now has a ton of energy on its back.
It does, and now it is going to have a single attack buff going into whatever Pokemon is in the back, and that is going to spell trouble. So I think Valor Ash, if he can kind of see through Beach, might notice the Charge Bug doesn't look great here. He must have something else weak to Talonflame in the back. So here we see Talonflame running that charge attack of Fly that it got recently over Brave Bird, and here we see Beach using another shield.
Yeah, needs to swap into the Azumarill now, as the Charge Bug is within play rough range. But of course, this Azumarill is going to have to take heavy damage from these discharges here.
Heavy damage is right, but Valor Ash going to use that final protect shield. No shields left in play, so now all charge moves will connect, the first of which being discharge. Valor Ash kind of wincing, knowing this is going to sting.
Yeah, it does. Play rough now, needing to come down from the Azumarill, but very patiently waits to throw the move. And we saw that's a great play here, as, looks like Valor Ash just happy to concede this game from Beach, as the Sky Attack will now be landing onto the Azumarill, and I don't think there's much Talonflame can do in the back.
No, I don't think so either. It's at just such low health. So Valor Ash conceding, I think recognizing maybe not a misplay, but like a bad read earlier in the match, bringing in that Talonflame to the Azumarill. I could see maybe what he was going for, being able to, if you can incinerate down and just come out with a lot of energy, but that Talonflame would have been so much more impactful saved in the back versus the Skarmory.
Yeah, and it must be hard for him to go back on these matches and probably watch it. Hopefully Valor Ash isn't overthinking it too much, as he now needs to try to make a run through the lower bracket of Group F.
Yes, we have all of the resources as we sit here. We can see what's in the back lines. We get to see all the cards on the table, but that's not what the trainers in the battles get to see. So it can be really tough to get to the end of a match and think, oh, I should have played that differently.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're a Beach here, just trying to make another run into the winners finals, he is a player who has had a lot of spotlight actually in the winners finals. For example, at Fresno, he was able to get into the winners finals, but unfortunately didn't even make a day 2 after going 0-2 on those winners finals and the losers finals. So hopefully this is his opportunity to make it back to the stage where he has so long competed in the previous season.
Let's take a look at some of the plays that these two trainers have made, taking a look at the highlights from the series Beach versus Valor Ash. We can see the swap here into the Skarmory, but Valor Ash using the body slam, able to knock the Skarmory out in the game 1 of the series.
Yeah, Lickitung just playing cleanup on all the Pokemon here. Valor Ash, of course, I don't believe he brought that Lickitung into the 3rd game. And maybe that's why it felt a little bit difficult to actually play through those matchups, because Lickitung was just so strong against every Pokemon on Beach's team, and pretty interested in why that potentially didn't happen.
Ooh, and there is the catch, and here is the Charjabug going to be able to knock out the Azumarill. Charjabug in just such a commanding position. It was surprising the Azumarill did survive on that 1 HP, able to throw the Ice Beam. This is where we were talking, like, does Valor Ash have a chance? Can he get the win condition? But Beach still managed to leverage everything and be able to take out Valor Ash. Then in game 3, this was the very curious swap that we were talking about, and one that I think Valor Ash is going to have a rough time looking back on.
Yeah, and in hindsight, it maybe made sense if he could incinerate all the way down, but at the point where he realized he couldn't make that incinerate down, at that point, there's no way to win the game.
Exactly, and again, you can kind of see it on these trainers' faces, which is so part of the fun of being able to cast these battles, is watch the emotions play out. But again, it's all kind of smiles at the end, which is something I really appreciate about our Pokemon Go trainers as well, as we have a lot of great sportsmanships, a lot of fun high fives and hugs up there on the stage as we do our competitions.
Yeah, but speaking of Pokemon trainers and the community, next up we're going to see Evan playing his winter semi-match as well. And Evan actually made a very good run at San Antonio recently.
Yeah, I think Evan really hit the stage at NAIC 2 years ago, I believe. Now, with that Shadow Beedrill, I actually played him in that tournament. It was really, really fun. But that Shadow Beedrill is really what gave him a name. And we've been seeing him pop up at a variety of tournaments ever since. And he's really looking to, to make his name again here in Charlotte.
Yeah, of course. He ran a quite interesting pick. I believe it was Toxapex at San Antonio. I don't think that there will be a Toxapex on the team again this time, as it's not actually great against the main fighter in the meta. Again, Annihilate, something we've been talking about a lot today. Hope we are to see it in some of these upcoming matches, but again, being able to resist those poison types moves and the poison jabs would just not make it a very comfortable matchup.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more though about Beach. Nick actually is ready with an interview for Beach with the winner of the last match. Nick, go ahead and take it away.
after a great 2-1 victory against Valor Ash, how are you feeling after taking down a giant of an opponent?
I feel really good. I feel like I am very set to top 8. I still have house start though, so I don't want to underestimate him or jinx anything, but I feel good. I feel very good.
Flying types have been one of the biggest stories, I feel like, of this meta, the changes from Gligar to Skarmory to Talonflame. How did you feel about Valor Ash's Talonflame in your matchup?
I was actually very afraid of it. I just felt like I needed to align it against like the right matchup and I'd be good. Unfortunately, it was on the Skarmory a lot of the time, so, you know, it is what it is, but we pulled through, so I'm very grateful for that.
And you were knocked out at Portland by Caleb Peng. You're making another great run here in Charlotte. What lessons are you taking from Portland into Charlotte here to try to maybe extend that push into a winners finals or even grand finals run?
Honestly, I just think it's one game at a time. Anyone can beat anyone, you know, so it doesn't matter who you're playing against. It just matters how you play, and if you're playing the best you can, that's all that matters, right? Because sometimes the game is RPS and sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. But if you feel confident with your gameplay, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Playing out of RPS is something that all the top battlers will try to do. One more question before we throw it back. Annihilate is the story of Charlotte, right? It's the new Pokemon. It's what we're all talking about. How did you prepare for it? What were your thoughts coming into Charlotte about how to deal with Annihilate?
I'm gonna be real. I was trying to get one, could not get a good IV one, and I am very particular with my IVs. So the reason I couldn't get one made me change my whole team comp. Abhinav, the last winner, was he was just completely destroying my team last night in the hotel. We stayed together, and he was just telling me this team is bad, don't use this Pokemon. So I just said, okay, what are you using? And I copied his team. Yeah, and it's good, it's working. So yeah, he won Portland. So he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, a great practice partner to have. As a final thing, any shout outs, of course, Abhinav as well, but anyone else you'd like to call out to here?
Just my friends, Bulk, the people in the Discord servers that I'm in, just all of them, really good people, all my friends.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the rest of... I won't leave you hanging, but good luck in the rest of the tournament, and we'll throw it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Nick, for that interview. And I agree, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So we have been talking about, Eric and I, just how many people are running Abhinav's team that won and did so well in Portland. Lots of people are running that exact same formula. What do you think about that, Eric?
Yeah, generally when people win regional championships, let's say like Dunebug, people at the next regional don't generally use those teams because for Dunebug, let's say Wadaj at Pittsburgh, these teams felt a little bit spicy and have like Pokemon like Shadow Dragonite, Skeledirge, things that not most players are comfortable with. But Abhinav ran not only a very meta team, but a very accessible team. Let's say like Vigoroth, Whiscash, Gligar, Charjabug, Azumarill. Most of these are generally not too difficult to come by if you've been playing the game even for a couple of months. So that's probably why we've seen a lot of players actually pick it up and use it for this regional.
Yeah, and I think it is going to stay a popular team until we can find something to core break it. And a person that is really good at trying to find things to core break is certainly going to be Evan77713, who is going to be on the left-hand side of our screen. We thought it was maybe an error. We looked in and we're like, is he really running a Shadow Zapdos? And he is. So we are going to see Evan77713 running a Shadow Zapdos and a Diggersby over on the left-hand side.
Yeah, previously we've seen cores like Mantine and Diggersby run by Hot Pocket in Pittsburgh, but now we see Zapdos and Diggersby as the new flying and ground type duo. Shadow Zapdos, of course, has targets in Azumarill, in Poliwrath, probably also decent into Charjabug, I want to say. And again, against Shadow Gligar, you actually resist all the charge moves and the fast attacks.
Yeah, I am really interested in this because if you know anything about Evan, you know that he gets so frustrated when a meta is stale and you just see the same Pokemon over and over and over again. But now, like seeing something like a Shadow Zapdos, seeing something like Diggersby, that is right up Evan's alley.
Yeah, and we're going to see if he actually elects to bring some of those Pokemon in this next game. And against just Abhinav's team, you have Gligar, you have Skarmory, you have Azumarill, you have Vigoroth. I feel like there's just so many targets for this Shadow Zapdos to latch onto. The Charge Bug as well actually just feels genuinely really safe in this team, something I didn't think I would be saying today in the cast. Shadow Zapdos could be a good save swap for Evan here.
It could be. So very much looking forward to seeing how this Shadow Zapdos is going to play out. I think it would be really disappointing if it didn't bring it, but he's got it as a plush. He's got it on his team. I think this Shadow Zapdos is coming to play, as well as that Beedrill that kind of brought his name into the conversation.
Yeah, and of course, if you have such a frail Shadow Zapdos on the team, you're going to need some of the bulkiest Pokemon in the game, and he's paired it with, of course, the Diggersby, the Azumarill, the Registeel, and the Lickitung, and of course, Shadow Gligar, just one of the best Pokemon in the game right now. Why not throw that on there as well, just to round it out?
Shadow Gligar, definitely a very popular Pokemon right now. We've been seeing it in almost every matchup. If it's not on both teams, it's certainly on one of them, and we are certainly going to be seeing it. These trainers are down on the field of battle. We have Azumarill into Whiscash, Eric.
Yeah, very nice start for Evan here. Honestly, Whiscash is the only Pokemon that you don't want your Shadow Zapdos to see, because I think you just get out-bulked, and I want to say a Scald might threaten to take it out. So good to see it here. Play Rough, of course, will require 2 to be able to knock out the Whiscash, but not if Eat Strawberries is able to get the Scald debuff.
Let's find out. The Scald connects, and no debuff here to be seen. So these 2 bulky water types are going to be throwing these attacks. We have a Play Rough going for a bit more damage, taking the Whiscash down under half health. And will the Whiscash try to get the Scald again? Or are we going to be going for neutral Mud Bombs? And here we have the first of 2 Mud Bombs that Eat Strawberries Whiscash is starting to ramp up.
Yeah, Azumarill still very mighty here in this matchup. Hasn't even taken into the red health, while this next move from Evan will threaten to knock the Whiscash back into the Pokeball. Let's see, it goes for 1 bubble. Maybe he could even go for 2, but just opts to throw here for good timing. And this Ice Beam should be more than enough for this Whiscash here. But East Strawberry is actually going to elect to put up the first shield.
Yes, and we see, so Evan, it might be going into this with advantage. Let's see, with shield advantage, is he going to protect the Azumarill? Does he want to fight for switch advantage or take shield advantage, save shields for Shadow Zapdos? I think that is what he is going to do. The Mud Bomb doesn't actually knock out. He gets to the Ice Beam. That is a bulky Azumarill, Eric.
Yeah, it looks like Evan is really using the XL candies to the best of his ability. Eat Strawberries goes down 2 shields to try to protect the Whiscash, reading it's good in the back, and he's absolutely correct. The Whiscash is good in the back, and these Scalds are really going to hurt the Diggersby.
They are. This is going to connect. Evan saving all shields for the Zapdos, and maybe Eat Strawberries is predicting that, noting that Evan is saving all of his shields. Evan reaching for the Zapdos no matter what is in the back. And oh my goodness, resistant Steel Wings are doing so much damage, Eric.
This hurts to watch, but as a Togedemaru enjoyer, I definitely see where Evan is coming from here. Shadow Zapdos, 1 Thunderbolt, and the Skarmory is gone. Next is the Vigoroth. Can it withstand the damage?
Let's find out. Are we going to see a Drill Peck, or are we going to go right for that Thunderbolt? Zapdos only has, it just has to rely on its charge move pressure here. Zapdos Thunderbolt does not quite knock out, but that is just fine. The Vigoroth has so much energy, but with that Diggersby in the back, that energy has nowhere to go. Evan takes this with 2 shields remaining. Shadow Zapdos is the new sauce.
Last regional, we saw Mormon Matt use a Luster Purge Latios, and I think a Shadow Zapdos just landing those Thunderbolts one after the other. It's pretty much that level of spice here, and Evan has executed it to a perfection.
Yes, that was incredible. I'm excited to watch the replay. Just seeing that Zapdos, knowing that Evan still had 2 shields. Eat Strawberries had to rely on fast move pressure, but just couldn't make it happen. So we're going to see the Azumarill hang on just barely, but the Whiscash able to hang on as well. And here it is. The Zapdos is going to be cleaning up. It's going to go for the Thunderbolt, 1-hit KO, and then the Vigoroth is just going to be trying to counter it down. There's no use in throwing the charge move. moves. That's definitely a lose condition right there. But Evan is able to get to a Thunderbolt, knock the Vigoroth down very low, and with the half health Diggersby in the back, there's just nothing Eat Strawberries could do.
And honestly, if you're watching at home, do not try this at home. Let the experts handle it. If you want to play a flying electric type, maybe go for an Emolga. It's much bulkier. It basically has the exact same coverage. Evan, of course, this is a lot more fun to play than Emolga. Let's not get that skewed up. But of course, Zapdos, it just takes so much damage from neutral fast moves, and that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, so you'll have to let us know at home on socials. Are you more in favor of Evan's Shadow Zapdos? Are you more in favor of Magmar Man's Emolga as a flying electric type? We saw Magmar Man perform very well with an Emolga earlier on this season. But here we have Evan versus Eat Strawberries. Evan takes an early lead in the series, is up 1-0. Now he's shown the Shadow Zapdos. Do you bring it again? Because now now Eat Strawberries is aware of what it can do. So maybe playing the mind game, now I'm not going to bring the Zapdos, and Eat Strawberries is going to play strong to it. Let's find out. We have the Whiscash, Gligar into a Whiscash, a very bad lead for Evan. You can see it on his face. This is not what he wanted to see.
While in theory, Whiscash is really good in this matchup because the Scalds are able to do super effective damage, the awkward thing is that you need 2 moves because the Shadow Gligar is just able to barely hang on after this Scald and actually make digs, which are actually extremely threatening against the Whiscash.
But that attack debuff on the Shadow Gligar, that is going to make it a little bit tougher. Evan's still going to be going for a dig, going to play this matchup out, and you can see just kind of trying to think through what the next move is going to be. Whiscash going for a Mud Bomb for the knockout. Will Evan preserve the Shadow Gligar? No, decides to let it come through. The Shadow Gligar hangs on and is able to throw another dig. Is Eat Strawberries going to shield it up? Now this was taken down by one attack stage. The Whiscash, however, still is knocked out. Evan's Shadow Gligar barely hanging on.
As I was saying, Whiscash is, again, kind of good against Gligar, but Gligar has a lot of play there. Now, Azumarill farming down the Gligar. This is awkward for Evan as now you're down on energy. And how do you face off against this Azumarill? But the Vigoroth in the back looks even worse for your Diggersby.
Yeah, I'm looking at the back end matchup as well. Evan's probably wondering, where is this Diggersby going to go? Where can it be effective? Because it doesn't want to get hit with these Ice Beams and the bubbles from Azumarill, and it certainly doesn't want to take all that counter damage from Vigoroth. So this is looking really, even though Evan was able to successfully take the opening matchup, the end game is looking dreadful.
Yeah, if you're Eat Strawberries and you see Evan bring in the Azumarill, that basically implies that there's no Zapdos in the back. Because if there was a Zapdos, he would have just brought it right in. Now, you think, what is weak to the Azumarill in the back? And that leads him to probably know that it is a Diggersby.
Yep, it's all about that mind game, being able to read what your opponent still has back there. And again, instead of, unlike GBL, you actually, unlike the Go Battle League, you actually are able to know what 6 Pokemon that your opponent is bringing. So able to use that process of elimination to figure out what your opponent has in the back.
Yeah, now does Evan opt to go for a shield here? Does not, and Azumarill is unable to make it to a play route. This Diggersby is just now with nowhere to go. Ice Beam from the Azumarill. It's gonna have to go shielded by Evan, really. But once this Vigoroth comes in, I don't think there's much that the bunny can do against the monkey.
No, the monkey definitely has the edge in this. And Evan, you can see just kind of a subtle shake of the head, recognizing like, I just have nowhere to go here with my Pokemon. I really enjoy Diggersby as a Pokemon. The Scorching Sands is a really fun charge move, especially because you get an opportunity at a debuff. However, against this Vigoroth, counters and body slams are just going to overwhelm this Diggersby.
Yeah, and the thing is, Diggersby is actually pretty good against Vigoroth in stun shield scenarios. If you have a little bit of an energy advantage, are able to make Scorching Sands, because 2 of these threatens to knock out the Vigoroth. And while Diggersby is extremely bulky, and despite taking super effective counters, doesn't have to worry about the charge moves of the Vigoroth.
Exactly, especially Vigoroth now with that Rock Slide. Diggersby doesn't care about that Rock Slide, only worried about the body slams. We're gonna see Diggersby gets to another Scorching Sands and a Fire Punch, but it's just not gonna be enough to knock out the Vigoroth. So we can see Evan allows the Diggersby to go down here, eat Strawberries, ties up the series 1-1.
And yeah, this is very interesting from Evan because, of course, that Shadow Zapdos was so instrumental in taking game 1. And here, Eat Strawberries runs another team, which is honestly not very good against Shadow Zapdos in the bag. And I'm very curious as to why Evan actually didn't bring it in this game 2 here. Probably didn't want to take a risk again after getting probably the highlight of his career here in that first game.
That first game will be talked about for days. I am so excited. Let's go ahead and see the replay, though, from game 2. And as we are going to see this Shadow Gligar just barely hang on. But here's where it kind of starts to become all over for Evan, where this Diggersby is faced up against multiple Pokemon that it just can't do anything against.
Yeah, winning the lead matchup was really nice, but at the same time, what's the point if you have nowhere to go with one of your Pokemon in the back? And at that point, if you have one Pokemon that just has no real play into all 3 of your opponent's Pokemon in a game, that game is generally pretty lost because you're playing a 2v3 at that point.
You are. So now these trainers have to think which Pokemon, which combination of 3 out of the 6 Pokemon that I'm bringing to this tournament, which combination is going to lead me to success. Evan has lots of Pokemon, very few. He hasn't used the Lickitung at all. He hasn't used the Registeel at all. Let's find out what these trainers are going to bring. They have locked in. We are heading down to the stage, to the field of battle, and we have Registeel into Charjabug. We see this matchup play out quite a bit. So how would you say this lead matchup is going to play, Eric? This is one we've seen before.
So depending on if Registeel gets the debuffs or not, Charjabug has a very good amount of play here. Despite being able to do all neutral damage and resisting all of Registeel's charged attacks, it's actually not a great matchup for Charjabug. So we're going to see a pivot into the Gligar, catching the Zap Cannon. That is a very nice play here from Eat Strawberries. Now it's up to Evan to make the next move in this game. Goes into the Shadow Zapdos, and let's see it go to town. Of course, the dig might still do a lot to it.
Yeah, not going for the dig, though, going for the neutral Aerial Ace instead. Evan actually opting not to shield the Aerial Ace. Not very effective Aerial Ace. Zapdos is an electric flying type. So going for the what is the move called?
Drill Peck.
Drill Peck. Going for the Drill Peck into the Gligar, that does so much damage.
And throwing on the charge attack priority of the next Aerial Ace. Honestly, that Aerial Ace earlier looked like it was a neutral attack. And here we go. Drill Peck is definitely actually neutral, and it's going to be able to take out the Gligar here. You are in and Eat Strawberries is in a very awkward spot because you can't bring in the Whiscash because you can't farm it down. It's not low health enough. And the Charjabug is going to take a Drill Peck that you try to farm down.
But look at how much damage these Volt Switches are doing. One more Volt Switch after this. I think the Zapdos might still hang on with just a little bit of HP, but how much energy does the Zapdos have left on it? And gets to another Drill Peck. Is Eat Strawberries going to use the last Protect Shield here? It does. Zapdos being able to strip away the Protect Shields from Eat Strawberries, which could allow the Registeel and the Azumarill to do well. Registeel loves when the opponent doesn't have shields remaining because its only options are these big, heavy charge moves.
Yeah, Registeel can eat almost any move, and it can basically knock out any Pokemon with Zap Cannons or Focus Blasts. X-Scissor now coming down from Eat Strawberries. I really like this bait, actually. Does Evan decide to call it? Oh my goodness, no shields. The X-Scissor and Eat Strawberries is in a world of trouble. Goes to the Whiscash. What is happening? The Registeel swaps out with the move still on it, and now the Azumarill face up against the Whiscash.
That, Evan had a look of confusion, not really sure what happened there, but here we have the Whiscash going for the Scald, looking for the debuff. Evan still has 2 shields remaining, though, where Eat Strawberries has none, and Azumarill can do a lot of neutral damage to both of these Pokemon. I'm just really curious, because now that Registeel is on such low health, will it be able to even utilize the energy on that it has?
And again, Evan still opting to no-shield basically everything that comes down from Eat Strawberries. While it might be nice to go for the 2-shield flex, you've got to start shielding something at some point because, of course, these Mud Bombs are actually getting the Azumarill into an uncomfortable range of health where Volt Switches could finish the job.
Yep, and I think Evan makes that same read. I was thinking the same thing, that you're gonna need to shield something because those Volt Switches are going to be dangerous. Evan building up a bunch of energy here. Gonna allow this Mud Bomb to go through through. Evan needs a charge move to take out the Whiscash, and the Ice Beam I don't think is going to be enough. Makes a catch here, catches an Ice Beam onto the Charjabug.
This might be the end of the game, as now Evan simply has to switch into the Registeel, go for the Zap Cannon after building up to an Ice Beam. I actually really like this from Evan. So you shield here, you come in with the Registeel, and then you simply play rough the Whiscash in the back, goes into the Registeel, gets the Focus Blast off. Whiscash only gets 1 Mud Shot of farm, and that's not going to be enough to make it to the next Mud Bomb, as Evan has the Ice Beam loaded.
Yes, Evan, I think we're going to see it now. The Whiscash gets 1 Mud Shot down, and then going for the Ice Beam, actually. Either or, coin flip, whichever charge move you want to use is going to knock out the Whiscash. Evan doing some masterful play in the end game to secure the victory, and there is that timer. So Evan, with a smile on his face, takes the series 2-1, showcasing the Shadow Zapdos in the first and third game.
Yeah, with some heads-up plays there and actually a Zapdos up in the skies, he is able to take Game 3 here and secure the Winners Finals match of this group. Yeah, Winners Final means that Evan is going into day 2.
Yeah, so very congratulations to Evan. That is fantastic. I'm excited to see a Shadow Zapdos on some of these graphics as we go into day 2 play. Certainly a unique pick here in the Charlotte Regional Championships. I'm excited to see how Evan showcases it even further as we move through the tournament.
And I can't wait for our highlights here, as we're going to see Shadow Zapdos absolutely burning through some teams. Here we go. Ice Beam onto the Whiscash, and now here we go. This is the 2-shield sweep coming with the Diggersby. Absorb the energy. Steel Wings are hurting a lot, but this Thunderbolt is going to come down on the Skarmory and do massive, super effective damage. This Skarmory really will not appreciate this move, and we're going to see him bring out the Vigoroth after this, I believe. Boom! It's gone. Such a bulky Pokemon. Cannot eat that move very well at all. Survives on the Mud Bomb, gets to the dig, and Evan just making a lot of plays here. That shows he understands these matchups to a very high level.
Yes, because as Evan, you probably know how your Shadow Zapdos plays into all these Pokemon that we see so frequently, but as Eat Strawberries, you might not know all the Shadow Zapdos matchups. So Evan, definitely, you have a bit of an advantage if you bring a bit of an unknown Pokemon. Here you can see in the final game just how much damage those Volt Switches were doing. However, Shadow Zapdos able to get to 2 Drill Pecks here, able to strip away both shields from Eat Strawberries, which came in quite handy in the end game matchup. Evan being able to connect every single one of his charge moves.
Yeah, of course. And honestly, if Eat Strawberries had thrown the X-Scissor onto the Zapdos before the Zapdos made it to the Drill Peck, there might be actually more room there because the Charjabug was so good against the Azumarill on the Registeel.
Yes, and there we have the Azumarill going for the Ice Beam, and here we can see a little bit of that end game finesse. So Evan building up to a move, switching into the Registeel, and then bringing the Azumarill in to take out the Whiscash. So a lot of mobility. It's almost like a little bit of a dance, like a 1-2 step here at the Charlotte Regional Championships. A lot of finesse play, which I'm really excited to see.
Well, it's a bit like a dance. I feel like Evan here was definitely dancing to a very fast-paced song as the Zapdos hits hard, but also goes down pretty quick.
I am really excited to hear more about this Shadow Zapdos. So let's go ahead down to the audience for an interview with Evan and John. John, take it away.
Thank you so much, Stephanie and Eric. I am here joined with the one and only Mr. Evan 777713, fresh off a 2-1 victory featuring a pretty unorthodox strategy. And we have that strategy right here with the Shadow Zapdos. So Shadow Zapdos, a Pokemon that hasn't really seen a lot of play yet. You using it in those games, it put in a lot of work. So talk me through the thought process there behind picking Zapdos for the Charlotte team.
So the thought process was like Gligar is gonna be everywhere, right? And to combat that, you're gonna see Skarmory. In the mix is always gonna be Azu, right? It can handle a Registeel, shields up because lock-ons do nothing. You can 2-hit a Whiscash if they don't get a Scald debuff, which they always get. So I mean, that was kind of the process. Was an electric type that can handle the grounds, and obviously like sling out a lot of damage.
That makes sense. And we did see, speaking of damage, in that game number 1, the opponent committing 2 shields for switch. And then the decision there to bring in the Diggersby into super effective charge moves. But that set up the Zapdos there in the end game. And then once you saw that, I mean, the 2 shields on the Wizcast there, you had to be feeling pretty good about Zapdos' ability up 2 shields to sweep just about anything in that end game.
Yeah, I mean, you always feel good with a Shadow with 2 shields, but in a meta like this especially, there's not a lot of fast move pressure into Zapdos. Like, you're not really, except for maybe Carbink, you're not seeing a lot of Rock Throw or anything like that. Maybe your Ice types, but a lot of Ice types carry Water. So, I mean, it's one of those things where if you have shields going for you, I mean, it can just really run through a team, no problem.
Thank you. And one final question here for you. I feel like you definitely made a name for yourself as a bit more of an anti-meta trainer. Previously, top cutting with a B-drill of all things, making a pretty good run with Toxapex. Now with the Shadow Zapdos here, do you have any advice to trainers who may be watching with kind of your thought process in terms of thinking more outside the box when it comes to tackling these metas?
Yeah, honestly, the best thing is play people who are very, very good and probably even better than you, because they'll expose whatever weaknesses you have in like a Spice Mon or a Squishy Mon. Like, I play with Elite, Lyall Jeffs, and Mormon Matt, and you know, they beat me all the time. Like, I was running a bunch of different Spice Mons until I settled on Zapdos when I finally got an approval from Elite saying, yeah, okay, you know, maybe this isn't that bad. I had Shadow Suicune for a while, and he put a stop to that almost immediately. So, you know, trust yourself, but like, play your friends, play people who are better than you, see what your holes are, and see, you know, where that's gonna take you.
Awesome stuff from Evan. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to give the Zapdos back, and big congratulations to you on this win. And honestly, I really like the advice there. Like, working together can help you elevate your game, even to a potential title of regional champion. And speaking of regional champions, we're actually going to cut to a story here from a regional champion and North American international champion, Wadaj.
I've been into Pokemon my entire life. One of my earliest memories is just playing Ruby with my brother. He had Sapphire on the ODS. I started competing because in GBO, there was like really good rewards for the casual players. So I just kind of kept playing, and here I am. Since I've started competing, I've learned to stay humble. My favorite moment in competitive history is like definitely when I won Hartford. It was like such a struggle for me to finally get there. It meant a lot.
With the hurt knee and all, able to play through the pain.
Personally, I really look up to Razzie the Cajun. Like, we played at NAIC and we played before, and he's like my captain almost, like on a grassroots team. My goal this season is to just have the most challenge points like in the world. I have a drive to be the best, and that's about as simple as it gets.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the bell, and it goes through! Wadaj taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout. And even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another super rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's into the
Flutter Mane again.
Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Flutter Mane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There's the Iron Hand, pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2024 Regional Championship in Charlotte, North Carolina. My name is AlphaPhoebe, and I'm joined by Home Slice Henry, and we are well underway into this regional event, and we are well underway into the Community Day event. If you are out there catching some Porygon, make sure you keep tuning in to these battles because we're just heating up.
Absolutely, we most definitely are. And we are now moving into the winners finals part of day number 1. Now this is a very large tournament, so oftentimes we do see 4 sets of winners finals, so we have 4 groups. This is now to 8 groups. So we have some amazing battlers who have battled so far all day, and they have not lost yet to make it to the winners finals. So we have a bunch of undefeated trainers here in Charlotte battling it out to secure one of those elusive spots in Top Cut tomorrow.
And it's a long road to these winter finals. Usually it's 5 entire rounds. That means you need to win 5 best of 3s against your opponents. And we have our 2 battlers here up on stage. Elam's return to the stage, and Kay Fitzgerald. I believe this is her first time up on stage this tournament, but she has been here before. She's no stranger to her stage. She and her family, she's got her family supporting her. They're out in the crowd up against this well-known battler of Elam. I mean, of course, she's pretty well-known herself.
That is amazing. Having that family support, traveling as a family unit to these regional championships, and now for Kay Fitzgerald 83, a chance to punch her ticket to day 2 and Top Cut. But enough about the trainers' fee. Let's look at these teams, because there's some interesting picks on the side of Kay Fitzgerald.
Yeah, we were talking about before. Fighting users are ever so prominent here, and before we knew the release of Annihilate, we were thinking Vigoroth would be great, and I was thinking, oh, maybe Defense to Form Deoxys would do really well there. Well, Kay Fitzgerald on the same page. They're bringing the Defense Form Deoxys, running the more standard set of Counter, Psycho Boost, and Thunderbolt, paired up with Wizcash, Zoomerl, Lickitung, Shadow Gligar, and Umbreon, a fellow Umbreon lover. You can see it up on the stage, paired with a Galarian Ponyta, maybe not so common in the Open Great League, but you know, it's still there. It's still shining bright.
Another Umbreon appreciator, I know you're definitely a fan, and as we take a look at Elam's team, we have seen this before. This is the team that Abhinav used to win Portland. The Wizcash, the Charjabug, the Vigoroth, the Azumarill, no Hydro Pump, the Shadow Gligar, and the Lickitung. So at this point, we had mentioned at the end of Portland that we thought we would probably see more of this team, and even in a meta where Annihilate has been added, we are continuing to see Abhinav's influence on this tournament.
And Defense Form Deoxys looks pretty great into this team. It has so many targets for those Psycho Boosts. In we go into game number 1 already. It is a very neutral lead, but maybe Elam is feeling happy. Lickitung into this Gligar.
Now, this is a very neutral matchup. Typically, you do prefer to be the Lickitung in this matchup. Lickitung, over farming energy, firing off the body slam in the middle of the wing attack. Very nice mechanics here by Elam. Kay Fitzgerald opting to no shield as the body slam connects, taking that Gligar below half HP.
In comes the sequential dig. This is going to do a nice amount of neutral damage to this Lickitung, but Lickitung, being the bulky Pokemon that it is, only gets brought down into the yellow. A few more wing attacks. The next body slam from Elam coming at great timing before the next charge attack could be reached by Kay Fitzgerald.
Kay Fitzgerald opting for a shield, looking to try and make a play for switch advantage here. Elam tries to go for a catch, sends in the Shadow Gligar, in comes the Azumarill. This is not typically a favorable matchup for the Gligar, but up energy and up a shield, Gligar will be able to protect itself from double super effective Ice Beams, and we've seen this Shadow Dig damage is no joke.
Yeah, the energy and shield advantage will be great for Elam here, as the Ice Beam will be able to secure a one-hit KO. However, the second dig coming through, Shadow Dig, I think it's going to be just shy of picking up the knockout. The Ice Beam coming through at the charge attack time. Now that Elam's gotten rid of all of his energy, he's very highly incentivized to no shield here, give up the Gligar, and preserve those 2 shields for later in this matchup.
In comes the Wizcash. Wizcash going to be met with an Ice Beam. Elam, 2 shields remaining. Where does he decide to use them? Elam choosing to let this go, understanding that the Gligar for Kay Fitzgerald does have some energy. Continuing to farm. Can Elam potentially get a farm down? This is going to be close. He cannot get the farm down. Forced to go for the Mud Bomb, as the Azumarill just refusing to get removed from the field unless it gets hit with a charge attack.
Yeah, that's really great patience from Elam. Unfortunately, not quite able to get there. In comes the Lickitung, going to be met by an immediate Scald from the Wizcash. Wizcash is looking to get the drop, the attack drop here. It does get the attack drop. Kay Fitzgerald has the opportunity to pivot into her Gligar whenever she would like, if she wants to get rid of it. However, Elam actually pivots out first. Both trainers have some energy. Throwing the dig here, I think Aerial Ace might have been enough to secure a knockout.
Aerial Ace definitely would have picked up the KO here. Back in comes the Wizcash, but the Wizcash in such a difficult spot. Wizcash able to win charge attack priority, but the health on this Wizcash just continues to get lower and lower. The Scald will be no-shielded, but there's still the Lickitung in the back. The Lickitung not in a range
range where a Scald will knock out, and there's just so much energy to deal with on the Lickitung.
Great timing there from K. Fitzgerald, throwing the body slam in the middle of a mud shot from Elam. Elam is on his last Pokemon here, so the Scald debuff might be impactful. However, I think even with the debuff, a body slam from the Lickitung will be enough to knock out K. Fitzgerald, recognizing this charge attack will not threaten a knockout. I am comfortable to no shield here, throwing her next body slam. Elam recognizing, I don't think I survived the licks. I think I might as well just no shield here and let K. Fitzgerald claim victory in game number 1.
That was a very close game. K. Fitzgerald in a bit of an interesting spot there in the end game, able to avoid kind of the trap that Elam laid there, trying to go for the Mudshot farm down. The Azumarill just bulky enough to force that energy, and then being able to leverage the energy on that Gligar and the Lickitung to secure the game.
I want to point out something. I believe this is K. Fitzgerald's first winner's final, so this is the best she's done in a tournament, and she's already gotten a victory over a top trainer here. Going back into the replay, we see the counter swap into Azumarill that put her in a really commanding spot. Elam honestly doing so much in this matchup to come out with as much of a, not as much as a least of a disadvantage. A bit of a double negative there. It may be confusing, but throwing the charge attack at the same time and getting that next Mud Bomb off provided him a great opportunity in this endgame.
And as we see here, right at the end, unfortunately, just no health remaining on the Whiscash. It looks like we do have lock-ins here. Shadow Gligar into the Whiscash. Typically, you do prefer to be the Whiscash in this matchup, but if the Scald debuff can be avoided, Shadow Gligar can hit back and hit back hard.
Yes, K. Fitzgerald shielding up the first Scald. This is totally fine. I think a no shield or a shield, no attack drop there is going to be slightly impactful. Dig coming through. Will Elam choose to shield this up, recognizing that it's not going to threaten a knockout? Yes, he does. It is the correct call, as this is the harder hitting move.
We do see the safe switch into the Lickitung. Elam going to go for a Scald. I wouldn't be surprised to see him throw a couple extra mud shots here before he brings in his own Lickitung. He actually decides against it, just sending in his own Lickitung. Again, no debuff there. So Elam, by not rebanking the energy on the Whiscash, does make the Whiscash Gligar matchup a bit trickier in the endgame.
This is an interesting play from K. Fitzgerald. She's going to be able to pull out the Lickitung with the mirror match. And because Elam has opted not to bring Vigor off, it's a pretty safe switch. And it's pulling the Lickitung away from her Azumarill in the back. So I think that Azumarill's opened up a bit more freely. However, Elam does have his own Azumarill in the back, so it's a bit of a more neutral matchup, but it does avoid this really negative matchup of the Lickitung.
Body slam after body slam connects into the Lickitungs. Elam was able to establish an insurmountable health advantage by playing the way that he did, by going for the Scald. He's now going for the Power Whip. This will not be enough to knock out. Lickitung will be able to hang on here. The Power Whip connects, and that's not a lot of health remaining, but Lick is double resisted. Is Elam going to be able to get a farm down here of his opponent's Lickitung?
I actually think that's exactly why he threw the Power Whip. I think it's going to allow him to get this Lick down without being threatened by another body slam from K. Fitzgerald. Really great understanding of the HP dynamics of that matchup. An immediate switch out into the Azumarill, which is met by a mirror match. So K. Fitzgerald is now going to be a little bit behind on energy here, but there's even shields, and she still has a full health Gligar in the back. This is looking pretty solid for K. Fitzgerald.
Elam playing the way that he did with this energy advantage does mean that he should be able to dictate the flow of this mirror match, since he is ahead by one bubble. The play roughs are not going to do quite a bit of damage here, but they are going to help burn the switch timer. The switch timer already almost half up for Elam, so he could potentially decide to over-farm energy here as he plays the charge attack priority, and that gives him valuable information that K. Fitzgerald's Azumarill is going to be winning those charge attack priorities in the future.
And it means that in the future, he won't risk this event happening. He is up on energy, so he knows that he can throw one bubble before she reaches her play roughs. However, I don't think she's ever going to shield a play rough here. She's going to save that shield for the Gligar. I think that's going to be the most impactful use. Actually opting to switch out into the Lickitung. I like this from K. Fitzgerald, saving that Azumarill energy. might have preferred a complete farm down from the Gligar here. Would have provided her a little more flexibility in the endgame. However, she still has her shield. She has a lot of health on the Gligar. The only thing that will threaten a knockout is an Ice Beam from the Azumarill, and in comes Elam's Azumarill. It does have an Ice Beam loaded. The question becomes, does she opt to shield here? Does she put everything on her Azumarill in the back?
I really like the play pattern by Elam, understanding that he wants to try and bait back out the Gligar to make this energy from his Azumarill extremely more valuable. Because now this is a very safe shield for Elam. He can go for the Ice Beam. Ice Beam can pick up the knockout, but he decides against it. He's letting it go, and he is putting his life in the winner side of the bracket on this Whiscash.
The thing here is that he needs to get a lot of energy. In comes the dig. This is a good shield from Elam. This would do so much neutral damage against the Whiscash. Switching immediately into her own Azumarill. Elam going to take an Ice Beam here. Needs to now get energy to knock out this Azumarill as well as the Gligar in the back. The Gligar I don't think is quite at its own charge attack, so he has a little bit of leeway here. The one thing is, look at the clock at the top. The clock is potentially going to be the deciding factor of this game. If it hits 0 before he's able to throw a charge attack into the Gligar, that might be game number 2 over.
We do see the timer counting down, but he does get the Scald off. Oh my, the timer just had not hit 0. Scald picks up the knockout, and Elam finds a way to stay alive in the winner side of the bracket and gets the equalizing match.
Elam sighing a breath of relief there as he had 2 seconds, a window of exactly 2 seconds to secure victory. Had he not thrown that Scald within those 2 seconds, he might not have won that game, and that's 2 mud shots. He had plenty of time to do that, but you know, in another world, in another dimension, he has even less time than that. Maybe he comes out of that charge attack sequence and with less than a second left, and it becomes incredibly crucial when he throws that charge attack. Going back into game number 2, the Lickitung Mirror was won by Elam because of that Scald thrown, and then going back into the Azumarill matchup, Elam pivoting out into his Lickitung.
And the switch back into the Gligar, basically baiting back out the Gligar. And then, as the timer hits 0, the Scald is reached, and the sigh of relief from Elam. An incredibly close game, and a game that comes right down to the final second as time's up is hit.
And we don't have too much time to continue talking about that because our trainers are locked into game number 3. They are ready. They are eager to fight. We see the defense form Deoxys coming out for K. Fitzgerald against the Whiscash here for Elam. As expected, going for the Psycho Boost and likely going to dip out afterwards because her attack stat will be sharply dropped.
The Psycho Boost connects. We're now going to see a safe switch into the Lickitung. We could see Elam go for a similar strategy as he employed in the previous game, which is go for that chip and dip strategy, fire off the Scald. This time he does farm up a little bit of extra energy before switching. The Scald connects into the Lickitung. We do not see the attack drop, but that health advantage is still going to be very powerful leverage for Elam in this mirror match.
Yeah, in the time that Whiscash gets to that Scald, Lickitung barely makes it to a singular Body Slam. And the Body Slam does so much less damage than the Scald. It's a very sure and steady way to secure switch advantage in a Lickitung mirror matchup. The one thing that I think K. Fitzgerald has going for her is that defense from Deoxys with energy looks very solid, especially since that Whiscash on Elam's side is lower on health, and it had to expend a lot of its energy into the Lickitung to secure switch advantage. However, in the back, there's also Gligar for K. Fitzgerald, which doesn't look great up against Elam's Azumarill.
We're going to see a no shield as the Body Slam connects. Elam, ideally, you would like to try and leave this matchup with a little bit of energy so you can potentially threaten that defense form Deoxys, over farming, going for the Power Whip, and this will be able to pick up a knockout onto K. Fitzgerald's Lickitung. The Power Whip connects, down goes the Lickitung, and you could potentially send in the Deoxys and look for farm, but the Deoxys, it's a defense form Deoxys Phoebe. It does not have a great HP stat, and Lick, as a one-turn fast move, adds up dramatically.
We're seeing the first Body Slam come through. I don't think he's going to have enough time to reach the second. We actually see him pivot into the Whiscash. It's kind of interesting to me because he knows that K Fitzgerald's going to likely do another Psycho Boost and switch out. I think we see another failure to get a attack drop from the Scald. Mud Bomb coming through this time. Mud Bomb not going to threaten a knockout, but still threatens the shield from K Fitzgerald.
I love the Mud Bomb play here on charged attack priority, and it looks like K Fitzgerald was locked into a bait, going for the more expensive Thunderbolt that is going to be single resisted. That's not going to be enough to knock out. We are going to see a counter down by the Deoxys. Deoxys down 2 shields, and for Elam, he still has that Azumarill, and the Azumarill with 2 shields is looking incredibly strong in this end game as Gligar has nothing to protect itself.
Yeah, so the defense from Deoxys has some energy, and it has the access to super effective Thunderbolt. However, the Gligar's sitting duck. It's a sitting bat. It's going to get hit by an Ice Beam. Double super effective damage into a Shadow Gligar will be enough to pick up that knockout, especially with the additional bubble damage. K Fitzgerald attempting to catch an Ice Beam onto the Gligar, unfortunately unable to there. Ice Beam going to knock out the defense form Deoxys, and in comes the Gligar, and I think the trainers recognize that this is going to be the end of the game. Ice Beam with a shield on Azumarill is plenty safe for Elam.
No timeouts here, Phoebe. This is about to be a one-hit KO. Ice Beam connects. Down goes Shadow Gligar. And Elam is able to secure his place in Top Cut in day number 2.
That's actually only just 1-1. We're going into game 3. I know how those games have been super exciting.
Oh, no.
But yeah, I believe K Fitzgerald won the first game. Elam's won the second, and they still have a third to play.
I thought that was a game number 3, Phoebe. Am I mistaken?
It was game 3. So
it was game 3. Okay.
you know, earlier I was saying that Elam got lost in the sauce. I got lost in the sauce of those battles. So much back and forth, and that is going to be Elam pushing his way into Top Cut. Like you said, and like I unfortunately miscorrected you on.
You're good,
my apologies.
You're
my
good.
apologies.
We were lost in the sauce from that wonderful lunch we had just before hopping on stream. But yes, and that series was amazing. Let's take a look at the replay here. We do see the Gligar, the attempted catch of the dig, but the patience by K Fitzgerald. K Fitzgerald now in a very good position, aligning that Azumarill onto the Gligar, and that's not where Gligar wants to be.
Yeah, and I think we got to see the difficulty of K Fitzgerald's team kind of lining up against that Azumarill. She often brought Pokemon that did not want to see that matchup so frequently. Getting that Gligar on it, and we see the Body Slam able to pick up the knockout into the Whiscash, and able to win game number 1 into game number 2 here.
And we see here the Power Whip into the Lick farm down there. The Mud Bomb picking up the KO on the Azumarill as the match timer counts down, but before the 0 is reached, the Scald picks up the knockout, and by the narrowest of margins, Elam gets the equalizer.
And it's as the timer counts down here in game number 3. Elam really recognizing the HP dimensions of a Lickitung mirror matchup, throwing the power up to guarantee the knockout, and getting an additional body slam onto K Fitzgerald's defense form Deoxys.
This was an interesting play by Elam as he aggressively pivoted into the Whiscash. The Thunderbolt there does allow K Fitzgerald to farm down with energy without being debuffed, but unfortunately, the Azumarill, as we see the sigh of relief from Elam, the moment it sees the Gligar with no shields, the game is over, and the Ice Beam picks up that one-hit KO and takes Elam to Top Cut and day number 2.
So congratulations to Elam for securing that day number 2 ticket. We'll have to see how he pivots this team that he's been using, that he's been that he copied, and how it performs against maybe potential Annihilates tomorrow. It'd be curious to see if he has had the opportunity to face up against an Annihilate today, and how he opted to maneuver around that matchup if he so faced it today.
Agreed. I am hoping that we get to see more Annihilates here as we get to go through these winners finals. Of course, it is a brand new Pokemon, and with the Pokemon releasing less than 48 hours ago, there are definitely going to be, like, as time goes on, people get more comfortable using it, the matchup, stuff like that. I am expecting its influence on this meta to only grow from here. But the nice thing is here in Charlotte, we get a little bit of a sneak peek as to its potential, which is very nice. And speaking of the team, as you had mentioned, copied from Abhinav, who won Portland. The team continues, I mean, granted, it is being piloted by very talented trainers here. Don't get me wrong, they are amazingly talented, but they are piloting that team to great success. Abhinav, of course, top cut, won Portland, and now we do have Elam also top cutting at the very next regional in Charlotte.
So the people at home have been watching the stream for a while. Let's go ahead and take a moment to talk about what other streams that you could take a look at here. So on Tuesday, we have Series Season 3 of the Johto Journeys, followed by a replay of the World's 2023 finals for Pokemon Unite. I got to watch that in person. That was so much fun to watch. It was a great, so if you like Pokemon Unite, you should definitely tune into that.
And on Thursday, beyond the Pokedex entry 155, Cyndaquil from the Pokemon The Johto Journeys. And then, what I'm looking forward to the most, although I'm not looking forward to waking up at a 3 a.m. my time, is Saturday and Sunday, the 2024 Pokemon Go Liverpool Regional Championships. The Pokemon Go Championship Series, it's not just in North America. We are going across the world. Now we're hopping across the pond over to Liverpool in England as some of the best trainers in Europe and in the world compete to earn another chance at making it to Worlds.
And with its location within Europe, it'll be maybe a bit of a preview into what EUIC might look like, because those cities are only a few, Liverpool and London are only a few hours away from each other. So a lot of the same trainers will be showing up to that. But honestly, with the great public transportation in Europe, it'll be probably a lot of the same trainers at a lot of the regionals there.
I agree. And one thing that I do really like about getting to watch these European regionals is a lot of the times, if you're like me, I live in America, those times maybe not the most friendly for someone who has to get up in the morning for work, but they do also, for most of the regionals that are like international, they do offer rebroadcasts at more North American friendly times.
All right, so let's go ahead and re-hop back across the pond to the players who are already up on stage, both making their showings here today in the winners finals in Group C here. We've got some really interesting teams. Dugong, Wizcash, Altaria, Shadow Gligar, Skarmory, and Charjabug for Onion Frank on the left.
And we've got a very interesting pick here from Battle Bill. He is running the Clodsire. Clodsire hasn't seen, I mean, it had some usage, but I don't feel like it's been used as frequently recently. But the Clodsire making an appearance in a winners finals, pairing it up with a Charjabug and a Azumarill, another Mandibuzz. Again, part of me feels like people had to have paid attention when Kobe did so well with it in Portland. The Cresselia and the Wizcash.
And here are the movesets, so no surprises here. Dugong, Ice Shard, Drill Run, Icy Wind, a very standard set. Wizcash, Mud Bomb, Mudshot, Scald. Shadow Gligar's running the Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, Dig. Skarmory opting for Steel Wing as opposed to Air Slash, the very common choice. Altaria also Dragon Breath, Sky Attack, Moonblast, the common set, and Charjabug, Volt Switch, Discharge, and X-Scissor.
And as we take a look at Battle Bill's team, this is what I was curious about, the Clodsire moveset. It is a choice of Mudshot or Poison Sting. These two fast moves do the same amount of damage and generate the same amount of energy, opting for the poison coverage, running Stone Edge and Earthquake. The Cresselia opting for Future Sight over Moonblast, so going for the same type attack bonus move instead of potential coverage against, like, dragons, for example.
And I think the Poison Sting is really great because it is a fast attack that is less frequently resisted, I feel like, in the current meta. And if you're ignoring all of the ground types that are maybe present now, but in the past there were steals in the meta, and the steals aren't so present nowadays. Like, we don't see, and I say this, and there's a Skarmory on the team, but we don't see the Galarian Stunfisks as frequently. We don't see the Registeels as frequently. So those two Pokemon being out of the meta kind of shifts the attention away from Mudshot to Poison Sting, and it helps with the matchups such as like Azumarill or Mandibuzz. Charjabug is probably about the same. Cresselia is probably about the same, but you know.
Yeah. one thing that I find interesting about Onion's team is the decision to run Dugong. We have seen Dugong have success before with, I believe it was Wadaj won the North American International Championships with Dugong. Dugong is very good, of course, with Icy Wind and the debuffs at making a play for switch advantage, and Onion Frank is a trainer who is known at really liking switch advantage. So the question will be, does he opt for the Dugong or does he adjust the strategy? Looks like we have lock-ins here. Game number 1. It's Skarmory for Onion Frank into the Charge-a-Bug for Battle Bill.
It's going to be interesting here because Onion Frank has the mirror match and has Whiscash as an answer. In goes the Whiscash, met by Cresselia. The first Scald is going to come through, but however, Cresselia has access to Grass Knot and can very comfortably take a few of these Scalds.
The Scald is going to connect. Do we see the attack drop? We do not. This Grass Knot is double super effective damage onto the Whiscash. Battle Bill choosing to overfarm, firing off the Grass Knot. We see the no shield by Onion Frank. He's not protecting the Whiscash. Double super effective damage from the Grass Knot and nearly picking up the KO.
And Onion Frank's going to be able to get off a second Scald here, which still won't threaten a shield or a knockout on this Cresselia. The thing that I think Onion Frank has going for him there is that Cresselia has no great options to land significant damage into the Skarmory, so I think Onion Frank's probably just going to go for an entire Steel Wing down, and Battle Bill might feel a little bit threatened here by this farm down. He might opt to switch out at some point in the future.
This is a situation where, again, having that Future Sight, even though it's resisted, the Future Sights will add up over time. Like we see Skarmory taking 20 to 25% of its HP. We're now going to see another Future Sight thrown, and this Skarmory right here, it's in the yellow health from purely resisted damage.
Cresselia is showing the power of having same type attack bonus. However, Onion Frank is loaded on the Skarmory. One Steel Wing into a bait, a bit interesting. I might have preferred a Brave Bird given he's going to switch out, but he pulls the shield anyway, so it works out.
That is a big shield there. Continuing to farm up here. Oh, now he's going for the harder hitting Brave Bird. Battle Bill already used one shield. Is he going to double shield here? No, he is not. The Brave Bird connects. Massive damage in the back. It's going to be his own Charge-a-Bug. And now it's Charge-a-Bug versus Charge-a-Bug, but Battle Bill has the ability to send in Whiscash.
It's an interesting choice from Onion Frank to no shield the X-Scissor. It is neutral damage, and he sees the matchup in the back is going to be the Whiscash. It's going to be neutral damage versus neutral damage here. However, the Whiscash just paces so quickly to the Mud Bombs, and the extra chip damage that Battle Bill got with that X-Scissor, that land might be impactful and put it within range of Mud Bomb. However, maybe opting to try to get a debuff here, going for Scald.
The Scald gets no shielded. That connects. That does massive damage and gets the debuff.
The debuff is probably not going to be too impactful here. I imagine this is going to go no shielded because it does not threaten a knockout. The tough spot for Frank is that he has 2 shields left, and I think, based on his posture, I think he's probably given up, recognizes that the mud shots will actually add up because they are only single resisted on the Skarmory.
So Onion in that endgame trying to call a Mud Bomb bait, but Battle Bill full sending the Scald. The Scald connects, and that's a game 1 win for Battle Bill. And Battle Bill, this is his first tournament of this season. He has competed in the past. He's had several very strong finishes, tied 17th at 2023 Milwaukee and Knoxville. He's gotten so close, Phoebe, and now he's 1 win away from his first top cut.
Yeah, and if he wins this match, he will actually beat the top tied for 17th. Going back into the replay, we see the Grass Knot going no shielded into the Whiscash. I really actually like this from Onion Frank because it puts him in a position where the second Scald is landing and he's not providing too much extra farm for that Cresselia.
The Future Side lands. The Cresselia putting in a lot of work in a negative matchup. And then we did see the Brave Bird connect. No shield used in the back. The Charge-a-Bug. Charge-a-Bug hit with the X-Scissor. Onion Frank tries to call the bait, but the Scald connects. And unfortunately, that just meant game over for Onion as the Skarmory, these Steel Wings, are resisted due to that water subtyping. And Onion Frank not able to pull it out in game number 1.
And looks like we're already going into game number 2. It's the same leads. Onion Frank opting this time to switch into the Charge-a-Bug, which is met by the Whiscash. It looks like the same exact line for Battle Bill here because he's going to now get, instead of the Cresselia versus the Whiscash, he's going to get Cresselia versus Altaria. The one thing that is good for him about that, though, is that Altaria has a lot more fast move pressure than Whiscash does.
Very true, and this Cresselia is not running Moonblast. It is on Future Sight, which came in very helpful in game number 1. We see the Scald connect. We do not see a debuff here. Firing off another X-Scissor. We see a shield from Battle Bill. Battle Bill looking to commit to switch advantage here since the alignment was in his favor.
Opting to shield, in comes the next charge attack, the Scald going right before the next X-Scissor was reached by Onion Frank. A no shield, opting to get a shield advantage here for losing switch advantage, and coming in with Altaria. Altaria is going to absolutely wall off the energy from this Whiscash. I do like this because it's going to minimize the need for shields here and potentially preserve the shields for later on in the battle. The unfortunate thing here is that attack drop occurring. I'm actually not sure how impactful it is because I don't think a third Scald would be reached. And I think the secondary Scald would have almost always been reached by Battle Bill.
Battle Bill trying to make one final charge attack. He cannot. This Altaria is debuffed, but it has so much energy. Does he switch? He does. In comes the Skarmory. It's answered by this Charjabug, and the massive super effective electric damage is rocking the Skarmory.
Onion Frank now has a decision to make. Does he want to keep his shields for the Altaria or use them in this scenario where there's super effective damage? Building up extra energy, I think it's going to be a bit difficult for him, opting to go for the Brave Bird this time instead. Noticing that Battle Bill did shield first, it's a great shield call here from Battle Bill.
The Brave Bird, of course, will dramatically debuff the defense for Onion. Can we see the farm now? No, we cannot. Battle Bill forced to fire off energy here. This discharge will easily pick up the knockout. Onion Frank committing the shield so he can make it to the Brave Bird. Switch clock not yet up. He's throwing one Steel Wing at the Brave Bird, getting as much damage as he possibly can. This Brave Bird, it's neutral damage. It's a heavy hitting move. Will it KO the Charjabug? Yes, it will. Down goes Charjabug.
That's actually a really massive pickup there because that Volt Switch going through, if it had not picked up the knockout, might have knocked out the Skarmory, and now the Cresselia is forced to throw the grass now. However, this Altaria, it has so much energy, but it's down on health. The first Sky Attack coming through, I think he's going to need three Sky Attacks plus Dragon Breath damage.
This will be close. Altaria, not the fastest charging Pokemon ever, firing off energy here, needing this to be enough. Did not go for the Moonblast here, opting for the Sky Attack. This will not KO. The Sky Attack is not gonna do it. The Future Sight is reached, and that means Battle Bill is going to be advancing here with a 2-0 victory as the Future Sight connects, and Battle Bill, at long last, makes his top cut.
And congratulations to Battle Bill for that well-deserved top cut. I think Onion Frank might have been able to play that end game a little bit differently. If he had opted for double Moonblast, I think he might have been able to pick up that knockout, but that's so hard to tell. Do I want to go for 3 Sky Attacks or 2 Moonblasts? Because there's absolutely no way he could have gone for Moonblast and 2 Sky Attacks. But the exact damage calculations of Altaria and Cresselia are a little forgotten by most of the people here because that matchup has not been well played out in recent times.
And now with the new addition of more people running the Future Sight as well, like in that endgame, Altaria's bulky. Is a Future Sight going to be enough to KO? But as you mentioned, these are the split-second decisions in these matches that can separate a win and a glorious first top cut versus having to play a couple more rounds in losers. Those split-second decisions, do I triple Sky Attack? Do I double Moonblast? Trying to figure this out in real time while tracking your opponent's energy, throwing on good timing. It's unbelievable to see it all work together in motion. It's like a beautiful symphony.
And we can see it again in these replays. We can watch the symphony again, listen to the music in our ears. Back into game number 1, we see the Brave Bird going no shielded by Battle Bill and a quick switch into the Charjabug. Battle Bill able to get his own X-Scissor off, and then the no shield on this Scald, able to put the Charjabug low enough for the farm down later.
And the Skarmory has 2 shields, but you can't shield fast attacks, Phoebe. We've seen this a couple times today. It just gets mud shot down. And we move into game number 2, the Scald into the Charjabug, looking for the debuff, but the debuff does not happen. And this means that the second X-Scissor is threatening to where he commits a shield. And Battle Bill able to make multiple Scalds here and able to do some pretty nice damage onto the Altaria. The first one got the debuff, which means that he was forced to switch out here to get the most value out of his energy. But by doing so, he then has to deal with the Charjabug on the Skarmory.
And it's a great call by Battle Bill here, recognizing the last time that this interaction happened, I shielded a Sky Attack, so he's more likely to throw a Brave Bird first. This time, shielding up that first Brave Bird, great mitigation of damage. The second Brave Bird comes through, just picks up the knockout, but in the end game, 2 Sky Attacks, not enough to get the knockout. In comes the Future Sight, and Future Sight does enough damage to pick out the knockout into Altaria.
What a series there, oh my goodness. And as we mentioned, Battle Bill, what a story, being able to make it to his first top cut, his first tournament this season, has competed a bit in the past. Seems like 2024 might be his year, Phoebe.
Definitely could be, and there's so much more of the season left. I don't know if we've ever seen him on the championship point leaderboards, but I'd be curious to see how many points he has, if he's been showing up to any local tournaments and able to top cut and win some of those, and, you know, depending on how he performs here in Charlotte, North Carolina, maybe getting enough points to reach that 500 CP point mark.
And he, as you mentioned, has a really good chance to get a lot of points today, especially making it through to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket as well. So an undefeated run to day number 2. We've seen some amazing battles here so far, Phoebe, and we're not even through day 1.
Not even through day 1. We have a lot more of winners' side battles as well, and then, you know, we typically follow it up by the loser's side as well. See maybe some of the familiar faces from early in the day who maybe got knocked down in an early round and are making a long run through the loser's side of the bracket and trying to see if they could make another Dune run or as a number of the other battlers who have made long runs through the loser side of the bracket to make it into day 2.
Dune definitely the most memorable. Getting to that loser side after the first match of the day and still winning the tournament, I feel like that does offer quite a bit of hope for a lot of the battlers. Is just because you're on the lower side of the bracket on day 1 doesn't mean that your dream of being a regional champion is over. There's still games to be played, matches to be had, tactics to be deployed to try and make your way to top cut, because again, this is what double elimination allows. The ability for people to fall down and to rise back up.
And speaking of Top Cut, we have an interview ready with Battle Bill, and we'll have to see how he feels about getting his first Top Cut. Take it away, Stephanie.
I am here with Battle Bill, fresh off of his 2-0 victory against Onion Frank. Your first top cut, how does it feel?
Feels amazing, very relieved, very surprised, and a lot of overwhelming feelings. I'm not used to this, obviously, but it definitely is very exciting to be in this position.
Who would you say is your MVP out of your team of 6 today? Which Pokemon really clutched the victories for you?
I feel like I had some co-MVPs before the battles on stream. Mandibuzz was amazing for me in a lot of my previous rounds. And then Charjabug, obviously, we saw how it kind of just cooked up those 2 matches to sweep in the round on stream. Though that was definitely had to be an MVP and get a shout out there.
Awesome. And then tell me a little bit about your journey today. Are there any battles that really stood out to you?
My first round, I think, it really got my head back in the game and got me focused. It reminded me that I'm here. It's been a while since I've done a regional. My first one of this season, my first one of 2024. So it kind of just like re-amped me and reminded me like, all right, this is what is going to happen today. And I won that round, and I've been having a little nice streak so far.
I would definitely say a little nice streak, making top cut. Congratulations. Is there anyone in the crowd or at home that you want to shout out and thank for helping you get to this, top cut today?
Absolutely. I got too many people to shout out. I have to start with my parents and my lovely girlfriend. Without their support, I wouldn't be successful in any of the things I'm doing in life, whether it's outside of Pokemon or in the Pokemon. When it comes to the Pokemon stuff, I have to shout out my friends, my community, a lot of the Battle Boys that showed up today at the event. I got to hang out with them. They kept me in the right mind state when I needed to be as I keep on going from round to round. And then also just to shout out my local friends at home that are watching. I really appreciate any of the support that I've been getting so far.
That's something I love about this game. It's such a community game. We all support each other, and I am so excited to see how you do tomorrow in Top Cut. But we have lots more battles here today. Casters, take it away.
All right, thank you, Stephanie and Bill, for that wonderful interview. It's great to hear about the impact of community. I know we had an interview earlier with Kayshawn, and he talked about how it feels to be a part of Battle Bill's community, and I'm sure they've had a lot of time to talk to each other and like see how they're doing, and it's just really great to see.
I definitely agree. And good news is we get to see even more battles coming up here. It looks like we have some players ready on the stage, and this is an absolute matchup. Two incredibly talented battlers here. Lyall Jeffs versus Dunebug.
And it's a bit of an interesting matchup because I think it was mentioned before, Dunebug is running the same team as he won his previous regional, and Lyall Jeffs is running the team of Abhinav. So it's a clash of two regional championship teams.
That is an amazing fact. I cannot wait to see these matches now. I was excited before. I am even more excited now.
I can confirm I saw his face light up as I said that fact. It wasn't on camera, but I got to see it.
Oh, I am so excited. For Dune, at this point, we know the team. The regional winning team, Skeledirge, Whiscash, Altaria, Registeel, Gligar, Cresselia, opting for Moonblast for a little bit of extra coverage, but sacrificing the same type of attack bonus on Future Sight.
On the other side of the stage is Lyall Jeffs, and he is running that Shadow Gligar, Whiscash, Vigoroth, Charjabug, Lickitung, and Azumarill. And we have yet to see Vigoroth versus Annihilape on the stream and see how well Annihilape annihilates that Vigoroth. I know Eric said that little bit of a pun on a stream earlier, but it was my pun. He stole it from me, so I'm going to take it back and reclaim it for myself here. And it looks like the players are still locking in, getting ready. This is going to be a heavy-hitting matchup. I know you and I are probably really excited to see how Skeledirge fares here in this matchup, and it looks like the players are ready.
They're locked in. Game number one. Cresselia for Dunebug into the Lickitung. And this is one of those matchups where potentially you're running Moonblast for the coverage, but that same type of attack bonus, Future Sight, is very helpful if you're going up against these Lickitungs.
Yeah, so this is going to be a bit difficult for Dunebug because I believe Lyall Jeffs is now in complete control of this matchup, where we have sometimes seen in the past that if those Cresselias are running Future Sight, they might win certain shield scenarios. I know we've seen some matchups where the Cresselia did not win the Zero Shield matchup, but I know there are some where it does. Body Slam goes into the Cresselia doing good neutral damage, and the next Body Slam actually coming out after the second Moonblast. I would have preferred to see Lyall Jeffs throw it before, because this Moonblast has a 10% chance to drop that Lickitung's attack.
The Moonblast, thankfully for Lyall Jeffs, does not get the debuff. Firing off the Body Slam, we see the no shield from Dunebug. This is not going to be enough to threaten a knockout, but Lyall does have the pacing advantage in this matchup. Will be able to make it to another Body Slam before Dune is able to make the grass knot one turn beforehand. Lyall is going to control switch advantage in this matchup as Body Slam picks up the KO.
Oh,
it
actually
doesn't!
Not quite.
It doesn't! Unbelievable! The Cresselia! Oh my, it survives on 1 HP. Can it win switch advantage?
It does! Dunebug actually able to win switch advantage with the Cresselia that is not running Future Sight. Winning switch advantage is so key here because the Gligar is now not paired up against his Registeel. Gligar going for the first charge attack. Dune incorrectly calling the bait. This is just an Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace going to be the weaker of the two moves. You see him shaking his face. It was a charge attack tie. In comes the Scald. We know this does not pick up the knockout, but Lyall Jeffs recognizing that it'll do a lot of damage.
I'm still in shock over that Cresselia 1 HP. That switch advantage is so big here, as that way you don't have to worry about Ready still getting completely walled. Dunebug unable to get the Scald debuff, which means this dig is very threatening. It's at full power. It grabs the shield. Dunebug continuing to overfarm, going for the Scald. Lyall, 1 shield left. This will not knock out, but it will do a lot of damage. We do see the shield. Do we see the debuff? We do see the debuff. 50% chance. He's thrown 2, and he does get the debuff.
We see the dig actually coming out right before the next Scald. Dunebug, no shields remaining, will have to take this neutral hit, and it does not really threaten a knockout. We see the first Scald being reached. I think we are still well outside of Scald picking up the knockout, and Mudshots being double resisted won't threaten a knockout, and neither will lock-ons. We see an attempted catch, no catch happens, and now it's the zero shield matchup between Charjabug and Registeel, with the Registeel up slightly in energy.
The discharge is going to connect into the Registeel. This will do some decent neutral damage. Now the question will be, as Registeel goes for the Zap Cannon, all moves are resisted here, so you want to be going for the Zap Cannon, as you do have that 66% chance to get the debuff. The Zap Cannon connects, and no debuff for Dune.
That's going to be impactful here because the next discharge now will do a little bit more damage. The question becomes is, does Lyall Jeffs' Charjabug survive the next charge attack? The discharge not threatening a knockout, the Zap Cannon might.
This will be very close. Lyall has to hope his Charjabug can hold on here. The Zap Cannon into the Charjabug. Charjabug able to hold on. Can it make it to the discharge? Yes, it can. The switch timer just not up for Dunebug. This will pick up the knockout, and I believe Lyall does have an Aerial Ace stored on the Gligar. Discharge picks up the KO. Lyall, does he switch? He does not. Dunebug anticipating the switch in, clicks the Mud Bomb, but Lyall does not go for the combo play.
Dunebug could have seen the Volt Switch animation, but he did not quite see it in time. So I think he had waited and thrown he had waited and then threw his charge attack, but that put him in a position where the Volt Switch damage did not, or excuse me, I'm getting lost in my words right now. The Charjabug did not feint to the fast attacks. I think he could have potentially done 2 mud shots to knock out and then had a charge attack tie against Lyall Jeffs' Gligar. And that comes down to the specific stats of those 2 Pokemon. It's not a clear victory between either one of them.
And that's what does make it very tricky, is, as you had mentioned, if you have a very attack-trained Whiscash or very high attack-trained Gligar, you may potentially be able to win that charge attack priority as we move into the game. And I'm still at a loss here for the Cresselia. Maximum bulk, withstanding that body slam, winning switch advantage, and the Scald, at long last, getting that debuff.
The dig coming through afterwards, doing a nice amount of neutral damage to lower the health of that Whiscash. The first Zap Cannon coming through, not picking up the debuff, so that the next discharge from Lyall Jeffs is able to do a nice amount of neutral damage.
And this discharge picking up the KO, and it comes down to this. The Whiscash going for the Mud Bomb there, throwing the Mud Shot, hoping that Lyall would try and go for a combo play there with the Aerial Ace and potentially lose charge attack priority, but Lyall chooses not to, and that is a Game 1 win for Lyall.
Yeah, really great patience in the end there. It'd be curious to see if he knows how his Gligar, his Shadow Gligar, pairs up against various Whiscashes, in terms of if he knows it would have won that charge attack tie. No time to think about that now. We are going immediately into game number 2 here, and it's an amazing lead for Lyall Jeffs. It's Azumarill into Altaria, and the Azumarill has access to Ice Beam.
We do see the save switch into Cresselia. Cresselia going to be answered with the Charjabug. Charjabug firing off energy here. Oh, sorry, the Cresselia firing off energy into the Charjabug. We will see the no shield as the Moonblast connects and does solid neutral damage and gets the attack drop. That's only a 10% chance to occur, but that may help Dunebug flip switch advantage here.
It's a bit tough because you pace so quickly to these X-Scissors. I'm not sure Dune has that opportunity besides in the zero shield matchup. It'll be super impactful though. If you look at the back line, it's the Azumarill potentially would get paired up against the Registeel if Dunebug was able to win switch advantage. But if he's not, that Registeel's going to get paired up against Lyall Jeffs' Gligar. It's a really bad matchup. Lyall Jeffs opting to shield, recognizing the strength of Azumarill versus Altaria, and wants to maintain switch advantage here.
Dunebug committing a shield. He is going to make Lyall use both Protect Shields if he wants to keep switch advantage here, as he will make the Moonblast. Moonblast should be able to pick up a knockout, so now Lyall has to decide, and Lyall will double commit. Both Protect Shields used. He liked that initial alignment, and he is doing whatever he can to keep it. He's looking for the farm down, and he does get the farm down.
The one thing that Lyall Jeffs needs to be careful of here is he needs to be patient. He cannot switch out of this matchup. Switching out of this matchup will spell doom. D-O-O-M, just in case anyone was confused. He needs to allow the Altaria to get a large energy advantage here. Unfortunately, unable to reach the second discharge, but this matchup, Azumarill versus Altaria, is so good, and the Gligar versus Registeel matchup is also really powerful. I think he's in a very commanding position here, even though he's down a shield.
Registeel did get a pretty sizable energy advantage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to outpace the Gligar. Registeel, the Zap Cannon, connects. It does not get the debuff. Gligar just needs to make double dig, and it looks like it is going to be able to make it to the double dig before the charge attack is reached. And Lyall in control of this matchup here, as we do see that dig connect, massive damage to the Registeel, going for dig number 2, and Dune is forced to expend this final shield.
And this is really tough for Dunebug because we don't have any fast attack pressure on this Registeel. He needs to throw another move, and he's unable to get any additional energy because if he undercharges here, the switch clock's coming up. He tries to undercharge anyways. He does get about 2 more lock-ons worth of energy, but the Azumarill already is at a Play Rough and Ice Beam, actually opting to catch a Play Rough. This is pretty good for Dunebug because it gives him an opportunity in the late game to potentially reach a Zap Cannon with a Registeel. It's tough. It's really tough to play this endgame because Lyall Jeffs will be very heavily incentivized to try to bubble down the Altaria, but will he be able to after this Moonblast?
The Moonblast connects, catching the Play Rough, which is only single super effective, instead of that Ice Beam, which is double super effective. Dune trying whatever he can to win this matchup, but the bubble damage, it may be resisted, but it's doing enough. We see this Sky Attack fired by the Altaria. Azumarill, it's not going to care. It gets the full bubble down. No charge attack ready for this Registeel, and he's firing off energy, and this should be, I mean, he could have gone for the Play Rough. It would have done slightly more, but the Ice Beam plus the bubble takes it. Oh my.
That Ice Beam throw at the end instead of the Play Rough could have cost him if Dunebug had slightly more energy there, but enough energy still, or not enough energy in the bank for Dunebug is not able to win that end game. If he was able to reach his Zap Cannon, that would have proved so pivotal, but not quite able to get there. That bubble down able to occur. If the bubble down did not happen, I think Lyall Jeffs would have been at another Ice Beam, and I think that actually might have been why he opted for Ice Beam, because if he reaches 2 Ice Beams, that's guaranteed to knock out if he thought maybe the Play Rough wasn't enough to knock out.
I agree. I did get a bit worried there when it lived on 1 HP, but the Registeel, he was aware of its energy, understanding that it still cannot get to the move. And Lyall, another top cut. He is starting to make a bit of a habit out of this, Phoebe.
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't had that many people be super consistent. We don't have any Mr. Top Cuts this year. We did last year, of course, it being its accent. But let's go ahead and rewatch those highlights from that game and see just how Lyall Jeffs was able to make that really solid 2-0 victory over Dunebug.
And as we move into the highlights, we are taking a look at the Body Slam and the Cresselia that could survive on 1 HP, win switch advantage, the Discharge picking up the KO, Dunebug going for the Mud Bomb, hoping that Lyall would try and go for a switch into the Gligar, but unfortunately he does not, and Lyall takes game 1.
Able to secure with the Aerial Ace as the timer comes up. Going into the beginning of game number 2, fighting for switch advantage, Lyall Jeffs recognizes how powerful Azumarill into Altaria is. in the end game. It's Registeel into Gligar and able to reach 2 digs there at the very end, able to guarantee a good amount of damage into the Registeel.
The dig connecting, doing massive damage, and we do see the Altaria going for the Sky Attack, putting it into a range where a move from Registeel, the Zap Cannon, will easily knock out, but unfortunately for the Registeel, it just does not have enough energy. The Ice Beam leaves the Registeel on 1 HP, but even so, 2 extra lock-ons here, just not enough for Dunebug. But Dunebug, his day's not over. He will get to continue in the loser's bracket. And if I've learned anything from watching him play, it's to not count him out in the loser's bracket.
He has definitely made some really solid runs in, honestly, both the winner's side of the bracket as well as the loser's side of the bracket. He's one of the most consistent players that we see here in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, able to hit a lot of top cuts. Definitely up there with its Accent as well, in contention for maybe not necessarily a yearly Mr. Top Cut, but like a global, multi-year, a generational Mr. Top Cut.
Mr. Top Cut, as you mentioned, and on top of that, we have seen he has actually been able to win multiple of these regionals as well. I believe that we were looking at it earlier, and basically anytime a regional comes to Texas, Dune is just winning it, so...
Maybe we need to wait until the next regionals in Texas. I don't think we have any more this season, but let's go ahead and send it over to Eric with an interview with Lyall Jeffs.
All right, I'm Nighttime Clasher, Eric Wong, here with Lyall Jeffs III. Congratulations on that huge win against Dunebug. I guess, how did you feel after the Moonblast debuffed you in the mid-game?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate, but I was able to maintain switch there in the second game. And it was an awesome experience to battle Dunebug. Obviously, he was gone on an undefeated run since his last regional win, so I was able to break that, so I feel pretty good right now.
So like when something like such an unexpected moment happens, something with only a 10% chance happens in a match, like how do you kind of mentally reset after that happens and get back into the game?
I was just trying to stay as focused as possible today because I knew that if I played focused and smart that I could beat anyone. So I was trying not to let anything outside of my control affect my decision making during the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So you ran this team that is very similar to Abhinav's. I think it's the same team. And you ran it at a lot of cups before as well. How has it kind of adapted to this meta, and what do you think it's weak to right now?
I was extremely comfortable with this team coming into today. Even with the release of Annihilate, I didn't want to change the team, so I continued to run this team with Vigoroth, and I'm glad I did because it feels very good running this team.
All right, well, that's a very, very strong statement that you've made here in this game with that team and throughout this tournament. I wish you the best of luck and hope to see you more tomorrow.
Bumper goes down. That means Elite is your Sacramento Regional Grand Champion.
Undefeated on day number 2 for Elite, not dropping a single set. What impeccable plays from Elite.
I first got involved in middle school. It was Pokemon Gold and Silver. My friend showed it to me, and then I started playing it, and I got hooked to the main series. And ever since then, like I've been like on and off with Pokemon until about the start of COVID, like 2020. That's when I started getting more into Pokemon Go, and yeah, I've just been playing PvP and getting better. I remember I was in a daycare and I was watching the anime, and it was the first season of Indigo Plateau, and I just remember sitting on the couch in the daycare just watching it, and yeah, I was enjoying it a lot. So I started playing with my friends, just out and about, just walking around. And it was ever since Go Battle League started. I wanted to be like really good at Pokemon, and I wanted to compete in the World Championship. At the time, Pokemon Go wasn't a part of the competitive circuit, but I started playing it, and I enjoyed the game, and I felt like I could get good at it. So I put in more time and practice, and then eventually the game joined the circuit. Then I started taking things even more seriously, and I'm qualified for the World Championship.
And he's going to be the third trainer from North America to have that guaranteed invitation to World Championships.
I want to do well in Worlds. I don't want to put a placing on it, but I want to do really good in Worlds this year, and I'm going to prepare for it. It's just mainly game mechanics for me, just learning and mastering them those, like counting my opponent's fast moves and knowing exactly when they're going to get to the charge moves and just keeping that all in my head like the whole game.
We're going to see Elite take it.
It was when I played Caleb Pang in the finals, the grand finals, when I went 6-0. It was that whole day, really. Just starting from the losers bracket, going all the way back up into the grand finals, and then ending up winning it all. That's definitely the biggest moment for me. It's not really looking up, because I like to think of myself as a good player. I think everyone else has like a chance to win. But yeah, I would say Wadaj and my friend Pocket as well. I think those two are really good players, and I'd like to stay like on par with them. Originally, I had a drive to win, and I still have that drive, right? But it started to become more like a drive to just be with friends and hang out with everyone that like I've made really good friendships with. And yeah, just to play the battles and just enjoy my time here.
I've been playing Pokemon since the first games came out. People at school were playing it just to start, like the red, blue, yellow games. So I was playing that with some older kids. I played for a little bit and then, took a break. And then once Go came out, I was like, I gotta play this game. Like, to become your own like Pokemon trainer, going out and catching Pokemon, that was like the whole dream of the series.
J-Gen is known for competing a lot in his local tournament scene in the Midwest.
Once the Go Battle League came out is when I really got into PvP. Just the convenience of being able to play from your home was really nice. You can battle anyone from anywhere.
Can J-Gen put the pieces together for the first time and make top cut at a regional championship? We're going to find out.
At tournaments, it's pretty cool because you interact with a lot of people online, but you don't really get to know them. At the tournament setting, you get to, interact with everyone, get to really know them. So that's kind of the main part of going to the tournaments. It's amazing that Pokemon goes in the circuit for Play Pokemon. It's a really exciting product to watch. The glory of becoming a champion is really cool to aspire for.
We talk about J-Chen being very experienced. Currently the number 10 ranked player in North America, and that number is definitely moving up after this tournament.
I guess my favorite moment's the one I won today. But other than that, I actually attended Japan as a spectator last year. And so a few of my friends had actually qualified, so it was just amazing to be able to hang out with them in Japan. I'd never been to Japan before. Get to see a few sites with them. And just Japan was like an amazing experience to see how passionate they are for Pokemon. I really look up to the top battlers. How can I become better at my game? I would say Wadaj and Elite are two of the best that I've seen play. And then even at this tournament, that boy Jay makes some really insane undercharges on his charge moves. He has such a great knowledge of the game. It just makes you want to learn it quite at that level. If I was a Pokemon typing, I'd probably be normal type, pretty basic guy, basic activities and stuff. I don't know.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm Nighttime Clasher, or Eric, as you know me by, and I'm joined by Stephanie, or Defy, on my left. And we are heading into a very exciting winners finals. We have Out of Pocket, of course, as we've talked about him, one of the top trainers all the way from Maryland, is a top trainer last year and this year in North America. On the other hand, though, we have Javier V20, one of the top battlers from Peru, actually. Got 5th at LAIC just a couple of months ago, and he's looking to continue a dominant run in the States.
So who is going to prevail? Is it going to be Hot Pocket with his triple flyer team, or is it going to be Javier running more of a tried and true line? We are going to be heading down to the stage in a little bit to find out, but I am very excited to see Javier bring the Mandibuzz, Azumarill, Charjabug, Lickitung, Whiscash, and Shadow Gligar. I would say this is the meta. Like, that is the meta team.
Yeah, absolutely. Mandibuzz is a Pokemon with so much play into the current meta. Of course, you have that coverage of the Dark Pulse and the Aerial Ace. Dark Pulse doesn't exactly do super effective to a whole lot of Pokemon in the meta, but it's neutral to most of them.
Yeah, on the other side, Pocket, 3 flyers. We see a lot of people running 2, but not 3. Skarmory, Altaria, and Gligar able to really pivot into whichever flyer is going to do the job. Pairing that with Whiscash, Charjabug, and Dugong as kind of your spicier, slightly off-meta pick. But we know Dugong can put in quite a bit of work. Does Dugong really have play here, looking into Javier's team?
Well, Dugong always has play inside of this meta because every team has a Gligar. And Dugong is not only great into Gligar, it's great into Whiscash. And actually the Mandibuzz from Javier as well. However, it's going to fall a little bit short when it comes to Pokemon like Lickitung or Charjabug, which Lickitung kind of just awkwardly outbulks it and then has too much pressure from the Power Whips. And honestly, Dugong can debuff the Lickitung and then dip because you pace to the Icy Wind before the Power Whip, so there is definitely still play there.
Taking a look more at Javier's team, again, Shadow Gligar, Whiscash, Mandibuzz being kind of the standout pick there, Charjabug, Lickitung, and Azumarill. Lots of Pokemon that we are really comfortable and we have seen do so well here in this 2024 season.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Gligar is going to be a shadow from the side of Javier V20, and Out of Pocket actually is opting to use the non-shadow Gligar. And is that because he doesn't have a shadow Gligar? Oh, I'm sure it isn't. But of course, both these Gligars are going to have play into the opposing teams because both teams have a Charjabug.
Let's see what will these players bring to the first game. This is winners finals for Group E, and we have the Altaria in the lead for Out of Pocket up against Javier's Charjabug. Looks like the players are opting to stay in. How does Charjabug fare up against this Altaria?
So Charjabug is great because it's able to do neutral damage, and if you can actually get enough discharge damage down, you can probably be safe enough to X-Scissor. Saying all that, it's still not a great matchup because Altaria has really oppressive Dragon Breath damage when you don't let a Volt Switch sneak through like Out of Pocket just did.
Uh-oh, so that could be just that is tough. Usually it's pretty easy to time those when you have a 1-turn fast move like Dragon Breath versus a 4-turn fast move like Volt Switch. Usually it's pretty easy to kind of make those catches to kind of dip and weave around that Pokemon.
Yeah, but because I like him, let's just say that because he was trying to get the Altaria a little bit lower so the next Pokemon wouldn't get too much farm.
That was definitely the play, and here is the Azumarill looking to bubble down, but the Altaria, it does able to get to that Moon Blast for a bit of chip damage as a parting gift on to the Azumarill. Now Out of Pocket has to decide, what am I going to bring into this matchup? Am I going to bring my Skarmory? Am I going to bring my Whiscash? Really taking his time to make that decision, and decides to bring in that Steel Wing Skarmory, who's going to be taking some neutral damage here from Ice Beams.
Yeah, and of course, Skarmory coming in here seems like the instinctual play and the right play to make because it just does way more fast move pressure than the Azumarill and is able to apply Sky Attacks and Brave Birds extremely quickly as well. But now you see the clear problem here because this Whiscash is going to be a line up against the Lickitung in the back. And down shields, that is not a situation that the Whiscash wants to be in.
Absolutely not. The Power Whip is so threatening to the Whiscash, being water and ground type. The Power Whip does an incredible amount of damage. We see we are now in a one shield scenario. Both trainers have a single protect shield remaining in this opening game of the series. Javier decides to expend the final shield. Shields a Brave Bird out of pocket, makes the pivot to Whiscash, and Javier has to know this is a great sign for my end game because the Lickitung can come in free and clear. Whiscash does have a shield, however, those Power Whips, it's just so threatening. Yeah, with out of pocket is gonna have to shield something.
And the best part about this matchup is we don't even need to use the Power Whip if you're the Licky. You can simply go for Body Slam after Body Slam, as this one only puts him basically into lick down range. He doesn't even need to go for a Power Whip. If you're Hot Pocket, you easily call this bait here, and then you go on playing the game, and hopefully that calling the bait is your win condition.
Yeah, but now it's just so low. The Lickitung could potentially lick down. Let's see, will the Scald get a debuff? Out of pocket really looking for win conditions here, and an attack drop does come through. Could that be the win condition for out of pocket?
In an ideal world, out of pocket would have made it to a Scald here because that Mud Bomb wouldn't have been enough to knock out the Whiscash. So just opting to let it go down and try to put this one on the Skarmory with the shield isn't enough though. Tries to go into the Azumarill and make an Ice Beam. Is not able to actually make it to the move. Out of pocket will need to immediately Sky Attack the Azumarill, and now it's a race between Steel Wings from the Skarmory and if the Lickitung can get to 2 moves. It looks like 1 is assured, but 2 is not looking so hot.
No, not as much. We are going to see out of pocket expend the final shield, holding on to it for the entire match. And there is the Steel Wing. That came down very, very close, Eric. That was a very close match. However, out of pocket takes it. Look, their friendship level increased. How nice is that to see? But out of pocket takes that 1-0.
Yeah, the thing was, once the Azumarill bubbled down the Altaria, it was actually left in kind of an uncomfortable amount of health. Because Azumarill is so good against the backline, just being down already like 30% from the Moonblast made it just kind of awkward to continue that game into the Skarmory, where otherwise it would have been relatively safer and not like within range where the Sky Attacks would be more threatening. Now, if you're out of pocket, you're thinking, okay, Charger Bug looks good because the opponent doesn't have Gligar. And if you're Javier, you're like, huh, maybe my Charger Bug looks pretty good too. He didn't bring Gligar. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see in this next matchup here, as both players not too content with playing Gligars into Whiscashes or Gligars into Azumarills.
And we can just see here on that last bit of replay, out of pocket expending the last shield, and then it was the race. Steel Wings versus Body Slams, and I think we needed maybe 2 or 3 more licks from Javier's Lickitung to be able to get to that Body Slam. But here we go, we are into our next match. Our players are locked in on the field. Chargebug versus Whiscash. Out of pocket immediately makes a pivot into the Dugong, which we haven't seen as much from him today.
Yeah, and I love this play from Javier here. He's going to go straight for the Mud Bomb and then most likely pivot into the Lickitung. Out of pocket is playing an ABB-style team where he's weak against Whiscash in the front and strong against Whiscash in the back. Now, the awkward thing about this is Javier is going to get debuffed. But Javier knows this is okay because in the first place, if he brought in Lickitung immediately, he would have still gotten debuffed before he made it to the first Power Whip. So I like this recognition from him, knowing that now the Dugong is in Power Whip range.
Yes, but the Dugong isn't going to be knocked out quite yet. It is going to use that Icy Wind, which is going to every single time drop the attack stat of the opposing Pokemon by 1 stage. Drop that attack power. So here we have the Power Whip. Is it still in Power Whip range with that attack drop? Let's find out. No, it is not. Not while that attack drop is in effect. So Lickitung is going to have to use a Body Slam, really expending all of its energy just to clear the Dugong off the field.
Now we see a big problem if you're out of pocket. Charger Bug can farm down this Licky, not before it gets a few Body Slams applied onto it, but at the same time, it'll then have to face up against the Whiscash, and the Altaria meets its nightmare in the back, Azumarill.
Yeah, Altaria does not want to get hit with Azumarill's Ice Beams. Ice Beam is kind of the mandatory move on Azumarill. We see people who run Ice Beam Hydro Pump, we see people who run Ice Beam Play Rough, but you need that Ice Beam on Azumarill. So here out of pocket has all the energy in the world and is going to start throwing it into the Whiscash, but it's the Azumarill in the back back, that is going to spell a bit of trouble for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, so of course Out of Pocket can attempt to throw this X Scissor. Javier does not go for a CMP or a CAP because the Whiscash wouldn't have won that. And of course, these Mud Bombs and Scalds, oh my goodness, a beautiful catch from Out of Pocket, catching a Scald onto the Altaria. And now maybe there is some wiggle room for him as that Charger Bug still looks insanely strong in the back with 2 shields to its name.
Strong, and yeah, it's got a lot of health. It has energy and shields. That is a powerful combination. The Altaria gets to a Moonblast, trying to get a bit of chip damage onto the Azumarill, but you're gonna see this doesn't do very much. Even though it's Altaria's strongest move, it just can't do it. Now, these bubbles are resisted. Altaria is a dragon type, but the Dragon Breaths are resisted as well. It doesn't seem like the bubbles are resisted though, because they just have been doing so much damage. You can see here that, tell me about that undercharge, Eric.
Yeah, that was a masterful undercharge, able to allow Javier to get just a couple more bubbles, as he knows these bubbles are going to be huge in getting him to a couple of moves up against this Charger Bug in the back. I think if he did not undercharge that, he assuredly loses this game, but this gives him the exact opportunity he needs to actually win it, as he'll just need 2 Ice Beams and then 1 Scald from the Whiscash to now take it home.
And there is the first of the 2 Ice Beams. Here's 1 more bubble, and the second Ice Beam is going to come through, forcing another shield from Out of Pocket. I believe that is the final shield. There's 1 still left from Javier that he can use.
The thing is, although this X Scissor is going to go no shielded, Out of Pocket can't even just Volt Switch down. Whiscash does resist with that ground subtyping, and he's just simply going to be able to make it to the Scald, throw on alignment because it doesn't matter, and the Scald will be sending the Charger Bug back into the Pokeball and sending Javier into a game number 3 here.
Decisive game number 3s. We love to see them here in the championship series. How can Out of Pocket come back from this? We've been seeing he's brought the Altaria both games, but has really switched up his strategy a lot, bringing Skarmy and Whiscash in game 1 and then Charger Bug Dugong in game 2, where Javier's running a more consistent strategy, bringing the Azumarill and the Lickitung to both games. Just switching out his lead Pokemon. First time he led the Charger Bug, then he's leading the Whiscash, so a bit more consistency there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there, both players did utilize the Charger Bug. Now, next game, does that imply that both players need to start going for the Gligar? I think Gligar still looks too unsafe into both these teams to justify that. However, as you see here, the Altaria and the Whiscash, again, like those are both 2 great answers to an opposing Gligar as we see them face off here. Debuff onto the Altaria, switch into the Azumarill, and again, amazing undercharge there. If you didn't notice that, it just allowed him to get these extra bubbles in, which was instrumental in allowing him to take down that Charger Bug.
The mastery of the undercharge is certainly a skill that that elevates a player's gameplay. If you're looking to get that next step in your battle, like in your skills, that's definitely just a tool that you need in your tool belt.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see Out of Pocket here, just still thinking on his lines, Javier as well. I think if you are either of these players, the Whiscashes from both sides just look pretty good as long as they can avoid. I guess Javier's must avoid an Altaria. And if you're Out of Pockets, your Whiscash just looks really good against everything. Of course, Azumarill and Lickitung aren't like ideal matchups, but like you have play into everything, and it makes it probably a reasonable safe swap. Say your lead is really, really disastrous.
So we're going to have to see, how are these 2 trainers going to pivot? Is Javier going to stick with those same 2 Pokemon, the Azumarill, going to stick with the Lickitung, or are we going to try to see something else from Javier? With Pocket, I don't know what he's going to do. He seems to be bringing the Altaria pretty consistently, but I'm not sure what he's going to bring in the back to really back it up.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think ABB style teams like Javier, like Out of Pocket ran in the previous game where he was strong against, he was strong at something in the front and he was had the Altaria in the back. We're gonna see here, oh my goodness, and it's exactly what we were talking about. Azumarill is now on the Whiscash, but the thing is the Whiscash can still do a reasonable amount of neutral damage to the Azumarill here.
It can, and it looks like Out of Pocket is running that same kind of ABB. He's bringing 2 flyers in the back, so double flyer in the back to face up against the back line of Javier, which consists of a Lickitung and a Charger Bug. And like you mentioned, Eric, this Whiscash, doesn't do great in this matchup, but it can still get quite a bit of damage. Hot Pocket actually putting an early shield down to shield the play rough coming in from the Azumarill. Out of Pocket has lots of energy here and is going to start expending it to chip away at the Azumarill. You can see the Mud Bombs don't do a ton of damage, but over time they start to chip away.
And I actually love this call here from Out of Pocket to shield that first player up, because if you don't shield the first player up and let it through, you're going to be forced to shield with an Ice Beam later on if you want to win this matchup. So very nice here. Mud Bomb number 3 goes down onto the Azumarill, reaches Mud Bomb number 4 now after Javier throws off this play rough. It will put Out of Pocket actually into a bubble down range if Javier opts. Oh, that is not a bubble down range. That's my bad. But here's the Mud Bombs coming down from Out of Pocket. Of course, he did expend his shield and now expects to win this switch advantage in return for that sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm interested to know like why he would fight so hard for switch here, knowing you've got 2 flying types in the back. However, the Altaria not that weak to the Charjabug, so they are 2 flyers, but they kind of almost serve different roles.
Yeah, so here we go. Scald debuff onto the Lickitung. If this happens, it's huge, because now Lickitung will only be doing about 1 damage per lick instead of 2, which it would have previously done to the Skarmory. Exactly. Out of Pocket safely brings the Skarmory. Charjabug now onto the Altaria. Javier is going to have to push himself through this matchup with those 2 shields, because he needs to land a discharge on the Skarmory if he wants any chance of winning this game.
And here is this discharge that is going to connect onto the Altaria. We mentioned this isn't an amazing matchup for Charjabug, but it can fight through it with the power of that discharge. We see Javier going to put down a Protect shield up against this Sky attack, which would certainly threaten a knockout. And then just look at this neutral Dragon Breath damage melting this Charjabug away.
Only Dragon Breath damage has already put Charjabug into the yellow. On the other hand, Charjabug has to put out as many discharges as possible before he reaches this next Sky attack. He gets to it with just 1 HP in a Dream. Now, I think this has to go shielded, and you have to land one of these discharges on to the Skarmory, or there's going to be no hope for this game.
And there we have it, the Volt switch down, and then going for the discharge. Can he get to 2? I think the Charjabug is at a really low health. We'll have to see what he ends up deciding to do.
Yeah, I think there he could have potentially, I actually don't know how much energy he has left, but maybe if he could have made an X-Scissor and a discharge there, could have baited the X-Scissor and then gone for a discharge in the later stages of the game. But Javier looks very, very stressed and pretty frustrated here, because it seemed like he had all the tools he needed in that Charjabug to deal with the flyers in the back and couldn't bring home with the 2 shields.
That definitely is a frustrating feeling. Here is the Skarmory with the heavy-hitting Brave Bird. Lickitung hangs on to throw another body slam, even with its defenses being dropped 2 stages. This body slam is not going to be enough to knock it out, but it gets to throw an X-Scissor. Out of Pocket's kind of frustrated. Does he know it's only an X-Scissor? And we see, it's kind of a surprise. He thought it was a discharge. That was a shock at the last possible moment, but Out of Pocket takes it. This is Winners Finals Group E, so Out of Pocket makes it to day 2 here in Charlotte at the Pokemon Go Championships.
And yeah, honestly there, as I was saying, Javier simply needed to bait with an X-Scissor and then throw out the discharge. I believe after you use, I think 4 discharges, your next discharge costs like a little bit less energy. I'm not 100% sure on the math, but there's something like that, because it overflows by 3 energy every time you use a discharge.
Right, and like I was saying, it's true that there were 2 flyers in the back, but Altaria being that dragon typing, the discharges are only doing neutral damage, not doing the super effective damage like it does on the Skarmory. Certainly super effective damage. I'm thinking back to Evan's run with that Shadow Zapdos, seeing the super effective Thunderbolt hit the Skarmory and just completely knock it out. That doesn't happen to the Altaria here.
Yeah, but let's see what happened to the Altaria in our replay here with Hot Pocket and Javier 20. Of course, we had the Skarmory just able to latch onto the Lickitung a lot of times. While Skarmory doesn't actually beat the Lickitung in those even shield scenarios, Skarmory is actually able to soak up energy from the Lickitung after another Pokemon has absorbed those licks.
Yes, and then here we see the Skarmory able to fast move down the Lickitung. This is in game number 2. And then the catch here onto the Altaria of the Scald. However, Javier does end up landing the Scald. I think there is an attack drop that comes into play later. Azumarill throwing the Ice Beam, and then I believe it's able to get this bubble down.
Yeah, very instrumental bubble down there. Hot Pocket forced her on bad timing as well there. And actually, at this point, Javier felt like he was really in control of the match after this game 2. Going into game 3, Javier was probably assuming there was going to be something weak to Charge Bug in the back alongside that Skarmory, simply because the Whisk Catch was in the front.
And here we have the final match, and there is that Charge Bug doing its best with the discharges, but it's only neutral damage, and Altaria is such a bulky flyer that the discharges just don't end up being enough, where you need the healthy Charge Bug to be able to knock out the Skarmory. Javier needed one more Volt Switch to be able to end this game, and there you see Out of Pocket kind of being surprised, thinking it might have been the discharge, like counting himself out, but it was only the X-Scissor, and it was not enough to knock out, even though Skarmory was 2 stages debuffed in defense.
Yeah, Hot Pocket with some excellent games there, showing that these triple flyers can be extremely powerful when paired together. Because flyers typically have 3 weaknesses. You have rock types, you have electric types, and you have ice types. So the way that his flyers are actually positioned, it's a Skarmory, which actually isn't weak to ice and isn't weak to rock. And there's Gligar, which isn't weak to rock and isn't weak to electric. And Altaria, which is, I guess, kind of weak to rock and ice, but is able to resist those electric types. So while it seems like it's all in one, his eggs are all in one basket, they're actually pretty diverse.
Yeah, I really like that idea of running these really diverse flying types and really covering all of your bases there with your flying types. Something we are going to be talking about quickly, we don't just have the Pokemon Go here at the championships, we also have the video game and the trading card game. I don't know about you, Eric, but I love opening packs of trading cards, and there's a contest going on right now where you could design the art for a contest. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. We have the Pokemon Company International and Creatures Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest 2024. It's back for another year, and they're inviting participants to submit their best creative artwork, capturing the theme of this year's contest, Magical Pokemon Moments. The contest is simple. Choose one of 10 Pokemon like Charizard, Pikachu, or Koraidon, and draw an illustration that captures the Pokemon enjoying a moment in its day, or draw an illustration that shows the Pokemon looking cool or dynamic to capture that magical Pokemon moments theme. The contest is open to applicants 18 and over in the US and Japan, in addition to the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand regions for the first time. Entry opens on October 12th and runs until January 31st, 2024. For more information, be sure to visit. For more information, including full contest details, eligibility, and pricing, please visit www.ptcgic/cr.com/2024/EN. So very, very cool. I love opening cards. It is so much fun to see the Pokemon that we love using in Pokemon Go, and then being able to see them as trading cards. I know that you, for example, in your phone case, you have a trading card for Togedemaru.
I do have a Togedemaru. As we all know, I have made a lot of runs with this little creature inside of the regional championships and at NAIC last season. So definitely have a lot of affinity for the mouse. And I'm sure everybody at home also has their own favorite Pokemon. So why not go enter this contest and draw your own favorites to enter?
Yeah, you could make it a magical like battle moment with that Pokemon. You could kind of weave in the championship series with that contest. We have some other battlers coming to the field. One we've seen definitely today, and one we saw a lot last season. We are going to be looking at House Stark, who won the Baltimore Regional Championships last season. I believe Baltimore was the first regional of the season, so taking a very early lead, putting Noctowl on the map for the very first time, and then going on to take 3rd place at NAIC last season. This season, he's looking to make his mark again, and I am very excited to see how he does. We will be facing Beach, who we've seen on the tournament today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So House Stark, again, actually a household name inside of the PvE community. But on the other hand, Beach had a great run last season, got only a couple matches away from Worlds, a couple of times actually, and hopefully this is his year as his consistency will be rewarded through the championship point system, which he has already racked up quite a few points.
Yeah, so he will be looking to close it out today. Taking a look at their teams, looking pretty similar here. I see 2 Azumarill, 2 Lickitungs, 2 Shadow Glygars, and 2 Whiscashes, Eric.
Yeah, so it looks like both of them have basically the similar core. I'm pretty sure you can throw Gligar, Whiscash, and Azumarill together on any team, and you'll have something, I mean, relatively reasonable or playable. But it seems like House Stark has gone for Registeel as a steel type. Beach has gone for Skarmory, but to compensate for that, House Stark is bringing a Mandibuzz as well as his secondary flying type, while Beach has gone for the Charge Bug to get the same electric type coverage as Registeel would have with that Zap Cannon.
Yes, so we will have to see how will their choice of flyer play out in the battles. We will be taking a look at their teams very shortly and really diving in. But I think it's really interesting to see how the meta has solidified here into that Gligar and Whiscash and Charjabug and Lickitung that's really just been repeating on just about every team.
Yeah, exactly. I think Registeel has quite a reasonable amount of play into this team, into the Lickitung, into the Charjabug, the Skarmory, and the Azumarill. The problem is Whiscash has a very dominant against Registeel, and most would think that Shadow Gligar is actually a very, very good response to Registeel. But honestly, we've seen a lot of people flip those matchups because 2 Zap Cannons is enough to take down the Gligar, and Gligar, of course, does need 2 digs as well.
Yes, taking a look on the other side of the field, we can start talking about House Stark's team, opting for the Registeel and the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz running Snarl, Dark Pulse, and Aerial Ace, probably the more typical Mandibuzz moveset in today's meta. It's very interested to see how that is going to play out using the Registeel, which used to be, like, it's kind of been coming and going to this meta in waves. We've had times where it's been really popular, times where it's less so. Now it's certainly one of the more popular steel types. More popular, you know, who's Galarian Stunfisk? Where did they go?
Exactly, Galarian Stunfisk, a very popular Pokemon within the Stuttgart Regional Championships and the San Antonio Regional Championships. But as Gligar started to come more in favor, as we saw less Skarmory, and honestly, just Gligar is such a better ground type than Galarian Stunfisk. You're able to beat the Registeel a lot more consistently as you don't have to take a super effective Focus Blast. And that's a reason why Gligar is the most used Pokemon at this entire tournament in day 1.
Certainly, and these trainers are they're scanning their codes, they are getting ready to go. House Stark certainly known for Growlithe as well, being a favorite Pokemon of his, bringing the Hisuian version onto the stage as a plush. I love when we can get to shout out people bringing their favorite Pokemon, like you bring a Togedemaru plush to put on the stage when you are a competitor. It's kind of fun seeing those different, you know, pieces of personality from our trainers.
Exactly. Too bad we won't be able to see the Hisuian Arcanine, as that double super effective that you will take from water types is probably not going to play out too well when most people seem to have a Whiscash and an Azumarill.
Yeah, definitely not well suited for the Pokemon Go meta, but I know it has had a bit of a time to shine in the video game. So maybe House Stark can get, you know, a little bit excited for that. Here we have our trainers locking in and getting ready to go. We're excited to see who is going to take. This is Winners Finals Group F. Winner moves on to day number 2. The loser has to fight their way through the loser's bracket. Let's see who's going to take it. We have a Whiscash into a Lickitung.
Yeah, Shiny Whiscash led into Lickitung. Again, is a pretty bad matchup on paper, but if you're able to apply these Scald debuffs before the Lickitung can get off a Power Whip, you're actually not in a very bad spot. Now, House Stark, of course, no shields this Scald. There's no real reason to Scald, to shield the Scald, as it doesn't really put you in a threatening amount of damage. Of course, now this Power Whip can be reached by House Stark. Great shield from Beach, actually not trying to call a bait, not doing anything fancy, just knowing that if he shields through this matchup and gets the debuff, he actually can pull through.
and getting to that Scald, but getting a few more mud shots worth of damage, knowing the Lickitung's nowhere near another Power Whip. Deciding to shield House Stark, expending a Protect shield here on the Scald, and there is that attack debuff. Lickitung gets to throw a Power Whip here. Is Beach going to preserve this matchup? No, lets it go. However, Lickitung was debuffed, still knocks out the Whiscash.
Yeah, now he's in an awkward spot because both of his backline doesn't really want to see a Lickitung that is still that healthy. Bringing in the Skarmory is Beach, but now House Stark is responding with an immediate hard swap into the Whiscash. He is Switch Luck, which allows Beach to now bring the Azumarill in onto that Whiscash. At the same time, what are you going to do about that Registeel in the back? Like I said, the Lickitung was a problem, but really, the Registeel has no answer at all in this back.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, Eric, you're talking about this half-health Lickitung. There is a full-health Registeel waiting in the wings. But here on the field, we still have the Whiscash, who is going to be throwing a Mud Bomb onto the Azumarill. House Stark and Beach, with a little bit of smiles, maybe both feeling confident. But House Stark has not yet revealed that Registeel.
Yeah, I think Beach asked him, is it a Registeel in the back? And House Stark just gives him a knowing look, let's say, because you can't see my camera right now. Yeah, and Beach was like, oh no. Here we go, Mud Bomb onto the Azumarill. If you're House Stark, you know this game is basically over, but you're just gonna throw these Mud Bombs off anyway, and then even put the Azumarill into Focus Blast range at this point.
Yeah, this Azumarill's getting dangerously low. It has all the energy in the world. It can't actually get any more energy. It's at the limit of 100. It'll have to tank another Mud Bomb as the Whiscash is knocked out. Azumarill has one play rough here. House Stark says, I'm fine. There's no problems here. Play rough isn't even gonna knock out. And then we have this knowing look, this nod, and there is the Registeel. And Beach, with a laugh, recognizes this is over, because there is nothing this Skarmory can do. It can throw all the Brave Birds in the world, and Registeel just has to get to a Zap Cannon to knock it out. So we're actually going to see a Focus Blast, the slightly less effective move, but with Skarmory having used a Brave Bird, this should be enough to knock it out as well.
Absolutely. So Beach played an ABB week 2 Registeel team, hoping that potentially the Whiscash and the Gligar were enough to ward off the evil Registeel spirits from House Stark. But of course, House Stark was confident in his strategy and brought it anyway. And probably seeing that Whiscash in the front, House Stark probably already knew that this game could be in his pocket, because that would imply that Beach might be playing ABB.
So how can Beach pivot back now? So Beach in this one ran the Whiscash in the lead, Skarmory and Azumarill in the back. What kind of adjustments could he make, knowing that House Stark isn't afraid to put the Registeel in his lineup?
Honestly, this begs for a lineup switch from Beach, whether that's bringing the Charger Bug, whether that's bringing the Gligar and the Whiscash, or maybe all three of them at the same time. This is definitely something that House Stark is going to anticipate, and that makes it very difficult for the Beach to make these upcoming decisions. If you're House Stark, though, you know that your Lickitung is extremely safe against this team. Oh, and here's a wonderful matchup with the Skarmory into the Registeel. We know that the Skarmory is going nowhere here, but what could be going somewhere is the Lickitung again from House Stark, which can just save swap into any situation and know that it can force switch.
Yeah, Beach, we're just looking at the end of the replay, conceding the matchup, just recognizing that game over. That is some very happy beeps from the Registeel,
yeah,
rather than the sad beeps from the Registeel in that play. So very interested to see how Beach is going to pivot, how House Stark is going to change his lineup as well, using just, again, a very safe, both of these trainers, very safe teams, lots of bulk, nothing really too spicy on either side of the battlefield.
Yeah, no real spice, but a lot of bulk. It's kind of something we've seen most trainers kind of shift towards. In the previous meta, from I suppose the Pittsburgh Regional Championships to the end at Toronto, we saw a lot of Glacier Mons have their runs, such as Frostlass, Shallow Charizard was good, and Alolan Sandslash were all staples of that metagame. And here, it's kind of fallen out of favor, as again, just being outbulked by an Azumarill that does so much bubble damage is hard.
Yeah, and Azumarill, it's not even my favorite Water Fairy type. Tapu Fini is my favorite Water Fairy type, but Azumarill just has the bulk on its side. It just doesn't have that same fast move pressure that I prefer from Tapu Fini. But here it is, Water Fairy type Azumarill against the Shadow Gligar. Not what Beach was hoping to see in the lead.
Yeah, you saw Housedark actually winced there a little bit, probably hoping for, expecting the worst for his Azumarill in the lead, and was very relieved when he saw this Gligar here. Does he elect to shield the first dig? No, and actually this gives Beach a little bit of play, as now it is in range of another dig. Housedark simply throws the Play Rough into the Whiscash and will be most likely looking to pivot into the Lickitung, where it can now safely throw Body Slam instead of Power Whip.
And here we have the swap into the Lickitung, like you said, and we are going to see how this is going to play out. The Whiscash is already at low health. Can Beach secure an attack debuff early on in the matchup? And he can. The earlier on in the matchup you can get that attack drop, the more pathways to it can kind of open up for you.
Yeah, now Beach makes a really nice play. He actually goes for the Mud Bomb, knowing that he's not going to reach the Scald before this Power Whip comes out. And Beach already planning to no-shield this Power Whip, as Whiscash has done his job against the Lickitung, has debuffed it and eaten up a bit of its energy.
Yeah, so the Whiscash did a good job. Back to the Pokeball, get healed up by Nurse Joy. We're going to bring in the Charjabug, who is going to be handling these Body Slams. But as you mentioned, Eric, they've been debuffed. They're not as impactful as they normally would be. So Charjabug able to comfortably tank one of these and throw a couple more Volt Switches before throwing the X Scissor. That will be more than enough to knock out. And it looks like Housedark says, my Lickitung's debuffed. It's not doing anything for me. I'm going to let it go. Bring the Whiscash in.
And if you're Beach here, I think Beach is expecting a Registeel. Oh, actually, no, there's no way, because he already showed the Azumarill. But before, it seemed like he was expecting Registeel in the bag. Now, of course, he's just going to get all the bad alignment in the world. Scald applied onto the Gligar. This has to go shielded, basically. And once it's shielded, he will have to pivot into the Azumarill to clean this side of the matchup.
And there is that pivot. Look at how much damage the bubbles are doing. Super effective Shadow Gligar. So the bubbles are doing a lot of fast move damage, but will it be enough? There is the dig. Azumarill's low in health. There's one shield, Protect Shield on either side of the field.
Yeah, and Housedark actually doesn't seem too happy with the situation. Probably knows that Beach is able to apply a ton of pressure now with this Gligar that is a shield up. The Gligar is actually great against Whiscash if you don't have to take any moves, because Aerial Ace are going to do a lot of damage. Dig, going to do a lot of damage as well. And Housedark is forced to put up a shield here, shields up an Aerial Ace, and still needs a Scald to take down this Gligar.
Yeah, you can see with the roll of the eyes, that is not what he was hoping to shield. This is the move he wanted to protect himself against, and it is going to come through at full strength. Shadow Dig from that Gligar does so much damage. Whiscash trying to build up as much energy as possible to knock out the Gligar, but that Charjabug is still back there.
The Charjabug is alive and well in the back, despite this being a generally negative matchup with, actually, I don't know if it can live the Scald. It's going to be really close. Here comes the Scald from the Whiscash. Is it enough to knock out the Charjabug?
Housedark is thinking no. He's shaking his head. He says, I don't think this is going to be quite enough.
Oh my goodness.
HP does not make it. He knew it. We weren't sure, but Housedark knew it wasn't going to be quite enough. And with a 1 HP Charjabug, Beach evens up the series.
Yeah, Beach with a very surprising win there. Despite every kind of bad alignment that he could have possibly gotten, he's able to pull it out and just showing again, Gligar is not that bad against Whiscash. This is just something that most people assume it will be a terrible matchup, but because again, that one Scald is not able to one-shot you and you are not able to get mud-shot down, that Gligar can run free for a long time even after taking that Scald.
I would agree. We are going to be taking a look at the replays of this shortly, but Housedark, you can just kind of see putting his hands to his head, just trying to think, like, what could I have done differently there? Here we can see a little bit of that early game matchup, or actually this is the late game matchup of the Shadow Gligar into the Whiscash, and this is what you said. The Whiscash survives the Scald and is able to throw the dig, and it just is so impactful, and the Scald just just not quite making it. Opening it up, Housestark had the early win in game 1, but has allowed Beach here to take a game and bring it 1-1. So who is going to take this decisive game 3?
Yeah, we saw the 1 HP graphic there, and of course, Housestark seemed to really not be happy with that as soon as he threw the skull. He is just showing how much he knows this game, his level of expertise showed the full extent here, as he clearly recognized there was no way that skull was going to knock out, when maybe a lot of us were probably questioning that.
Yes, so we're going to see how are these trainers going to pivot. Housestark, again, kind of frustrated with that last match. We get to see kind of the emotions play out on these trainers' faces. How are they going to adjust? How is it going to play out? Who is going to take day 2? We have Azumarill into the Lickitung. Lickitung being able to pressure with that power whip, but Azumarill is quite bulky as well and is able to tank at least one. Let's go ahead and see Azumarill throws the play rough first.
Yeah, Beach might be looking to chip with the play rough and potentially pivot out into another Pokemon. And I think actually what he does here is he might not pivot because he's afraid of a Registeel in the back. Housestark goes for Power Whip number 1. Beach happy to no-shield that, as his Azumarill has already gotten the opposing Lickitung into the yellow house. Now, they're more so evened up here in the lead matchup. And actually, this play rough could put the Lickitung into a bubble down range.
Let's find out. The play rough is going to connect, and the Lickitung is quite low on health. Bubble's doing quite a bit, but not enough, I think, to bubble down. Housestark actually going for the full play rough, not the body slam, to knock out. Will Beach shield? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I think Power Whip was a great idea there, because Body Slam would have been just short of taking it out. And if he did that, would actually allow the Azumarill to get to another move before throwing his Body Slam. Now, Body Slam instead coming down onto the Charger Bug, and this is going to make Housestark's life really easy for the Registeel, as it's now in Zap Cannon range. No, he brings in the Whiscash, and this is going to be a huge problem in the back line.
That Registeel now has a major problem. So we're going to see the X-Scissor, this playing out. We're going to see Beach switching into his own Whiscash. That could be Housestark saving grace. The Registeel can avoid it now, or at least Housestark can put a lot of damage onto this Whiscash. So I think Housestark just has to stay in.
Yeah, I feel like Housestark kind of got bailed out there by Beach, because this switch into the Whiscash keeps his Registeel completely safe in the back and has a great matchup against the Charger Bug with such a health advantage. Now, this is unfortunate because Housestark got the debuff onto Beach, but Beach didn't get the debuff onto Housestark. Now, Beach will still be in range of 2 Skulls to knock out, but Housestark is now safe from a Skull that can knock him out.
All right, and we're going to see Beach's Whiscash throw that Scald. Not going to be a knockout. Will Housestark decide to shield? No, needs to save that shield for the Registeel in the back. Housestark recognizing again that Whiscash, his Whiscash has to do as much damage to the opposing Whiscash as possible, getting it as low as it can. And then here comes the Registeel. Beep, beep, beep.
Yeah, and I love what Beach has done here. Built up 2 Mud Bombs to later throw the Registeel when it's not debuffed anymore. And now Housestark needs to undercharge. Oh, maybe needs to lock. Oh, wait, never mind. Needs to just lock on, farm down this Charger Bug, come out with the move, and then just win the game cleanly.
Yeah, this Charger Bug is going to do everything it can, though. It is going to start throwing discharges back to back to try to lower the health of the Registeel. Since the discharges are neutral damage, they do chip away. However, those lockdowns are kind of whittling down on this bug very slowly to knock it out.
Yeah, now Registeel, its lock-ons do 1 damage per lock-on to any Pokemon in the game, no matter what it is. And Charger Bug here, the problem is Charger Bug goes down there because it only has about 125 HP. And since it has a lot less HP than most Pokemon, Registeel is able to lock it down and go for the Focus Blast on this Whiscash to secure his place in day number 2. Beach has a long way to go now until he gets back to where Housestark would be.
Yeah, so congratulations to Housestark, taking it 2-1 versus Beach. Congratulations congratulations. That was fantastic gameplay. I really loved in game 3. We were nervous for that Registeel in the back, thinking it was going to be matched up against Beach's Whiscash. However, when Beach made that swap, we were both thinking, oh my goodness, a bailout. This is the sign. This is the win condition for House Stark.
Yeah, and I honestly, if you're Beach, I can understand why that would happen. Okay, it looks like the match is now under review. Maybe they weren't happy with how, at the end game there, the Charge Bug was lock-on down by that Registeel. While it seemed like he had a discharge, probably safest to just take a look here between the judges. And yeah, the charge move didn't fire at the end. Discharge, maybe he could have gotten it, maybe he couldn't have, but that's up to the judge here to make that ruling.
Yep, and it's but again, it's match under review, but that's okay because we want to make sure we have the correct calls here at the tournament to keep everything completely fair on both sides, and both trainers still smiling, still chatting with each other, no harm done. So as we continue here, we can go back to kind of that thought of how that end game played out, because it was really interesting. Could Beach have won that if he had not? Do you think Beach would have cleanly won that if he had not made that swap?
Yeah, it seems weird to stay in with a Charge Bug against the Whiscash. It really does feel weird, but at the end of the day, it's a play. I think you have to make that play, make that call. There's a Registeel in the back. Of course, it's easy to look at it from our perspective and not be able to see those backlines. So honestly, I don't know if Beach could have made that adjustment any differently, because what he did just seemed rational on a very, like, just from a player standpoint, it was very rational.
Yes, but it was exactly what House Stark needed. Just taking a quick look at what these trainers have been running, Beach brought that shiny Whiscash to every single game, bringing it in the lead in game 1. It was kind of his immediate swap in game 2. And then House Stark bringing both his Lickitung and his Whiscash to every single game, bringing the Registeel to games 1 and 3, and then game 2 bringing that Azumarill. So kind of being a little bit more consistent with his choices, where Beach has really varied it up. The only consistent Pokemon was that Whiscash, bringing the Charge Bug games 2 and 3, the Azumarill games 1 and 3, and then we saw the Skarmory and the Shadow Gligar. The only thing we haven't seen from Beach at all is his Lickitung.
Yeah, exactly. Lickitung actually is a Pokemon that I feel like is not very good against House Stark's team, because that Mandibuzz and Registeel are so imposing against the Lickitung. Of course, that Shadow Gligar, if it does have the wing attack breakpoint, where it does slightly more per wing attack, could be very bad for the Lickitung as well. And of course, you don't know if it has that breakpoint or not until you actually play it, but Beach has to have that in the back of his head because it could be a potential disaster. Of course, Registeel and Mandibuzz, you would never want it anywhere near your big pink creature.
No, but House Stark hasn't brought the Mandibuzz at all. Neither has he brought his Shadow Gligar. 2 Pokemon have stayed on the bench all through 3 different games. Does Mandibuzz just not have any play into Beach's team?
Yeah, it's very difficult because there's a Charge Bug, there's an Azumarill, there's a Skarmory, of course. Skarmory is just a neutral play for Mandibuzz, but I feel like Skarmory has an advantage there. As soon as you land one Sky Attack, you're able to use the Brave Bird to your Brave Bird range, basically, so you have to be very careful about letting a Sky Attack through.
Yeah, House Stark also now leaving the Shadow Gligar behind. We've talked about, you know, it can do okay against that Whiscash, but still it's not its favorite matchup. Shadow Gligar also probably doesn't want to see the Azumarill, the Skarmory, so maybe not the best choice to bring against Beach here either.
Yeah, and again, these are just calls that the players have to make at the end of the day. Of course, if you're the Registeel player, it's just so hard to position the Registeel when 2 of its very, very hard counters on the opposing side are coming in on every single game, and that's why we saw Beach use that Whiscash a lot.
So it looks like we have a rematch granted, so we are going to wipe the slate clean. House Stark never got the bailout. Beach never made that Whiscash swap. We throw that away. We are back to 1-1.
Yeah, and for House Stark, I feel like hopefully it doesn't get too much in his head. Maybe he felt like he was happy with that, already having felt he had won the match and is just relaxed, but now has to get right back into a battle state of mind as he loads up into this next game against a Beach he has to consider, even though that game is wiped clean from the slate and will never appear in the history books, each player still knows what the opponent brought and has to adapt accordingly.
Exactly. Here we have the replay just kind of showing the end of that last game. But here we have these trainers have to play it out again. So even though that game doesn't count for the record books, you still can use a little bit of knowledge. You know your opponent a little bit better. You know what moves they're going to play. You have that experience. That experience doesn't go away.
Absolutely. So I think if Beach got a discharge off in the last game, he most certainly wins there. So I think that's a fair point that they made here. Of course, in this last game, that's all that really matters. In the lead, we're going to see Lickitung into a Skarmory, which is a very neutral matchup. If you're House Stark, of course, Lickitung just able to put neutral pressure on the Skarmory and win that matchup in the end.
So we see House Stark pivoting immediately into that Whiscash. So Whiscash going to be throwing a Scald, hoping to land a debuff. I'm guessing that Beach might be either building up a lot of energy, going to leave with energy, or throwing a Brave Bird before dipping out.
Yeah, I think he might need to go for the Brave Bird and then swap accordingly into his own Whiscash, which then in turn frees up House Stark's Registeel in the back, as there will only be a Charjabug and a Skarmory to face off against. Now lands his Scald against the Whiscash again, and now this begs the question, is Beach really willing to let his best Lickitung response just go down to the red health? It seems like he is, as he goes for another Brave Bird. House Stark doesn't even know if he should show this or not, just waves his hand in frustration, but does put up a correct shield.
Yeah, so the Whiscash stays healthy, and here comes the Whiscash in return, except Beach is a shiny, so it's got a little bit of that flair, got a little bit of that spice, but we do see it get hit with a Scald. No attack drop, though.
Yeah, House Stark was lucky in the last game, landing 2 out of 3 debuffs, but here Beach might have to be the lucky one instead, as his Scald goes through. Is there a debuff applied? It looks like there is not on his side either. House Stark farming up. This Scald is not enough to knock out Beach's Whiscash, but he still opts to put up a shield and maybe try to just farm this Whiscash down. I'm not really sure what the play here is, but a switch under the Lickitung is going to get that Mud Bomb all locked away.
Yes, and taking a look, this Whiscash now is down to about half health, and Whiscash is the best Registeel answer that Beach has, and that Registeel is still the Steel Titan very much looming in the background.
Yeah, but the good thing is, if Beach swaps out after this this matchup here, that Whiscash is honestly healthy enough to the point where it can get get some Mud Bombs off against that Registeel. A great catch from Beach there, catching a one-turn move Pokemon's charge attack onto your Pokemon when you have a 2-turn one is very, very difficult because it requires you to wait a turn often.
Yeah, so that patience, being able to wait, that is tough. It is tough to be patient in a game that is so fast-paced. Each turn is just half a second. So being able to pause that half second is a really tough skill. Here we have the full health Charjabug taking a body slam, and then there is the Whiscash trying to get to a move. It does get to a Scald that is going to threaten the Charjabug. Beach has to decide, am I going to shield it? Am I going to let it go? Decides to let that through. Charjabug has a lot of health left. So House Stark left with the Registeel and a half health Lickitung. Registeel is going to have to do a lot of work here. Can Registeel lock on down this Charjabug?
Last time he did it, I don't see any reason why he can't do it again. House Stark now up against the Whiscash. This Whiscash, if it can make it to 2 Mud Bombs before House Stark makes it to the Focus Blast, I think House Stark will just lose this match here as the Whiscash gets Mud Bomb number 1. It is putting it into the yellow health. This next one will certainly be enough. Mud Bomb comes onto the Registeel, and House Stark shakes his head in frustration as he felt like this game was going his way through the lead, through the mid game, and now has to clean up with the Lickitung. Is that a possibility here, though? Mud Bomb from the side of Beach. I don't think this is going to be enough, as the Charjabug is still pretty healthy in the back.
No, the Mud Bomb not going to be enough. Lickitung is going to exit with a lot of energy. However, this Charger Bug has a move already. You can see the disappointment and frustration from House Stark as he is knocked down to the loser's side of Group F, as Beach claims victory here in the winners finals, makes it to day 2, 2-1.
Yeah, Beach has been waiting for this moment for quite a long time. Before this match, he was talking about needing to get his mojo back after Fresno, where he lost to me in the losers finals. And since then, it's been a difficult couple of months, but it looks like he's recovering very well here inside of the winners finals in Group F at Charlotte.
Yes, and House Stark, again, he has some amazing accomplishments to look back on. Baltimore, the first regional champion of the 2023 season, taking 3rd at NAIC, and he still has plays to make in the loser side of the bracket. But big congratulations to Beach for making it to day 2. We will see him play tomorrow, Championship Sunday here in Charlotte.
But the best thing about the winners finals is that we can see both of these players again tomorrow, as all the players in the winners and losers finals are going to make it to day number 2 at this regional.
And here we have the replays. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this matchup between these two amazing battlers. We can see that confidence from House Stark throwing a focus blast into the Skarmory. House Stark taking a very confident game 1.
Yeah, a very confident game 1 led to kind of a disastrous finish in this game number 3 as we saw the Whiscash onto the Registeel. Here we see Gligar just putting in work against a Pokemon that it should not be that good into in theory, but again, dig huge damage onto that Whiscash, and House Stark just honestly was very emotional throughout this entire series, constantly like looking very happy, very upset, mostly upset though, unfortunately, throughout those last couple of games. But I can't wait to see his return in tomorrow's games.
Yes, so very excited to see how House Stark is going to make that run through. But Beach claims victory here today, really relying on that Whiscash. Brought it every single game. 4 games ended up being total, really relying on it. It's a strong meta Pokemon, even though, like you said, doesn't do as well into the Shadow Gligar as you would want, but just so powerful.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the players are running the regular variant of the Whiscash because the Shadow Whiscash wasn't out for long enough during the Team Rocket Takeover event for people to actually get a good Shadow Whiscash. But in fact, Shadow Whiscash seems to be a stronger play in the simulations because it will be able to one-shot that Gligar.
Yes, so I am excited to see how these trainers, because again, we have kind of our meta solidified. I'm looking forward to seeing, will any trainers be able to wiggle through with some of those off-meta picks, the Shadow Zapdos, or we're going to be seeing Kayshawn back with that Frostlass, who we saw battle earlier, will be coming up next in the battles. The other Pokemon that we are obviously excited to see here today is Annihilate, a Pokemon that Kayshawn's opponent, 2ADF, is going to be bringing to the field. Annihilate, just a straight upgrade from Metacham, really is just going to take the place of that core counter user.
Yeah, but actually one of Annihilate's strongest answers is actually Frostlass, which we do see on Kayshawn's team. Like even most of the counters to Annihilate, like the Gligar, like the Charge Bug, have situations in shield scenarios where they do struggle due to the amazing typing from the Annihilate. But Frostlass strictly outpaces Annihilate to the Shadow Ball and can easily one-hit KO it and send it back to the Pokeball before it can do any meaningful damage to the Frostlass.
Yeah, so I am really looking forward to seeing, will we get to see that Annihilate and Frostlass matchup play out on stream? I am really hoping so, as we get an interview kind of set up here to talk more to Beach, but we are looking forward. I am excited. We are getting towards the end of our tournament run here today, but let's take a moment and talk to Beach. Nick, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Stephanie. I'm joined here by Beach, who you could almost say that his job is just Beach. How are you feeling after that tough-fought battle against House Stark?
I'm feeling amazing. I was practicing with Nighttime Flasher this week, and he told me I'm washed, and dude, that motivated me. Both my friends, Avi and Bulk, won a regional, and I think it's my turn.
Definitely have a great shot going into Morrow on the winner side of the bracket. It's not quite done for Housedark. He's going down into the losers side of the bracket where he's going to face off against Valor Ash, which is a very close friendship rivalry. On that same line, have you fought anyone, have you battled anyone here at this regional or previous regionals who you are really close with? And talk to me about what that's like for you.
Man, I think those situations are like lose-lose, right? Because if you win, you just knocked out your friend, you beat your friend. And if you lose, you're out of the tournament, so it's tough. Those times it happens. I've played my friends numerous times at regionals, and I've lost almost every time, so it hurts. But, you know, it happens.
Yeah, definitely tough to face your friends. As you said, lose-lose. You know, either way, one of you's going home feeling a little bit sad. In that matchup against Stark, games 2 and 3 were really, really close. Talk to me about what you think gave you the edge in both of those games.
I have to say mental grit. I saw the lead and I was like, oh my gosh, I need to like play out of my mind to win this game. And I think I played pretty well because I won those games. So I think you just need to, it's never over till it's over.
Well, you've been to a number of regionals. Talk to me more about mental grit. I'm not 100% sure if you've gotten day 2s before. If this is not your first day 2, talk to me about how you transition going from day 1 into day 2 and what kind of mental fortitude you need to keep pushing for an event that's going for more than one day.
Yeah, so I think in the past, I've been very complacent. I have day 2 a couple of times, and I've been very complacent with just day 2ing because it's so cool, I top 8'd, but I really want a win now. So I think I am hungry, as Dialab Churn said one time, and I need to be fed. So, yeah.
All right, well, you'll have some time to go grab some dinner and get a good night's rest. Thank you so much for your time, Beach, and good luck tomorrow. And you have a nice amount of time now to rest, and we'll go ahead and throw it back to the casters.
Well, thanks for the interview, Nick. And I can say, Beach, now you are no longer washed. The waves are no longer upon the beach. And I really look forward to seeing your games tomorrow. But more importantly, now we have one of the underdogs earlier in our tournament, I would say, who was able to defeat Abhinav in such an early round. K-Sean is now up against another underdog, 2ADF, in the winter finals of Group G.
Yeah, and I am really looking forward to digging into these teams. We've seen K-Sean's before. The star pick, I would say the highlight there, being the Frostlass, as well as the Poliwrath, who really had, again, its spotlight was taken away by Annihilape's early release this week, because Poliwrath was really positioning itself to be the counter user of choice, but Annihilape said, no, 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 it is my time to shine. 2ADF is going to be running pretty much more of a standard team, but running that Lantern, which really had seemed to have disappeared for a while.
Yeah, Lantern wasn't very strong in previous metas. We saw a lot of dragon types like Shadow Dragonair being played, and now Shadow Dragonair really fell out of favor in the meta extremely quickly as the prevalence of Shadow Gligar started picking up. Before, when people were using normal Gligar, Shadow Dragonair was a great pick because, of course, you can apply the Aqua Tails and survive an Air Lace, and with the Shadow you can't, of course. So Lantern is, again, running free. We saw Beach with the Shiny Whiscash before, and it looks like, and Beach being a trainer who loves to use all Shinies, 2ADF has him one-upped, as I believe he has 4 shinies on his team up against K-Sean's normal 6.
Yeah, and I mean, the Mandibuzz is such a pretty shiny too, a little bit of a rarer one, but taking a look at 2ADF's team, we have that Spark Lantern, and do you really think Spark is the sauce here? Because I really feel like Water Gun Lantern has a bit more play into a lot of these Pokemon.
Absolutely. While Spark is able to still win against Gligar in some shield scenarios because you simply need to make 2 Surfs, which takes 12 turns, as opposed to 2 Digs from the Gligar, which takes 7 plus 6, which is 13 turns. It helps you mostly against the Altaria matchup, where you can still flip switch if need be. If you shield 2 Moonblast, the electric type will be enough. But of course here, we see the Shadow Gligar, which will potentially have to face off against the Lantern. But more importantly, Frostlass, Poliwrath, and Skarmory are really bad against a Spark Lantern. So that's going to be the name of the game here. Can K-Sean play around that Shadow, play around that Lantern and take this game?
I hope so. I am very excited to see. I want to see that Frostlass Annihilate matchup play out. We can play it out in our minds. We can do the math in our heads, but it's just not the same thing as seeing it play out on the stage. Maybe these two trainers will make that happen for us, but as of right now, we take it down to the field of battle, and we have a Lickitung and a Shadow Gligar facing off in the lead matchup.
Yeah, as I've said before, what matters here is if you can get the wing attack breakpoint against the Lickitung. Here, it looks like he is getting that wing attack breakpoint, which means that these digs are going to be very threatening to this opposing Lickitung. If Kayshawn can land a dig, it can eventually wing attack down into a range where Aerial Ace is actually comfortable to throw.
Yeah, really interested as well, taking a look at the back. What's behind the Shadow Gligar is the Charjabug and the Poliwrath, so we will get to see a counter user come up against the Lickitung, potentially to clean it up. We'll have to see.
Yeah, this game is looking to be a bit alignment dependent as we see a Poliwrath in the back, which should be great against the Lantern, but poor against the great against the Skarmory in comparison to the Lantern, but the Charjabug, which definitely wants to see the Lantern.
So it is going to really depend on who is going to have the grit, who is going to have the forethought to make it through, to stand up to this opening matchup. And we see 2ADF shield the Aerial Ace to try to take this opening matchup, has a body slam, is going to try to do as much damage as possible, actually is able to successfully lick down, and now Kayshawn is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, honestly, if you're Kayshawn, you just bring in the Poliwrath and then trust in the Charjabug. But no, looks like you'll have to trust in the Poliwrath in the back, as this Charjabug is going to take some initial damage. 2ADF now doesn't know about the Poliwrath in the back, actually. So maybe I like this play from Kayshawn. Knows that he can't bring the Skarmory, and Kayshawn has now gotten the alignment that he wanted to without even needing to fight for the switch advantage.
And here we have that first X Scissor to take effect because we had such a slugfest in the beginning to fight for that lead matchup. 2ADF has no shield remaining, even though we're only in the mid-game of this opening match.
And Kayshawn putting up a Protect Shield, fending off the Surf, and now we'll be going for an X-Scissor onto this Lantern. Now, here is the play here. I think he could wait 2 turns like Lyall Jeffs would, and then go into the Poliwrath to catch this Surf. I think that might be an excellent win condition here. Oh no, he actually lets the Surf land onto his Charjabug, and this spells disaster, as this Skarmory will now be able to reach a Braver against this Poliwrath before he is able to do anything against it. Now, here we go. Does 2ADF opt to go for the Brave Bird, or does he opt to go for a Sky Attack and a potential farm down?
We will have to see, but Poliwrath does outpace the Skarmory to a Scald because it did get that 1 counter worth of damage prior to coming into this matchup. So the Scald here is going to connect, and Charjabug did leave, it looked like, with the charge move.
Sky Attack coming down from 2ADF. This is going to do massive, super effective damage, but it actually might leave him in range of a counter down. Oh my goodness, he's going to need to throw another. Yeah, he get the IC win, and then 2ADF actually loses here when it seemed like he might have a real opportunity to just Brave Bird and then get away with this one.
So there we go. Kayshawn, the underdog from earlier we mentioned, took down Abhinav earlier on in the tournament, takes another game win here in the winners finals in Group G.
Yeah, and I want to mention 2ADF still has had a great run up to this point. Of course, only having played 2 events, both NAICs got top 25 at one and top 65 at the other. I guess this is technically his first regional, and for that being said, he's doing a wonderful job up against Kayshawn here. Of course, this Poliwrath kind of had not a lot of great targets during the game, but still was able to latch onto that Skarmory correctly.
So we are going to have to see which of these 2 trainers is going to make their first top cut here today. We can see that Poliwrath get that 1 counter worth of damage, so it is going to outpace and beat Skarmory to the Sky Attack. It gets to throw its Scald first.
Yeah, let's take a look here. This Scald not getting the debuff I thought was a potential lose condition for Kayshawn. Obviously, that's not a condition that he can control, but now this Sky Attack did threaten to take out the Poliwrath into very low HP. Of course, if Kayshawn was running the Shadow Poliwrath, that would have been gone, no problem from 2ADF, but the Sky Attack just not being enough allowed the Poliwrath to get to the Icy Wind that he needed and finish off this game number 1 when things didn't really look too good for his backline.
Yes, so we are going to have to see how are these trainers going to adapt. Can 2ADF make a play around that Poliwrath, maybe make an adjustment, knowing that that is a Pokemon that Kayshawn is going to be bringing. I think that Charge-a-Bug as well from Kayshawn looked really, really good in that matchup. We'll have to see. I don't know if do you think the Lantern was as effective over on the side of 2ADF? I'd like to see something else.
It looked really good in theory, but when Kayshawn is just playing really well around the Lantern with his Poliwrath and the other 2 Pokemon are pretty good against it, I don't think he has anything to worry about, really.
All right, here we go down to the field of battle. We got 2 water types on the field, a water ground and a water fighting type in Whiscash and Poliwrath. Both of these Pokemon rocking the charged attack of Scald. However, the Whiscash gets to it first, throwing the Mud Bomb though instead.
Mud Bomb is going to be some pretty solid neutral damage. Again, Kayshawn showing why the non-Shadow Poliwrath is preferred. Usually Whiscash would be able to knock out the Poliwrath in 2 non-debuffed Mud Bombs, but now just having a little bit extra bulk is going to allow him to put way more pressure on this matchup. Very nice Icy Wind bait here, and now we'll be able to land a Scald to put it into the Pokeball after this Mud Bomb goes through.
Yeah, so we'll have to see the Mud Bomb go through first, and then we're going to see a charged attack fire off in turn from Kayshawn. There is the Scald. What is going to come in to face the Poliwrath? The Lickitung doesn't really want to take a handful of counter damage. Will we see the Annihilate come in? The Mud Bomb stayed in. It hung on 1 HP and a dream. This could mess up Kayshawn's plans.
Yeah, and actually, he doesn't survive this, so he has to farm down with the Charge-a-Bug. I really like this play because now you're forcing 2ADF basically to come in with the Lickitung, and Lickitung up shields is actually pretty reasonable against Annihilate. Despite Annihilate doing super effective counters, Lickitung also is able to do super effective licks. So that's a pretty solid matchup as up shields, you just throw Power Whips and you're able to take it out.
We'll have to see how this plays out. I think we get a little bit excited looking at the future. We're looking down the road. We got to look at what's right in front of us, and right in front of us is that Lickitung and that Charge-a-Bug. And we are going to see these body slams start to whittle away.
Yeah, this is a matchup we've seen played time and time again. Body slams and X-Scissors, all neutral across the field. But when your Pokemon is bulky as Lickitung, you usually get out of these neutral situations with no real problems.
Yeah, Charge-a-Bug is feeling okay still, though. It can maybe get to one more and a catch onto the Lickitung. But is this a really good catch? Because now the Annihilate is going to get to come in.
Yeah, Annihilate has found its target, but Kayshawn is doing a very good amount of lick damage. He's probably really regretting catching that body slam now, as it is in a perfect counter down range. Power Whip number 1 coming through. Does 2ADF shield this? I think he definitely does, but Kayshawn could have probably baited there. Easy to say in hindsight, but now, oh, he maybe not even reached 2 moves. This is a really difficult situation, but actually 2ADF throws here, and maybe this gives Kayshawn a window of opportunity.
So the Annihilate throws the Ice Punch, the Lickitung is knocked out, and then there is the Charge-a-Bug at a discharge. Looks like the Annihilate gets to go first in the charged attack priority, throwing the Ice Punch, and then Charge-a-Bug had a move as well.
Yeah, I think the discharge is going to be enough to knock out here. Kayshawn with the shield up and the ability to get to the next X-Scissor and 3 Volt switches should be enough to win this game. I don't want to speak too soon, of course, but yeah, that Lickitung is dry. So this is looking to be a win for Kayshawn here. Very, very meticulous play throughout the entire game. Started out with a good lead, Poliwrath into the Whiscash, gave up the lead advantage, but with the shields, the Charge-a-Bug was able to run through 2ADF's team.
Yes. So congratulations to Kayshawn for punching your ticket to tomorrow's battles in the winner's side of the bracket. Winners Finals Group G, congratulations. And again, the real underdog story of taking down Abhinav early on in the tournament. One of the first matches we casted early on today.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to see. Just Kayshawn is proving to us how someone who has just had experience in GBL can come straight to one of these play Pokemon events and have the success that he's having. Of course, GBL is something that everyone can practice at home. As I said earlier in the stream, it's Go Battle Week. Go out and get those 10 sets a day and get better at the game, and maybe we'll see you next time in Knoxville.
Yeah, and get all that bonus Stardust. There are so many different things going on during Go Battle Week, different prizes. Be sure to go check it out and just really enjoying here. Yeah, when I'm at home, when I'm watching these battles, when I'm at home, I'm playing Go Battle League. I'm playing Go Battle League as I watch the tournament. You should be doing that at home too.
Absolutely. Nothing better than playing while you're watching others play. So you have half the focus on either side and you end up losing the game and not knowing what happened in the actual match. But all jokes aside, we do have, I think we have one more winners finals match after this, but let's take a look at the replay. As again, this was a pivotal moment in the game where not going for the Brave Bird potentially has cost 2ADF the game.
And here we have that Scald going for the Skarmory in the replay. This is game number 1. The Scald connects, but then going for the Sky Attack, I believe, and not the Brave Bird is what happened here, like you mentioned, Eric. Then we have 2ADF throwing the Mud Bomb into the Poliwrath, winning on 1 HP and a Dream.
Yeah, and Annihilate here, expending the Ice Punch. Maybe could have not used Ice Punch as we see here because that charge move priority. It probably wouldn't have been a big deal anyway as the discharge goes through, and Kayshawn is able to X-Scissor that Licky and Punches, take it into day number 2 tomorrow here at the Charlotte Regional Championships.
Yes, and there is the Charjabug knocking out the Lickitung, and that is that 2-0 victory from Kayshawn. What exciting battles we have had today here in Charlotte, but we are certainly not over yet. We have lots more battles to go. We still even have another winners finals match that we are going to get to see our friends Nick and John cast in a little bit.
Yep, we'll see you guys soon, and very excited about this last match just to watch.
Yes, but we are going to be cutting over very quickly to an interview with Kayshawn, the underdog of this tournament, as well as John, our home slice Henry, is going to be conducting that interview. John, whenever you are ready.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I am here with the one and only Kayshawn in his first ever Play Pokemon tournament. Kayshawn, making it to the top cut. Big congratulations. That's got to be an amazing feeling.
Yeah, I really had zero expectations coming into this weekend. Just wanted to come, hang out with some friends and see what happened. Couldn't be happier. You know, when I saw that his first battle was up against Abhinav on stream, I thought that, you know, it was going to be one and done and that was it, but able to get through that and had a nice little run so far.
Absolutely, and I cannot stress enough, like, going to your first tournament, being able to overcome those nerves, battling on stage, and still making it to Top Cut is a heck of an accomplishment. And now, as you think back across your day so far, which Pokemon on the team would you say has really stood out to you as like your MVP and helping you with this massive accomplishment?
Yeah, I mean, they've been good in a lot of different matches. I didn't use it in this last one, but Frostlass, I felt like people really didn't prepare for that much. I didn't feel good. It was the first Lantern I had faced, so I didn't feel really that comfortable going against it because that's just really old, only hard counter in the meta, and people haven't really been bringing it with the Whiscash around. But it's done a lot of work for me for all the matches up before that, so I'd say that's been what I've been relying on so far.
That's awesome. Again, a bit of a common theme so far today with Evan as well. Thinking outside the box, Evan with the Zapdos, now you with the Frostlash. And hey, it is paying some pretty good results as you're into the Top Cut. One final question for you here. If you to think back across the matches you've had today, going up against some great opponents, what would you say was a particular battle that stood out to you?
Yeah, I think the final battle in the last round against Boglish, he had a Wigglytuff, which was obviously something I hadn't prepared for, didn't have much of an answer for it besides my Skarmory, and I was able to store enough energy on Gligar that I could get a dig and an Aerial Ace to KO right on charge attack priority against his Icy Wind. So I was able to knock that out, and that was the final thing to move on to this one. So that was probably the closest match I've had so far, and it came down to just winning CMP over his Wigglytuff.
That is awesome stuff. Going up against seasoned competitors like Abhinav, Boglish, and punching your ticket to day number 2. Just came here to have some fun, hang out with some friends, and hey, he gets to do a whole lot of that tomorrow as well. Big congratulations to Kayshawn, day number 2, and you have earned your spot in the top 16 with a chance to potentially be regional champion, ending day 1 with that still a possibility. That's got to be a pretty cool feeling.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Obviously, yeah, had no expectation, just having a good time. Couldn't be more excited to be here. I feel like I'm kind of playing with house money right now. No reason for me to still be left against all these battlers that are still in it.
Hey, well, you are definitely proving yourself here. So again, big congratulations. And speaking of regional champions, you're in the running for it. Let's actually hear from a regional champion from across the pond in Europe, Pato Man, and his journey.
My name is Leo Marin Torres, and Pato Man in the game.
So many times he's tripped up, but now he wins this! Pato Man is your Qatar's Regional Champion 2024. Give it up for Pato Man, resetting the record and then finally winning it. After getting second place twice, he is now the champion!
My motivation right now is kinda crazy, you know, because this is my third grand final. I lost twice, now it's great to finally take it all. With the experience of the other regionals, I thought, okay, I have to be focused. I cannot be sad for this, and let's try to win that 3 matchups in a row.
Please give a huge cheer for our champion. It is Pato Man!
Tonton is a great player. He has so much level. He's the UAC champion of 2023. It was a complicated opponent to beat. I will try to go to more regionals. Also, UAC will be a great option because that could give me great points. And then if I can get maybe that travel award, will be nice. And then I will have to prepare for Worlds. Let's see.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
King Alexander, who is, I wouldn't say new to the PvP scene, but this is also his 3rd ever tournament.
King Alexander having that hard meta team, those top 5 Pokemon.
So leading up to this event, it was kind of a last-minute thing for me. I didn't think I was going to be able to make it, so I ended up cramming weeks of preparation into the last 3 days, and I just kept changing my team. I couldn't find anything that was quite working for me, and I realized that I just needed a little bit more safety in my teams, a little more flexibility in my teams, and that really made things so much easier for me and set myself up in the way that I wanted to play the game.
King Alexander, they're in the winners finals, which means that they haven't lost a single set of battles.
I did a little prep between day 1 and day 2, but really I think coming into it, I felt so good about my day 1 performance. I had run through so many really talented trainers just to make it to that far. So I told myself, all right, we're just gonna take this one game at a time. We're gonna do what we've been doing well. I was a little worried about Alolan Sand Slashes. I had to make some changes to my teams. Particularly, I shifted from Spark Lantern to Water Gun Lantern to give myself kind of a better matchup in that area. just because I was having some trouble against it in scrims, and it paid off huge for me.
Yeah, and this Thunderbolt is going to knock out the Shadow Lone Sansa.
I think my matchup against Mamaclimbs was a really, really difficult one. I think that was back in winners round 3. She had been playing amazingly to that point. She was still playing amazingly against me, and we had 2 very, very close games. And then going into game 3, she had perfect alignment into my team, and it took everything I could possibly do to try and pull that one out. I ended up living with 1 HP, and I don't think I've ever had a closer series than that.
First up, we're going to watch King Alexander versus Nighttime Clasher. I think he's got what it takes. But King Alexander also in this winner's side bracket for a reason.
My most difficult match of day 2, I'd say it was probably Nighttime Clasher. I think we had a lot of really close battles in that first round.
Got it! And Frostlass goes down, Nighttime Clasher tying up the series.
But I think part of it was also getting the jitters out from the first battle of the day.
King Alexander will move on to the grand finals.
So there was a moment where me and SJ were sitting on stage, and I think we both kind of knew what we had in back. I'd been bringing Water Gun Lantern every game. It was good into his team, and I kind of felt like he had the Frostlass. And so I was starting to feel pretty good about my position, and then SJ looked up at me and said, I know what you have in back. And I was like, yeah, I think that's it. And from there, it was just kind of playing it out, and that was it.
Now the one lick won't matter because the Lickitung has a body slam, and King Alexander will be your Peoria Grand Champion.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Charlotte Regional Championships. My name is Homeslice Henry, joined by the one and only Alpha Phoebe. We've had some absolutely incredible battles today. We've seen a lot of trainers accomplish step 1 towards becoming regional champion, getting that top cut, and we still have yet another winners finals ahead of us, featuring 2 pretty incredible battlers and 2 pretty incredible teams.
The day is not over, as you said, and even after this last winners finals, we still have some of the losers bracket to go through. So for those of you at home, the day's not over, and for those of the people who are here playing these battles locally in Charlotte, North Carolina, the day is not over. They still have those last few hurdles to get over themselves.
And as we take a look here, I've been alluding to it a little bit, but we've got a very cool matchup coming up here. I mean, we saw in Portland with the Latios, I'm a bit of a fan of the more unconventional picks, and I was happy that I got to interview Evan with his Shadow Zapdos. But we have a pretty unconventional pick coming up here on one of the teams. Oh, and as we take a look at the matchups here, and we have some very good stuff coming up here with Mango and his Zweilous versus Tommy W and Annihilate.
You know, a little bit of a fun fact for those of you at home, if you look at the name on the left-hand side, it looks kind of like it's just a random amalgamation of letters, but if you kind of rotate your head a little bit and you keep going and you keep going and you keep going, you finally see it, and oh, it looks like Pokemon upside down, or technically rotated 180 degrees.
Yes, a very cool play there, and he does prefer to go by Mango as Yui Waxon, or I'm not going to try that again. I'm not going to try that again.
All right, well, our trainers are ready. Let's take a look at this team, and you mentioned a unconventional pick. He is running that Zweilous, paired up with Azumarill, Gligar, Registeel, Skeletors Gaming, and Deoxys Defense Form, running the standard set of Counter, Psycho Boost, and Thunderbolt. This is going to be a bit of a contentious pick for me. I like the other Dragon Dark type of Guzzlord, with the very large mouth and the 2 arms kind of trying to grab you a little bit. But, you know, Zweilous, 2 heads, Zwei, ein, zwei, drei, a little bit of German counting here. 2 heads, Zweilous. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. We'll accept it.
And Zweilous is known a little bit as Pokemango's signature Pokemon. He has run it previously. I believe it was in San Antonio as well. So really liking to use that Zweilous. And as we take a look here at the team for Tommy W, running the Clodsire. We saw Clodsire earlier on Battle Bill's team. This one opting for Mud Shot over Poison Sting. We see the Annihilate, Counter, Ice Punch, Shadow Ball, a Spark Lantern, Lickitung, a Dark Pulse Mandibuzz, and Skarmory.
So it's a very interesting team. I do have to say I'm not a huge fan of Lantern myself in this current meta, but it's going to do a nice job of kind of handling some of the more neutral matchups like Defense Form Deoxys and Registeel, and it'll also provide another answer for Skeledirge, where I feel like a lot of the teams that we've been seeing so far have lacked having a lot of Skeledirge answers. Of course, you don't really want to take a neutral Shadow Ball, but being able to resist those Incinerates is impactful for that matchup, and pacing quite quickly to the Surfs, even though you might get outpaced in some other matchups against Skeledirge, you're feeling quite fine.
Another pick that I do want to highlight, which is kind of been a theme of the day since it is brand new, is going to be that Annihilate. Annihilate does have some pretty polarizing matchups into Mango's team, as we see Annihilate, of course, do extremely well into that signature Pokemon of Zweilous, do extremely well going up against the Registeel, the Defense Deoxys, the Psycho Boost would be a bit tough for it, but overall, honestly, Veep, I'm just hoping Annihilate does well.
I have to agree, but the last Pokemon you talked on, I want to really focus in on that matchup. Defense Form Deoxys, it's going to be the one fighter. Annihilate is going to be the one fighter who has a chance against Defense Form Deoxys because it has super effective charge attack damage, whereas Medicham only resisted or neutral Ice Punch, Toxicroak only resisted fast attack damage or neutral. Let's go ahead and get into game number 1 here. It's Defense Form Deoxys versus Lickitung. I expect to see Mango throw a Psycho Boost and dip.
And Mango farming up quite a bit of energy here as we see these counters and the licks adding up quite a bit, going for a Thunderbolt, choosing to stay in this lead matchup because he does have the Azumarill in the back, and we do see the shield of the Thunderbolt, so Tommy W trying to make a potential play for switch advantage.
The first Body Slam coming out. This is going to do a nice amount of chip damage to the Defense Form Deoxys, but Mango recognizing this is not going to be enough to knock out, actually doing about half of the remaining health. The Psycho Boost coming in before the second charge attack from Tommy W could be thrown. See a glance at the camera, recognizing this is not going to knock out. I can survive this, but will he be able to get a full lick down? No, actually opting for a Body Slam.
So Tommy W does win switch advantage here at the expense of a shield. And now, Lickitung, the question is, if you're Mango, what do you choose to send in here? Because Lickitung can do a pretty good job of threatening both the Gligar and the Azumarill, and Lickitung honestly has a little bit of an awkward health range left.
I think it's going to be the full farm down for Mango. He's a man of conviction. He recognizes, I'll take maybe 2 Body Slams here, but I'll have so much energy going into the backline, and the only thing that really scares Gligar for Mango is going to be that Skarmory, which is not on the team for Tommy W.
We do see the energy on this Gligar extremely, extremely powerful. Tommy sending in the Clodsire, and this is a sign to Mango that he is very, very weak to the Gligar in the back.
Yeah, this energy is so impactful, and because this Clodsire is on Mudshot, not Poison Sting, it has an even worse matchup against that Azumarill. And recall, Azumarill is on Ice Beam, not Hydro Pump, so it has really quick access comparatively to super effective damage against the ground type of Clodsire. And oh my gosh, that picked up that knockout.
Oh my, the precision in energy management by Pokemango. He's able to pick up the KO. In comes the Annihilate, but the Annihilate has no shields, and in comes Azumarill, and there's nothing to protect this Annihilate from the play rough, as Pokemango choosing to bring a team where every single teammate can hit the Annihilate for super effective damage. Tommy brings the Annihilate, and we see the smiles from the competitors, understanding the game is over. Down goes Annihilate, and game 1 goes to Mango.
It was a great team composition from Mango, really recognizing the strengths that he could bring into this matchup. I think Tommy W maybe needs to pivot to be able to handle the Gligar, but you correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that was the first time that you and I casted a battle where Annihilate was brought.
It is. Ooh.
I know it's been on teams that we've casted before, but I can't remember if it's been brought before. Actually, I'm thinking people had clicked on it, but I think they clicked off of it. Anyways, let's go ahead and get into the replay here. We see the Psycho Boost landing, a charge attack being thrown by Tommy W. Maybe could have farmed down at that point, but Mango really recognizing, I don't need a shield here. I can get an energy advantage on my Pokemon in the back.
And Gligar with Tommy benching the Skarmory, so powerful in that end game, able to KO the Clodsire, grab the final shield from the Annihilate, and then the Annihilate can do quite well in a lot of matchups, but not against the Azumarill down 2 shields.
Yeah, Shadow Ball would do a lot of good neutral damage, not quite threaten a knockout, but, you know, 2 shields up, might as well not throw a charge attack. You know the play rough's coming eventually. It was unfortunate to see that actually, Mango brought 3 Pokemon that would have done really well into that Annihilate, so really punishing the Annihilate brain. Well, actually, if I was Mango, I would really pivot into a team that's going to not be as strong against Annihilate, expecting Tommy to maybe pivot away from it. But we go into game number 2. We see actually Tommy, and this time leading the Annihilate into a previous matchup where the opposing trainer brought 3 Pokemon strong to it.
And what a lead for Tommy. The Gligar save switch, and there's the Skarmory right on cue. The adjustment by Tommy. Gligar proved to be very problematic in the first match. He says not anymore. He sends in the Skarmory. Skarmory is a complete wall to energy from Gligar. And if Mango is unable to flip switch, then this is going to make life very, very difficult for the Zweilous.
Yeah, in comes the second dig. This is not going to threaten a knockout into the Skarmory. It is single resisted, putting it just into the yellow, and Tommy doing a really great job of farming extra energy, throwing the Sky Attack here. It would actually be beneficial for him if it didn't quite pick the knockout, so he could get more damage, and it does not. The question is, will he have to take more than a singular dig after this? And it looks like just one more dig. This won't threaten a knockout. I would expect to see a no shield from Tommy.
Tommy, knowing the matchup here, landing the Sky Attack, tanking multiple digs, getting the farm down, exiting with energy, and this is looking extremely tough for Mango. Mango sends in the Zweilous into loaded energy from Tommy. We see the no shield, understanding this Zweilous does not have a lot of value considering it's going to be locked into the Annihilate. Brave Bird connects, massive damage. We see the farm down, but back into the field comes Annihilate.
And unfortunately for Mango, he's going to see the final Pokemon in the back is Lantern, and this is an extremely dominating matchup for Lantern. Even shields on the playing field, and Mango recognizing there's no way Azumarill can win this matchup on even shields. Spark does so much super effective damage. I'm just gonna let my Pokemon go. Throwing a play rough here, maybe trying to shore up the matchup, but I think even if Tommy W, no shields, both play roughs here, he's still in a position where he could spark down and get a charge attack onto that Zweilous.
And we do see Mango acknowledging that the game is over. The alignment is simply too polarizing. In comes the Zweilous. Now that's definitely something Lantern cannot spark down, so we are going to see Tommy fire off the Surf. Now the Zweilous would have loved to get switch locked into this Lantern, as of course it is a complete wall to its energy, but unfortunately Mango could not find the alignment for that signature Zweilous. Tommy gets the equalizer, and we're going to a game number 3.
Yeah, very unfortunate positioning for Mango there, bringing 2 Pokemon that would do really well into the Lantern. Unfortunately, the Lantern landing on the one Pokemon that Mango does not want to see there in that Azumarill. I think maybe pivoting a little too strong for the expected drop of Annihilate. Let's go ahead and look at these replays. Really smart knowledge and awareness from Tommy there, knowing that he can no-shield 3 digs by the Skarmory.
And the Brave Bird connecting, dealing massive damage, and in the end game, the alignment just too much to handle there as the Surf connects onto the Zweilous, and a rare sight, a Lantern taking out a Dragon type and taking the game.
And we talk about Dragon types and Grass types as the premier Lantern check because Water and Electric is such great coverage. Paid off for Mango in game number 1, but not quite there in game number 2. We'll have to see how Mango adapts to Tommy not dropping the Annihilate. As I said, will he bring another team that's really strong to it? Maybe he'll bring Skeletor, a Pokemon that's so good in a lot of neutral matchups.
And with the Lantern ending up on the Azumarill, you have to wonder, does that scare off the Azumarill, in which case that could potentially end up helping out the chances for the Annihilate if it's brought, because the Azumarill ended up in just extremely tough alignment, and so did the Gligar. So the question is, will Mango stick to it here, and is he going to be bringing those two Pokemon, or does he decide to switch it up and potentially run a team composition that is weaker into the Annihilate?
Well, looking at the teams that have been locked in, it looks like he is running a team that is quite strong again. Here we go into game number 3. It's going to be the defense form Deoxys into the Lantern, a very neutral matchup, and we see that Tommy W has actually dropped Annihilate from his team of 3.
Choosing instead for the Lantern, which can put in a lot of work in neutral situations. The Lickitung that we've seen time and time again be extremely strong neutrally as well. And then that Clodsire in the back, the Surf connects. It's a charge attack priority. Defense Deoxys going for the Thunderbolt. This time, Tommy not opting to make a play for switch advantage just yet.
And I would love to see Mango opt to save this defense form Deoxys at some point, which I might expect him to do after the Psycho Boost, maybe a switch out into another Pokemon, because of the necessity for an answer to Clodsire here. Instead, actually staying in, looking to maybe lose switch advantage, but gain energy advantage on something like Skeledirge, which could land one Incinerate here and do a lot of damage. Instead, no, actually opting for a Registeel, which is unfortunately going to be hard-walled by that Clodsire.
And able to make it to the Thunderbolt as well. This is going to deal meaningful damage onto that Lantern. Sorry, from the Lantern to the Registeel. And Registeel gets the farm now, but as you mentioned, where does this energy go? It goes nowhere into the Clodsire.
Clodsire, one of the bulkiest ground types out there, going to throw the Focus Blast. This will do a little bit of chip damage, which is going to be very necessary for that Skeledirge to have a shot here. Skeledirge's Incinerates are neutral into ground typing. Ground typing is not rock typing. It does not resist fire damage. The issue being, it's so risky to bait Disarming Voice into Clodsire. That poison subtyping really coming in clutch for that pseudo Mudboy.
And we are going to see a switch into the Lickitung. And Lickitung is going to force the Skeledirge to go for the Disarming Voice, which of course is going to be the weaker attack, does not get same type attack bonus. So this is a play to use Lickitung as a damage sponge. It has very nice fast move pressure here, and it's just forcing the Skeledirge to burn more and more energy. And the lower that Skeledirge gets, the better Tommy's got to be feeling about this match, because that Clodsire is very difficult for the Registeel to get rid of.
And if you recall, this Clodsire is on Mudshot, not Poison Sting. I was talking about earlier in the day about how that that option is really impactful when it comes to Steel-type matchups, and here we see the Mudshot is going to be going up against the Steel-type. Skeledirge just able to reach a final Disarming Voice. We actually see Mango opting for an undercharge. I think it still might do enough to knock out, so no extra energy there. Clodsire able to get the Mudshot down, and I'm okay at reading lips, and I think I just saw Mango say GG's.
Yes, that's definitely what it looked like here. This is just such a dominant matchup for the Clodsire. We will see the no shield from Mango, understanding that the game is over, and this means that Tommy W is going to achieve top cut for the first time, and we have it, Phoebe. We have an Annihilate in top cut.
And on the winner's side of the bracket as well, congratulations to Tommy W there for a very solid win against a pretty well-renowned trainer in Mango. It was really tough-fought battles. Unfortunately, the alignment in game number 3 just too much for him to overcome. Getting that Clodsire lined up on the Registeel is just worst-case scenario for that Registeel, even if it was running something like Flash Cannon as an alternative moveset choice.
It's a very tough matchup, and as we had discussed, that choice of fast move Mudshot makes it even tougher. And the decision to make a play for switch advantage in the beginning of that game just put him on the path to success, because he was able to keep the Lickitung away from the Registeel and take that decisive game 3 and move it to the top cut. And let's take a look at the highlights here, Phoebe, while we're at it.
Yeah, we've been talking about game number 3. Let's go all the way back to game number 1 here. It's going to be that Gligar having so much energy, able to pull that final shield from that Annihilate, and the Azumarill coming in. Tommy W recognizing, I have an opponent with an Azumarill and 2 shields. I don't think I can find my way out of this one.
And the Annihilate appreciators in the audience, cover your eyes. The play rough, it gets the one-hit KO. You hate to see it. But at game number 2, the alignment a lot better. The Skarmory, a complete wall to Gligar, getting the farm down, leaving with the Brave Bird. This does massive damage to that Zweilous, and unfortunately for Pokemango, the signature Pokemon just can't find the alignment it needs. Lantern absolutely able to just completely wear down the Azumarill in the end game, and Lantern gets the spark down.
And then as we go into game number 3, the chip damage from the Thunderbolt, putting the Registeel into about the 60% health range, but it's not super impactful because Cloudsire's there to absolutely wall the energy, throwing the Stone Edge to pull the shield and switching in Lickitung to try to soak up this energy. As you said, Lickitung, one of the best energy sponges out there in the meta.
I agree. An attempt at an undercharge, but unfortunately, even if that Registeel gets a small amount of extra energy, its charge attacks are completely walled. Clodsire, known for its bulk, so it can very comfortably withstand any charge attack. And as we had mentioned, Mango just saying good game. Once it is clear, there is no way for Registeel to escape the wrath of Clodsire.
And it's really great to see Clodsire perform at this level with different moveset options. You know, we've seen Poison Sting. I think both of them that we've seen so far are not running Sludge Bomb as an alternative move. It provides, each of those moveset decisions provides slightly different coverage, some a little bit better against Azumarill, some a little bit better against flyers such as Skarmory, and flexible Pokemon do so well in the championship series because they are flexible, because they can do different things. It's a little bit held back nowadays by open team sheets, but honestly, I like what open team sheets does. It really takes your game plan from guessing what moveset your opponent has to designing your game plan around what you know their moveset to be. So, you know, I don't know if we've talked to too many battlers out there about what their opinions on open team sheet is, but what's your opinion, Henry? You know, I have you right next to me, so I might as well ask you the question.
I do like open team sheets. While I do think it is sometimes fun if you're running like a surprise nuke move or something like that, and you can have that surprise factor, when it comes down to like at the highest level we're talking here, the more information these battlers have, the better game plans they're able to make, the better they're able to refine it. For example, if you have a Skeledirge, your opponent has an Azumarill. If they don't have Hydro Pump, you know, if you can get it into the Zero Shield, you can actually win that as the Skeledirge. So it allows you to potentially come up with some very creative game plans due to the information that you have.
And that's a lot of information from us. Let's go and see what some information from you all out there is on the social media platforms. Let's see what kind of tweets we have ready for us now.
We have tweet number 1 from the Kit Kat Project. The closest I will get to any of these this weekend. Ready to lose my first 3 rounds. Hashtag play Pokemon. Well, not the most optimistic tweet, but definitely a humorous one.
Well, you know what? The Kit Kat Project, I believe in you. I believe that you can top cut and earn one of those medals for yourself. So go out there and get one. I have faith.
I like it. I like it. As we move here into tweet number 2 here from Professor Casey, we are here. I almost can't believe it. My first regionals. Let's go. Hashtag play Pokemon. And that's just something you absolutely love to see, Phoebe. People getting to experience this regionals environment, which has been absolutely incredible. Just the all-around, just majesty of it.
The event experience, the whole shebang, as they say. And here we have one of our professors. Is that Professor Turo there? I can't quite tell. It's a very spitting image. I love the lab coat. It's great. I am a chemist myself. I have lab coats all around my apartment as well as at work. So it's great to see the get-up being brought to these events for people to dress up as maybe their favorite characters from the different games.
And next we have a tweet from Melissa here saying, hello, Charlotte. Having the best time today. Happy day 1. And as we see here in the photo, just getting to hang out with other trainers is a pretty amazing experience. So not only getting to participate, getting to spectate, but getting to meet people that maybe you have interacted with as a part of these Pokemon communities online, and then actually getting to put faces to the names and getting to meet those friends in person.
Yeah, and as an earlier tweet had said, it was their first event, and it's so great to see new people coming out to their first event. I believe we've interviewed people where it's their first event, they're doing well, they're winning games. It's awesome to see. I love to see both in Pokemon Go number go up, but also at Pokemon Go Championship Series number go up. Gives me the dopamine, makes me feel happy that we are growing out this event experience, because the more people we have, the more battles we have, and the more fun we have here behind the caster desk and for those out in the crowd as well.
And it looks like we have our next matchup ready on stage. We now move to the losers side of the bracket. The winners finals have concluded, and now we have losers finals in Group D, and we have two previous Worlds competitors here. What a matchup. Dunebug versus Buckeye Fitzy. Dunebug, we have discussed this. He's running the San Antonio team. This team is battle tested. It has won a regional. And for Buckeye Fitzy, we see some interesting picks.
Yeah, Buckeye Fitzy is going to be running a multiple flyer line as well as an old classic, actually Shadow Swampert. Buckeye Fitzy saying, I don't believe in Whiscash. Whiscash is not the water and ground type that I want to see on my team. I'm bringing my old favorite. And an interesting name, an interesting nickname he has as well, maybe calling out how he does not like Whiscash.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't like Whiscash, I have bad news about Dune's team feed, because we see at the top left there, Whiscash making its return, Gligar, Cresselia, Dune opting for the Moonblast. And I got to have a little bit of a chat with Dune in the crowd here earlier, and all I'm going to say is this is an extremely bulk-oriented Cresselia. It being able to win the zeros from Lickitung earlier was no accident.
Ah, I see. Very important team compositional choices from Dunebug there. On the other side of the field, it is going to be very standard sets all around. Bubble, Ice Beam, Play Rough on Azumarill is probably the biggest choice you have to make. Second up, probably Shadow Swampert. Do you want to run Earthquake, which was recently altered in the most recent update, or do you want to run Sludge Wave for slightly different coverage against maybe some fairy types? Honestly, I like Earthquake because Hydro Cannon will do a lot of damage to those fairy types unless your name is Azumarill. But honestly, versus Azumarill, 3 Hydro Cannons do so much damage, they add up so fast.
They definitely do, and it looks like we do have lock-ins here. Game number 1, we're going to see Whiscash on the lead for Dunebug into the Azumarill for Buckeye Fitzy.
This is a very neutral matchup. However, we've seen both Pokemon here, both Whiscash as well as Azumarill, take the advantage out of lead scenarios. So we're going to see actually opting for a switch and a catch of this Play Rough energy onto the Cresselia. Kind of an interesting play here from Dunebug, opting to give up switch for a massive energy advantage. In comes the Lickitung from Buckeye Fitzy. We talked about it before. He's specifically chosen this Cresselia so that it wins the Lickitung matchup, but I don't think it's necessarily going to do that after taking a Play Rough from an Azumarill.
The Play Rough does do some very meaningful damage. The Moonblast connects. Now this Cresselia already below half HP, and we do see nearly 2 body slams ready for Buckeye Fitzy. But this Cresselia should be able to, I mean, it's not going to survive it very well, but should be able to take both of these body slams.
And the lick damage starting to add up a little bit. This Moonblast coming from the Cresselia, not threatening a knockout onto the Lickitung. The question now becomes is how much farm does Buckeye Fitzy go for? Does he accidentally overfarm and not allow Dunebug to get an additional charge move off? No. Knowing that he wants to get this move off, Body Slam is going to be, I think, just enough to, actually not quite enough to pick up the knockout, switches into the Registeel and starts to build up an energy advantage. However, Buckeye Fitzy has another answer for this Pokemon in the back. It's going to be Gligar coming in, able to soak up, resisting both of these charged attacks.
We've seen this playstyle from Dune before. Dune taking advantage of the desync switch timers. He has energy stored everywhere at this point, and if he's able to take advantage of these timers, then potentially he can make that energy a lot more valuable than it would be if he was in this unfavorable alignment. He lands the Zap Cannon, he shields up the dig, and as we see, the switch clock is about 20 seconds for being up for Dune already.
Yeah, and he's got still a considerable energy advantage. Typically, after the first Zap Cannon, the Registeel starts getting outpaced by the Gligar. However, the second Zap Cannon is still coming before the second dig. Dig now able to be reached. The attack drops from the Gligar. The question now becomes, will Dunebug be able to pivot once more by the time Gligar reaches a third dig? And it looks like the answer is going to be yes.
Clock up for Dune. Does he decide to make a switch here? He makes the Focus Blast. This Focus Blast, I believe since the Gligar is Shadow, would be able to pick up a knockout. We see the shield from Buckeye Fitzy. Does he go for a combo play here into the Whiscash? He does, but it's a simultaneous switch into the Azumarill. Buckeye Fitzy with an unbelievable read.
Really great awareness there from Buckeye Fitzy, recognizing I know my opponent has energy stored on that Whiscash. He's got a Scald. That Scald will threaten a knockout. I need to make sure that I preserve this Dig. This Dig will do the most amount of damage of any charge attack that I currently have to this Registeel. Able to catch that move, able to get more damage onto this Whiscash. Another play rough coming in. This won't threaten a knockout, but there's so much health left on this on this Azumarill. I think 2 Mud Bombs is going to be really close to knocking out.
Dunebug does have 2 Mud Bombs, and he should be able to throw this one and then 1 Mud Shot and his next Mud Bomb, hoping it's going to be enough. But that Azumarill looks extremely bulky. This will be close. That is not charge attack priority, as the Mud Bomb was thrown 1 turn before the Ice Beam.
The question now becomes, is Dunebug's switch clock up again? I think he has the opportunity to catch. Instead, maybe slightly off on his counts there, not recognizing that an Ice Beam was loaded. I think preserving this Whiscash would have been really great for a future potential catch. Instead, now going to be able to lock on down and has the Cresselia available for the catch. Now, Buckeye Fitzy needs to be careful, needs to make sure that his Dig is not caught by that Cresselia. He does have some wiggle room. This Registeel is not quite at a charge attack. Instead, unable to make the catch, does a lock on and is going to be hit by the super effective Dig.
That Dig does so much damage. Can Registeel survive? No, it cannot. The Registeel gets KO'd, and the Wing Attack KOs the Cresselia as well. Buckeye Fitzy with an unbelievable read, anticipating Dunebug's combo play, switching at the same time, so he didn't get the chance to see the switch. If he waits for the switch, it's too late. He gets hit with super effective damage. He trusts that he understands Dunebug's win condition, switches in the Azumarill, and that's an unbelievably high level play from Buckeye Fitzy.
And it's risky as well. Not that it was the wrong play. I think it's absolutely the right play for Buckeye Fitzy to make. It's risky because what if Dunebug doesn't make that play? He's expecting Dunebug to do something, and there's so much pressure there on you to make the exact right call, because if you make the wrong call there, it doesn't work out. We are back into the replay here. Early game number 1 for this, I believe it's a catch of the player off onto the Cresselia, kind of neutralizing a little bit of that damage and trying to preserve the health of his Whiscash.
And here, the pivotal moment in the match, the shield of the Focus Blast, and he switches an Azumarill into a Registeel, anticipating that combo play. If the combo play doesn't happen, the Azumarill just gets completely KO'd. That is an unbelievable read. And then he gets the KO with the Ice Beam. The Registeel gets the lock-on farm down, and it's all up to Dunebug to try and predict when does the Dig get thrown. He does not predict correctly, and the Dig landing onto that Registeel means it's game over for Dune.
It would have been a bit interesting if he did catch that. I think it would have been close because the energy on the Registeel wasn't quite there for another charge attack, but that's enough about game number 1. Let's get into game number 2 here, and it's a pretty solid lead for Dunebug. Whiscash into Charjabug, and we're going to see probably both trainers build up some energy. I expect potentially an X-Scissor before the Scald. No, actually both trainers building up more energy.
If this Scald debuffs, we could potentially see Buckeye Fitzy look for a switch out. If it does get the debuff, the Scald connects. It does not get the debuff, so now he will be able to fire off these X-Scissors at full power. X-Scissor hitting for neutral. This is not typically considered a favorable matchup for the Charjabug, but the X-Scissors do add up as we see that connect. And after one more Volt Switch, or in this case, another X-Scissor, this is going to be getting that Whiscash quite low.
It's not going to be quite in the farm down range, however, so I think Dunebug is feeling quite comfortable, and I don't expect either player to really pivot out of here. I think Buckeye Fitzy is happy to get this Whiscash out of the way of his Gligar from later on. It will be a bit interesting to see how much maneuvering he can make with that Gligar in order to handle both the Cresselia and the Registeel in the back, because the Azumarill does not look like it has anywhere to go.
Dune does have 2 stronger answers to the Azumarill. He could potentially look to pivot if he wants to here, or if he has a matchup already in mind, then he can just choose to stay in here with the Whiscash. That's exactly what he's going to do, and he makes the last-second Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb, not the most threatening charge attack on Azumarill, but after landing 2, I mean, the Azumarill has already lost about 40% of its HP.
This is actually pretty good recognition from Buckeye Fitzy about the strength of his Azumarill, recognizing, oh, this Pokemon is probably not going to have a favorable matchup in the back because the Whiscash is in the lead. Instead, it's going to be Cresselia coming in, throwing a Grass Knot into this Gligar. It is a Shadow Gligar. Great recognition from Buckeye Fitzy, recognizing, okay, I can probably no-shield at least 1 Grass Knot. I'm not going to be threatened by a lock-on farm down from Registeel. Going for the dig, no-shield from Dunebug. This is going to be meaningful damage onto the Cresselia.
That dig connecting now does allow Buckeye Fitzy to potentially go for Aerial Ace baits. We are going to see the Grass Knot fired by the Cresselia. Buckeye Fitzy understanding he needs the Gligar if he's going to be able to fight back against the Registeel, as that Registeel, full health in the back, is looking incredibly threatening.
And Buckeye Fitzy, if you recall, has a Play Rough stored on his Azumarill, so he has an option to make a combo play here if he's able to strip the shields from this Cresselia.
Cresselia is going to fire off this second Grass Knot. Only 1 shield remaining for Buckeye Fitzy. Shields down for Buckeye Fitzy. And the question for Dunebug is he switches into the Registeel.
Wow, this is an incredibly aggressive play by Dunebug, recognizing that if he stays in, he's going to allow the Gligar to farm up even more potential energy against this Registeel, able to now make it to a Focus Blast. Buckeye Fitzy unable to catch this on the Azumarill. I think that would have been a necessary move here, because once this Gligar's out of the way, the Registeel just has way too much health left. Without access to Hydro Pump on this Azumarill, there's just no way he can get through a 70-80% health Registeel on the field.
Another spot where open team sheets are very helpful. Dunebug knows the Azumarill's moveset, knows that he does not have to worry about the Hydro Pump from the Azumarill, and Dunebug gets the equalizer there. We see a definite sigh of relief from Dunebug. He had 2 options there. He could have brought the Cresselia or the Registeel into the Azumarill, but he correctly read, maybe there's the Gligar in the back. I'm going to bring in the Registeel into the Azumarill, and making that correct read allows him to fight back in this series. And we've already had 2 amazing games for you, but I cannot wait for game 3.
Yeah, that was an intense game number 2. A great Focus Blast into the Gligar to secure the knockout. A very pivotal knockout there. And then Azumarill, there's not enough left in the tank. It might have huge power in VGC, but it does not have huge power here. Not against a Registeel. Zap Cannon, super effective charge attack damage, able to pick up the knockout and secure game number 2 for Dunebug.
As we move into game number 3, what adjustments will Buckeye Fitzy make? Buckeye Fitzy ran ABA weak to that Whiscash. The Whiscash was on the lead, and that proved to be a problem, as he didn't have a very strong response. He was forced to stay into a losing matchup, and from there, I mean, 2 Mud Bombs on the Azumarill, Dune making the correct read to bring in the Registeel, and it was just, unfortunately, just the match kind of got away from him.
Yeah, Buckeye Fitzy really needs to try to figure out a way to pivot around Registeel plus Cresselia, a very bulky core. And honestly, it's a core that is also very prevalent in the Ultra League. For any of you Ultra League, Go Battle League aficionados out there, it's really tough, really bulky. The Grass Knot coverage on Cresselia allows Cresselia to cover the Mud Boys of Swampert, or in the Great League instance, Whiscash.
That Registeel has been brought a lot. Speaking of Mud Boys, do we see a switch to Swampert here into game number 3, leading the Altaria, and that's leading into the Lickitung. And speaking of Mud Boys, what do we see in the back? We see that Shadow Swampert.
It's a battle of the Mud Boys here, but first we have to get through this tried and tested lead matchup. Lickitung versus Altaria is very often played out. Interesting, going for the Moon Blast here, a lot of neutral damage, a little bit more effective than a Sky Attack, will put the Lickitung into the yellow. No attack drop, only 10% chance of that happening. Buckeye Fitzy able to launch his first body slam in retort.
Altaria is very bulky, will be able to withstand multiple body slams, and we see the Lick's not doing a whole lot of damage. Going to be able to survive this body slam as well as Dunebug looks to try and potentially make a play for switch advantage.
I think Lickitung is typically able to control that depending on shield use, is actually able to outpace here because Dunebug opted for Moonblast as opposed to double Sky Attack, getting outpaced, losing the lead matchup, and now there's actually nowhere for that Registeel to go, and actually Buckeye Fitzy making a massive read here, recognizing I want to switch out, and Dunebug is staying in Registeel versus Shadow Swampert.
He is understanding in this moment if Buckeye Fitzy is switching in the Swampert, he has another counter to Registeel. You would not switch from a position of weakness, you switch from a position of strength. Understanding this may be the best opportunity for Registeel. The Zap Cannon, it's 5 energy more, but in this position it feels like a bait, does get shielded. Do we see the debuff? We do see the debuff come through.
The Hydro Cannon is, I think, going to be enough to knock out. Great overfarm by Buckeye Fitzy. I would have actually loved to see him farm up even more energy because that energy will be impactful in the Whiscash matchup. Instead, actually, Dune not getting knocked out by that Hydro Cannon, switching immediately, and Whiscash is going to be onslaught of Hydro Cannons. I think the Shadow...
Honest, I have not seen... Oh, it's charge attack priority. I was going to say, I have not seen the Shadow Swampert Whiscash matchup because we don't see a lot of Shadow Swampert anymore. But this Hydro Cannon connecting does big damage onto the Whiscash, and Dune overfarmed by 1 to that Scald. So he ended up playing to a charge attack priority that he did not win. The Scald connects into the Swampert. Swampert holds on, switches up, and in comes Gligar.
And here's actually where that overfarm will pay off. The question becomes, though, will the wing attack damage from the Shadow Gligar add up enough so that double aerial ace is possible? Actually, no shielding the Scald is going to get the attack drop, and that might be crucial here. Going now for the dig, not going for the bait. Shield comes up from Dunebug. This is going to be a great shield call, preventing all that neutral damage from landing.
I genuinely love the no shield call by, and we do see the Mud Bomb fired off here, on the Scald, because even if it is the Scald, you can survive it, and there's just no fast move pressure. The Gligar is so low. Oh, the catch onto the Registeel. Oh my goodness, he saved the Registeel from earlier. Is this possible? There are still 3 Pokemon left alive for Buckeye Fitzy, and only 1 Whiscash. Can it pull off a miracle?
It needs to throw energy here. The issue now is Whiscash is so low. There's some health on the Lickitung, there's some health on the Swampert. If I am Buckeye Fitzy, I go in with Lickitung. Lickitung has slightly more health. It, of course, has a larger health pool as well. Even though those bars look about the same, the lick damage will add up. The Whiscash is out of energy. It's going to get outpaced here. He has a potential catch option as well. Not going for the catch. The Whiscash throwing another Mud Bomb on its last, not legs, but flippers, I guess?
This could come down to a battle of mud shots here. It's Whiscash, it's Swampert. Who has more HP here? And it's Swampert on 1 HP as Buckeye Fitzy defeats the San Antonio Regional Champion Dunebug and punches his ticket to Day 2 in dramatic fashion.
Buckeye Fitzy making the huge statement. Everyone else in the whole entire tournament is sleeping on Shadow Swampert, but not Buckeye Fitzy. He recognizing its power, its closing power. Mudshot's doing so much damage there, able to barely secure that knockout. An incredible ending there from both traders, playing to maximize both of their potentials, and just barely by the hair of the Swampert. Swampert doesn't have hair, but the hair of the Swampert, the last hair of health that was there. 1 HP and a dream at that end of game number 3.
I'm honestly at a little bit of a loss for words for how incredible that series was. The prediction in game 1, blind switching the Azumarill into a Registeel, one of his hardest counters, anticipating Dunebug's play. And in game number 3, being able to leverage that Shadow Swampert so successfully, a Pokemon that most trainers have given up on. Buckeye Fitzy says not so fast, it's now Top Cut.
And let's go ahead and see once again, how that Shadow Swampert made it into Top Cut. Here is game number 1, the catch, the minimizing of that energy efficiency from Buckeye Fitzy's Azumarill, play rough into the Cresselia being so bulky, able to take it. And in the end game, Registeel able to get to this focus blast, force out that shield, and the catch from Buckeye Fitzy, so impactful. That Scald would have knocked out the Gligar, and saving that Gligar was so crucial for Buckeye Fitzy to win game number 1.
Just unbelievable read by Buckeye Fitzy. I've said it so many times, but I can't keep stressing what a high-level prediction that is. And then the dig onto the Registeel, just too much damage for the Registeel to handle. Being able to save that energy, save the Gligar, and Gligar delivers that Game 1 victory as the match timer expires.
Focus Blast landing into that Gligar in game number 2. Zoomerl put in a spot it doesn't want to be in. No Hydro Pump, no fun. Zap Cannon coming through, super effective damage. Zoomerl is the bulky bunny, but it does not like Zap Cannon. Zap Cannon is such a hard-hitting move, able to pick up that knockout.
And in game number 3, since the debuff was applied, going for the dig to try and guarantee a knockout, the shield, the Mud Bomb being shielded up by the Gligar, the catch onto the Registeel. Dune fighting for his tournament life. The Mud Bomb picking up the KO. In comes the Lickitung. The Lickitung getting KO'd by the Mud Bomb, but it did just enough lick damage. So when we have the battle of the ground and water types, they're using the same fast move, but the Swampert on 1 HP takes it. What an unbelievable series.
Honestly, I think we have placed ourselves in a position where we're out of words to talk about how great that game was. So let's go ahead and head over to Eric, who has an interview with Buckeye Fitzy, and we'll get to hear some of his own words to help us out a little bit here.
Thanks, Nick. I'm Eric, and I'm joined here by Buckeye Fitzy, who is now qualified for the World Championships in Honolulu in August. How does it feel?
Just incredible. I mean, I never thought I would qualify for Worlds last year, and to be able to get back to that stage and to be able to do it against Alex, a great battler, I mean, I couldn't ask for better.
I mean, I feel like it's been a while since you've had such a dominant presence at a regional. Do you think you're going to have that same mojo that you had at Salt Lake City tomorrow?
Well, I hope so. It's been a good day all around for all the family, and, you know, we're looking forward to hopefully a good performance tomorrow as well.
Yeah, of course, your wife was also able to make it to the losers finals, so I can't imagine that is a very easy feat either. So a great performance from the family overall. What do you think was your strongest Pokemon today?
Definitely Gligar. I wanted to bring Swampert. That's kind of a passion pick over Whiscash. So I know Alex likes his Reggie, so I wanted to try to finish it with Swampert there. But definitely, I think Gligar was the best pick.
Yeah, so you feel like Swampert was good against Whiscash or just kind of neutral?
No, I think it's really good against Whiscash, and it brings a lot of bench pressure. You don't necessarily have to bring it very often, but just that shadow threat. I mean, you saw it ended the game with its mud shots. I don't think the regular does that, so.
Well, yeah, again, congratulations on Worlds, and get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. We're going to toss it back to Nick and John over there in the casting booth.
And thank you so much, Eric, for that wonderful interview. And thank you, Buckeye Fitzy, for your time. And congratulations on World and making day 2. That was some masterful play. And speaking of masterful play, I am so excited. You can maybe see it on my face of this next matchup. We have 2 long-standing titans of the Pokemon Go scene playing up against each other. 6 years or so, maybe 5 years or so of PvP in the Pokemon scene, and these players have been around since the very beginning. I remember GoFest, one of the very first ones that I attended. I heard the name Valor Ash spoken by someone who was passing by of the top PvP player to look out for, and here he is up on the stage up against a really longtime friend of his, HouseStark93. We were talking about it earlier. You never like to see it when you're playing up against your friends. But gosh, this is such a wonderful matchup to see here on stage.
I got to chat with both of them a little bit earlier, and it turns out that in preparation for this tournament, these two actually did quite a lot of practice together, testing out lines, refining strategies. So that's even an added element. Not only are they friends, they're very familiar with how each other play and play with these teams as they were some of the people that they were battling against. So this is going to be an unbelievable matchup. A lot of tournament experience, a lot of grassroots adds PvP experience as well coming to the table.
And that additional practice that you have with one another kind of adds another layer of mind games to choosing your lines of 3 here, because you know what your opponent ran in your practice battles, but are they going to run the same thing, or are they going to try to switch it up, try to throw you off your guard? And honestly, for game number 1, if I was in their position, I would absolutely try to throw my opponent off the guard. Run a line that I never ran in our best of 3s, as long as it's still somewhat good. You know, you can't go too wild. You can't do too crazy with your lines of 3.
And speaking of lines of 3, let's take a look at the whole 6 here for House Stark. We got Whiscash, the Shadow Gligar, the Azumarill. People really trending away from Hydro Pump as a choice. The Registeel, the Lickitung, and the Mandibuzz running Dark Pulse. Again, Mandibuzz, we have seen it time and time again today. It feels like for its overall usage, it has put together a very impressive showing.
That it has. I feel like we've seen it time and time again on stage. On the other side of the table, we have a different flyer that I am very excited to see that Valor Ash has brought. Talonflame, his signature pick. He brought it 2 years ago and did so well with Talonflame at NAIC. Lickitung, Azumarill, Serperior running the Leaf Tornado variant, a very interesting pick here. We have not seen many grass types, as well as Azumarill and Whiscash, 2 water type Pokemon to try to defend that grass type against any fires, but there are no fires on House Stark's side. The fire type is on Valor Ash's side.
At the Leaf Tornado, a bit of interesting tech on Serperior. I believe it was popularized over in Lyall, where Galaxico Bolton was actually able to win the Lyall Regional Championships with a Leaf Tornado Serperior. Leaf Tornado, it's a very interesting move. It does not do a lot of damage, but it has a 50% chance to lower the opponent's attack by 2 stages. So landing a Leaf Tornado, getting it shielded, could put you at a big advantage, and if it gets that 2-stage debuff, an even bigger advantage.
And here we go into game number 1, losers finals, Group F. Winner goes to day number 2. It's going to be Whiscash into Talonflame. Not the best matchup, because Talonflame is going to be outpaced to the Scald. We see 2 Incinerates in swap into Azumarill.
Azumarill going to be answered with the Lickitung. Lickitung does have some very nice play here, although with that buff that was given to Bubble, 2 play roughs plus the bubbles does get Lickitung very deep into the red health, as we've seen.
And no access to Hydro Pump. I would like to see Hydro Pump for a matchup like this, but as you said, the bubble buff doing a little bit more damage, shoring up a little bit of this matchup, but I don't think it's going to be enough to change the tides. In comes the first power up, and maybe we'll actually see Valor Ash shielding it up, maybe try to fight for switch advantage here.
Another power whip is reached by the Lickitung. This one will be no-shielded by Valor Ash. This will not be enough to knock out. Valor Ash has so much energy on this Azumarill. Azumarill throwing 1 more bubble, making sure to not go over the 100 energy cap. Firing off the play rough. We see a no-shield from House Stark as the play rough connects.
Play rough not enough to get the knockout, and now the Azumarill is going to actually outpace to the Ice Beam before the Body Slam, and now House Stark has a choice to make. Do I want switch or shield advantage? Opting for shield advantage, letting the Lickitung go. In comes the Whiscash. Whiscash has so much energy. I'd be extremely surprised to see a Mud Shot down here. Instead, opting for the Mud Bomb. I think this makes a lot of sense. He would have potentially taken a lot of bubble damage.
The Mud Bomb picks up the KO for Valor Ash. He gave up a shield, but he won switch advantage. So now he has the Lickitung into this Whiscash. The Whiscash does have a pretty substantial energy advantage. The Scald connects. The Scald does not get the debuff. Farming up, and the energy advantage. Gonna bank a Scald, send in the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz answered by the Talonflame, and Talonflame will go for the Flame Charge, looking to boost up its attack stat.
This is a bit of an interesting play from Valor Ash. I think the play is probably going to be Flame Charge into Double Fly, because you're able to pace to the 2nd and 3rd charge attack in just 2 additional Incinerates each, which will provide him really solid timing against a 3-turn Snarl user like Mandibuzz. 1 Incinerate, in comes a Snarl. House Stark throwing an Aerial Ace, and does Valor Ash recognize this as an Aerial Ace? No, shielding it up. He's going to be a bit disappointed, but it might have threatened to knock out 1 more Incinerate. First fly is reached.
If you're House Stark, do you elect to double shield here? The health on the Mandibuzz is rapidly diminishing. No, choosing to let this through, but there's a second fly ready, and the Talonflame wins charge attack priority. House Stark, understanding that it wins charge attack priority, is going to let this, oh my goodness, I thought he was going to no-shield the boosted fly. He shields at the last second, but the switch into the Lickitung, denying any extra farm.
Yeah, I like that switch there from Valor Ash, kind of putting House Stark on the back foot. He now has to contend with this very high health Lickitung. Needs to make a shield prediction here. Oh, immediately shielding the Power Whip, knowing Valor Ash is unlikely to bait in this scenario, given that he has a lot of energy. He needs to bank up extra for the Talonflame in the back, and I think at this point he has banked enough energy. The Scald going into the Lickitung, able to pick up the knockout, and the Talonflame is so far away from another charge attack here.
Able to make it to the Scald, despite giving up switch advantage in the mid-game. The power of energy on Whiscash is able to give House Stark the Game 1 victory.
And I think it's recognition of Mandibuzz being a very solid Pokemon into Valor Ash's team if the Azumarill is out of the way. The Azumarill's out of the way, Mandibuzz is very likely to be free at that end game in order to have really good neutral matchups across the board. We saw it get relined up into Talonflame. Talonflame able to land a Flame Charge and a Fly to get the knockout, but Incinerate not doing enough damage in that bulky matchup.
We see the banking of the Scald, the switch into the Mandibuzz, and Mandibuzz answered with the Talonflame, boosting its attack with the Flame Charge, going for the Fly. The Fly gets shielded, and that was a very important moment where House Stark did not play to charge attack priority, understanding that he lost charge attack priority, instead using that energy to KO the Lickitung, and then House Stark, with the careful energy management, makes it to the Scald, takes the Game 1 victory, as the Scald is going to get the knockout onto the signature Talonflame from Valor Ash.
Yeah, it's a bit tough with those two water types on House Stark's side, as well as Mandibuzz, a very, very neutral matchup into that Talonflame, having more bulk and a lot of flexibility for throwing charge attacks as well as taking charge attacks. Here we go into game number 2. It's going to be Talonflame into Lickitung.
This is a matchup, I was going to say, it's not a very fun time if you are the Lickitung. We see the same switch into the Azumarill. Azumarill going to be hit with a Fly. Fly does have some pretty nice damage for energy. It is not a super expensive move, but it does pack a punch. The Fly connects. We now see the switch into the Lickitung. Lickitung will immediately be met with the Play Rough from House Stark.
I actually would have liked to see Valor Ash potentially just build up to the Fly and then switch out into either Azumarill or Lickitung. The Azumarill's going to be in a pretty solid spot later on. Maybe Valor Ash thinking, oh, I saw that Mandibuzz. That Mandibuzz was a really tricky thing for me to deal with in game number 1, so I'll save my Azumarill this game. Instead, bringing in Lickitung, almost picking the knockup with the Power Whip. Another Play Rough coming through. This is not going to threaten a knockout.
That is a very nice survive from the Azumarill, as his Play Rough does very meaningful damage to that Lickitung, getting that Lickitung closer and closer to the red health. House Stark will be able to send in his own Lickitung to absorb energy from Valor Ash's Lickitung, as he looks to potentially get an energy lead.
The one difficult thing here for House Stark is that he is playing behind energy, and the opposing Lickitung has a lot of health. There's no opportunity for him to try to get a farm down. He will need to throw a Body Slam in order to secure a knockout, so he has to think of exactly when he wants to do that. Unfortunately, a charge attack tie, or what looks like one there. Valor Ash winning that one, getting an additional Body Slam out for about 3. House Stark is a really good player. I expect to see an undercharge here so he can get a lick down afterwards.
He will go for the undercharge. Does Valor Ash aggressively pivot? He does not. He's choosing to stay in here, but this is going to get Lickitung some very nice farm. That was a precision undercharge by House Stark.
We see an immediate switch out into the Whiscash, and this is why I would have liked to see that energy saved here. You could have thrown a Fly immediately into this Whiscash. Instead, he needs to... The switch clock is being delayed even further. The Fly comes out, pulls the shield. I expect to see a... Oh, actually, no switch out into the Azumarill yet. Going for a second Fly first and allowing House Stark to land a Scald.
a 50-50 chance of getting that attack drop. The Scald will be shielded up by the Talonflame. Do we see the debuff? We do see the debuff. That means his fly is now going to be doing less damage than it typically would.
I would have liked to see Valor Ash actually pivot out and save this fly because of that debuff. However, it still does a very sizable amount of damage, and it's going to put the Whiscash well within range of one charge attack to knock out, with the addition of all this bubble damage from Azumarill. And I think if Valor Ash plays this right, he's going to come out of this matchup with a good amount of energy as well.
Another Mud Bomb fired by the Whiscash, but Azumarill just does not care, taking Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb, being able to overfarm in this matchup as well. But no, the switch timer is up, sending in the Lickitung, going for the Power Whip. This will not be enough to KO the Azumarill, but taking advantage of the desync in the switch timers, this Power Whip will connect, and that gets the Azumarill extremely low.
And it makes so much sense to me. Valor Ash saving the Slash Shield for his signature Pokemon. The Incinerate damage, the potential to ramp up with Flame Charge is just so tempting. Landing this Play Rough, it'd actually be interesting to see if... Actually, I was very curious if either trainer would actually throw their charge attack there, because an Incinerate on the Talonflame would be super impactful. Instead, Housedark not opting to throw a charge attack there, but Valor Ash is actually able to quick switch out there, and Fly comes up first. It is cheaper on the energy. We see a bait.
Oh my goodness, this could be the game. Valor Ash, thinking about it, he calls the bait! Unbelievable by Valor Ash! He's farming up, another Mud Bomb is reached. Unbelievable call by Valor Ash. The Scald easily would have KO'd, but the no shield, can he get this Incinerate farm down? Yes, he can!
For those of you who recall, in 2022 NAIC, he was knocked out by an important bait decision against his Talonflame. This time, making the right call, no shielding the Mud Bomb, and getting game number 2 to keep his run going here in Charlotte.
Unbelievable. That call, understanding, if he gets the call wrong, he loses. In this game, switch timer up for Valor Ash. He gets to send back in that Talonflame. Talonflame continuing to farm up. Housedark throwing on perfect charge attack timing. He would be able to make it to the Scald if this is shielded, but Valor Ash calling the bait. The Mud Bomb does not KO. Able to make another Mud Bomb, but it's just too little too late for the Whiscash, and we see the resignation on Housedark's face. An unbelievable read by Valor Ash as Talonflame KOs one of its counters to take the win.
I have to say, everyone's got to be feeling a little bit happy about that ending, besides Housedark, because it means we get a game number 3 here. I am so happy with how this has played out so far. We saw game number 1, Talonflame was a bit of a hindrance. It was never able to line up into a matchup it wanted. In game number 2, Valor Ash putting everything on the back of Talonflame, recognizing I can do this. Incinerate does so much damage. I have energy. I can farm down that Whiscash if I am going to call the bait. And it works out just perfectly.
My question is, we saw that Mandibuzz, you had discussed earlier, it is so neutral into everything that isn't the Azumarill. Do we see the return of that Mandibuzz? Mandibuzz, I mean, the Azumarill, it's not going to have a good time, but against everything else, it can output either neutral to super effective damage. So in a situation like in game 1 where he has a shield advantage, it can do well versus 5 of the 6 on Valor Ash's team. That is really good odds.
And I think it will likely come out because of the impact that Valor Ash's Lickitung had on game number 2. He was able to really control that game in the mid game. Here we go. Game number 3. This is do or knock out of the tournament. It is going to be Valor Ash's Azumarill into Housedark's Whiscash.
A neutral matchup on paper. I would give a slight edge to the Azumarill. Azumarill, these bubbles are just incredibly consistent damage, and 2 charge attacks will be able to KO, whereas it's going to need a lot of Mud Bombs from the Whiscash to get through the very, very bulky Azumarill.
And looking in the back, we see the Talonflame lurking. It has very neutral matchups and is very happy to avoid this Whiscash here. The Gligar also very happy to avoid it, so Valor Ash has got to be feeling very strong. I have my 2 Pokemon in the back that want to avoid this Pokemon. I'm feeling great. The one fear I have to imagine he has is Azumarill. I know how Stark loves Azumarill. It's one of his favorite Pokemon to run in the Open Great League, so I know Valor Ash has got to be worried about that as well.
Azumarill would be very, very tough for that backline. Does Valor Ash try and protect the Azumarill? No, he's letting his Azumarill get extremely low. Azumarill continuing to farm up energy, going for the Ice Beam, putting pressure on Stark's first shield.
Actually, it looked like Valor Ash might have waited a half a second there. Not a full turn, but a little bit of time to make sure that the Wishcash was doing another Mud Shot so that Ice Beam would land. Valor Ash able to win switch advantage with enough health to land a play rough into House Stark's Lickitung. I expect to see a no shield from House Stark and a full lick down.
This play rough, this is significant damage onto the Lickitung. Lickitung is going to get a full farm down here, however, and this energy is extremely valuable into the backline of Valor Ash. As we take a look, it's all neutral damage, and Body Slam with that normal typing is going to be able to put a serious amount of work into whatever gets brought in here.
And if I know Valor Ash, he's bringing in that Shadow Gligar. He's gonna put everything on that Talonflame. The question is this huge energy advantage that House Stark has built up enough to overcome a two-shielded Talonflame in the endgame? We see going for the dig, House Stark actually opting to not throw before this is gone. This is a lot of neutral damage. I think House Stark may be calling an Aerial Ace, and it's not quite enough to knock out, and he's actually able to bank that energy. The issue is that he has such little health left. He's definitely within range of one Incinerate.
He is able to get a free Snarl as Valor Ash fires off the Flame Charge. It's very difficult to time charge attacks. The Flame Charge connects. It's very difficult to time charge attacks when you're using a 5-turn fast move like Incinerate. He's going for the bait, and he's able to grab the first shield from Valor Ash.
Now, this is going to be a bit of a tough bait for Valor Ash to take there. It's a lot less energy than Dark Pulse going again. Oh, this time actually going for the flight. I would have maybe preferred to just go straight Flame Charge, build up that fast attack damage, and really put the pressure on House Stark's health pool. Here we go. It's the Dark Pulse coming in this time. This is going to pull Valor Ash's second shield.
The interesting thing is, if he's able to potentially do a combo play with the Lickitung, let's say a Dark Pulse into a Body Slam, the fast move damage wouldn't register. He could get off both moves. Could this potentially be the win con? The Dark Pulse connects, the switch timer, it's up. We see the switch into the Gligar. Can Gligar make it to a move? Oh, we see the Dark Pulse reached. The Dark Pulse, is it gonna be enough?
It's going to do a lot of neutral damage here, and it just is barely unable to pick up the KO, and another Aerial Ace coming through. The Snarl not picking up enough damage to get the knockout. The question is the Lickitung, it needs to throw it. Oh, it dies to the wing attack. The Lick is unable to go through, and that game goes to Valor Ash.
Oh no, all that energy. All that energy. Oh my goodness. There was so much energy on that Lickitung, but it got so low. Oh, that is extremely unfortunate. So much energy stored throughout the course of the game, but taking that Shadow Dig, it did so much damage.
That end game was so tight. There was so little health on each of the Pokemon, and Valor Ash had basically 3 Body Slams loaded on that Lickitung. It would not have been able to get all of them off. I think the remaining question from me is, would the Lickitung be able to knock out that Talonflame with a Body Slam? And I think that is the crucial factor here in that end game, because if the Talonflame's able to survive a Body Slam, oh wait, no, it actually needs to survive a number of licks. It would need to survive 3 licks plus Body Slam in order for that Incinerate damage to apply, and I think that'll be the crucial thing here. We see the 2 trainers kind of talking back and forth on stage. We'll have to get words from our judges if this game is going to be under review, and it looks like it is under review, and we'll get a bit of time before we hear back from the judges about the exact ruling.
It's a very difficult end game. The Talonflame was in the yellow health, Body Slam does about 30 to 35%. I'd say actually 32 to 32%. And we do see the aerial ace thrown. The question is this in a range where one Lick could pick up a knockout? Because Lick will go first before a wing attack, because Lick is a one-turn move. So if it's in range where it will pick up the KO, then you can throw 3 Licks plus the Body Slam into the Talonflame, and the Talonflame, it was in the yellow feet, but that looked like it was the very low yellow there.
Yeah, it was definitely deep into the yellow, so we're gonna have to, give our judge a lot of time here to figure, maybe not a lot of time, I shouldn't say that, but we'll give them some time to figure it out, talk about it, and we behind the desk, of course, trust our judges. They're very well versed in the game. They understand how it works, and we will continue to talk about it because that was great to see the back and forth between those two battlers, the effect that Talonflame had. I really still wish, that the pacing for Fly is a little bit quicker than Flame Charge, but that damage, that extra damage that you get from the boosted attack from Flame Charge, I think would have been impactful in that late game there. Here we see it again up on screen. The Dark Pulse not quite able to pick up the knockout. I think that maybe surprised both of us a little bit, and then still throwing the wing attacks so that the snarl damage applies, I think might have also been a crucial decision from Valor Ash there in the endgame. But if you recall, Haustark actually had a shield, so if he had thrown that move, I think Haustark might have shielded it up so that a Dark Pulse still would have applied its damage.
Oh, that's so close. The Shadow Gligar is so low there, and the Talonflame in the back, it was, oh my goodness. And it looks like, okay.
Rematch has been granted. It looked like in the end game, there was a denied charge move on the Licky, as we were kind of talking about, and both players very, very generous, very good team sportsmanship. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Very great sportsmanship. Agreed to the rematch and are going to play out game number 3 again. So, how I said earlier, how I felt like we were blessed for a game 3. We're getting another game 3. We're going back at it again. Let's reset, get these teams locked up and ready to play. If I'm going to make one prediction going into this next game 3, I say Superior's not coming to this game. I feel like, it might have had a lot of play over in Europe, but I don't think it has a lot of play here in this matchup.
If you're Stark, you've seen Talonflame again and again and again. Do you try and run just a very strong team to that Talonflame and just say, Valor Ash, we're friends. We've known each other for a while. You don't get to play Talonflame, sir, and just see what he does from there.
Honestly, I would be a little bit upset if I was Valor Ash there, because if my friend is trying to force me to not use my favorite Pokemon, are they really my friend? Our co-caster Stephanie likes to quote one of the Pokemon champions, or one of the Pokemon Elite Fours about strong Pokemon, weak Pokemon. The trainers utilize their favorite Pokemon in order to win, and that is absolutely what Valor Ash is doing here in this losers finals.
It looks like we do have one lock in. The second trainer still making last minute adjustments. And we've had a day's worth of battles come down to this moment, looking for the spot in Top Cut. It looks like we do have a lock in here.
Oh my gosh, I was wrong again. It's gonna be Superior into the Azumarill, a great lead for Valor Ash.
Oh no, and he is honestly AAA weak, as the Lickitung also loses to Superior. The Superior, it makes its appearance, and it's going for the Frenzy Plant, and that does massive damage to the Azumarill.
I honestly think that Valor Ash could have Leaf Tornado there, and it would have been really funny. We'll see if Valor Ash decides to shield this Ice Beam. It's going to be super effective damage. It won't threaten a knockout. It puts the Superior into the deep yellow. The question now is, will he be able to get a farm down? Throwing actually before the Ice Beam was reached, and I have to imagine this is the Leaf Tornado in order to preserve some energy going into what I have to assume is the Lickitung matchup afterwards.
In comes the Lickitung. The Lickitung is going to be taking heavy damage from Frenzy Plant here. Frenzy Plant doing just shy of half of Lickitung's remaining HP. We're going to see a no shield. The Frenzy Plant connects, and that Lickitung is taking a lot of damage.
And we talk about Pokemon as bench pressure. Here we have Leaf Tornado as bench pressure. We've benched Leaf Tornado until this last moment of course. And that means that Housedark is actually going for Frenzy Plant again, excuse me, is very unlikely to shield the first charge attack, which means Valor Ash is able to get in a lot of good damage there in the end. Out goes Talonflame, out goes Azumarill to answer the Whiscash, and we are going to see a 2 shield to 1 shield Azumarill into Whiscash.
Firing off the Mud Bomb, we see the no shield by Valor Ash going to be able to withstand this damage here as the Mud Bomb connects. We've seen, it almost feels like Azumarill is Whiscash's nemesis at this point. It is neutral damage, but my goodness, Azumarill definitely feels very comfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, with the water and ground subtyping for Whiscash, it struggles typically against pure water types. It does have neutral damage with Mud Bomb, but it typically just, especially against something like Azumarill, it struggles against the bulk. It struggles against the neutral bubble damage.
Another Mud Bomb and another no shield by Valor Ash as he understands that he can survive this. He's going for the Ice Beam. Ice Beam will pick up the knockout unless the final shield is being used. And if the final shield, it is going to be used, protecting that Whiscash, trying to get as much value as it possibly can as it continues to farm. Both switch timers available for these trainers.
Valor Ash, 2 shields remaining, putting it all onto Talonflame, saying, Housedark, I want to use my signature Pokemon. I want to bring my signature Pokemon and use it to knock you out of this tournament. The Licks do actually end up knocking out there. 2 shields remaining for Valor Ash. I think he can very comfortably no-shield one of these Body Slams, recognizing that one will not be enough to threaten a knockout. Going for another Incinerate here. Housedark, great knowledge of the game mechanics, great timing, throwing another Body Slam. We're actually seeing Valor Ash contemplating a shield decision there. I think he should absolutely go for it. And actually building up even more energy, now deciding to no-shield a second Body Slam, saving a shield for that Whiscash in the back, and probably going up to what I would expect is double fly, throwing 1 fly into the Lickitung, 1 fly into the Whiscash to secure this game number 3.
The fly KOs the Lickitung, no protect shields left for Housedark. In comes the Whiscash. He brought so many answers to the Talonflame, but Valor Ash adjusting the strategy, bringing the Superior, getting so much value out of that Superior, and Valor Ash is going to advance to day number 2.
Having the guts to call me out in particular and bring that Superior in game number 3 when I thought it was absolutely no chance for it to show up. It's the correct call. As you said, AAA, like the battery, weak to that Superior and able to secure a solid game 3 victory to push his way into Top Cut and day number 2.
That was a very nice adjustment, having run Talonflame again and again and again. To be fair, he didn't bench the Talonflame, he kept it, but he wanted to protect that Talonflame, bringing the Superior at the moment that Azumarill stayed in. He had to know there's stuff in the back that does not want to see Superior.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting decision there for Frenzy Plant versus the Leaf Tornado. The Leaf Tornado would have meant, especially if the attack drop, the double attack drop occurred, it would have really meant that Ice Beam wouldn't have done a lot of damage. Let's go ahead and go back into the replay here to see the action as it happened. This is going to be game number 1. It's the Talonflame really trying to do enough to pull in the victory. However, Housedark's Whiscash in the back, it's going to be able to reach the Scald and pick up the knockout and secure game number 1 for Housedark.
And Valor Ash, at this point, in a bit of a tricky position, down 1-0, needing an equalizer, and it comes down to this call, no shielding the Mud Bomb bait. Oh my, just still a sensational call, and getting that farm down. If that's shielded, Valor Ash is out, but making an incredible call to stay alive in the tournament, and then the team read in game number 3, choosing to bring that Superior into a team that has a Mandibuzz, a Registeel, and a Gligar, but none of those 3 were brought.
And you're so comfortable as Superior into a bulky water type like Azumarill that has access to Ice Beam. Ice Beam just putting it into the L, allowing the Superior to not get off just 1 Frenzy Plant, but 2 Frenzy Plants into the Lickitung. Like I said, I was actually expecting this to be a Leaf Tornado to maybe try to get a debuff to lower the effectiveness of that Body Slam damage later, but, you know, House-Stark could have pivoted out, so I think Frenzy Plant ended up being the right call. Endgame, Azumarill versus Whiscash, and the Whiscash is unable to pull it out. I'm driving myself crazy saying Whiscash so frequently during these events.
Well, on the bright side, Whiscash is absolutely everywhere, Phoebe, so we're going to get a lot of practice saying Whiscash. And as we do see here, surprise, surprise, the Whiscash on the field as it does get knocked out by the fly, and Valor Ash is able to make a top cut here in Charlotte.
And I want to hear from the man himself who just knocked out House-Stark, one of his best friends in the entire Pokemon Go scene. It's always so fun. I've had a chance to play some friends in the past. I think I talked to Beach earlier or someone else and asked them about what it's like for them to play their friends, and it'll be curious to see his thoughts about whether or not he wanted to play his friend this late into a tournament. Being the one to knock him out of a tournament, it's got to be mixed feelings, right?
I definitely agree. It has got to be a very, very tough spot to be in. Just understanding that you obviously want to do well, but you want your friends to do well. So it's just, man, I'm definitely glad that I'm up here in the caster's booth feed, because that is a tough moral dilemma, that's for sure.
Yeah, tough moral dilemma, but it has to feel good to be able to use Talonflame, your signature pick that provided you the run in NAIC of 2022 to get you your best run so far, and be able to bring it back again to make top cut in this new 2024 season where the meta is just blown wide open from the changes. Metacham is no longer the Metacham that it once was. It's down in usage. Not only is Metacham down in usage, Poliwrath's down in usage, down to 16%. We saw Annihilate make its run for top fighting type in this meta here, and maybe didn't have quite as strong of a showing as we might have expected based on its usage numbers, but you know, it's fairly new. People don't have as much practice with it as something like Poliwrath or something like Gligar.
I believe we do have at least 2 Annihilate in Top Cut. So Annihilate, I mean, it is making a little bit of its presence felt, which is nice, but you know what? Enough about Annihilate. I keep talking about it all day. Let's go to the man of the hour, Valor Ash, standing by with Stephanie for an interview after qualifying for Charlotte Top Cut.
Thank you so much. I am here with Valor Ash, fresh off of his victory against House-Stark and gearing up for day 2. Valor Ash, tell me about that superior choice in that last match.
House-Stark style, I was running Talonflame a lot. I figured a water lead was coming soon. Just happened to get even better because he was ABA weak to Superior with Lickitung in the middle, and that was just exactly the matchup that I needed. It worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I looked at that lineup as I was watching backstage, and I felt it was just, oh my goodness, Superior coming out of nowhere. How does it feel to play against someone who is such a close friend and teammate to you? What goes through your mind as you're up there on the stage?
Oh man, House-Stark and I have been just best of friends, battle partners since the beginning. I mean, we seem to play in a lot of finals tournaments, late-ended tournaments. Honestly, playing against this guy like House-Stark, win or lose, honestly it feels like a win just to see him go on, carry on to the tournament, even if I'm not the one taking the win myself. Just always a pleasure to play against House-Stark.
I can agree. House-Stark is a phenomenal member of the Pokemon Go community. Exciting to see how well he does in the rest of the 2024 season. But we're here to talk about you. Back-to-back top cuts here and in San Antonio. How are you feeling? What is your mindset going into tomorrow?
I'm feeling great. I've been practicing. I feel like I've got something to prove again, and so with that has come back my competitive drive. Talonflame has been buffed this season, so I feel like that's a plus for me. I just feel like I'm finally really getting into my groove, and excited to see where that takes me.
And we are all excited to see where that takes you as well. Do you want to make any quick shout outs here while I have you on the mic?
Shout out to Johanna for being here and supporting me through everything, and all my friends that I have here to practice with me and hang out, and just everybody. Yep.
Everybody is right. We love this community. We have so many great members. Thank you so much for being on the microphone and doing this interview with me. I appreciate it. We are going to toss it over to Sierra on the prize wall to show off what are some really fun things you can do and win when you come here and spectate and participate in these Pokemon Go championship tournaments.
All right, it's not just the competition that goes on at a regional, though that is what we focus on a lot of the time. There is so much more to be doing, and I'm at the prize wall here for Charlotte, checking out some of the really cool things that you could be getting. So you can get tickets through these side events. We have them available for all different games, the TCG, VGC, and Pokemon Go. Different ways and a lot of fun times to be earning points for these prizes. And this wall is stacked. We have merch coming from Yokohama Worlds, and so many of them. We have the plushies. We have everything you could ever want. Earrings, if there's something a little bit more style, we got those for you as well. If you're not interested in going through that grueling 9 rounds of Swiss to try and make it to day 2, the side events is definitely such a great way to try and make some friends, have some fun at these events. I got to compete at the Portland Regional Championships, and I got to play the MSS and the PC, and I got enough tickets to take this giant Piplup home. Terrible to try and take through the plane, by the way. I don't recommend that part, but regardless, such a great time. This spans on forever as well. We have plushies of all different kinds for any one of your favorites. Even if you want to get the super cute Plusle, absolutely adorable. So definitely so many different ways you can be spending your time at the event. You could be competing even on day 1, try and make your way to day 2. And if you just miss that mark, well, the side events go all day on day 2 as well. So definitely a lot of opportunities to come on by, play some fun different formats, and try and see what you could win. There's even, out of all things, I think this is amazing, we got the Pikachu with the little felt hat. Absolutely incredible. There is a prize wall and the side events too happening at every regional. So if you weren't able to come make it out to Charlotte, well, you definitely have an opportunity at further events. But of course, for us, we do like to talk about the competition. So we're gonna be sending to a break so we can get started with our next round.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. 'Cause yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Charlotte Regional Championships. My name is Home Slice Henry, joined here by the wonderful Alpha Phoebe, the esteemed Mr. Nighttime Clasher, and DeFi. We have had just an unbelievable day of battles. This is a very large regional in terms of participants, and the level of play here, I feel, has been incredible. Many previous regional champions, Worlds competitors, all vying for the opportunity to get those championship points, qualify for Worlds, and maybe even become regional champion once again. I feel like a definite theme of today has been Annihilate, of course. It's released less than 48 hours ago. We have seen it some highs, some lows on stream, that is for sure. But we do have a couple in Top Cut, which is very cool. And let's take a look here at who actually did get to qualify it in the winner's side of the bracket here, Phoebe.
So up at the top, we have Evan777 versus K-Sean. Very great showing from both of them. Battle Bill versus Auto Pocket. That's definitely a matchup to look out for. And then Elam versus Tommy and Lyall Jeffs versus Beach. A just absolute fest of great names to see here on the winner's side of the bracket.
We've just got an unbelievable show for you guys tomorrow. Like, this honestly feels like it could be a bracket at a Worlds with how stacked of a regional this is. At Nighttime, I do kind of want to hear from you a little bit here, because you have been a competitor yourself. Your thoughts on today's games?
Yeah, honestly, Annihilate coming into this meta looked very strong in The Sims, looked very strong, I guess, in theory, but because people were so afraid of it, they made a lot of adjustments to their teams, basically, like taking off Vigoroth, adding in Pokemon like Mandibuzz, adding in Skarmory, just putting more flyers on their rosters. We saw Out of Pocket with 3 flyers on his team. Like, clearly there are being so many adjustments that are made to people's teams. So I think this regional people have over-prepared for the Annihilate, and over time, as people like realize it's just okay, it'll be more playable in the regionals.
That makes quite a bit of sense. And I mean, we've talked about Top Cut quite a bit, and I cannot wait as we get to come back here, because that's only part 1. We get to come back here for a day number 2 to take a look at crowning a regional champion. Starts here at 6:45 a.m. Pacific, 9:45 a.m. Eastern. So whether you're on the West Coast or the East Coast, we have got you covered time-wise here. And something that I do want to talk about as well is getting these championship points, the schedule, continuing that road to Worlds. What do we have coming up here, DeFi?
Well, if you take a look at our schedule, we are currently in the Queen City of Charlotte, but we have Knoxville coming up very shortly in February. Then we're going to head over to the West Coast for Vancouver. We'll have EUIC in London. Then we have several regionals, Orlando, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, and New Orleans, before the crown jewel of Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Unbelievable stuff. I cannot wait. I mean, throughout this season, we've seen some amazing plays. We've seen some today, and it's only getting better from here. One thing that I really enjoyed during the broadcast was seeing a lot of those tweets that people were sending in. So, Phoebe, how can people get in on that fun and maybe see their content up on stream?
Well, of course, you want to use that hashtag PlayPokemon on X and use the tag @Pokemon and follow all the action on Facebook as well as YouTube and Instagram @PlayPokemon at all of those social media sites as well.
Fantastic. Before we go, I do kind of want to sit down here with my fellow casters and talk about one thing that really stood out to them. I'm going to start with DeFi over there, all the way on the opposite end of the chairs. So what was one match that really stood out to you today?
It has got to be Buckeye Fitzy knocking Dunebug out of the tournament. We have been watching Buckeye Fitzy for a long time, the champion of Salt Lake City, and this was the best I've seen him play, was in that series of battles. I was on the edge of my seat backstage, and I think I screamed in that final Whiscash versus Shadow Swampert showdown.
Unbelievable matchup there, and showing what 2 Worlds level competitors play against each other can do. Just absolutely unreal. At Nighttime, we've mentioned you are actually qualified for the World Championships yourself, and now saying, you know what? I can take a brief break from playing. I can hop into the casting as well. So what was one thing that really stood out to you today from today's battles?
Honestly, it was just how well of a team that Abhinav had built from Portland, because just seeing how many trainers were able to pick it up and have such success with it today, like, spoke volumes to the team builder that he is, and he's definitely someone who have to watch out for Worlds. But mostly the people piloting it today have done just an incredible job of playing such a meta team that didn't really adapt too much to the Annihilate meta, and how well they did with it was honestly pretty incredible. And we have a lot of players probably running those similar lines tomorrow to watch out for.
Definitely. And another thing we will have to watch out for here is, as we've discussed, those Annihilates. A couple of them did sneak into day number 2, Phoebe. So what are you feeling here as we go into day number 2? Do you think we're going to see an Annihilate take it, or do you think it's still a bit too early?
Honestly, I think it's a bit too early for an Annihilate. I think there have been, like Eric pointed out, there have been so many flyers, up to 3 flyers on singular teams, and there's just not quite enough space for it, in my opinion. But hey, I've been wrong a number of times today. Thank you, world, for having that happen. But, you know, it could happen, But my vote right now is going to be against Annihilate. And if I could say one more thing, the story for me here in Charlotte has been community. There has been such great community between players, so many people showing up, so many stories of friends playing friends, and it's just been really wonderful to see.
I absolutely agree. We all love Pokemon. We all love Pokemon Go, but the community that we build, oftentimes online, but getting to meet those people in person in these regionals experiences is just absolutely unbelievable. So thank you to everyone who tuned in today. It's been an absolutely unbelievable experience, and I've had the absolute honor of a lifetime to be joined by 3 incredible co-casters here, the one and only Mr. Alpha Phoebe, Mr. Nighttime Clasher, who a little bird told me we're going to be seeing in Honolulu, and of course, the ever wonderful DeFi. So thank you so much for joining us here, and we cannot wait to see you guys tomorrow. You are not going to want to miss us crown a regional champion and get another invite to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii locked in.
Thank you.